Hop, 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 zing, 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 spot this.
This could be really big.
It could.
Oh,
he's actually going to jump in a little
God.
bit early. Frank goes in with kills off Yuma. A double dunk.
See Tai Long. Okay.
They use the Viper Strike onto the Ench, and there's the Rolling Thunder response from Dark Mago, but that's a full disengage, although they get the Balance Strike onto Tai Long. Still pretty healthy. Witz is already going to pop the BKB with the Wukongs as well. Do they have the save? KJ gets the telekinesis. They're going to be able to take out Schofield, though, to start this fight. But you can see the Viper is all alone. A little bit late on the arena, and the Spear completely whiffs. But the Muerta comes in with the ult, and they delete Witz from the face of the map. Just gets two-shot there.
This fight is not over yet, though.
Dark Mago spotted, punched up in the air. There's the call, though, and the dunk onto Yuma. The biggest kill, the double from Frank again. Spear comes out, not going to be doing too much as KJ looks to be next on Frank's list. Shot number 3.
Reject just shouldn't fight. Like, just wait this 1 minute and make your life a lot easier.
Yeah, well,
they're going to start it off.
They will, as they're going to find a connection. Again, that's a Tai Long. KJ.
Finally.
There's the snowball save. Age is already consumed. There's the arena with the Spear, but the Viper is already dead. Double kill for Witz, and now Heroic on the run. As they're going to try to protect their Muerta, but she's just going to get called. She kills off Frank inside the call, but now connections are made. Stun locked for days. Triple kill for Witz now. And this is just going to continue on. 4 dead for Heroic.
That's the challenge. Oh, if he just gets caught like this, though.
Yeah, that's the Hex. Bloodright's coming as well.
Oh, and he wasted his ult on life 1, so now he doesn't have it. Could they kill him again?
They're going to try for it. The Swashbuckler can give him some space. Raptor Dance. Yeah, they're not going to go for it. The Echo Slash doing so much damage. And now the Shield Crash to follow Yuma on the run. Can you outrun the chicken? They will, but at the cost of the Bloodseeker. Dark Mago finishes the job on Theolocor as a TP attempt, but the Rolling Thunder will put that to an end. It is stolen. Maybe for a later fight, as Whisper is going to fall. And he, oh, actually the Sheep Stick now, so they 7-slotted Dark Mago. He eats his Ags, I believe. Yeah, the Frank's like, I'll take you with me into the Boundless Strike, into the Pulverize, into one last death in this tournament because Heroic have now been knocked out.
This
Looking good.
This is making
Rolling
very
Thunder.
Fair.
And Batyuk gets sharpshootered and destroyed. Rue gonna get clipped as well with the Swashbuckler to follow. Laurel is there. There's the Fiend's Grip again. Can they actually kill Mallory? He gets off the shield crash, and this coil is not gonna lead to much, it seems. Good attempt on the Avalanche as Laurel on the run. Little phase shift out. Swashbuckler a lot of damage there. And that's gonna be the death of the puck as well.
So,
do you actually want to go for this? He gets the break. There's the Hurricane Pike usage. Gets getting bounced left and right. They do find Bambi. And the Doom. Not quite enough, although he might take out in the fountain. Shivas comes out. Infernal Blade to cancel Yatoro's ult. Finally gets it off with the BKB. The rest of Falcons just on the outskirts, just waited out. The TP is successful for Yatoro.
Underworld probably didn't want to ride there.
Batyuk did not get the memo that they were not fighting because they're all dead.
No joke.
My. Yatoro with the Wukong's command to give some space so that they can take Roche, and it looks like they're going to get it.
Snaking almost stole it again.
That would have been hilarious. Malrini in deep in the pit. He actually stashes the Aegis. How does that happen? He had so much time. Malrini inside the Wukong's command. Remember, he has a second life, so he doesn't really care about dying so much here. Gets the Rolling Thunder off just in time. And now the AoE Doom with the Avalanche to follow. Yatoro is dead. Has to buy back instantly. AoE Doom still applied to Baryuk. He's trying to get out. Beginning to be pretty close as Malrine jumps in. There's the Fallen Sky again, paying off. That's a dieback for the Primal Beast. Having to deal with this constant Rolling Thunder is so annoying, and Tier 4s are now down. Big initiation from Malrine. He's stuck in the midst of all this. It's a lot of damage being applied, but there's the Sunray. Gonna heal up everybody. And with that, Falcons soft reset. Still no primal for 20 seconds. Ancient exposed. Skeeter's going to focus on that right now. AoE doing the backline. He gets the Fallen Sky as well onto the Queen of Pain. In a lot of trouble. That is a dieback now for Laurel.
Nightfall, if he shows in this wave, they're definitely going to jump him immediately. Triple S ready with the blink. Ravage is going to go in, get the dead in the water. Ravage not expended just yet. They might not even need it, as he's going to fall anyway, thanks to the damage of no one. Nepo, in the meantime, got the Earthbind out onto the Pangolier, preventing him from escaping as well. Double kill for no one. Kaori, absolutely no hope of escaping here, my friend. Satanic is on your ass. Here comes Terrorblade. Could be targeted here. They're pinging him out right now. Nightfall is showing up, wants to reveal the basher. It's going to be Ducalis who breaks the smoke. Observer was plopped down, but he gets the Icarus dive out. Satanic upping the meta. And these heroes from Aurora trying to get themselves back, but a beautiful Dream Coil onto 3 on the backlines enables Nightfall to just jump in and kill off Ducalis. Nineclass survives a little while longer, but eventually he dies as well. Now Triple S, what can he do here? Can he protect Satanic? Because Nightfall only has eyes for the Terrorblade. Life number 1 will be taken away, but Satanic will die permanently in the fountain, trying to respawn. Triple S doing his best to run around 8. He's got a Largo behind him. Catchy Lick brings him close, kills him off.
Silly to say, but this Ursa is...
Oh, mid lane.
Glass cannon.
He's in trouble right now. Look how much damage he's already taken. He's trying to run himself away with the BKB, but no one has the ability to chase him to the ends of the earth. WS doing his best, trying to get himself out of here, and his team has made the space. The lift back from Mira, saving the Largo. Kaori dropped the Chaotic Offering onto no one's head. Ember Spirit dies. Now Mikoto trying to get onto this Bristleback. BKB will not last forever. As soon as it expires, this Bristleback is going to end up dead. Ducalis, no opportunity for him to do anything here. Still 18 seconds, no Supernova. Mikoto not feeling fearful of anything. Dives after him onto the high ground, kills him with the Waning Rift.
That looked like a Lotus fed to her, right? At the last second underneath the fountain.
Yeah, like a Great Lotus or something. There's Ducalis. Beautiful hook shot directly onto Kaori. Venomancer's down, gonna be forced to buy back. Ducalis though will die back for this. Satanic just trying to clean up this Roshan's banner. He'll do so. Roar. They still get megaed. The Roar went out onto the Medusa. There's the focus fire. They want to get the damage out on top of her, but it's not enough just yet. Satanic still able to get back. They lose Rubik and they lose the Night Stalker. Both of them have to buy back. This BKB protecting Satanic a little while longer. Nineclass, beautiful lift into the fountain, allowing Satanic to stay alive. Healing up right now. Mikoto is going to be able to finish off no one, and that is a dieback on the Tiny. GG is called. Yeah, Raptor should be out here, man. And oh, look at Mickey. Kataomi is just gone. Kiritich can't help him, and Ace gonna come through with the Solar Guardian. They catch out Kiritich. There's gonna be a Sonic Wave on top of the Silver Edge hits that they delivered. Kiritich does try to get out, but will not be able to. Save did his best to run interruption with the stolen Solar Guardian, but all he does is put himself in the line of fire, get himself killed off. GPK can't even save them. So he's carrying some very precious cargo. He needs to leave. Timbersaw, though, feeling brave and confident, goes in by himself. BKB active, gets the Gleipnir out onto Ace. They know he doesn't have another Solar Guardian, but he's so strong with his own Harpoon. Kiritich now has higher HP, trying to join the fight. Supernova thrown in by Tofu on the outside, able to burn the Life Stealer and kill off Kataomi. Kataomi buys back, returning to the fray. He dropped out the Chain Frost, has Sinister Gaze on Tofu, but Nisha's there to provide assistance. There's no way out of this one for Kataomi. He will die back. They drag Nero back into the fray as well. He's dead too. Top lane. Mickey back in real life. He's in trouble right now, lifted back in an awkward position. The Solar Guardian comes, but it's not going on the Tiny, so he ends up dead. Winter's Curse will be utilized as well. Unfortunately for them, it's not enough damage on the back lines of the fight, so Ace all alone, watching this damage rain in on top of him. Sonic Wave grants a triple kill towards GPK. Nisha trying to get out. He's been silenced up by the kids. And look at this damage is stacking up from GPK. Nisha has Dissimulate in a moment. He'll utilize it, try to get out of here. He's inside the trees. Astro step back towards GPK. Can he at least kill him off during the Supernova? He can. The Supernova now pops. Stuns both Kiritic as well as Mero. Tofu finishes off Kiritic. Can he get Mero? He can with the help of Eki.
Damn.
Comes through with the Finger of Death. If this fails, I don't know what's going to happen for the rest of the game. Nisha able to catch onto Mero, but they need Mickey to be here with the Silver Edge. This Tiny is still making his way over, but right next to him is Kiritic, who's going to interrupt him even getting there. Kiritic needs to run away, but he's not going to be allowed to. Thankfully, he does have the Silver Edge. No initial reveal, but the tick damage is way too much from the Kids. On the other side, Ace at least try to do something towards Kataomi, but as soon as the Starbreaker attempt is over, Kataomi just heals himself. GPK just kills Ace. Nisha getting caught out as well right now. Nope, actually gonna be left alone. GPK wants the easier kill, going towards Eki.
Greetings, Dota fans, and welcome to the penultimate day of PGL Wallachia Season 8. Great action yesterday. We'll reflect on that in a moment. But first, let me introduce you to our panel. I'm obviously your host, Richard Lewis. It said it down there. But what we've done today, we've got both our panelists in cosplay. On the left, you can see Weeha. He's come as a South American Reject fan, whereas, of course, you've come, Jenkins, as a Heroic fan. See, I've made a reference to yesterday's results.
You can't do that.
I know.
You can't do a callback like that.
No, I know.
That's dark.
I know.
You have a little kitten picture on
Nearly
your,
as dark
your
as your
Apple
eyeliner.
Watch.
Yeah, also.
My
yes.
lovely cat.
A cute little kitten. Cute little cat. Good for you. Keep
Why don't we look at the graphic and just talk about yesterday's results? And we'll get through this segment together, I think, is what we'll do. But no, it was a good day yesterday. I mean, especially because, look, it was sad for Heroic going home, but the good thing about South American teams playing each other is obviously it means there's still one in the tournament, as you can see down there in the lower bracket. Now, sadly for them, they will have to play Team Liquid. So,
But they have momentum, Richard.
correct, and they're an emotional team.
We all
you would
agree.
know about.
We
They're
all
an
agree.
emo team.
It's not a phase. SA Rejects is here to stay. They've beaten Heroic. They've dethroned the king. They've usurped the king. Have you seen Game of Thrones, Richard?
Very familiar with it, yes. I
No
played
king
Hodor.
rules forever, and SA Rejects is going to come and show today that they've usurped not only Heroic, but they're going to take over the entire kingdom of, I think, Liquid is, they're looking good, but this is it for them. The Reaper is coming, and they're the SA Rejects.
I think between the two South Americans, I love that Rejects is here. I think they have more chances of beating this like tier 1 teams.
Yeah. Yeah, Heroic looked done. I mean, they were toasted towards the end. I mean, fair enough, you know. They've got lots to talk about. Falcons, obviously, still in the tournament, but definitely far from flawless. They're going to take on PARIVISION. You can see as well up there, look at that. Team Liquid and BetBoom had an amazing series last night. We stayed up late to watch that one. Shout out to all of the crew. It was a long day. And, of course, Aurora, the form team in Dota. Knocked PARIVISION down into that lower bracket. So you can see that upper bracket final will be Aurora and BetBoom Team. So, I mean, I have to say this. I do feel that I was surprised Team Liquid actually were able to take a game, frankly. Remember, they are using the stand-in, no Boxy. He's super important to the way they play Dota. And I think BetBoom have been the best team at this tournament.
They've looked the best. Their players are averaging the best stats in this tournament so far. I'm honestly just as surprised as you that Liquid took a game. I feel like BB has been the team of the tournament right now, and both games they've won, they've just shown that they're just better, actually, than Liquid.
Yeah, and on the topic of Eki, I don't think that the Liquid that we saw yesterday was by any means a weak Liquid. I totally agree with this idea that he has actually slotted in very well. I think he's exceeded expectations.
Oh, absolutely.
Boxy, for a lot of people, is top 1 position 4s in the entire world. So Eki coming in and having a performance like this, I think, bodes well for his future career. But on the flip side, you know, Liquid is a team that is known for being capable of doing this. Like, I think it's really cool that they give these like decent players a shot, and then people go, well, hold on a second, they're not just decent, they're like really good if they're slotted into a good team. Like, they're really good at talent scouting, showing that someone is really good, and then that person goes on to, you know, get a team around them that's a tier 1 team.
Also, Liquid players have this like aura that
for sure.
just feels like, you know, they're playing for Liquid, and then when you meet this guy Eki, you know he's gonna fit in right in there.
Yeah.
It
Oh yeah,
feels like a
we saw
Liquid
we saw his aura in the interview. He just came out and just was like, "Listen, I'm a stand-in. I'll nail the media work. I'll talk about how we're gonna play and what we're gonna do." So
They always send the stand-ins.
yeah. I mean, that's a Team Liquid classic. But I mean, yeah, they're still very much in the tournament as well. Team Liquid, as good as BetBoom looked. Talking a little bit about Falcons, we covered that as well. Our little crew here, and I think with Falcons, how it seems to work right now is you get one good game and one bad game. And they can still win a bad game, and they can still lose a good game.
Falcons, they don't want to win, actually. To me, it looks, these guys, they just want to farm. I feel like they came here, and they basically decided, like, on the 3 cores, maybe made a challenge or something, like, who's gonna farm more? And they don't really care about going high ground. They maybe take Roche, but I feel like they do it just to take Aegis so they can farm deeper onto the map. So for now, Falcons has been sticking to their strategies, not going out of their way to do something crazy, and pretty much just like literally just farming the entire game. All their games go like 40, 50 minutes, which is insane.
I just noticed in that fight, Laurel hexed a creep. He hexed an easy camp creep instead of Malorine. That was a crazy game.
Yeah, well,
There were so many late game mistakes that like just did not fit for the teams that we were watching.
I mean, also,
No, but that was Spirit, sorry.
Yeah.
Spirit is just not good.
Spirit's had a nightmare. We've just got to let them. I mean, Yatoro couldn't even pick up an Aegis yesterday, so it's
He
PG's.
picked 3 items of the 4. It's
Yeah, I
unlucky
mean,
that, you know, the 4th was the Aegis, but he tried his best.
He tried his best. God bless them. Anyway, we can also talk about snaking as well on Falcons, because we had a great interview with him. They played like, I don't know, a 60-minute game, and he said in 10 more minutes it would have been a fun game for me. But he's kind of doing a little bit of kidology, because he is setting the pace in the early game. I think he's still playing really well.
He is. I remember there was something that when Aoi had his very small stint on Aurora Gaming Studios, he obviously came in and saw a lot of problems that we had. And he said, you know, whenever you're ganking, you need to gank to an objective. You don't gank to get kills, because we would just gank to the carry. So I wanted to take a look at how, you know, Aoi's coaching and Snaking's play happens in this game, when they're in terms of how they're going for ganks. So Snaking grabs a creep. He's seen on the portal through this ward. So Yatoro, of course, he is going to run into the trees. This is just Team Spirit being a, you know, top caliber team. But it doesn't matter. I want to look not at the heroes, because of course they see him. They know he's here. I want to look at the catapult. Let's keep an eye on the catapult this entire time. So he sends the creep in, takes a little bit of damage from the tower, sends another creep in. Spirit fortifies the tower so it doesn't go down. Amar is not taking tower aggro. Snaking takes tower aggro. They're kind of sharing it between the creep, between Amar and between Snaking. They force a TP rotation in. Panto tries to drag the creep wave away from the catapult, right? Everyone is looking at the heroes and the kills, but what the pros are looking at is the catapult. The wave gets fortified by Falcons, keeping the catapult alive. The creeps run into the tower aggro range again, where they're able to tank the tower. And this entire time, they're sharing aggro between their heroes, so the catapult doesn't get hit unless there are creeps in the tower. Nothing happens. Like, basically, well, nothing up until this. I think actually they did kill Yatoro. But my point is, even if they didn't kill Yatoro, I think that was just crit hitting a really good, like, awesome bushwhack. What's happening here is they're applying a lot of pressure. This is why you gank to an objective, not to a hero. And they focus on pressuring the objective, not necessarily pressuring the heroes. Because if you pressure the objective, you pressure the heroes. Like, look at the net worth pre-gank and post-gank. Basically nothing happened. Just Yatoro died, but it was after a super long time. You go from Pango second on net worth, about 300 ahead of Puck, to he's now, still 300 ahead of Puck. But the other heroes, it's a way bigger deal. Like Doombringer, Amar, 3,100 net worth versus a Monkey King who essentially has the same net worth from prior to the gank. Like, not only in the lane that they were ganking was there a net worth increase, but in the other 2 lanes as well. Either the net worth stabilized, which is what happened in the mid lane, or the net worth increased. So you can kind of pressure the entire map by just doing this, and they're not even getting kills. Like the Aurora kill didn't matter. It's just about keeping that catapult alive.
And the tower was like 10% HP, I think, when they finished.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, it took a shit ton of time.
And these type of plays, especially this early into the game, I mean, from my past experience, they kind of decide the flow of the game, the momentum. Like one team is going to feel, in this case, Falcons, they're going to feel very good. They know what they did had a lot of impact. They see the enemy struggling. This guy's trying to pull the wave away from the catapult. Yatoro's dying, some guy's TPing. And they know they're pressuring the enemy, and they start feeling very good and very confident. While on the other hand, Yatoro is going to feel absolutely like garbage.
Yeah, he's not farming the entire time.
He can't farm. He's being pressured. He's like, where's my teammates? Where's my mid laner? What's happening? I'm losing my tower. And then he dies too. And yeah, the mid laner is like, okay, well, my carry died, is not happy. And then, okay, maybe should I TP there? And he just starts feeling, now everybody's just feeling bad on Team Spirit. And it just like goes on and on and on. And people are just going to think about that moment until the next moment. That's what happens. It's the flow of the game.
Yeah, well, also as well, dictating the flow of the game, certain items that are getting picked up. Obviously, we're at the start of a new meta, new patch, new meta. It always seems to happen at Wallachia. So I thought we could talk about some of those items and which ones are in vogue right now.
Some of these play into some research that I know that you did that we will get to. But there's some, ideas that we've had on panel, like, oh, when we see this, like anecdotally, it looks good or it doesn't look so good. So I wanted to take a look at it. Like something that you kept saying is that I think you said like butterfly is a feels good item on Monkey King.
Yeah.
So I wanted to take a look at some like the other alternatives, like the people who aren't going butterfly. A lot of the time they'll go for something more aggressive, which is for the Echo Saber into Harpoon, and the win rate is crazy. It is staggering. 71% win rate. It's a big increase from what his normal win rate is, which is 46%.
Yeah.
With a Harpoon, it's 71%. And then Bristle Tide, going for the consecrated wraps. Bristle's win rate, not so good. Tide's pretty good. Both of them with the wraps, not a good win rate. So as much as the item looks good, it statistically is not actually winning, which I think is very interesting. And then we saw some Bloodstone stats. It seems like Bloodstone just generally is like a very good item right now. Incredibly high HP and mana that you're gaining from this. But yeah, I thought that was some...
It's too much HP. I think Bloodstone gives 750 HP. I mean, if you look at...
It's way too much.
I think it might even... It's like almost at the same place. And yeah, coming to the wraps, I think it's more of a like... When you play heroes like BB and Tide, you kind of don't want to buy this item unless you're like in a bad position.
Yeah.
So I can understand why the item feels like that, like statistically has a low win rate, because when you're winning, you're gonna go for SNY on BB. You're gonna on Tide. You're gonna get like Blink Shard. You're gonna buy Agnes
Blink
really
Hex.
fast. Like you wanna like improve your game as fast as possible and be efficient on farming. But then you have a bad lane. Things are going bad. I gotta be tanky. I cannot die anymore. I'm just gonna buy the wraps and hope for the best.
Yeah.
I feel like we see the win rates going down.
We can also talk about the records that have been set. We alluded to it earlier. Some players have really been, as they do at Wallachia's, really setting the standard. And you can see here.
Dark Mago with the XPM.
I was going to say this one was unexpected, but this guy...
Considering we saw him get dumpstered a couple of times, yeah?
It's just funny because he dies a lot. His net worth is sometimes not so good, but like...
But why does he die, Jenkins?
It's always for a trade. It's always for kills.
Because he's always so aggressive and he's looking for these like solo kills. Solo kills specifically, Dark Mago. The thing he does every time I play with him in pubs. And because he's going for solo kills, they give so much XP that he's just topping the charts.
Yeah, that was one that I was not expecting. This one we talked about yesterday. Of course, lots of mid laners, carry players here, but I think Miro being on here is very impressive. Being an offlaner and just never dying. Like your whole purpose is to run in and be tanky and like trade your HP for other resources, and to be able to do that without dying just goes to show that like this kid right now, he's like playing peak Dota.
Yes,
he's playing so good, and it helps that he plays Summons heroes too.
This one was very important. Of course, we have to show that Nightfall, the reigning champion of map pings, his PPM is always over 200. A lot of players cannot hit the same PPM as him. But I wanted to show Eki is actually third on that. So, you know, not to reach into it too much, but of course, pings have a direct correlation with who is the captain of the team, whoever has the most pings.
So Eki is the captain.
Eki is the captain of Team Liquid now, which is very impressive as a stand-in.
Yeah, congrats. We can also talk about a little bit of meta evolution. Queen of Pain seems to be a hero we've talked a lot about on the panel, and when it's a good co-op game, it's a very good co-op game. When it isn't so much. But a lot of potential for last picks.
I've noticed this pattern actually while I was watching the games, and I found it interesting, and I wanted to mention it because in group stage, I feel like teams did not really understand how exactly to play this hero. They were mostly picking it in a bad way, but at the same time, their gameplay did not fit this hero, and I played so much Queen of Pain before coming here in this exact meta. They kind of figured it out. In playoffs, as you can see, it's 6-2, very successful hero. It won almost every game yesterday. I think people are going to put way more focus on this hero, especially in draft priority when it comes to bans and picks. And it could just be the mid laner of the tournament. It could be the hero
I think so.
Teams are just going to look for almost every game from now on.
Part of what I think contributes to this trend is the fact that people were almost like overexcited about the Xtreme Pain buffs, and I feel like the build was like 0-4-4, but now we're seeing like going for 2 points in dagger again. Just the old classic co-op build where like, you want to pick some sort of melee hero that I can just dominate in lane. Sure, my farm will suffer a little bit, but I'm going to dumpster you with dagger. I think that's always what happens. There's an extreme reaction to a new change. People kind of dial it back, and then they keep some of the stuff they learned with the extreme reactions, such as like the Soul Ring build.
Yeah, and he doesn't have that many bad matchups either. It's like 3 heroes, I think. It's Puck, Huskar, and Viper.
Yeah.
Puck is mostly banned all the time. Huskar, there's not that many good Huskar players. And we saw Nisha yesterday play it against the Queen. He just got double laned.
He got,
saved with the winner.
So funny.
Sitting mid lane. It's funny because it happened to me exactly the same way about a week ago. It's just not fun to play against that. And he got demolished. And you saw in the game, Huskar is not that good against the Queen. So Viper, again, not many mid players play Viper. They don't really want to be in the position where they, you know,
Heroic crowds probably want to talk about Viper so much.
I'm going to win the lane, and then I'm going to just look at this Queen of Pain farm for like 40 minutes with Aghanim's. It's yeah.
Right. Well, this is the schedule we've got. You saw some of it when we were looking at our bracket earlier, but this is the order of the games today. You got the Immortal TBD versus TBD coming up at the end of the day. Aurora Gaming taking on BetBoom Team. That is going to be an absolute banger. Liquid versus the SA Rejects. How far can the SA Rejects push it momentum-wise? We'll be talking about that in a moment. But for now, PARIVISION versus Team Falcons. This is interesting because I already said it. I think Team Falcons, you get one good game, you get one bad game. I've seen them win bad games. I've seen them lose their good games. I've seen them play slow. I've seen them lose fast. Meanwhile, PARIVISION, they start these morning games terribly. That's what's happened so far at this Wallachia.
There's a 100% correlation.
Yeah, exactly.
It's always the first game that goes really bad.
Yeah. So, I mean, Falcons, theoretically, I mean, this should be a 2-1. It's just which way it's going to go.
But, you know, when we interviewed Satanic about it, too, he didn't seem to have much of a theory as to why it's even happening.
Well, he did blame his teammates.
He was just like,
he was too busy flaming Weeha.
He was like, yeah, we sucks, my team sucks. You know, like, we're like, what, dude?
It was the item, but at the same time, I believe just from the fact that he was kind of putting small blame on his teammates, and from how I've seen them play so far, it feels like it's kind of a Satanic game every time. I feel like he's not really, he doesn't have the backup he wants right now. He's having way more impact on Satanic than all the other 4 players.
Yeah.
It's up to basically if they wake up in a good way, as you said.
Well, also the other thing that we've noticed with Falcons is Amar has only been playing 2 heroes by his own admission. He's been playing, you know, Bristle and Tide. But then he has these last couple of games, he had the Monkey King in the offlane. Very interesting theory crafting. He picked that into a lone druid. Get your Jingu stacks off the bear. Maybe you fight him in the ultimate. You don't care too much about trading.
Should have picked the Slark.
Yeah, it didn't work out. But then we saw 2 games yesterday. Excellent Doom. Not 33 Doom, but also very good Doom.
Excellent and extremely greedy. Both games he went for Radiance. Yeah.
Queued it up without a second thought. Yeah.
It just shows you the game plan for Falcons. I do meme a lot about them just wanting to farm the entire game, but this is kind of the game plan that they do. They do stack a lot, and they always aim to get the 3 cores as fat as possible, and basically just choke the enemy out. They don't force the high ground. They just chill and keep farming like at a minimum of 70% of the map, and eventually they just get too fat. Enemy makes a mistake, like Spirit did yesterday when they overchased the Pango. That's how they win.
I mean, it's not exciting, but it is clinical. And also as well, when you consider the team composition on Falcons, you know, the carry-to-carry matchup, I will say, obviously, PARIVISION have the more explosive carry in the form of Satanic, rather than Mr. Slow and Steady, you know? It's an interesting contrast.
I have to say, I don't know if it's a good matchup for Parry.
Yeah?
Because Parry, they like to snowball. They, of course, start the day pretty badly, but then in the next games, usually they show up and they start like running down the enemies. And Falcons, of course, a team that wants to go late game, I think is not favored in the matchup per se, but at the same time, for Parry, only Satanic has been looking really good so far. I feel like the other team members, they do need a wake-up call because they have this guy who can carry them, and I feel like he's just putting too much work, and it's unfair to him.
And he's picking such a...
Well, he is Mr. Kez right now.
Yeah, it's an interesting subset of heroes compared to a lot of the other carry players in the tournament. Like you said, has a crazy good win rate with Kez. This seems like a hero that you have to have a whole team that's playing around. You have to do the, 4 protect 1. Kez will do enough damage to single-handedly carry the game. You have to be really high skill at it.
Kez is banned.
Yep, they've taken that out straight away.
They've heard you.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And so the question is, with the Lone Druid being available, would either of these teams pick it? We've seen PARIVISION use it as a flex. They did put it in POS 4. We know that was terrible and probably won't happen again, but it's PARIVISION. Falcons, on the other hand, one of the impressive things about Skeet at this event, he didn't have a lot of games in Lone Druid when he came in, and he was more than happy just to pick it and play it because it was good. But, well, let's go back to
Queen of Pain.
Our death segment now. Yes,
I like it, but at the same time, there's a Lone Druid on the enemies. Since Lone Druid has been banned yesterday, we haven't seen a single game of it. Falcons do love to pick this hero. Skira is enjoying his time on Lone Druid right now. I feel like Queen is not very good in the matchup against Lone Druid. It's one of those heroes that is going to make the game a bit hard to play. As Queen, you kind of want to just take over the entire map when you have Aghanim's and farm. And they go for the Alchemist, not Lone Druid.
Haven't seen this animation. Because it's been banned.
Never gets picked.
Yeah.
Well, so the teams that beat the Alchemist, because as you can see there, on the online tournament just before this, the name temporarily escapes me in the morning. But
Premier Series.
There it is, the Premier Series. It's very generic, whatever. 70% win rate for the Alchemist. We thought this guy would, if he gets through, might be a certain win. In reality, what's happened is generally teams have been outplayed by the opposite team. They just up their tempo.
Yeah, and you don't even necessarily need a crazy niche set of heroes to do that. It puts a lot of pressure on you to play against an Alchemist, because if he's farming the jungle camps in front of his base safely, for a lot of carries that feels bad. For Alchemist, that feels totally fine. He's going to win the game. He's going to give his team a bunch of Aghanim Scepters. He's going to get more gold than you. So you basically just have to be very creative about getting deep wards down in the jungle, about smoking through with your team, catching the Alchemist, basically keeping him at bay until you get to a point where it doesn't matter if he's farming the Aghanim Scepters. You've already won the game. But like I said, it does make the game hard for you to play, but it's doable, and teams have figured it out.
Yeah, we've seen him in the off lane once or twice as well, so...
Yeah, it lost. It didn't look very good.
No.
At the same time, this Alchemist, it's funny, because Falcons, when they came into this tournament, they gave Alchemist away, and they picked Queen. This was their solution to it. And now they're doing the opposite. Parry gave Alchemist, and they took the Queen. And generally, in this tournament, it's lost. almost every time it's been matched up against the first pick queen. It feels like the counter, since you're going to have a free farm offlaner and you can pressure the map on queen. You don't really care about this alchemist. The carry doesn't exist. Like, we saw queen suffer against Tiny, for example, Tiny carry. And this game, there is no carry. He's not going to have to worry about a hero for how much? 30, 40 minutes?
That is a very good way of putting it. Like, this guy legit doesn't exist. He's just this insurance timer where, like, if the game goes to this point and Alk is farming, you will lose. And a hero like Queen of Pain, I agree, is just like, oh, all right, like, that's perfect. Because you just need to get to the Ags on Quap, and the game gets so hard for the enemies once you get there.
Could this be a Malrine Rubik? I highly doubt it because he doesn't go out of his comfort zone. But I would love to see a team put this Rubik once against the Queen.
Yeah, mid Rubik destroys Queen of Pain for sure. In the game matchup too.
If you get the Aghanim's on Rubik, you literally become a better Queen of Pain. All you have to do is just make sure you steal the spells, which is not an easy job by any means, but Queen does have to use her spells at some point. And yeah, you can just take him.
Yeah, definitely up there. It's Rubik and Hoodwink, the two supports for this patch and for this tournament so far.
Well, they banned out the crit Hoodwink.
Finally, a team respecting.
I mean,
No,
you have to. It's too much impact on this hero every time I see it. Now they're banning the matchups for Queen, so for now, there's still a puck in the pool.
Oh, yes! I was hoping for this. This has got to be a 9-class Monkey King. It is one of the best heroes at finding the Alchemist when he's farming. I love playing Slark Monkey King against these like greedy-ass carries that want to just sit and be greedy and farm in front of their base. Like, Monkey King...
You've been playing for Monkey King, haven't you?
Yeah, and I think it's a lot better on this patch. I mean, it's obvious to say in hindsight now that 9-class has played it in this tournament. Obviously, the other playstyle of 4, playing like Rubik, ranged hero, backliner, spellcaster, works just fine. Everyone isn't running these 4 positions that scout the map and get information, but it works. Like, on the last patch, it was impossible. Everyone was 5-manning. But there are games where there's like an alchemist farming, and you can actually get some valuable information by being a hero like Monkey King. Yeah. And then Doom, that's a hard counter to Alk. If you ever find him, he's just an insta-kill with the Doom.
Also, on the top of Monkey King, it is a flex hero. I just want to get it out of the way. But if played on 4, it pairs so well with the Queen of Pain. Queen of Pain loves this 4-position hero that can be mobile, help him on the runes, help him on the mid lane. Generally, Queen
just a little bit of help is all she needs, and she's super strong.
Queen does trickle down the HP of the enemy on the mid hero, so having this guy just come in, maybe Primal Spring, 1 boundless strike, it can change the matchup, and then he can scout later on for the Queen of Pain to get this Alchemist killed, maybe in the jungle. Yeah.
Now, theoretically, this should be Bristle we're looking at for Amar, because Doom has been picked by PARIVISION, Underlord is out, Tide is out.
Oh, you're right. It could be a Bristle. And the reason for that is they only pick BB with Sanking, and they need a mid hero that is going to use the Aghanims. And what better hero for Maldrain than Sanking?
And Bristle is like a natural Lotus buyer too, which is obviously very good against Doom.
Also, I want to mention they're probably setting up for an 18 Meepo here on Parry. This feels like a great Meepo game. I feel like this Monkey Queen will give him all the space he needs. And so far, these 4 heroes, they just do nothing to Meepo.
They did take the Queen, blocking it for the entire draft conveniently.
Yeah. This honestly feels like a complete Meepo setup right now. I will not be surprised if he goes for it.
Here's the thing, though. When he picked it last time, obviously he lost and sort of had a bit of a crazy interview afterwards where he was like essentially saying, I did my job.
He was right. He did.
No, but I mean, he was right, but you don't say it. You know what I mean? Like, you never say it.
And they decided to go for the Eng. So they're keeping the Meepo, I guess, still in the pool. I'm going to talk about the Monkey. They're keeping the Monkey open, basically. But they don't have the last pick, so I'm surprised. Usually on 18 here, you kind of want to get the carries that are available before they ban him out. They decide to go for the Eng. It's not a bad hero by any means. It's quite successful, actually, in this tournament. It's one of the better 5s. Helps you secure the lane. It opens up a lot of carries just because you have an Enchantress.
Yeah.
You know this guy is just going to... He can practically 1v2 a lot of lanes and very good against Beast. that can still be mid or offlane, depends. If it's offlane beast, is gonna have a hard time using boards.
Yes.
But the mid beast skill is gonna get an axe from Alchemist.
There is a little bit of a lacking of potential damage in the early game for PARIVISION right now. If they're running Monkey King support, Doom's a bit greedy, Quap needs a little bit of time. She's kind of your only damage source. But if they can get ahead in the laning stage, like Ench plus Monkey, if it's a Monkey support, with Quap running around, maybe Doom in the area to, use the Doom. Like, this is a pretty mean death bowl. Diving with Ench plus Monkey is very strong. Even if it's a Monkey carry and he gets active, it's pretty potent to have these two heroes together.
Again, this Monkey I feel like will enable the Queen if it's 4, and then they will have a lot of damage for the early game, since probably Queen just has a great lane, 50-50 at the minimum, almost always. And when he does get a good lane, the snowball is crazy.
Then he does damage. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking is PARIVISION.
Monkey, Queen, Blink, Primal Spring, they can be everywhere as well.
Yeah, it's scary. Like they have the speed, and if they lane well, then they also have the damage, and their lanes are looking very good right now. That's partly why they picked the Ench, I think.
Yeah, solid lanes.
Secures lanes.
Yeah. Falcons, on the other hand, the Salk is going to probably give free farm to the Doom. Not much you can do to stop him. Yeah. Beast is going to be Beastmaster. I feel like this hero does not lose lanes, even when paired against an Ench. This hero can always just max out the axes, stack himself for the jungle, just get super fat, and then basically control the map with the Dominator. Or an Aghanim on the mid lane in this case. Scared of the TB on Falcons. They did not see the stat. Satanic is not having a good time on TB this tournament.
I think the one game he did win, though, was against Alchemist. Yeah, South American Rejects.
Yeah. Banned Ammar Mars.
Yeah, another Ammar hero banned. Although, even though Mars is pretty terrible right now, Ammar can always play it.
Gotta respect it.
Yeah.
They're assuming this is a mid Beastmaster. And since they have the 24 on Falcons, they could still pick Sanking.
Yes.
It's not that bad.
I mean, as things stand, there really isn't an Ammar hero available.
It is all banned, dude. I'm trying to think of something.
Tide band, Mars band, BB band, Underlord band, Pango as well.
Oracle
Slardar
band. Is he gonna Bat Rider for the? I mean, they could. No, you can't bat against Queen.
Wait, there is a Bat Rider in the pool, right?
Yeah, but it's a Mar.
I've seen it banned so often this game. I completely forgot this hero exists. Actually, I don't think
I'm just trying
been on the panel on a Bat Rider game so far.
I'm trying to figure out the Oracle ban.
Is it to stop Quap getting the runes? With the clairvoyance or whatever it's called?
I don't know if you ever banned for that, but I mean, that is good. It's definitely strong, but I don't know if you think about Oracle for the mid lane. It's usually for his spells. If that is why, that's like super next level.
10 seconds remaining.
They do. I mean, both 9 class and Ducalis, they play the Enchantress. So maybe they were scared of a 4-inch and maybe picking Oracle 5 with the monkey. It's kind of strong in the game. It denies the roar. You get the runes on Queen of Pain. I mean, you practically guarantee you getting the runes since you have a monkey.
Yeah. That
can TP in once he gets level 5-6. He can be on the runes. So carriers do that a lot. And they go for the Viper actually. This is the Ammar hero. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's good matchup into the monkey. I don't know how good it is against Ducalis Enchantress.
Yeah. I'm just laughing because I literally said, I don't know we'll have to talk about Viper today with Heroic being out the tournament, and here it is.
I'm a magnet for Viper. Every time I come in here on this couch, there's a Viper on my screen.
It's true, dude. This is a very different prospect, though.
I gotta look at the win rate of this guy. It can't be good.
Maybe identity issue in Ammar?
42% win rate. It's not that bad. But
do you think he asked for the Viper?
Oh, I'm sure he did.
It's classic core players. They just focus on this, like, there's a monkey on my lane, I need to play Viper. But they don't see that there's an Enchantress next to it. And I don't have a good feeling for Falcons, but they do have Alchemist. Again, anything can happen with an Alch on your team. I do favor parry. I feel like they're the faster team. Falcons is going to look in farm, and then there's super high chance they might just get snowballed.
I will say what I say every time a Viper gets picked, and you said it last time too, that I think PARIVISION should start on his lane. You have 3 daggers on Ringmaster, Enchantress slow.
Definitely.
Yeah.
Like, Viper is screwed if you can kill him early.
There's a Rubik on his lane too, so he has like 0 potential to save him.
He's not
And
gonna help.
basically, Ammar, if Parry decide to do this, he's gonna want to leave the game in like 4 minutes.
The early smoke, like the pre-game, is going to matter a lot in this game, and set up for the whole laning stage, which will obviously dictate the game.
I'll check in with our commentators and get their opinions. What about? Who knows? You never can tell with Suns fan and Cinderin exactly where they're going to go. Another Viper game for you as well. Super excited about
Hey,
that.
nice shirt,
Very
man.
excited.
Oh, yeah, nice shirt.
I heard the release date is May 7th.
That's right. We're about to give birth to a 2.5-year baby that has crippled us financially. Very exciting times.
All babies cripple you financially. Though.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Not like
This one has been just brewing for a long time. My goodness.
Yes. So how are you feeling about the drafts? Any opinions on that, or do you just want to plug
I
your
wanted
game
Centaur
shamelessly?
Cinderin,
Yeah.
but
No,
Ammar
it's been a
gets
good
what he
pick.
wants. Ammar gets what he wants every time.
Yeah. I mean, he's good at it. He's good at Viper. So they see something in it. They're very focused on the lane. But like you guys pointed out, the Enchantress is a bit of a wild card here. So
All right.
they can pull it off.
Well, no Centaur. You've got your Viper, but you've also got a game to cast, so go to work.
Okay, I guess. I guess we can do that for you, Richard. As we get into the lower bracket matchup, Falcons versus PARIVISION. Again, this is something you would expect in the upper bracket at some point, but not to be, as Falcons, they started out here. They have 2-0'd. Well, I guess they got 2-0'd by Team Liquid to start things out, but then they've gone on a 2-0 rampage onto Team Spirit. Let's see if that momentum helps them out at all. As PARIVISION, they got 2-1'd by Aurora.
Yep.
As we get to see an Alchemist, which I know a lot of people aren't huge fans of. I love, though, unironically. Is he going to be giving Ags? Is that just the standard thing that we see every
Yes.
single time? Even though the win rate has been Garbo?
I don't think I've seen a single Alchemist carry game this tournament where he didn't gift at least 1 Aghanims.
All right, this is beautiful.
I think he just has to, more or less. But maybe this is a game where you only gift 1 to Beast.
Yeah.
I don't know if the Viper one is really worth it. Maybe it's good enough in this game.
Cinderin, let's go out on a limb here.
He's not gifting 4, Shannon. Just don't.
No, well, gift it to... If
Rubik?
you're only going to do 2, no, I would say the Phoenix, actually. Game winning.
They don't have the best egg
You
killers.
apply Doom to someone, and then you just counter it completely.
Yeah.
Pretty good.
I could see it being quite useful.
But they're never going to put it on a support because they don't believe in supports here.
Speaking of Doom, PARIVISION are playing 4 heroes for the first time this game, in this tournament. The only hero they've played before on the player is Satanic's Monkey King. Everybody else, this is their first game, which I was very surprised to see. I was definitely expecting that Ducalis had played Ench at least once before. It's one of his best. One of the meta heroes of the tournament, Queen of Pain. This is the first time no one's going to be running that. Maybe I misread the graphic. I kind of can't believe it, but they've played other stuff, I suppose. So that'll be really interesting, and obviously that's one of the things that gets really interesting about drafting later in tournaments is that as the teams get more and more footage of each other, you start doing mock drafts going into series, right? You're like testing, maybe you have the coach plus another player in the team just drafting against each other where one of them pretends to be, say, PARIVISION, if you're Falcons doing mock drafting, and then you run some ideas through with, okay, if we do this, they're probably going to do that. What ends up happening? How can we ban if they do that thing? Blah, blah, blah. You run some...
God damn, that's some good blocking.
You run some ideas. And then when you get to game time, PARIVISION just pick 4 heroes that they've never played before. So, like, how could you prepare for this, right? It's going to be interesting to see just how well they execute it, though. That's always the question mark when there's so much new stuff. Ducalis is going to start with Impetus. This is pretty unusual nowadays, but wants to try to pressure the Viper.
Okay.
I don't feel like you're winning this exchange. I think Nature's Attendance might just be a better choice if you want to trade. So, let's see if he can make it work.
Sorry,
though.
you said which player has played something? Satanic has played.
Satanic Monkey King, yeah. They've run
So I
that.
was going to ask if 9 Class has played a lot of Ringmaster lately, but we'll see how well he can drive the unicycle.
Yeah, also not my stereotypical 9-class hero.
Yeah, no doubt. We'll see what he can work up. I'm sure he's got some wrinkle to show, as he always does.
Yeah. Serious damage up top. They're actually just going to kill Skeeter here, I think. Blood grenade on him. Oh,
What the horse happens next?
he might actually live. There's 1 tick left, and he does have a tango running. Nobody can reach. Yeah, he's probably alive.
Yeah,
What about
he is.
SSS now, then?
No, he's
Snake
going to try to go for the Snake King kill, and he will get it.
God, these heroes are all like
Yeah.
10 HP, but it will be PARIVISION drawing first blood. This Ringmaster level 1 is, I was going to say level 1 timing. It's like you just load into the, just really strong. The triple impalement arts. Seen many a first blood in this hero's lanes. And they do it again. Oh wow, Ducalis is actually also not skilling Nature's Attendants on level 2. So now resources become a considerable concern here. If you're taking a lot of trades with Rubik and Viper, you might have to chill for a bit. He's going to get a great creep here though. The Satyr Mindstealer. Now mind you, this did get
It is dying.
quite nerfed. I also don't really like this micro, just running it through everything and almost dying for nothing.
Oh, but the Courier gets sniped. That's what he had in mind the whole time, of course.
This did get nerfed. It used to do a flat mana burn. It was super obnoxious. Now it does flat plus a percentage of your intelligence, but it's way lower flat. So there were some lanes where if you got the mana burn creep early, the enemy just couldn't play. It's pretty stupid. Some of the major outliers in that regard have all been nerfed, right? I think the most egregious one we've ever had was the strongest version of Ice Ogre. It was ridiculous.
How much armor did that give?
I think it gave 8 armor and like a 30 or 40% slow. If Doom got that creep, you couldn't beat him in lane as any physical hero. It's just impossible.
That's the one of the main downsides of Doom is his lack of armor.
Yeah. So that one got nerfed massively. The Chain Lightning Harpy has been nerfed over some passes. That's also the strongest version of that. Was also completely ridiculous. The Mana Burn creep. I think those are probably the 3 most ridiculous ones we've had. Finally, mid lane. We're going to see the Beastmaster versus Queen of Pain, and if you are an experienced Dota player and you've played for years, you'll be like, oh, Queen of Pain against melee hero? Great. She's going to win. But the melee hero is Beastmaster, and Beastmaster doesn't lose to anything, more or less, except...
That's right.
Have we seen the hero lose a lane?
I don't
This
think
tournament?
so.
I don't think I've seen it. That doesn't mean it's not possible. I do think you lose to Huskar, for example. But
Or if rotations come in.
of course. But in isolated 1v1s, this guy's just the king. He's destroying no one. He's sending him back to base on Queen of Pain at minute 4.
Yeah. Very impressive. Very, very impressive. You pick Beastmaster, you win lane. But of course it is Malrine, so he's the master of this.
He's the master of melee mids, but I will say I don't think this is the expected outcome on paper. As much as we joke about Beastmaster can't lose, I also don't think he should be winning this hard. Maybe he should. With the Boris, maybe Quap can't deal with this, but he is 28-9 against Queen's 19 for 2. So a very big advantage for Malrine.
Yep, it's SSS on the Doom. See if he gets gone on here pretty soon. I mean, how much kill threat does an Alchemist have in this patch? Because, well, as we see the Unicycle 9 class gets off the whip as well. Malrine has committed to this, and it is going to be his ultimate Doom. He does get axes off, but it's not enough to finish the job onto no one.
And if he would have traded there, that would have been really
He ran.
bad.
Can we get a replay of that one by any chance? I want to see the Unicycle actually hit an enemy hero, because I don't know if he even got taken off. I mean, it definitely stopped, but I figured there would be a little bit of an animation there.
In terms of the Alchemist kill power, it's going to be tough to kill this lane at this point. The Doom Ringmaster. Nice damage here. Snake has sticks, though. Get out. Oh, hello.
The Monkey King has arrived, wants to go for the Phoenix kill. It's an easy one, but he's going to take a full concoction to the face, and he gets taken out, so Satanic would say that is not worth. Crit had the TP, of course, but I mean, you'll take that any time for Falcons.
Yeah. This is not a move we see often from Satanic, although we did see him do similarly on Meepo in another game on level 3. The difference is this time he's doing it because he is struggling bottom, and in the other game he was doing it because he was owning, so he could just freely move. This means now that he died top, sure you got
There it is, here it is. Oh yeah, okay, it does work. Directly into the hero. That is awesome. We see a Sonic Wave onto Snake King. No one gets the kill. Satanic pretty low. Has to be careful. This would be a back-to-back death for him, but he has reinforcements. His crit trying to finish the job. It's not enough. It's going to be his ultimate Doom instead. So 2 for 1. But the mid laner going down for PARIVISION. That's a big deal for the 2 supports.
It's also a big deal for Amar. who gets to enjoy some 1v0.
Yep,
Probably,
very true. He loves that.
I think this is his favorite way of playing Dota, actually. It's just not having an opponent. He's probably just going to, you know, Weeha's talked about this. This team loves to farm. So if you give this guy an empty lane, he's chilling. But it is one of the ways you can deal with Viper is to not keep running into it if it is a very strong lane and a strong game for it. The other one is to try to overwhelm it, which is what Satanic's going to do right now.
Yep, he's being out-leveled right now by the Viper, but with SSS coming in, who is level 6, gets the Doom onto Amar, nowhere to go. Satanic, his CS is... I thought it was... I mean, obviously that death put him back a bit, but his CS is not that impressive right now either, so off to a very slow start.
It's a tough lane matchup, right? The Viper Rubik, unless Ench really snowballs the lane well early on, you're kind of expected to lose. I think Viper's one of the worst matchups possible, so. Considering those factors, I mean, the game's still going well for Pari. The other two cores are happy. Satanic, though, once again will be on the receiving end of Rubik and Viper, and they will kill him eventually. Gonna go to Amar.
Back-to-back deaths, essentially, for Satanic. 1 and 2 start to the game. I mean, how good of a comeback hero do you think Monkey King is?
Not exactly the greatest.
What is he building? Is he going for Battle Fury?
Echo Saber.
Okay, the Echo Saber build, so more fighting-centric.
He's gonna go Harpoon.
Malrain with the Roar. Crit backing him up. Ducalis will end up getting bursted. No one not too interested with the low HP pool right now.
Yeah, so in terms of standard PARIVISION games, this is definitely...
Oh boy, Viper Strike, Amar, oh my
dies
god.
Here, it's really...
He
oh
just
my god,
TP'd, and the TPs are too late. They're gonna cancel as well.
Such a bad death from Satanic. That's very uncharacteristic of him as well.
That is a crippling blow to Satanic.
That is the worst death of the game because he just TP'd, so now he has to run all the way back to lane, and he switches out and build up to Midas. All right.
Oh boy. That's never good.
No, this is a problem because I was gonna say when you think about PARIVISION's general game plan as a team, the way they structure most of their games, it's get Satanic off to a good start, make sure he farms a lot, and then you kind of just let him play the way he wants, and the other heroes will dictate the pace of the game while he either farms or joins, whatever he prefers. He is the lowest net worth coreman at 9, which is very rare for Satanic and PARIVISION to have happen.
Yeah.
So how does this impact the rest of the game? Well, you don't really have very good team fighting heroes. You have skirmishing power, as snaking will be run over by said skirmishing power.
Yes, he will. Well, Ducalis has to come through the gate to finish the job. Still not level 6 for snaking, but I mean, doesn't want to pop egg there anyway.
But for all intents and purposes, like if you think of what both teams like to happen in the game, I would say this is advantage Falcons because, yeah, Skitter is the lowest net worth in his team and actually has the same net worth as Monkey King on the Alchemist, but I think it's more comfortable territory for them that this is the game state. They're more used to this. They're building more around this happening. So, and he's Alk, so he should probably be accelerating well past the Monkey King now that he hits level 6.
Yep.
I'll lose that. The first tower of the game.
By the way, Malrain going for drums first. I assume this is because he's going to be gifted Ags. I mean, technically it's first item Ags with this hero.
Yeah.
But we've seen, I mean, even in the past with Ags being built, like you can just re-gift and get all your money back. You get the stats. Like there's no downside to building it anyway. So, but with this build, he's going to have to wait a bit because still have to wait for the Radiance.
The upside to this is that you don't have low impact components along the way, right? When you're buying Ags, each individual component is pretty weak, whereas drums is very high value immediately when you get it. So I do think if your #1 plan as a team is to gift Ags #1 to Beast, I really like this idea. You're like way stronger in the next 5 minutes than you're supposed to be, and then you're also way stronger in the next 10 minutes than you're supposed to be because you just get 4K gold out of nowhere. Yeah. So I really like this idea. It's also very lore accurate. Now you have the drum, and then you get the drums of Slom, so he'll be a one-man marching band.
And we see the Wheel of Wonder, no connection made though. Nice attempt on the steal for crit, but he steals the knives and so I mean, that's still a good steal though.
Equally good, I think, honestly.
Yeah, Wheel of Wonder for an ult, it can have high impact, but on average, I'd say it's a little weak for an ultimate. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I guess so. Like, if you compare it to a lot of other... I think the main problem for that ultimate is just it's really hard to use. It's not that the effect isn't good, but at a pro level, it's hard to land, which by extension also makes it super cool when you get a big one, because these players, they know what they're up against, and they know how to dodge it. But design-wise, I actually love this spell. I think it's super cool. But yeah, very, very difficult to use.
No one with the Arcane Rune, about to run out, though. And for Falcons, we've seen it time. I mean, what do you think the best strat from a macro standpoint against this team? Forgetting about lineups. Because they like to go late game. They like to milk their lead.
Yeah.
Is there a certain playstyle you think they suffer against? Or is that simplifying it too much?
I think the games that Falcons fall apart the most is when you challenge them in the first like 15 minutes with strong lanes and gate movements. I think that's what works the absolute best against this team, which is probably a big part of why Liquid ran them over 2-0, right? Is that is what that team does very well, on top of a lot of other things. Liquid are a world-class team for many reasons, but they are one of the most aggressive early game teams when they specifically target it. I think on paper, a hero like Nature's Prophet should be amazing against this team, no? Like you just have a hero that levels up quickly and just breaks apart the laning stage completely and leaves the enemy team uncomfortable. You up the pace. So Enchantress, I think, should be a good hero against them too. Ducalis just hasn't necessarily found as much success as you had hoped, though. We'll get the top tower down, which is nice, but yeah, it's not really made any moves into mid to kill the Beastmaster and take that tower. I think all in all, we've already approached the game now where Falcons will be comfortable. Like, they're just going to farm now, and it's up to you to threaten them.
Mara going to get ganked. He's going to use the Viper Strike right away. Wheel of Wonder will actually hit. They're going to use the Wukongs as well as a rotation from SSS, so the hate for Amar is real. But all while this is happening, the Radiance for Mr. Skeeter getting closer and closer, just very close to finishing the Sacred Relic. And I mean, once this Radiance comes online, it is going to be more farm.
Yeah, Satanic will get a 14-minute Midas.
Yeah.
Okay, so I feel like the math on this item, I just don't really think it's ever really good on a hero that doesn't amplify it. I think if you... Obviously, Monkey King likes the attack speed, so compared to certain other carries that would buy this in a tough game, I think he uses it better. But I'm just thinking, bang for your buck, you could also buy Maelstrom. And then you could still go Maelstrom into Harpoon,
I think
right?
that
Like,
I haven't seen a high enough sample of games to know, or large enough sample of games to know if Midas is even good anymore.
so it's 2,200. Maelstrom is 2,950, so obviously clearly more expensive. Maelstrom, however, gives 10 less attack speed, but 25 more damage, and the Chain Lightning for farming. I just feel like if you're in this game, in this mode, it's better. Nice little kill here. Level 4 Boundless Strike onto Snaking into the Queen of Pain Scream, and they will lose to Collis for it.
Trades of supports, although Amar might be in some trouble. He's going to take a full Sonic Wave to the face. Doing a lot of right-click damage to no one. Another Wheel of Wonder, but he's resigned to his death. He'll take out 9 class in the midst of all this, but a double kill for no one. So PARIVISION staying active, and they are getting core kills every now and then, but they're not really doing anything about the Alchemist at the moment.
Amar trading in a 1v3 is quite decent, though. When you think about it, probably was a way to play that where you didn't lose to Collis, but not the end of the world. I don't know. Not to talk too much more about Midas, I just find it interesting because conceptually, again, Ducalis just came back to life.
Yep, full Sunray takes him out. No one gonna try to chase crit. Thinking better of it now as Malrine is the one that they would love to kill off. There's the Scream of Pain into the Boundless Strike. SSS has Doom available, will use it. That will be a dead Beastmaster. As the egg is placed and the rest of PARIVISION walk away.
There was a possible Doom steal there. I don't know if he actually misclicked or if he just stole right before the Doom was cast, but that's obviously a dream spell to steal here against Queen of Pain. That's an amazing pickup for Rubik, but he gets level 4 Tame the Beast, which is also a great spell, in fairness.
They actually want to fight still, despite not having Mallory. 9 class dead to rights again.
Not a move PARIVISION works.
Supports are melting here for PARIVISION, it feels like.
And of course, while all this is happening, nobody can keep up with Alchemist.
Well, it's funny that I mean, we're talking about this Ags, the Beastmaster Malrine. He's still building Ags. He's going to have it for like
Wait.
30 seconds.
Wait, so, okay, now that he's buying it after this, yeah, I'm not. Okay.
I mean, maybe he'll have it for like a minute and then regift. So a minute of farm with the Ags could be good as. Oh boy, how many deaths is this now?
4.
That's it? It feels like so much more.
Yeah, it's just he's had 3 of them in the last 2 minutes.
Yeah, I guess
so.
so.
You'd think he had more in total. Oh, nice. Satanic gonna get spotted here by snaking, but nobody to make the move with. It will still scare off Satanic for now.
All right, we should count the time when this Ags is finished on Beastmaster, how long he actually has it before it's gifted.
Because the reason I like this idea from Malrine was that I thought after drums he was going to get yet another strong item for, let's say, 20 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, he's obviously going to get that eventually, but now you're running into the whole each component isn't really great on Ags. And maybe you could have built something bigger. You could have started building BKB, right? And then you get those items at the same time. But, well, the components of BKB are also underwhelming, so I guess it kind of doesn't matter.
What if he gifts it before he finishes Ags? That would be a disaster.
I think maybe he could have bought Blink, actually. I think that could have been nice.
There needs to be good communication here, Cinderin.
Yeah, the Blink has 1 or 2 moves before you get gifted an Ags, and yeah, I genuinely think they'll finish them at the same time, honestly.
Yeah.
Let's see, though. Snaking.
Nice balance onto 2, the whip, and Snaking is dead. Another knife hitting
another good
Amar in the
knife, yeah.
back,
And
getting
another
shanked
one.
over and over and over.
DJ Khaled on the Ringmaster.
As Hurricane Pike will keep Amar safe for the time being.
that
Satanic
is
still wants to fight,
very
apparently.
aggressive.
Wukong's command. Another balance strike. TPs are coming. There's Amar getting doomed, getting whipped. Satanic wants to finish him. They'll eventually get the kill, but it's going to be at the cost of the Monkey King. Oh, he gets boxed at the last moment. Malrine does not have the Axe, so he's not that much of a threat right now. Another Wheel of Wonder forcing Malrine to look the other way. The Axes do get the kill onto Satanic, but still 4 kills overall for PARIVISION.
Such a mind game there. Imagine Monkey King just jumps to, quote unquote, a bad statue, then the Axes are going to miss. But Malrine assumed he would jump to the one furthest away. He was right. And he gets the trade, but a great fight.
I really want to pay attention. 30 seconds death timer for Malrine.
Yeah.
The Ags will be finished on Alchemist before... Oh, wait. Did he... He just switched his build. Malrine just... Wait,
I mean, he can't do that until he buys the punch.
Okay, now he switched back to...
That is not a thing.
So
All right, let's
weird.
see if they make a fool out of us or not.
Yeah, we'll see. His Viper Strike again, but this one won't result in a kill.
No one kills crit as well. So more successful moves for PARIVISION. A lot of kills back-to-back now.
Okay, he just purchased the Ags on Beastmaster, being delivered now. Alchemist as well. Literally the same time. Literally the same time. Okay, that was
That's
complete.
funny.
What the hell?
All right, well, now there's a BKB on Malrine.
Part of me wishes we would have seen him gifted
And now
before.
he's going to buy Blink. Okay, so with this order, if you want this specific timing of Ags plus BKB right now, this would have been the exact same as, more or less, as if you'd bought the BKB first.
Yeah.
So it's just funny that it lines up this perfectly. And it looks kind of ridiculous, but it makes sense if these were the items he wanted anyway, because once again, BKB's components aren't any better than the Aghanims. As a matter of fact, the Aghanims components are better than that for Beastmaster. So, all right, here we are. He's got the BKB now, and he's going to go Blink. Tormentor time for Pari.
Will it be Sproink or will it be Spotlight? I think you'd rather have the Sproink here. Will not be the case, though.
It's kind of weird to watch Monkey King having that Midas and then still being lowest net worth of the cores afterwards.
Yeah.
I know it hasn't been that long. It's obviously going to pay more for itself. It just hasn't really paid off in a maybe as much as you would have liked. Once again, I actually think his net worth would have been higher if he went Maelstrom. But okay.
Yeah, Falcons want to fight. Malrine, you can see on the net worth, being gifted things from the Alk, is way in front now. He's going to get the Roar again. The recipient is Ducalis.
Didn't waste any time there using Roar and Viper Strike. Obviously, Viper Strike cooldown's very short, so not a big deal.
And Wheel of Wonder going to find another support here. Snake King takes a tumble.
Oh, he actually had the
Satanic.
chance to egg there. I think that would have been a good egg. That might have baited Satanic to stay and hit it once or twice, and then reinforcements were actually arriving. But didn't manage.
Better of it.
Yeah.
So Satanic, a lot of BKBs being built at the moment.
Double blinks. It looks like Skeeter and Malrine just want to play the same game. Now they get blink exactly simultaneously too. That's pretty fun to see. I don't know if I've ever seen that before. Two heroes pick up Ags at the exact same time and then pick up Blink at the exact same time right after.
They're in sync.
Yep, they are.
When you play with each other enough, Cinderin, that just happens.
This has to be a smoke, right? Yeah, it is. Because this timing is way too strong to not use.
Music fix.
Music?
Is this like an Eternal Envy thing? You remember that, what was it? It was at, the BTS tournament, the Summit, where he was adamant he had to listen to music while he played a match. And technically it was against the rules and there was some drama there.
Yeah.
Isn't that weird though? Listening to, like, that is such a Zoomer thing. That's like a Jenkins thing. Just needs to be listening to like some god-awful slop while you're playing and trying to communicate with your team.
Has to be slop specific.
Well, with Jenkins, it actually is. I've seen this firsthand. It's embarrassing.
Yeah, well.
I'm associated with him.
Yeah. Yeah, you just know how to pick him, don't you?
Yeah. Yeah, well, I picked you too.
Yeah, that's right. There you go. That was...
You, Slacks, and Jenkins, I think, are the three I've worked the most with.
Your track record is great. You got it right with Nikki, though, so that's good.
Yeah.
Your broken clock and all that.
Yeah, true. Smoke from Falcons now as they want to show off these newly picked up Blink daggers. Haven't been too aggressive yet for the Falcons side, but of course they feel very confident. I mean, we didn't really talk about that, but late game, do you favor one team or another? Like, we've talked about how Doom and Quap specifically are insane. And even from the support side, Ducalis on the Ench can turn into a threat.
Late enough, I think I like the Radiant better, but I will give the support advantage to the Dire. I mean, Rubik, Phoenix, you're going to be struggling to find higher impact late game supports than that. I think Ringmaster will fall off comparatively. Ench has games where she can, you know, also pop off late, but Ducalis has 5 deaths, so that will be very late. That would be a major factor. Also, he's not going the right-click build on Ench. He's actually going for the Ags first, so he'll get little friends for the root. Oh, he actually does buy Ags on Viper. Okay.
And Snake King. Oh, nice Infernal Blade mid-flight. Another death to the Phoenix. He has died 8 times. Oh my.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's the... Maybe you thought he was Ducalis.
Yeah, maybe.
When you were counting deaths. Queen of Pain with the Bloodstone pickup very early here from no one. Going Ags Bloodstone immediately. So it doesn't have... Sometimes we see build-up items into this. But he went straight for the big ones. So a strong timing for sure. It's weird.
Is he going to be building more Ags? That's what everyone wants to know.
Yeah, considering Viper bought one, I'm assuming he wants to buy him one, but he is queuing up BKB on Skitter. I was surprised to see him, Amar buy the Aghanims. I didn't think he was actually going to get it this game. But maybe Nosedive is just really valuable against Monkey King.
I mean, how often do we see Hurricane Pike Ags as the two items?
Not that common, I would say, but I can see where he's coming from here with being able to nosedive out of Wukong's command or getting on top of Monkey King and just really ruining his fight.
Ooh. PARIVISION going for Roche. They are aware that Falcons
that smoke is very visible.
Yeah, Ducalis, he's going to pop it. Blink out now from Malrine. The Nature's Attendant's already running for Ducalis as they are still smoked with 4 heroes. Satanic on the trees. They're going to find Amar to start things out.
He's a tough target.
Yes, he is. He gets the Viper Strike. Very long range. Nosedives doesn't really hit anybody, but you can see the Enchantress stuck in a corner here. No one getting focused by Skeeter. Going to walk outside the Wukong's command. The Wheel of Wonder not hitting anyone. So some spells not hitting their mark for PARIVISION as Malrine jumps in with the roar, but the box is going to be there for the save. Egg on the high ground. It's going to force Satanic out with the BKB. Get the balance strike, but the box stolen apparently as the spotlight right on top of him. And they get the stun onto the Quap, into the telekinesis, into the kill. No one dead. The player, that is.
Yep. Thank you for specifying
And with that, Falcons can likely go for Roche here.
Leave no space for a joke. Thank you. Well, that's big. first real team fight of the game, it feels like. A lot of them have been like smaller engagements and one team just initiating a little bit of a counter toward the end, but that was a 5-on-5 clash. And Amar, with his build, a lot of value there in having both mobility items, was able to, like you said, the nosedive didn't actually hit, but it put him in a really good position here to chase down and force the Ench out of the fight. They get the concoction onto the Queen of Pain here to put some pressure immediately, and he avoids the Wheel of Wonder. And kind of maximized his impact in the fight. This is something Amar is very good at when he's playing tanky heroes, is taking damage. I think some players don't leverage that enough. Like, it's your job to get hit.
Yeah.
But obviously you want to balance it so you don't just get hit for nothing. And he took, I want to say, effectively like 3,000 to 4,000 damage there, but didn't die. That's pretty much the dream Viper fight. I know it sounds riveting. This hero is very interesting. Get hit and don't die at its core.
There's a place for him. As Malrine already up, and the hate for Ducalis continues. Balance strike a little bit too late. 4 minutes on this Aegis for Malrine. Let's see how much work they can get done with it.
Crit still has Escape Act. It's a very good spell in this game. Could probably, he might even hold on to it until it expires. This ability with cast range is crazy good.
Yeah, and he has the shard as well on Rubik, so a second way to save.
Yeah. Oh, they're gonna smoke again. All right. Falcons upping the pace.
They could have a third way to save if Skeeter will just get off his high horse and gift Snake King and Ags, for God's sake.
Yeah.
Everyone wants to see it.
Semi-save with a Berserk Potion as well, to some extent.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Skeeter will gate top, use Concoction and stun himself, and stay in smoke.
Very high level
Did not
play.
find a connection. They know where no one is now, though. He was
Sure
screaming.
do.
Daggers from the top. Can they kill him with the two of them? I feel like it's going to be close.
They're going to try for it. Concoction to start. Sonic Wave.
I mean, it's Bloodstone. They can't kill him.
Gonna
Right?
get hit now. Sonic Wave was stolen, though. That's gonna provide a lot of damage. He will blink out. Still slowed to a crawl, though. And no TPs.
I don't really like that play to begin with. I feel like this duo of heroes just isn't strong enough to pull that off against a Quap with Bloodstone. Even if they did it perfectly, I think he still doesn't die. Keep in mind, he gave them Sonic, and they still didn't kill him. So, yeah. Maybe a bit of a miss there from Falcons. At the very least, it puts some pressure and gets him out of the area, so you take control back of your own jungle, which might have been the primary point of that move anyway. Wasn't necessarily to kill, but just to force a response. And that response is leaving.
All right, BKB now for Skeeter.
Yep.
And will likely just continue on his own path instead of gifting more Ags, but
I kind of would like him to gift Amar the Ags next. Because I think in this game state now, you're pretty comfortable. You can get a bit greedy with it. Snaking will die for the 9th time this game.
man alive.
I think if he were to gift the Ags to Viper now, Amar is the type of offlaner you want to gift Ags to, right? He's going to carry the game, and you can just get more gold. Anyway, I think this item build that Skeeter has now is going to be relevant for the next 5 to 10 minutes. So he could gift another Ags and let Amar scale.
Boundless onto Malrine. He's a bit low on mana. As the Viper Strike onto the Doom right now. Malrine gets off the roar into the Quap. Not much follow-up, though. I say that. The Sonic Wave is still there, but no one ends up popping the Bloodstone and will survive. Amar takes out Satanic inside of the Wukongs. There's a buyback now. You can see the egg already placed from Snake King. No one should be fine. But again, Satanic seems to be the one core that just keeps dying. Didn't really mention SSS 6-0 on Doom.
Yeah.
Has not died yet. Very impressive in a game like this with so much skirmishing going on.
And very lore accurate, too. If he really wants to play into it, he needs to die 6 times in a row now with no assists.
6-0-6, yeah, true.
But Valve obviously tried to make every single spell in the game on Doom something with 6, because they love epic memes.
Yeah. They're going to get the Doom now. Was not using that fight, apparently.
Oh, 9class trying to look for more.
What are the 3 spells?
Oh, there's the bike. He's coming.
Okay,
He's coming for
9class.
you.
He hits a tree. Whip.
Okay.
Not enough.
This chase might not be done yet.
He's got TP supports coming. 9class is literally AFK just running towards him.
Talk about overplaying. What the hell is that? He had...
There's another unicycle.
He wanted crit gone. The call was, Rubik has Sonic Wave, kill him. But yeah, that was in reality, not really that close. Maybe if no one could have connected with a blink, but he was not interested in going onto the tower. Fair, I would argue.
Satanic working on a Scotty right now.
Yeah. He needs more stats.
Are you going to get roared for the 20th time this game? No one is there to help back him out, though.
Aegis is expiring now. This is a good timing. Yeah, Malrine recognizing the gravity of the situation.
Not looking for the TP, goes for the roar instead.
That's a...
Sonic Wave hits absolutely nothing, but Malrine's still dead. And for once, Snake King will survive. No double-digit deaths yet.
The execution could have used a little love there from PARIVISION, but the play call was very good. Excellent timing as the Aegis is expiring and into a Tormentor. So a really good macro play overall.
This could be big. This could go to Monkey King.
Let's see if they get lucky.
No.
Oh, this one's also very good, to be honest. So.
Sprank. Yeah, but you want Satanic to get a little love here.
Yeah.
Still a ways away behind the Alk and Beastmaster.
Yeah, worth keeping in mind, killing Beast is obviously extra good because he's top net worth in the game, courtesy of Alk.
What did Skeeter just buy? Oh, he did buy an axe.
Yeah, and I'm assuming this one goes to Viper over the support options, and it will. So now Amar is going to get a full BKB off of this.
Okay.
I really like this. I think this was the perfect time to do it for Alk. I think he wanted the other items in between to kind of bridge the gap.
Snake King, Congregations of the Deep, you are dead a 10th time, good sir.
That's... It's like half of his team's deaths are on the Phoenix, and it's like one of the best heroes to just keep dying on, because it still can have mega impact with nothing. Like, this is... Yeah, to me, it's the best 5 of the patch. Like, you're strong in lane, you have insane team fight, you have very good scaling potential, you can be a Pinata, or you can be own up the game, and in every single version, I just think Phoenix always offers a threat late game. Now, I would like to see Snake King buy the Shard here, I think, over what seems to be a pipe. But now that he has the components, he's probably going to finish it. The Shard could have been very good too. Pressure on the tower, no Phoenix. PARIVISION still not confident to continue fully. No one has picked up a Lincoln's against the Roar. For some protection. There's a lot of ways to break it though. Like into Rubik, insane cast range, you can just press Fate Bolt on you to break it, you can press Spell Steal to break it. So I'm not sure just how valuable this item is in this game, we'll see though. Get where he's coming from, of course. And if nothing else, they have to use 2 spells, but...
Another Lincoln's.
All right, they really want to...
Triple Lincoln's.
Beastmaster's Nullifier, so he can break it himself. If Rubik isn't around to help.
The last time I've seen triple Lincoln's on the cores for a team.
Yeah. Very targeted builds. Very strong timing here for both teams. Amar is very strong.
Yes, he is. Oh, Boundless Strike luckily hits as the Congregation comes out as well, but now the Roar onto the Doom. This might be his first death of the game. Sonic Wave onto 3 heroes. It's not nearly enough, so Doom is dead. And there's the dive in from Amar. Breaks the Enchantress. One more death for the road on Ducalis incoming. The Falcons showing their top 2 net worths in that Viper Beastmaster combo.
That's a costly mistake and a clutch play at the same time. So Triple S did not use BKB when he went for the Blink Doom. He got insta-lifted by crit. Like, clearly Falcons were just baiting the Viper there, sending him out in front and hoping that PARIVISION would jump on him, and they did. I hope we get a replay of that. That was instant on the left.
Satanic.
Oh, another.
And he gets lifted now. TP's coming. Spotlight will spot them. He's going to pop the BKB, and he's just going to TP, but do they have anything? No.
Good BKB usage. He couldn't get out because he was hit by the Essence Distiller, so he had to. If he had a Shard, he could have probably escaped with that without using BKB, but doesn't have that, as we established. But yeah,
I feel like
Crit's playing
that's not
very,
very
well.
at this point, surely. He's not going to yet, though. Wait, I thought he was going Scotty.
Yes.
Oh, he bought Lincoln's.
He switched to Lincoln's, and now he's going Scotty again.
Okay.
And this does mean his build doesn't actually hit that hard.
Yeah, he does. He just has Deso. That's it.
He has Deso and then 2 stat sticks, so no damage item, no nullifier, no abyssal to keep heroes in place. Little bit worried about output here. for PARIVISION.
Like no one is the carry right now.
Yeah, the player.
Thank you.
Well, arguably, I think both meanings would be probably fair.
An assault for Skeeter now. And he is going Ags now. Okay, is this a Rubik or a Phoenix Ags? I mean, to be fair, Snaking has died a lot.
There we go.
Congregations into the Doom, into the Sonic Wave, into the Boundless. This is a
BKB TP out.
even Wheel of Wonder, it's not enough as he TPs out in the midst of all of it. PARIVISION has wasted so many resources now. Satanic as the Lincoln's applied, but the Roar's still there, and that is going to be an easy kill onto the position 1 for PARIVISION. Maureen, telekinesis save. There's the egg with the Sunray as well.
Oh, that's a good
SSS
concoction.
concoction hitting 2 with the axis to follow, but now retreat mode for PARIVISION. As SSS trying with the Congregation of the Deep again onto 2 with a whip as well, but it's not enough. They just don't do any damage to this lineup.
Outplayed. Just outplayed, really. They drop everything on the Viper, and Amar just presses BKB and TPs out. They don't have any piercing abilities to stop it, so he will always get away. No bash or anything of that kind. And afterwards, just really excellent spell casting, biding their time, breaking the Lincolns on Monkey King into the Roar. And that time, finally, Snaking gets a big team fight going his way with a nice Egg plus Sunray combination. Yeah, look at that. Queen of Pain versus the World. 8k damage. He did the same as his teammates combined times 2 almost. And that Monkey King 300 pitiful damage output. Satanic didn't really get to play.
Amar with the Aegis, okay.
Yeah, I mean, they're frontlining him. Maybe he buys his shard now and thinks about sieging high ground. I wouldn't mind it. Yeah, he's just queued it up. I think it's an excellent idea, just...
Oh, sad news, though, for everybody out there. Skeeter has changed his mind on the Aghanim Scepter, and it's going Basher now.
Yeah, I think he changed his mind because they won that fight and got the Aegis. I think this is just him adapting to the circumstances. The comms are probably, we're going to try to win with this Aegis, or at least get a set. And I mean, I love the way they've been structuring their item timings. I think it's very, very high-level stuff here. So, totally on board with the Basher.
He would have given it to Rubik.
I think so too, but
I think Snaking needs to be punished for dying 10 times in a game. You can't be gifted an Ags after
No.
that, you know? That's
That's right.
just principle and all.
no free handouts here. Except for everybody else.
That's right.
Okay, so bottom tower is going to fall here to Amar, and with this creep wave, he has enough gold for his shard. So that will be picked up and brought out immediately, and I think, yeah, they're just going to force high ground here. Exceptionally powerful right now on the Dire side. They have all spells ready. Now, Queen of Pain on defense can be a monster. You've got to be careful not to take too much AoE damage. Now, you have the pipe on Phoenix to mitigate a decent chunk of it, but if the fights are long enough, it can become a problem.
Not enough mitigation in the world with... We've seen, what, 8 Shadow Strike Ags usages in fights? That's so disgusting. Yeah, going to work now with that shard for Amar, so they get the
so fast.
tier 2s of the bot and mid. Only
He has
the top remain.
Banner. It's going to put it on crit, and will be used immediately. And up he goes.
Yeah, a little bit of mischance with the spotlight, just delay tactics from PARIVISION. But Amar can just very safely hit this tower with that poison attack. I'm going to go in with a nosedive. Oh, Ducalis gets put in a really weird spot. Nullified right now is the Wheel of Wonder again, not going to connect. They will be able to take out the banner.
It's already done its
Tower's
job,
already
though.
done.
Yeah, they don't need it
Now
anymore.
the focus onto the barracks. Look at the lack of damage here. There is a crit now for Satanic, but is a Crystallis and not a Daedalus yet.
Yeah.
Still 2.5 on this Aegis. They can certainly continue to go. Maybe waiting for these Lincolns to be back up.
I mean, why do you name yourself Butterfly and then Satanic, and then you don't buy the items? What's this kid doing?
True.
How long was he called Butterfly for? I don't think.
I didn't even know he was called Butterfly.
Yeah, I think that was his original nickname. I could be wrong.
It's gotta be some of the most unoriginal nicknames of all time.
Well, nobody else has had them in Pro Dota.
I mean, I should have named myself Dota.
Yeah. Imagine the best pro player in the world being called Dota. Dude, that's hilarious. Somebody should do that. What a great play by Dota.
Or you could just call yourself Ice Frog. Like, what, they're going to tell you
Yeah.
to change it?
Yeah, true.
Gabe Newell? What is he going to say?
Yeah.
Change your name.
Honestly, these are some great ideas. I really hope somebody picks up on this and does it. Pro players can rename themselves whenever they want. Might as well try it, see what happens.
Enjoy
Get
yourself.
banned for life, of course.
They get a telekinesis into the roar on top of Doom. He's dead. Does have buyback though. And Amar. Again, Wheel of Wonder, no connection.
Wheel of Sausage.
It's a really hard spell to hit without setup.
It definitely is hard to hit when you throw it like this every time.
Crit's actually buying Ags himself. He's sick of waiting. Only 100 away, actually. And Amar should be able to get this melee. They do fortify, but I feel like this is... don't you just keep that for the tower? The next push as a Sonic Wave might be enough to take out the Aegis. It is.
The glyph cooldown resets when you take melee Rex.
Oh yeah, that's right. Amar with the BKB into the 4-stat. Skeeter in very deep on top of the Enchantress. They're not doing enough damage quite yet. The Sunray from Snake King doing a good chunk onto Ducalis, but Skeeter and company wanting to reset. Satanic already using the Wukongs. As you see the Shadow Strike starting to stack up now. Satanic on the tree line, jumps in with the BKB. Sonic Wave stolen, only hitting one though. As the egg placed, there's the Doom. They really want to kill Amar, and they will. Satanic though will be the sacrifice, it seems, along with no one. Did SSS have to buy back for this fight?
Yeah, I mean, if they wanted to fight, he had to, right? They wouldn't even have killed the Viper without Doom. I just think it was a bad fight to take. Really forcing the issue, but you can understand from their mindset, they're just kind of getting bullied really hard, and they just want to fight back. No chance of doing that without the Doom, and they do make the play call to go. It's just, this Viper, the amount of resources you need to spend to kill him, his entire team is just playing a free fight. Yeah. Yes, you do kill him, but you're getting through 4,000 HP, Corrosive Skin, an Aegis, and a Manta Lincoln's BKB build. It's so expensive to bring him down. You're not going to win the fight, I think, but it's a damn it if you do, damn it if you don't situation. You kind of have to deal with them. 9 class going to get out.
Oh, all right, that concoction set it up, and they're going to go for the secondary support in Ducalis. He takes a full roar, and he evaporates. My goodness, where did his body even go? So 4 dead for PARIVISION. They all have buybacks, and they're going to have to use it here pretty soon if they want to defend. Although the 2 cores up relatively soon, so this will, I mean, this will be another set though, no doubt about it.
Yeah. They're going to force buybacks here too. I don't see any reason not to. You have the outpost, so Viper can TP and connect with them.
They don't quite get the melee.
Bit surprised. I mean, maybe they're a little bit worried about buybacks potentially, but I think they'll stick around and go for round 2 when they have Roar again. So yeah, they're not going anywhere.
And we see Ags now for crit, so has 2. Oh my god, he has Sonic Wave and Shadow Strike. Holy shit, he's a better co-op already.
Yeah, this is actually...
Like, I don't even think you give it. You don't give these up, surely, right? What better steals are there? I mean, Doom, I guess.
What choice do you have? You have to
so good.
Spells are no.
Yeah, that's true. All right, Amar focusing now on the mid lane. Telekinesis, not going to be getting the kill there as they force out the Enchantress buyback.
Crit has been beast mode this game. Probably overall my MVP of the game, to be honest. Like, very clutch plays in multiple fights, great steals. The mid play with the instant telekinesis counterplay to the Doom was really what opened up the game for them. And now he's trying to finish it off in style. Like you said, I don't think he's going to exchange these spells unless he steals Doom. There's no upgrade he can find over these. Shadow Strike, 2.8 second cooldown.
I think Shadow Strike is more, I don't know, this may be a hot take, more valuable than Doom on Rubik.
It depends.
The Sonic Wave, the Doom is definitely better than the Sonic Wave.
Remember, it's an Ags Doom as well, so it breaks. It's pretty damn good.
I mean, what's the break even good against here? Jingu?
Yeah.
Enchantress?
It's kind of, yeah, you're right. It's kind of whatever, I suppose. It's just better. And it
I'll say
it has
for me,
AoE
it's
too.
a close call because I mean, Shadow Strike, on the other hand, is extremely easy to steal, so you could always get it again.
The baller move is to Doom yourself and force
Satanic
that
Wukong's command. They're going to put everything onto Amar. Can they kill this man? Sonic Wave comes out. He gets 4-staffed. He's still doomed, though. Might be dead to rights, but we'll see if they can still fight here. The Doom, that's going to be a dieback for him, and now the Egg with the Sunray. Sonic Wave from no one.
That's incorrect. Goes Sonic
They
Wave
do
from 2 players.
kill the Viper, and he just buys back into the game. And now that they've killed 9 class again, I believe that this game has ended. Satanic into the fountain he goes, but Rubik just getting all the steals he wants as GGs are officially called. The Falcons take game 1.
I wonder how much damage Crit did in that fight. I think he got a 4 or 5-man Shadow Strike and Sonic Wave when they went on the Viper. And yeah, PARIVISION faced the same issue once again. They feel like they have to go on MR. They use absolutely everything, and the rest of Falcons are just playing a completely free engagement. So strategically, the panel was a bit unsure about how this Viper was going to function. I'm going to say after watching that, that was a beautiful last pick and right in their wheelhouse.
Falcons very methodical and a very good win for them to start this series.
Yes, couldn't agree more. We were wondering who was going to turn up. We looked at the PARIVISION draft, thought they had a number of high-priority heroes. Bit dubious about this Viper last pick, been dubious about Viper in general, but you know what? Falcons know stuff we don't, and great game from them.
This Viper definitely surprised me. I feel like he got way better of a lane than he should have had. But overall, Falcons, they showed up. This is the good Falcons that we've seen half of the time here, I feel.
Yeah, I was going to say, when Falcons play a game, the gods toss a coin.
Yeah, they do in this tournament for some reason. The interesting thing with Viper in this game is, you know, obviously Falcons has always been the sort of team that they have their own meta, and regardless of what anybody else thinks about what heroes are good, they will pick their meta. Viper happens to fit within those heroes, but also with Alchemist in the game, it's kind of different. Like, the set of heroes that are good with Alc are not necessarily this set of heroes that are good in Dota, because you're getting a free Agnum Scepter, which he did get. It set him to, you know, second on the net worth, so everything that he had from that good laning stage was also being amplified by the fact that he's getting all of these free stats. It meant he could get a Lincoln Sphere, it meant he could get Manta, BKB, these like very defensive items, like literally 4 defensive items on Viper. So super tanky, able to frontline in the fights, operates a lot differently from the mid Vipers that we've seen.
He just wants to be tanky, tank the Doom, since they have not a lot of damage actually on Parry's side, since the Monkey had quite a bad game. Basically, Amar just like, all you have is Doom, give it to me, and yeah, enjoy the game. But I want to talk about this Queen of Pain again. I've seen this time and time again. They go for this Veil into Aghanim's. I don't want to go into too much detail, but I feel like it's the worst option. Sanchkaya will give you faster farm. I feel like the Veil just slows everything down. Slows your Axe timing, slows your BKB timing, slows pretty much like the entire game. And I feel like Queen was kind of the deciding factor here, since they just had this Monkey destroyed.
Okay, I do want to go into I do want to go into detail actually. I feel like we're two like big QoP enjoyers on the in Dota in general, and we've seen it a lot on this patch. We've seen the good ones, we've seen the bad ones, so I feel like we have a good amount of anecdotal evidence to pull from. I really agree with your point of like we were trying to figure out like what's the point of the Veil first. You know, part of it is like you're getting a little bit of sustain for the Soul Ring, although I feel like you probably already have that from like the built-in innate lifesteal that she has, so probably it's not for that. In the fights, you have more spell amp. In the fights, you have more tankiness, but it's like you said, the Aghanim Scepter is the most important timing, and Akaya will get you to that faster and more efficiently. It'll amplify your Soul Ring, for example, so it depends on what you want to do, because in this game, clearly, like, PARIVISION could not fight. So playing to have better fights makes a lot less sense. And this guy's one of the reasons the fights look so hard. I mean, he
became the queen.
The steals from him were crazy. Yeah, like there was a few fights he stole the Sonic Wave and it's just covering half the screen, doing amplified damage. Like, incredible play from Crit.
I love it. This Rubik has so much impact, actually.
He can play something other than Hoodwink.
He does, yes.
Why don't we take a look at what happened in the early game? This is like 4 minutes and 30 seconds in.
This is the reason I feel like the game went so bad for Parry, even though it's a good play from them. So 9class comes in with a unicycle, he turns around the matchup. I think no one would have probably just died here if 9class wasn't here. But this shows that they're focusing on no one. This is not something they've done that much in this tournament. The reason why Satanic was having such great games was because they were kind of putting all their eggs into one basket, that being Satanic. And this game, he was abandoned. He was abandoned for no one. I don't think he liked it that much. I can tell because and died like 3 times in the first like 7 to 8 minutes of the game, and the third death was miserable. He basically just respawned, TP'd into a Viper. He got ulted by the Viper and died immediately after.
Well,
and he just had such a slow game after that.
We have talked about this. I mean, PARIVISION, it does feel that there's something simmering under the surface a little bit. We've seen no one be very emotional, you know, in his body language and his reactions. We've had Satanic, you know, hey, I did my job, you know, like a little bit of division perhaps in the team, certainly in the morning games.
It does remind me of my time actually with playing with Miracle. I feel like it's a similar situation, right?
Okay.
They basically want to help him as much as possible, but at the same time, that means I'm going to suffer.
Yep.
And at times I wasn't happy with that. And basically I would try to tell them, guys, please come mid, take the runes, help me out. And it was almost always a struggle, you know, between the mid and the carry. Are you going to help him? Are you going to help me? If you help me, he's not going to be happy. If you help him, I'm not going to be happy. So it's always like this like constant struggle.
Yeah.
And I feel like it's very similar to Paris' situation right now.
Yeah, it does look that way. We've got a little kind of mid to late game team fight to break down.
Yeah, we can continue on the topic of Satanic suffering. Although, is this the one where he eventually goes down? I believe it is. Oh yeah, here we go. Here we go. Saying Satanic will go down here. It felt like he was...
No BKB.
It felt like he was rushing a little bit.
Yeah.
Not clicking BKB.
Like not clicking BKB until super late, getting screamed up onto the high ground, or like whatever happened there. His team just has to get out. Like this was a lot of the fights. Your boy's running in there with, you know, Midas into an Aegis. And like on this topic, I really feel like if there's one of these two cores you're going to sacrifice in the game, it's got to be the guy with more experience. He's got to hunker down and just say, okay, if someone's, you know, Satanic's a young player, he's going to play with emotion, he's going to potentially feed if we don't help him, but he's going to own if we do help him. Like, no one is way more capable, I feel like, because of the experience of, like, getting the short end of the stick in the game and still having a game.
Yeah, definitely.
If it continues like this, Satanic might be dressing like you by the end of the series. Anyway, we're going to take a quick break. The Falcons are soaring high. We'll see if that continues in a few moments.
The new breakthrough, an innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey guys, we asking the experts here today. Today we have Snare, and we're going to talk about breakout players, top 5 breakout players. What does that mean, a breakout player to you?
A breakout player is like a prodigious player emerges out of nowhere, some kid who nobody knew could be that good, but all of a sudden they show up and you realize that this guy is the future, they are the superstar, they're the person that's going to sort of carry Dota into the future.
God damn, all right, that's a big list. Okay, who's number 5?
Satanic obviously is the easiest one to talk about, right?
Okay,
Because when
okay.
Satanic showed up, he just changed the world, right?
Let's go for number 4. Let's Satanic in 5.
Tai Long, I think, is a
Tai
very
Long.
strong candidate. One of these kids as well came from South America.
Yep.
If you didn't really know what's happening in the South American scene, you wouldn't know just how good he is. So Tai Long for sure. let's stick to South America and say Parker, right? Even though Parker's a bit of an older player, a few years ago, not everybody knew just who this person was.
Sure.
And when you see him on LAN, you very quickly understand what a carry player can really do. Hell, we're here at PGL Wallachia. He won the first one.
That's where it happened.
We need to know that can happen.
All right, number 2.
Number two. Let me think. RCY.
RCY.
I like RCY a lot.
Yeah.
RCY came through very quickly. Super high skill player, very flashy kind of guy. Does need, you know, probably a little bit more time to stew and mature, but definitely he's high up there.
Okay, and your number 1 breakout player?
Number 1 breakout player.
Yeah.
I want to go for like a deep cut here.
Okay, go ahead.
Let me think.
Give us a prediction. Who's someone we wouldn't expect?
Someone wouldn't expect to break out.
Yeah.
That's what you mean. Low, yes. I have actually a very good story about Low, right?
Okay, hit me.
So Low ended up winning a LAN a couple years ago, excuse me. Low won a LAN. He was in Aurora Gaming, who got very far at TI.
Yeah.
The first time I saw him, he was playing in like some Div 2 China team. And I remember watching him play, I think it was Phantom Lance, if I remember correctly. And that day, I literally messaged Lizard, and I was like, yo, this guy's the future. This guy's the future. It took a few years for the prediction to pan out, but eventually we got there. So I think Low was a breakout talent. Not so sure how things are moving with him right now, but at the time, I really had high hopes for his future, and hopefully he can come back and impress us again.
All right, fantastic. Well, we'll make sure to use this interview at TI 30 when he wins that one. So keep your eyes out for Low and keep your eyes out for Snare. Thanks a lot for your time. See you soon.
Yes, welcome back. Snare is having a breakout tournament, in my opinion. Been loving listening to him. But for now, we turn our attentions to Falcons, who are looking to break out of the lower bracket by beating PARIVISION. You can see Puppy on your screen. No doubt he's had some opinions about this. This is definitely territory they're familiar with in PARIVISION. It's the morning. They're losing the first game. They know how to get back into a series at this point.
As is the fashion for now.
Yes, tradition.
So we should expect to see a different parry from now on. The 2 next series, usually they do snowball the enemies, which is, it's been pretty much like what just happened there the entire tournament. I think Falcons, being the greedy team they are, there's a very high risk of that happening. But Falcons are pretty good laners. And I think this is where the deciding factor comes in, right? Like, parry usually snowballs because they get very good lanes and just outplay their opponents. That's how it goes. Falcons, I don't think they're going to crumble against parry in the lanes, at least. But they will still play the late game, as is fashion.
Yeah, that is true. I mean, that's how we saw Falcons beat Spirit, as they kind of just got a lead in the lanes and then didn't lose it. It's like, I feel like Falcons has such an identity outside of like good laning, and other teams have kind of gotten a lot better at laning, so we talk about it less, but that was Falcons' thing when they first came into being, was like, okay, how do you beat these guys in the laning stage? And it does feel like it's going back to that, where their first like 5 to 6 minutes is incredibly good. Like the rune control, the portal rotations, etc.
As we also talked about yesterday, I mean, they're not going to throw a curveball into the drafts. You know, they're not very versatile. Not very flexible.
Speaking same heroes.
Yeah, they've got an idea about what heroes are good in this patch, or rather which ones they can utilize to their own maximum potential, and they're just going to farm, and then hopefully we can close out a game.
I saw something that bothered me last game when it comes to the mid lane matchups, the Queen versus the Beast. I feel like no one massively messed up on the lane. He had such a rough time. He got a bad block to start off, and then he literally got 2 creeps denied in the first wave while missing his spell. And I feel like that, as a mid laner, that kind of puts you in a bad state when it comes to the lane onwards, because the first wave is like super important. It usually decides how the lane is gonna go. And since he messed up really badly, he kind of got a bad feeling, and he just super struggled after that. Like Malrine popped off. He had like 10 denies, 30 CS, when no one had like 15 creeps and like 1 deny. It was crazy. It was sent back to base at like 3 minutes and 40 seconds.
For sure. I would highly recommend, I feel like I always recommend this guy, but check out Quinn's videos on YouTube. He's been posting some insane knowledge bombs, and he talks about this exact thing in the mid lane, how like, I don't think people realize, if you have a bad block on the first wave, it can make a matchup go from like 50-50 to like 30-70.
100%.
Like legitimately, the first wave is so impactful, and I even feel like mid laners had to be so good at laning because of this for a long time. Side laners didn't give a shit about any of this, but then you had players like Amar come into the pro scene where they cared about every single CS. They would make you work for every single CS. They would hit you if you walked up to CS, or they would draw aggro. And now everyone is doing this also in the side lanes. But mid laners have known this shit for years.
Yeah, it's classic mid lane. There's another example I can bring up. It's the Tai Lung versus Dark Mago matchup. When the Tai Lung played Viper, Dark Mago played Pango. He had a bad block, and the wave ended up on Tai Lung's hill. 40 seconds later, Dark Mago dead first blood.
Yep.
This is what happens when you miss out the block. He could have had a good block and maybe had a great lane, you know?
Got the first picks coming in. Skeeter yet to lose with Tiny.
Yes, there is a life stealer though.
Also true. We haven't seen the life stealer ban.
It's a CIS special. Except Skitter. I think he's like the only, even though he was considered, maybe still is, I'm not sure, the best life stealer at some point. He was the guy who defined the meta when it came to Radiant's life stealer. But it's generally been like a CIS hero.
Yeah, Satanic's answer to Tiny has been Pango, or not Pango, the bird, Kez, another animal type hero. Obviously, that's not available now.
He's not getting Kez anymore.
So maybe that's where he does go to the lifestealer, because I agree, it's like the one thing that looks like it's been able to deal with Tiny. As for the Phoenix versus Tiny, this is an interesting matchup because Tiny can struggle at killing the
Tiny
egg.
suffers against Phoenix in all aspects.
We've seen where, like, I think Skeeter actually played against it yesterday against Spirit, and they would just disengage from the egg. There was like 3 fights in a row where he ran in and couldn't kill the egg, and it was devastating. And then at a certain point, they just started disengaging. So maybe Falcons pick something to do that, to enable that.
He got solo killed by the Ray in one fight. I think that's when like Skeeter was like, okay guys, if you Zig, I'm getting out.
Yeah.
I'm not staying. And then they started actually like turning the game too, which is quite funny. Alk is banned out.
Still banning the Alk. That's cool.
It's crazy that it went past first phase. Especially since like
it's 7. It's 7. It was first phase ban.
Oh yeah, never mind. I was reading the wrong thing.
So was I.
Yeah, you're right.
That might be. Yeah. Otherwise,
Lone Druid though. Lone Druid still ignored completely.
Yep.
5 seconds remaining.
And how
He played many games of Lone Druid in this tournament. Why do you think he doesn't want to play it anymore?
In the first place, like, he looked good on it, but it's just not a Skitter classic hero. And I think if he can find an excuse to move away from that meta, he'll do it.
We have the classic Queen versus Tiny bad matchup in the stats, statistically. I do believe yesterday Queen won against the Tiny,
10 seconds.
if I'm not wrong. Again, Queen looked different in group stage compared to playoffs, so people kind of figured something about the hero. I still do not agree with no one's build, but that's why I'm here on the panel, and he's playing Dota right now.
Yeah, true. No, I mean,
Yes,
look,
Falcons.
I think you're making a good observation, in the sense that I definitely think this has not been the usual no one at this event. I mean, usually he is not just steady, I mean, reliable, like that.
Super reliable.
Like, his worst has always been like average mid laners decent.
Yes.
So seeing him struggle, especially the last game,
But also elementary,
unusual.
you say like messing up a block on the first wave, things like this.
Yeah, that doesn't.
That's
happen.
not what he does.
His fundamentals are very, very good.
Yeah.
Like, he's the ultimate test for mid laners, usually. And, okay, so they're going to go with the Void Spirit versus Queen matchup. I think we saw in the South American Reject Series this going both ways.
Yes.
Yep.
Where, we're talking about depending on the block, depending on the first couple of waves.
I can quickly mention that if you'd like.
Sure.
So the first time it went bad for Queen, she went 0-4-4. The second time it was good for Queen, she went 2-0-2. So basically, the change was Shadow Strike versus no Shadow Strike. Shadow Strike obviously wins. Classic mid laner. He can dodge one, but he can't dodge the other. It really depends.
I'll also add,
definitely familiar with the match.
like, I've seen Amar play Void in the offlane.
He did.
That's true. We have to consider that as a potential option. We're considering Amar's hero up until pretty much the end of the draft, and we're like, oh shit, there's a lot of stuff banned out for Amar. So
Yep.
it is nice to have something that he could be flexed to.
They do not have the last picks, so I don't think there's much value into it, flexing the Void.
Yeah.
Agreed.
Oh, yeah.
You got it!
Finally.
On emo day of all days.
Okay.
Necro's
Is
here.
Largo banned though? Okay, first of all, does Amar play Largo?
No. Oh, God.
not
He
play
fucking
Largo, right?
doesn't. No.
Because Largo into Necro,
Last PGL, I think he called it a bullshit hero.
We saw the Largo test on Amar, and I think in the interview, he was like, I'm never playing this hero again. He cannot do it.
it's such a good Largo game right now.
There's
like,
so
look
much
at the
to
amount
dispel.
of dispels. Dispel the Jingos, dispel the Queen Shadow Strike, Phoenix Spirits. Necro, basically, Necro, when he gets to pop off in a game, he gets good item timings. The enemy team, what they do, they just like, okay, Necro's out of control, wait for a nullifier. Somebody has to buy this item. Having a Largo on your team, though, you don't need this item anymore. So Necro is just killable throughout the entire stage of the game.
Yep.
It's definitely.
And
worth
this is
picking
exactly where Largo's at now. Obviously, previous patch, just broken. You go away, you farm your ags, you're unkillable, your team's unkillable. That was what was happening. Now you have to wait for the Largo game to present itself. So I like he's in a niche, but Amar picking it?
Yeah, I don't see it happening. They would have picked it now, most likely. And I'm pretty sure Parry's not even going to ban it because they know. On the other hand, Necrophos matched up against Tiny Void Spirit, already like looking like a great Necro game.
Yeah.
Tiny, again, suffers so much against this percentage-based damage. Like we talked with the Phoenix Ray. Now they have Necrophos.
Lifestealer as well.
Lifestealer as well, yeah.
Yeah, I like it a lot. And it's a classic Falcons response, by the way, to respond to the cheese pick on the enemy side by using snaking Zero.
Yeah.
Like a lot of the times you see these heroes where it should be countered, and a lot of the times it's the cores that will counter them because you're countering a core, so it has a lot of value there. But with Falcons, the cores just play the same shit every single game, right? So you're not going to see a weird flex coming out. Like Tiny will probably still be Skeeter. He'll just play it. So they answer it with Silencer. Obviously really good against Necro in general. In lane, you press Arcane Curse. Necro likes to press a lot of spells. You're going to do a lot of damage there. Silencing him, he feels really bad about that. Silencing Queen of Pain, she doesn't like that. Silencer is a classic counter to Phoenix as well. You can just press E on him as he's when he dives, and he comes back. He just comes back right into wherever he was. He's basically stunning himself.
I don't think it answers the Necro necessarily, the Silencer pick. They do still have the last pick on Parry, so they can decide if they want this carry or off lane, right? Because they can put 9 class.
They're also banning carry, so what they think the monkey's
a great Meepo ban, by the way, because
Yeah.
this would have been the freest.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the idea of
I think Parry
Monkey
is kind of
4.
getting the better of Falcons right now in the draft. It does feel like that. Falcons, of course,
the advantage
they're,
having
creating
9 class, isn't it?
But Falcons is getting their heroes though.
Falcons is creating like a stable lineup, but Parry on the other hand, they kind of like they're picking this cheese hero like Necro. They have the strong Queen of Pain, the always reliable Phoenix wins you the team fights. They kind of like want to outplay the opponents, but if they do have a showing like that we saw last game, it's gonna be pretty hard. Falcons are playing quite good right now.
Does Amar just go back for the Doom? I don't see why not.
Radiance Doom?
Yeah, I mean it's really good against Necro.
It's very good. I'm surprised they didn't ban it.
Yeah, that is quite surprising.
They decided to ban Viper and an Underlord instead of Doom. Underlord, I feel like suffers against Necro.
Is that?
That does not make sense for me, but it does make sense against the Queen. But even so, it's like whatever.
And we've
Yeah,
seen
interesting
Doom.
choice.
We just saw Doom do very well against Monkey. I feel like, I mean, the clip I showed this morning was Doom against Monkey. It was
They're
against
probably
Yatoro.
baiting for another carry. There it is.
And there you go.
Yeah, that's what they wanted. That's why they let the Doom. They're basically saying Triple S, you my brother, you're sacrificed. I'm gonna give Satanic Lone Druid, give him good matchup. Doom doesn't care about Doom at all on Lone Druid. So good draft.
It does mean we get the 9 class monkey.
Yes, we do. I will be watching this one intently.
And the No One Queen of Pain, which is, again, I've talked about it last game. This matchup of Monkey Queen is so good to get into the game. This is a lot of potential for like this Queen to just pop off in this game.
I really love the draft from PARIVISION. I think this was super creative. This is the classic. They present so many problems to solve. They do a 9 class flex, and then they get some Satanic class pick. Like, it's amazing for the game. this is in their wheelhouse. I feel like if Falcons wins this, it's because they are simply the better team today, and there's some stuff going on with PARIVISION, like they're just not playing at their best. Because I agree as well, like no one Queen of Pain is something else, man. Yeah. Like this guy's really good at Queen of Pain. This is his iconic hero.
I feel like, again, Parry, they have better lanes, and in theory, they have better late game. I feel like this should be an easy one for Parry, but again, it really depends. Falcons might just play better. And like you said, Jenkins, it really it's up to Falcons. They're going to bring up a good showing. Yeah, they have a decent chance, but I'd favor Parry.
There's always a world where Monkey King is totally useless. That's very possible. It's very rare with 9 class. But there can be some damage lacking if the lanes don't go well. But I agree with what you're saying, that like they also have really good lanes. So I don't think that's going to be a problem for them in this game.
No misplay after misplay after misplay, and should be fine.
This is the type of 9 class game I like to see. Like when he picked the ringleader in the last one, ringmaster. Sorry, it was a bit sad. I want to see him sniping careers with Monkey King. You know what I mean?
It's so much harder Dota to play. Like genuinely, it puts such a weight on your shoulders of like you have to do really high skill, cool shit. Otherwise, we are going to get devastated, and then you're going to be useless. But somehow he manages to do it, and it's such a hard play style to replicate. Like basically no other 4 positions can do it.
This could be the elimination, sorry. This could be the elimination from Parry too. I forgot to mention that.
Yeah.
Yeah. They could just lose. If they lose, they're out.
And they go with a crazy draft.
I don't want to see Satanic out. I want to see more Meepo. Come on.
How many Meepo players are left?
He's the last one.
Just
the last one.
Yeah.
And he loves this hero too. So please, guys.
Last on the Meepo.
Give Satanic a good game. He's got this.
All right, guys. We're about to show you footage from a petting zoo because there's 2 goats on the screen.
Thanks so much. Absolutely, Richard Lewis, the biggest GOAT in esports. We've got Big P here today. Good to see you, sir. An absolute pleasure. I have to say, a masterclass in drafting, at least I think. You guys put out some iconic heroes. You got the No One on the Quap. You got the 9 class on the Monkey. Let's talk a little bit about the Necro, though. That was really cool. Was that to just mess them up a little bit, kind of freak them out with this weird kind of pick that we haven't seen very much to get them off their game?
No, it's just a good hero against Tiny.
That's it? That's just the answer. No mind games? You're lying to me. I know you are. You're a mind game king.
I mean, you need to amplify 9 classes Monkey King, so it's a hero to do that.
All right, fair enough. Let's talk a little bit about the Doom last pick. Now, the panel was talking that it was a little mysterious that you let him get through until you finally got that last pick in the Lone Druid. Are you still happy with that result? Are you still okay with them getting that Doom?
Yeah, it was basically like if they did ban Lone Druid, I was gonna ban Doom. So it's like, it's a trade they took. So let's see what happens. To be fair.
Okay, fair enough. This seems like a very easy interview so far. So let me throw you a few curveballs here. Sure. If one of your teammates came down with the Super Roni and you had to jump in, which one would you replace in this specific game with everything on the line, and what hero would you have played?
Super Roni.
The Super Roni. It's forbidden. It's not coming out till next year.
What is that?
Don't worry about it, puppy. All right, the last one, forget it.
Confused the hell out of me right now.
That's good. Now you're off your game, much like in your draft.
That's what you wanted to do anyway, right?
That is kind of true.
Curveball.
All right. Satanic, we have not seen him on the Lone Druid yet. Everyone else is playing this. Tell me about this. Is this good? Is he good on this hero? Are we expecting a win in going to Game 3?
I'm expecting this one to be a win.
Okay. And if you don't, will you get the Super Roni?
I don't know what that means.
Okay, great. Let's get into the game, my friends. Thank you so much for coming, and we'll see you guys soon.
Love me some Super Roni. Thanks so much for that interview, Slacks and Puppy. Falcons versus PARIVISION game number 2. And yeah, very interesting picks. We finally get to cast Necro. We've been begging for this hero to come out, and hopefully for PARIVISION's sake, they're going to be able to perform well on it so we can see some more in this tournament.
Yep. There's a couple of things to unpack here, I think. First of all, like they talked about in the interview and on the panel, Satanic is playing Lone Druid for the first time. Let's see if he's good at it. At the very least, his Dota Plus level would suggest he has played it before.
I mean,
so that
he
helps.
plays Meepo, so I think he's fine.
Yeah, and it's not... The hard thing about Lone Druid, I wouldn't say, is necessarily the micro part. It's knowing your limits in lane. I think it's very... It can be very exploitable if you overplay sometimes. You're very susceptible to rotations, you're very frail, but you're also very strong at the same time. So you want to kind of play the balance correctly. That's the first thing. The second thing is they gave away the Doom, which I thought was the most obvious ban. And you could hear in the interview from Happy, they're going to get the first blood here on Amar with the Phoenix. Very nice start. They were willingly giving away Doom. I was like, this is the most obvious ban. So they did this to get the Lone Druid trade. And so far, so good. They're beating him in lane.
Yeah, so I found that interesting. First of all, the fact that he admitted that, you know, being pretty transparent. So yeah, the lane is good, but Doom against every other hero feels incredible still, does it not?
I still think it's a good Doom game, but as you know, with Falcons, we talked about that. You said we were discussing in the last game how to beat this team. I think if you can, you know, get off to a hot start in the lanes, even if some of their hero matchups are good, if they start playing slow.
Dead to Rise to Skeeter, who will survive 9 class. We'll talk about him in just a moment. Go ahead and continue your thoughts, Synderen.
Yeah, it's just even if Doom's game is good and he has good matchups, if this hero falls behind in a big way in lane, it can be a very slow recovery. So I think that's the overall game plan here. But as a final note, aside from laning, PARIVISION's lineup just has no way of starting fights. Like that's my biggest concern here. They have no catch. They have a Monkey King stun. And then they have, we're going to run in a ball at towers or objectives and make you fight us. But what if Falcons don't? What if they just play their way of farming? I think 9 class has a lot of responsibility in this game to call smokes, make some sort of moves that connect. Or you're just planning to snowball the game. The game plan is we're going to win the lanes, then we're going to play off the bear, take towers, take Roche, take Tormentor, end. I think Falcons will be very happy to see that they don't have to worry all that much about getting ganked.
Yep, that's true. That's kind of one of the issues with having a Necro as the offlane to begin with. Look at the traditional initiator. Skeeter jumped on by 9 class under the tier 1. Death Pulse is enough. So SSS gets a little bit of revenge. Is Snaking in some trouble now, completely out of mana, as 9 class is just going to right-click him casually. And the kill comes out to SSS.
It's going to be healed to full from this.
That is pretty dirty. Good old Heartstopper.
2 kills with Sadist. You're back up to max immediately. And he's going to go what seems to be Vessel, I would think. Yeah. Boots Urn. Pretty standard offlane build on Necro. I would say in the current state of Dota, this might be the single best hero to buy Consecrated Wraps on after the nerfs. He massively needs HP. Magic resistance is amazing because you can block physical with Ghost Shroud. So everything Consecrated Wraps gives you is incredible on this hero. So I would like to see SSS go Vessel into Wraps and then potentially upgrade his boots beforehand if he wants to.
Okay. Satanic is going to get ganked. The Snake King comes out of the north gate, and Amar will claim him.
This is what can happen to Lone, right? If you get ganked, you're just so weak. There's no counterplay, no mobility, bad stats. So, a nice move from Falcons will put them a bit more on the board here, but still a great start for the PARIVISION side. Should be happy about it. And finally in mid, we haven't talked about this at all. It's Malrine on Void Spirit against no one's Queen of Pain. Now this is a better lane matchup for Queen of Pain easily than Beastmaster. So no one is currently winning by a little bit.
Yeah, we'll see how much impact Malrine can have on this hero. Can definitely be a hero that just disappears, it feels like. But now that you have a shard that allows you to farm a little bit better, has, I think, stabilized the hero a bit more than what I'm used to seeing.
I think it's all right. I also think it's a pretty good game for the hero. It's decent against Quap, decent against Necro.
Power Rune about to spawn here. Crit. Gonna get some harassment by Ducalis as the rune is gonna be bought. And no one claims the kill very easily. And will be an invis for Malrine.
Cool play there to send the bear from Satanic the whole way there to help with it. But now he's just going to get gone on. He has to be able to fight back here. Wasn't expecting the sounds here on the flank. And again...
Yeah, the Boundless Strike is there to slow them down, though. Amar's going to continue the chase with that Scorched Earth. Back-to-back deaths for the Lone Druid.
Yeah.
9 class. Going to take heavy harassment, if not just go down outright. Indeed, that is the case. A double kill for the Doom, and Ducalis
this
might be next on the list. The dive comes out, and Amar gets a third. I have no words.
This cannot happen. It's just not allowed that Doom gets a triple kill in this lane matchup. Now, Amar's going to hit 6. Lone Druid's just cracked 5. He's a full level ahead. He can even solo kill him now.
Puppy is sharpening that machete as we speak. Not going to be happy with that exchange at all.
The thing is, ultimately, no matter, like, we can talk about the theory of the heroes and how the lineups interact and what's going to happen in lanes and whatnot, but the comfort factor just cannot be overlooked. This is not one of Satanic's best heroes, no way how you look at it. Like, there's a reason he hasn't played it yet in this tournament where it's been top tier meta, and you also saw in the last game, PARIVISION brought out 4 heroes they haven't played yet. So they're running a lot of new stuff that isn't exactly comfort, and I'm not saying like this is just mechanically a big misplay, but once again, about knowing the limits of how far you can really go. These deaths are very costly. He is almost bottom net worth of the course again, just like last game. It's so unfamiliar to see him there.
Such a domino effect here.
Yep.
See it in pubs a lot, not in pro games all too often. And Amar, he's like, okay, if you're going to give me a triple kill, sure.
Nice. All right, I'll take it.
I'll take a free game on Doom, which is good against 4 out of the 5 heroes. Why not?
Pressure onto Skeeter. As Avalanche.
Avalanche to get some space should be
so here,
fine.
here is that problem, right? Like, okay, let's say the lanes do not go according to plan for PARIVISION. What's the move? I'm assuming you're playing off of Quap, making some high burst rotation together with Necro, and then you can Scythe for a kill. At least that's a combination that's good. But in terms of pressure, see, Skeeter, even though there's 2 heroes showing you, he can still stay at the tower.
Yep, especially with a TP coming in, gets the Avalanche onto the Necro, looking for the Doom target. He gets it, and that is a dead Necro. No healing for you.
Too easy.
Pretty hard counter to the hero, I would say. They let it through, though.
Yeah.
For the Lone Druid to have a good lane, which has not happened. So now they're probably regretting that decision.
I mean, I just, from my perspective, when you know the players and you know the teams and you know what Amar has played in this tournament, how good he is at Doom, how good it is against everything else, I just don't think the risk-reward is good enough of putting Satanic on an unplayed hero to try to deal with it. Now, obviously... Oh, hang on. Amar will get jumped here.
Yes, he will. And he is triple teamed now. Quadruple if you count the bear. Global silence. Amar gets rooted though, and he's going to tick out, and Snake King likely will do the same, forcing out the egg, so can't get that kill. That ends up being a double for PARIVISION for Satanic to get back into respectable amounts of farm.
That was a perfect level up timing for Ducalis as well. From the first kill, he gets the egg, otherwise Silencer would have killed him for sure. So a nice move. PARIVISION get something going their way there, courtesy of Monkey King. Who also
spot crit now is the duo supports for PARIVISION, hounding the Rubik as TP coming in. Nice telekinesis though. Fire Spirit's going to be dodged, and there's Malrine to try to equalize this a bit. It'll be a trade for supports, if not more, as no one shows up as well against Snake King. It's mid lane versus supports on 2 sides here, as attempted neutral creep deny is successful for 9 class.
Raindrop? Oh, it doesn't proc though. Okay. It doesn't do enough damage, I see. With the level 2 tick.
Skeeter better be careful here. Spirit Vessel applied to him. Necro has the scythe.
He's dead if he scythes here. He just needs to press it.
Needs the vision. Fade time. Another death pulse. He can follow that anywhere, and that is a big kill for SSS now.
Yeah. This is why they picked it. This matchup is very, very good. PARIVISION do stabilize again here.
No one's got a shield. He is A-okay.
By the way, in that previous fight, I think Crit just played it almost borderline perfectly. It's like his movement, he was dodging Fire Spirits, he got the lift mid-air on the Monkey King. He got off absolutely everything he had to give Falcons a good trade there. He is playing very well today on this Rubik. Clearly warmed up for when it matters most. Still 1k lead all in all for Pari. They've taken the first tower of the game down bottom, unsurprisingly, in the Necro lane. Now, question is if you can keep this pressure up on the Tiny. They're going to try to. This time they won't have Scythe, though, and there is backup inbound.
Yes, there is. 9 class is going to go on top of Skeeter. Malrine takes out a courier first. The global silence comes out, so Skeeter should be fine now. The Astral Step, the egg place as well. 9 class in the midst of this, he turns into the soldier, focusing on the egg. They they do not get him, actually. Ducalis pops at the last millisecond, and this is disaster for Falcons. They lose 3, and Amar now being chased. Will have to Doom in retreat. Definitely not getting that kill. Amar getting hounded now by the Monkey King. It is a support, though. Nine Class maybe biting off a little bit too much. Scorched Earth might be able to finish the job of the Sun Rays there, not enough to heal him out, but Amar gets baited into getting that kill, so that means no one picks up yet another.
Damn.
A 4-for-1.
That supernova going off means everything for PARIVISION.
Thought for sure they had killed the egg. That was as close as it gets.
Yeah, if Doom had a drum, they would have killed it, but Amar's going Radiance, so... Unfortunately, a crucial moment where that one item that Doom's buy a lot of the time, but not Amar, would have helped a lot. Yeah, this is the worst case scenario for Falcons, right? Is you're trying to kill the egg and you just barely don't. It's infinitely worse than just running away.
As they get the scythe onto Malrine now, so PARIVISION just continuing the pressure here.
All right.
5K lead. Looking good, and this is buying space for Satanic.
I was getting worried for them, I have to say, a few minutes ago, but they picked it up in a big way. Now they're accelerating the game super hard, and this is what I was saying. Their lineup doesn't really have catch, so if you want to win, you need to just force the enemy to fight you and just bring numbers and be super strong playing around the right heroes. That's exactly what they're doing. So, feels like a game where so far Satanic hasn't really had to do all that much, and that's good news because he had a bad start.
Yeah.
But you're going to see the replay here. Look at the egg. So if they have a drum here, they just have some really bad heroes for destroying it, right? Oh my god, I think Malrine was mid-attack animation.
Projectile on the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Falcons, a little bit of bad luck there. PARIVISION taking full advantage, and now they have a good grasp on this game. Nine Class scouting out some more supports in the triangle here, but he is spotted out in turn as well. Fire Spirits from Crit. Nine Class can't get off the Wukong, so something for Falcons as a little bit of brain drain for Snake King now.
Now, we've seen other games from Falcons where they played this Amar Doom going Radiance, the other two games that is. And I liked it in both games because of the overall flow of the game. Oh, hang on, we'll wait with that.
That's a lot of effort to try to kill a Phoenix. He might be able to get the egg off. It's going to be close.
They can't.
Doesn't even need it. So global silence down now. And Falcons just getting worked at every single angle, it looks like.
This is
Malrine
very awkward.
That's the Astral, but he just goes into the scythe. As SSS with his third of the game.
He has a Lotus now. So he didn't go for the Wraps, he went Lotus, which is obviously amazing against Silencer. I think that's just specifically targeted itemization here. It's also good against Doom. Yeah, they can really, really play this timing super aggressively. And that's Falcons' problem in games that they lose when they're off to a bad start like this and they start getting cornered. They don't get to play their greedy style, and that's why I would have liked to see, as Crit is going to die here, I would have liked to see a different build from Amar this game. I think this is just too greedy. The other Doom games that he bought it, I liked it because of the pace and the matchups.
To be fair, he got a triple kill, Cinder.
Right. And I get it, because you're in the mindset of, oh wow, I'm getting a freebie, but the risk-reward in this game compared to the other games he's had, it's just very, very costly when things go wrong, and it's more likely because you look at the enemy lineup and what they're trying to do. Maybe if you itemized a little bit heavier into the early fights and being stronger right now, it could have paid off. But we'll see. He is also, this is the other thing, he's building to scale and to try to kind of carry the game, but his hero is not as invulnerable as has been in other games because he can get scythed, right? That's always going to be a threat if you don't Doom the Necro. Your hero also, for the entirety of the game, is just bad against Lone Druid because when Lone Druid gets agged, he's never going to be there. It's just the bear, and you can't Doom the bear. Yes, you can Infernal Blade it. It's good damage, but it's still going to overwhelm you. So it's still a very respectable Radiance timing, to be honest. I mean, he's 6-3, so checks out that he will have this at 16.
Yep, we'll see if it pays off.
High risk, high reward. That's Amar.
Crit, dead.
Yep.
Nope, no scythe though.
They're gonna save it for bigger targets.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I feel like this scaling is not even that good. It used to be a lot better initially.
The passives on this are, I'm not gonna call them irrelevant, but they really don't matter that much.
Yeah.
Unlike something like Finger of Death, where there's actually a lot of merit to fingering kills that are guaranteed just to get it stronger for later. I feel like these charges on Scythe are just kind of whatever.
Agreed. Which is a little sad.
Yeah.
Everybody loves these stacking stats. You know, we got Fish for Tidehunter now. Maybe you could make something similar for Necro as something drops on the ground. What would it be, though?
Rotten fish. Yeah.
Putrid. I think he uses that word, the voice lines, right?
It does. Little, I don't know. Not sure what Necro would eat. Probably Wendy's.
What? I mean, that's not the worst.
All right.
The worst is Burger King.
Okay.
Real. Really bad. It's funny, we give these opinions and then people say, no way, I loved it. It depends on location. US, I'm telling you, Burger King is the worst. It's objective truth here. And yeah, this is an 80% win rate for PARIVISION. I see that.
Yeah, I could see it, but it's not an... It's for sure, it's a very good game state for their lineup, but they still need to convert it. The thing that makes this, in my eyes, still a somewhat challenging game to win is forcing the right types of fights consistently and not slipping up a single time. This one will be another kill onto Crit, who's now 0 and 6. Very much being pressured in this game. Trying to deal with... He's effectively on trash duty. Somebody has to push out bottom.
Somebody has to die.
And they're putting a low-value hero down here who can do it. Silencer is too bad at wave clear, so they're going to let Rubik go. And if he gets ganked for the 6th time, so be it. Because this tower needs to stand. Because in that... If he keeps being a lightning rod, the heroes that need to scale are actually finding the farm. So this is very much by design.
Has his shard, so he can start farming a bit.
Yep.
Necro also with Death Seeker, as we already saw.
Yeah.
Top net worth in the game on SSS as well.
Yeah, the problem with this Vessel on Malrine is that the...
No one. Aether Remnant into the Doom. Do they even need it? They will use it. Lotus does reflect it, but
nice
I think they're going to get the Phoenix anyway. So a nice double kill here for Falcons.
That's the thing. They can make these moves. They have pairings, they have lockdown, they have global.
I didn't realize no one also had the Lotus, so double Lotus.
Yeah.
For PARIVISION.
They need items against Global Silence and Doom. I understand completely why they're buying it, but the problem is once you get Doomed, it doesn't really matter that you reflect it in that situation. You're just screwed. You can't get out, and Doom will survive.
So double Lotus and Yules for Ducalis. So 3 dispels so far.
That does mean you're going to make Silencer a lot worse, but at the same time, he's also really forcing you to invest heavily into suboptimal items, right? It's like, you don't really want to buy this, so how big is this 2k lead when the items are countering Global Silence?
That's a good point.
I'm not quite sure how meaningful this really is. It's a total no-brainer to buy it on Necro. I will say you just have to get that item this game. You're against Vessel on Void Spirit, which you make worse. You're against Global, so you have to buy it. The Quap, I think there's a world where this is just not the right build.
Oh, you're at see BKB or something? Because you're not going to go Lotus. Are you going to go Lotus and BKB?
I think this game's really hard to play without BKB, no?
Yeah, it's true. And it's Malrine able to snipe the regen rune. He's going to take a Sonic Wave for his efforts, though, as Roche trying to catch up to him. Shadow Strike applied.
Maybe.
Boundless Strike not going to be there. Malrine running away, ticks out eventually to no one.
I really thought the regen was going to keep him alive, but...
Did he pop it?
Yeah, immediately. It was still not enough. He was even trying... He emptied his bottle, too, trying to tick, heal between ticks, but still not enough. I had him out there, but nice kill for Pari, just barely.
I mean, looking at the net worth, we were used to seeing Void Spear on the bottom of the cores.
Yeah, it's very bottom.
It's a very big discrepancy, though.
Oh yeah, there's a Lone Druid in the game. He's going to take the Tormentor. And we'll give the shard to 9 class. He's going to be very happy about that. Super valuable for the way he plays this support. Monkey King very much gives you additional plays in terms of movement and just being slippery and annoying. Currently for him, it's Essence Distiller into the Treads. Monkey King is a very cool 4 in terms of itemization. There's just so many build paths. A lot of the time we see 9 class go for like Urn builds, and sometimes you see Orchid, sometimes you see Mage Slayer, which I would argue could actually be pretty good this game for the Monkey King to buy. You know, Mage Slayer hit, say, the Void Spirit plus 1 more hero on the same stun. That could be nice.
Oh, they get the Doom off. Amar from the tree line.
Yeah, he's just dead.
Lotus too late.
This matchup is just so awful.
Balance strike is there. Maybe they can turn this around onto a kill onto Amar. Obviously, the
BKB.
Necro's already dead. Wukong's command coming, but there's the global silence and the initiation from Malrine. They're going to find a secondary support kill potentially as Ducalis dives into the trees. Amar not done yet. He has that Radiance. And they get the Fade Bolt kill from Crit. So 3 and out for Falcons as Skeeter running into no one. They don't have the Doom here, so Avalanche toss. The damage is enough. 4 dead. He just walks into death, not expecting the Shadow Blade.
That really hurts to watch. That was effectively PARIVISION just...
Their whole lead.
I mean, it's not just... It's like save a friend syndrome, but the friends were already dead when they got there. It was like, there was no way you're saving the Necro. Then you're trying to fight into Doom who still has BKB. He didn't even... I mean, Amar didn't even have to use the BKB. Now they're going to lose the Bear too. And the worst death out of all of those in my eyes is just no one. Why is he there? His teammates just died.
I can't believe
nothing
he has
to
16
offer.
brain drains?
Yeah.
How? They're doing so. He has 12 assists.
Yeah. You get 2.
He has 1 kill, 12 assists. So 13 out of the 15 kills Snake King's been involved in. That is insane.
Yeah, Silencer in the right game can get very involved, and this is one of them, because what's his bad matchup here? It's the Monkey King, nothing else. And the Monkey King is a support. I guess Lone Droid can also be a bit dicey, but let's be honest, in the games that we've watched so far, Lone Droid isn't really in the game. He's just in the jungle.
Yeah, the Bear is the hero.
The Bear becomes the hero with Ags, which he has finally got now. So now Lone Droid is a bad matchup, but the first 20 minutes is kind of whatever. Okay, even game in terms of gold. This is where PARIVISION need to be very careful not to drop the ball further than they already have.
Crit. Well, we've seen this a time or two. There is a TP coming in from Skeeter. Satanic's Bear in a bit of peril, especially with this Avalanche coming, not even needing it. Actually, the Sunray is actually healing up quite a bit, and now Snake King will be the first to fall. Malrine, in the midst of all this, wants to snipe the Bear. He will get it. Is it going to cost him his life? The Reaper Scythe comes out, and it ends up being enough as SSS gets the double kill. Skeeter takes a scream of pain. Into the base he goes. Shadow Strike. Is this enough damage? No.
Not
Should
quite.
be good to go. Yeah, the raindrop definitely helping his cause there.
Nice play from PARIVISION to press the issue here. Global silence on cooldown. Amar arrives too late, so doesn't get to use the Doom. That was finally something good for them once again to keep things in check on the Pari side. Now the upcoming fight will be a lot harder. I feel like looking at this, the execution required for the Dire's fights is just very... It's hard to play quickly. Lincoln's now on Amar. Well, way to make me look like a fool. This Radiance has paid off. So just a little lesson for you guys out there. Just always go for the greedy builds. Just not Midas, though. Midas is not a greedy build.
Okay, hold on
Midas
a second
is a griefy
here.
build.
Hold on a second.
Okay.
Is there not a single target spell other than Reaper Scythe? Because Shadow Strike is AoE now.
With Ags, yeah. No, there's nothing.
That's crazy. This is such a good Lincoln's game.
Yeah, the only
you have
thing...
to use an item.
Yeah, they have Yules. That's their only way.
That's crazy. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, true that. Excellent purchase. I think they should buy more of them, maybe. I wouldn't mind seeing a Lincoln's. I know this might sound crazy, but I actually think you can buy Lincoln's on Tiny this game, which you basically never see. But for the reason you just gave, it's kind of interesting as an idea, right?
Yeah.
Worst case scenario, you're forcing the enemy team to buy a Lincoln's Breaker, and who's going to buy? I guess the Bear. Maybe it's too bad when the Bear can just buy one somewhat cheaply, like a Lincoln or a Diffusal or whatever. He's actually buying that regardless. So you know what? I take it back. Don't buy it on Tiny, but I like it on Doom.
All right. Satanic's Bear. Well, he runs into most of Falcon's heroes and is going to die. Dive in from Ducalis, actually uses his egg because the Fire Spirit's hitting, so now Falcons have to run away.
Yeah, fortunately there's no stun, so they just run away.
Snake King, though, will fall. Looking for the reinitiation. Skeeter and Amar thinking about it.
Malrine from the top left, fishing here. I was going to see them. Oh, he's jumping into the Remnant randomly there. 9 class, but has the shard.
Overhyped that. Good jump.
Well, if he didn't have the shard, that would have been really dicey. So good for him that he got that from the Tormentor.
It's French today.
Yeah. Tormentor.
We need some more cosmetics for the Tormentor. Let's turn it into a baguette.
A baguette?
Yeah. And it's French.
Oh, I see. I was like, that's a very random thing to turn the Tormentor into. At least you had a reason for it.
All right, into the pit, PARIVISION goes, and you can see Falcons are spread across the map, so this looks to be a freebie.
I think you could turn the Tormentor into Sir Action Slacks.
It just screeches at the top of
The
his
real-life Tormentor.
Yeah. There's the defusal for Satanic.
Yeah. It's gonna finish this into a disperser immediately as his next build-up. This is a nice pickup. I'm assuming you... Do you give this one to the Queen or to Necro? It will be Queen, okay. You want to use this very aggressively. You want Quap to blink in and soak damage, because now she is a very unappealing Doom target. So this is good for Pari. This bot tower is dead. Don't think Falcons are interested in any business down here. Just gonna delay it. Be annoying. I guess they'll get the deny. Amar, no?
No,
Okay.
not interested.
Never mind. Gonna get scouted by the
To eat a
monkey.
crave. Oh, actually misses the Boundless Strike. Amar with a good juke. Still has the BKB. Not going to be forced to use it. The Lincoln's is pop. There's no one taking ton of damage. That's life number 1 already. As Nineclack comes in with the Wukong's command, but to little effect.
Yeah, this was not what I meant with how to use the Aegis, just for the record.
Oh, really?
I don't
Okay.
think that was great. Oh, snaking. Well, not
a bear.
really a fair fight against the Lone Druid. Satanic will grab that kill.
What do you even buy against that? Like, even if you get a Ghost Scepter, you just... Ghost Scepter TP, you get feared.
Yeah, and he is buying Disperser too for the Dispel. I mean, the best item against the Lone Druid Bear a lot of the time is Shadow Blade. Then the bear has some
What about
protection.
Amulet?
Well, that's part of the Shadow Blade.
Just Amulet.
Just him to just stand there until
Supports
it runs
and-
out, you know?
Yeah, I know. Well, how long is it now? It's like 8 seconds?
It's not that
10
long, is
seconds?
it? I never know this because this item's just so bad.
Yeah, we used to love seeing it when people would grief the game.
3.5.
You're kidding.
It's so shit.
That is garbage. Oh my god.
No one?
Skater's gonna get some help rather for the global silence. Gets to the other side of the wall. Amar coming to play. Level 20 now on the Doom. Not opting for a Blink Dagger yet.
Right, Crit almost has Ags. He was having such a bad game, dying so much. He's just been chilling. He's just farming it up. All right. What does he want to steal here? Reaper Scythe, obviously. It's an incredible steal. Sonic Wave.
I mean,
I mean,
Queen,
you probably just want Sonic and Dagger.
You
again,
just
don't
want to
you?
be Quap.
Sonic and Shadow Strike. Yeah.
Get your own bear. You know what happens if you steal bear, you put an item on the bear. What happens?
And then you lose the bear?
Yeah, you lose the bear, the spell entirely. Then let's say you get it again. Do you keep that item?
I don't know. This sounds like something Valve did not test for and something that will cause issues.
Let's crash that server.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one.
I think that you would keep the item on the bear.
I wonder if the spell is still stealable after it was changed to the spell that Lone Druid starts with.
I mean, it should be. It's a castable spell.
Yeah, there's so many should-bes with Rubik, Shannon. We've talked about this. There's so many should-be or shouldn't-bes, and they are.
Fair.
And aren't. You feel me?
Aren't?
Aren't.
Ducala's going for a sheepstick. Wow.
Yeah, they don't have catch. Somebody's got to buy it. I think it's a good purchase. Phoenix is also one of the better heroes to buy this item on in general. All right, Skitter trying to win against the bear. He's successfully going to send it out from his bottom wave and try to push the lane. Now smoke up from PARIVISION.
Radiant are scanning.
And in turn from Falcons going, they are looking for Satanic. They know where he is because, well...
Too slow.
Is this hero worth ganking?
No, Amar. Speaking of ganks, the bear is going to go down once. Tempted TP, Amar. No.
Not going to try. Keep in mind, you can Reaper heroes that are BKB'd, by the way. They don't get stunned, but they take damage half, right? They take the...
Yep.
So this has gone through different phases. There was one point where you couldn't Reaper BKB heroes at all. Then there was a point where you could Reaper BKB heroes and stun them, but deal no damage. And now you have the middle ground where it doesn't stun, but it does.
Okay, Skeeter in a bit of trouble. Egg is placed, actually, as Skeeter now will be able to Silver Edge away, but the dust connects. Still chasing is 9 class. Satanic's bear not far behind.
They have vision
Get
on
some
him.
vision. Telekinesis save. Boundless strike. Skeeter save. Tiny. There's the avalanche. He should be safe now. I feel like the original version was the piercing stun. Did you take it in the correct order, or you just picked a random order? Because he definitely said that it did not pierce initially.
The original Necro ult was a pierce.
Yeah.
Yeah. It stunned, but it did not deal damage through BKB.
Yeah.
Which meant essentially it was kind of like a TP cancel mostly. Some rare occasions it was nice to stun the hero, but obviously you kind of want the damage component of this.
Oh my! Satanic's Bear goes down to good old the right clicks from Snake King.
Yep.
Yeah, has to wait on the bear a bit, but...
Wait, do you steal int from the bear? I actually didn't notice.
I doubt it. Well, it is a hero now. I guess he should be able to. Does the bear have int?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It does.
I don't see why you wouldn't. All right, so free Tormentor for PARIVISION, number 2. Shard goes to... I don't even know what this does. Is this fetch or something?
Wait, when you get the shard from Tormentor on loan, do you get... Which one do you get? Do you get both?
Does he have both?
He has it on his his hero, and then...
Would he have purchased that? I don't know how that works.
I think he bought his own. I guess the bear got it, right? I don't think he bought fetch.
So the bear is considered part of the net worth...
I don't know how this works, man. This hero's just so weird. It's just so weird. But yeah, now he has fetch, which is effectively a mini lasso.
Yeah.
So he can grab an ally, enemy, or rune and pull them toward Lone Druid.
Channeling? I actually haven't seen it.
It's not channeling, I think.
Ducalis, Avatost, dead. It's not channeling.
No, I mean, the bear grabs you and then it can run.
I see.
It can run with you. It can move quite far with it. The bear's very fast. Oh, Amar. This is a very unexpected attack angle.
Yep,
oh, he was fast
the
enough,
Lincoln's not there in time, or the Lotus, rather.
Oh, he didn't?
And that's going to be a dead Necro again. The Doom, just too much to handle. Going to go for this bear as well, and they have the numbers, and they have the kill.
I really thought SSS got the Lotus off in time. That was super close to a reflected Doom, which would have made a difference there, I think. Not sure Amar would have been able to kill him without the additional Infernal Blades and the chase down potential. But once again, a very nice attack angle. Coming in there from the back and blinking onto him.
Still has the speed creep, by the way. Do you think he's just going to keep that the whole game?
He did that. I think he's either done that. Did he have it last game too? No, he had Congregations of the Deep last game, right? But in game 1 of Lone Druid that we watched the other day, the first game he played it, he had the speed creep the whole game. It is very good. 12% move speed aura.
Do you think the Centaur Stomp, which we used to see all the time, is that too slow of a cast time for like Necro to get Lotus off?
It's too slow of a cast time, and it's been less appealing ever since you've had Infernal Blade. Right? The time that you used to mainly take the Centaur was before Infernal Blade.
What does that mean before Infernal Blade?
Doom didn't used to have that ability. That's when you were always running the Centaur so you could stun.
Yeah, okay, sure, but...
I'm not saying you never ran it after. I'm just saying it's less important.
There was like a 2-year period where Centaur Stomp was the only ability that he would take, and
that's when you also had
Infernal Blade was... Yeah, absolutely. This is like semi-recent. It's like 2 years ago.
I'm just trying to think of like the stun numbers and the attack speed and stuff, right? Because obviously all these things matter.
I think they made the Stomp worse. That's part of it, and they made the other creeps better in general with that huge rework to neutrals.
I don't remember the chain of how things happened, and it also matters what Doom's attack speed is, right?
Yeah, true.
So if you have really good attack speed, then Infernal Blade becomes increasingly reliable as a way of setting off the Doom.
Class, he's gonna pop some smokes here. Malrine has the shield rune. Can be dispersered off though, and it's going to. So now he's back to normal amount of HP. There's a global sign, so the Skeeter gets in the stun onto the Necro, getting blown up very low. Gets off the Ghost Scepter just in time, healing up now as a result with the Urn as well. Gets off the Death Pulse, will live for the time being, but Amar is eventually going to chase him down. It takes a while, but they get the Necro in the end, and Amar stealing the Invis rune, the dust on the bear, really. Takes an Infernal Blade for his troubles as well, and now the Telekinesis keeps Amar safe. The bear will fall yet again. How does he even have inventory space for a dust on the bear at this point?
Yeah, that's the thing. He's going to not have that anymore. When he gets his next item, it's going to replace the branch.
This is the second bear. If they can somehow get this, that would be a pretty big deal. Nice Aether Remnant finding 9 class. Sunray's going to keep him healthy for now. Not for long, though. Satanic Bear already at half HP, and you can see the Shadow Strikes continue to be applied by Crit. Sonic Wave. Satanic His Bear, Aether Remnant, walks right into it. Fade Bolt as well. The Shadow Strike on him. They just need a little bit of right-click damage, and they get it with the last burst from Malrine. So no Bear for quite a while.
He's basically dead, right? This is a 1 minute cooldown. His hero's just useless. So this is a big timing for Falcons. Unfortunately for them, Roche is not up until exactly in a minute, so things will be back into play, but a great, successful attack. And you're really seeing the limitations of PARIVISION's lineup when it doesn't snowball, right? It just feels like every single fight, more or less, Falcons have so many tools. They can global if they get jumped by the enemy team. They can make all the aggressive plays themselves through Void Spirit, through Tiny from Invis, through Rubik Lift. If they get a Doom off on either Quap or Necro, their fight is just over, which is exactly what happened. They doomed no one, and he just didn't play.
No, Ducalis tries to go through the gate. Will suffer the consequences.
Yeah, tried to Yule Amar there to stop the offensive play, but he has Lincoln, so...
Oh, SSS can't afford to die here. Do they have the vision? Oh, they get the avalanche. I don't know if they even had vision there. They get the kill.
Got it just around the corner.
Man.
Saw a glimpse of him
Falcons.
as they ran around.
They have come back with a vengeance in this game. PARIVISION, I mean, they had like close to an 80% win probability at a certain point.
Yeah. It's under the condition that you really... The thing about that win expectancy is, first of all, I don't really agree with it, but what I do see in it is a very, very little margin for error. And I think that's... To be honest, I don't know if PARIVISION is at a level right now as a team in what they've shown in this tournament where they can execute those strategies to perfection, which is what I think it requires to consider that an 80-20.
Yeah, but why would Dota Plus take that into account, though?
I don't know how. Neither of us knows how it works.
Yeah, but that's a little...
I'm looking at this from the perspective of this is, let's say this was a pub game or a high-rated pub game and the lineups were in the game state they were. I think it's less 80-20. Because I think the Radiant lineup, courtesy of having stuns and silences, is just going to exploit mistakes way better. So, I don't know. I mean, clearly PARIVISION were in the lead. There's no doubt about it, but I'm sure, I think you agree with this, that we've found the the graphs to be less accurate than they used to be. We used to agree with them more.
They are only a talking point now. They serve no other purpose.
Yeah,
They're not useful in any way.
They used to feel quite accurate for a while.
For sure, for sure. Other than Spectre Games, is the Bear again going to try to frontline to take out the Roche banner. He will, at the cost of 1 life, though. Lotus applied.
Has the resummon.
It does. Wukong's command not going to last too much longer. Aegis, plenty of time for Skeeter.
So that's Wukong and a Bear for a banner.
And he has a Daedalus on the way as well. He's going to be hitting like a truck. Satanic's Bear just standing around, taking debuff after debuff. Malrine going to focus a little bit onto 9 class. As Amar jumps in with the Infernal Blade. Just doing some chip damage. Oh, that was more than chip damage. Goes in with the Astral Scepter to be able to heal thanks to the Lotus. Malrine, they're going to use the Global Silence. The Bear, on the cover of darkness, will survive. So Global ends up kind of being wasted for Snake King.
They proc the disc of Malrine. Nicely done from PARIVISION to stall things out here. It's going to be a lot harder for Malrine to go offensive. Both disc and global used. Arguably the global may be wasted. Since he has disc, I think Malrine can play his own way out of that, so maybe a little overkill on the defense. But if they...
Ooh. He's going to die for that.
Oh, you say that.
Aether Remnant, though, from Malrine, and now the jump in from Amar. This is going to be the second Bear kill. How long does he have on that cooldown?
Don't you worry, it's back in 30 seconds.
I mean, that's a decent amount of time.
Yeah.
Now that the Daedalus online for Skeeter, you can just go high ground.
I think I'm expecting Lone Druid to get nerfed after this tournament, right? I think the level 10 talent is probably where it's at. A level 10 talent minus 25-second Spirit Bear cooldown is...
I think that's
kind of like a respawn talent if you think about it. They all got removed from the game. This is a respawn talent.
That should literally be removed,
yeah,
I think.
That is...
You should be punished for getting 2 kills on the Bear.
Yeah. That'll at least be step number 1. I'm kind of surprised they put that in the game after removing all the respawn talents years ago.
Yeah,
okay.
The jump in onto the Necro Doom. Not sure if he was even needed, but they'll take that home. And Necro cannot buy back in the game. 70 seconds, having to wait it out.
Okay.
As Ducalis turns into a soldier, being annoying as always. Gets jumped on. Has to pop his BKB.
As well. Yeah, they are under ridiculous pressure here. Just constant spam as well from
the Shadow Strikes.
The Shadow Strikes are just... Stop.
I'm not gonna lie. I know that this game was going really well for PARIVISION. I feel like if you're picking Quap, I don't know when Rubik was picked. You got to consider banning it. That is,
Yeah,
if they
that's
get
actually fair.
Ags, it's insanely powerful. You become a literally more powerful Quap in a lot of situations.
I think that's very fair.
We've seen it 2 games now.
Yep.
So 1 lane for Falcons. 2 minutes on the Aegis as the Bear in a precarious spot. Trying to get Sunraid, but they're going to get the silence, the Aether Remnant, and that's a Bear down again.
He solo kills Phoenix on Malrine. No risk to initiating. They can't kill him anyway.
Mar jumping in, forcing the rest of PARIVISION out. And no Bear for 20 seconds, so this should be another lane. Benefits of having a Tiny on your team, he can push with the best of them.
Yeah. I don't really know how PARIVISION deal with this at this point. Malrine has completely free fights. He constantly just jumps in and disrupts the backline with no risk of dying because their only stun is a Monkey King stun. And even if they connect that, he has disc, so they can't Reaper him.
Yeah.
It's just...
Jump in onto the Quap. He's going to get doomed. And that's the death of no one again. 9 class caught off guard, gets Avatos, gets killed off. Buyback for the Monkey King. They don't have one for no one, though, but they're going to call it GG, knowing that there's just... They're out of steam here. And PARIVISION eliminated here at PGL Wallachia. Falcons will move on in this lower bracket.
I was going to say that one's a tilter, but you're out of the tournament, so tilt your way all the way back to the hotel room, I guess. That sucks. That honestly, that was a bit of a sad way, the way that played out for PARIVISION. They took a risk with the lineup. Today they played a lot of new heroes for the first time in the tournament. Didn't fully seem comfortable and in their element with everything, and the lineup here had some clear strengths and some clear flaws, and we saw both sides of that coin.
But all in, Cinderin, Falcons looking amazing here in the lower bracket so far.
Yes, probably the first time we've seen them have 2 very good games back-to-back in the tournament, which doesn't bode well for everyone in that lower bracket. Super sad for PARIVISION, but let's be real about it. This was not the optimal PARIVISION. There's something going on. We don't know what it is. We'll probably find out in about a week.
Definitely, PARIVISION, they made this trade in the draft where they gave the Doom away against the Necro so they can pick this Lone Druid. It did not work out. I feel like the entire team had so much potential. They were practically almost snowballing without the Lone Druid, and then when the time came, they needed the carry. He wasn't there. He doesn't exist. He's a Lone Druid. He's farming. He's waiting Aghanim's. He's waiting timings, and he just cannot be part of the game.
And we talked about the lack of the Doom ban as well. This is the hero, more so than Bristleback, that Amar is going to now. But this was a great Doom game, and he played it unbelievably well. And they could have banned it. They didn't have to play against us.
They could have. Honestly, the more and more I see Doom, the more I'm convinced that it's simply really good on this patch, and that the nerfs to it, like, people kind of overestimated almost, you know? The Scorched Earth nerf, it's lost quite a lot of damage. I looked up the win rate, it's about 60% in this tournament, and Amar is 3-0 on it now. It feels like he has invented a new build that he really likes. The
Radiance.
He likes the Radiance. We thought maybe it was like a game state thing, but it seems like it's a game. Oh man, it's like
that does not look good.
It's like a game pacing thing for him. And by the way, I really love this, the counter to the Lotus Orb by getting the self Lincolns on Doom, so he can just Doom into the Lotus Orb, Doom himself, but Lincolns block it, and so he still gets the Doom off. This was super effective for pretty much the entire game, so very creative stuff coming from ATF with the Doom.
Yeah, I again, you saw the emotions on PARIVISION there. It just strange. They were just in a strange place at this event. I have never seen no one slap his head in his hands that much. And also, I've never seen him make so many mistakes. Satanic as well. I mean, not a great...
Two rough games.
Yeah, this is definitely not been. It's been his worst day in the tournament by far. Yeah. They were really relying on him. I'm kind of sad because it was their game to lose. Just no carry there when you need it. But Falcons, on the other hand, they really played it.
I'm the carry now.
Extremely well.
Just Amar, what a beast.
Amar with the classic Radiance, Doom, top of the net worth. I think it was like at some point 8-10k over his mid laner, and his carry, like, he just doesn't care. He's just farming.
Yeah, and he did the most hero damage in the game as well. Like, Skeeter just does not need to play carry when Amara is on the team. Most GPM, most XPM, most hero damage, crazy net worth, just incredible performance from him.
Yeah. Well, no doubt he's going to flex on us all now because Amar is with slacks.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, guys. Yep, I am here with the god himself, Mr. ATF. Amar, thank you so much for an incredible series. I'd like to talk to you a little bit about farm priority on this team. Typically, you should be giving it to the mid, the carry. Every game, you are top net worth. Is this on purpose, or is this just the Amar aura?
I guess it depends on the heroes, right? Like I'm playing Doom, Tide, Bristol, this type of heroes under like whatever Timber, like all these heroes just like doesn't stun, don't do anything. They just fucking bots, AFK, buying Radiance, having Alch, giving X. So yeah, I just play for fun.
I didn't want to say that you played like a bot, but absolutely indeed. Let's talk a little bit about your Doom record here. Isn't it incredibly good?
Yeah, my Doom actually had one loss after TI only. Like it won like 12 or 13 matches now. Jesus. The only loss was actually against PARIVISION when they tried the Doom.
Damn. What makes you so good at this hero? Because it just got nerfed. Everybody was playing Doom at the beginning of the last tournament. It got these heavy nerfs, and you're the only guy left. Did you just, have that satanic aura? Are you a devil worshiper? Like, what's the deal?
I mean, I'm definitely 666, that's for sure.
Unexpected answer, but thank you. Continue.
And the second is my signatures live inside me no matter what. So somehow they will be mid.
Great. Thank you so much. All right. Well, congratulations. You guys continue to move on. A lot of teams kind of seem off at this tournament, and not to be this guy, but PARIVISION seemed like they weren't really themselves. You guys are back up to snuff. You guys seem to be back to the old Falcons that we know and love. Do you feel that way? Is the vibes on the team really good right now?
I'm not sure we're back. Like, I feel like two of my players were griefing super hard both games. Fair. But I feel like I'm back, if anything. So, like, it's a bit egoistic, but, it's kind of true when you see these games. I hope I don't jinx myself and go fucking grief next series, but, I'm not sure. Like, maybe we're back, like, as a team. As a team, we look like we're better.
All right. Well, it is good to hear. And it would be funny if you griefed your team after that anyway, so respect. All right, any words out there to some of the players that are still in the building? Of course, we have everybody watching this interview right now in the lobby. Any warnings, any threats, any, olive branches for them?
Wait, to which players?
The players on the enemy teams watching right now in the lobby.
Which enemy?
All of them. Literally everyone left in the tournament still watching.
Everyone left in the tournament? Can you guys please give us Huskar? I really want to win one game like in 15 minutes.
Okay, fantastic. You out there listening right now, if you don't give this guy Huskar, you're cowards. You're absolutely filth. Worms! So give this guy some Huskar. Let's see some Falcon Huskar. Let's go, baby. Get that claw up. Ah! Caw-caw!
Amar as well just had that look on his face where he's just like, I'm just so fucking done with these Slacks interviews.
I mean, if it wasn't Slacks, it would still be an insane interview. Amar is out of his mind.
I know. That's what I'm saying, dude. Like, he's like, I am 666. Yes.
This is why the other esports look at Dota and they're like, what the fuck is going on over there? These people are insane.
No, I mean, I'll say this. Without Amar, I don't know if we would have as many funny interviews in Dota. I think he is the go-to guy for just crazy stuff being said.
We should do some theory crafting. He said 2 of his teammates are griefing right now.
Yeah. Oh, you want to know which 2?
It's not Snay.
It's definitely not Snay.
It's not?
It's not Crit. It's the cores.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it's the cores.
It's not Crit's having amazing.
Yeah,
it's the cores for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. But anyway, I mean, we're going to go to a break. But I mean, just quickly before we do, Falcons back. He says he's back. Is that good enough to win?
Falcons are back.
Yeah?
Falcons are back. PARIVISION are out. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they're very strong. You can't trust them when he says, we're bad, this and that. Like, they look back. They are back.
All right.
Briefing.
Well, one of the team that is back as well is Team Liquid. We're going to talk about them in a moment.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back. Time to talk about Team Liquid versus the South American Rejects. We have to start with Liquid. Had a great series against BetBoom yesterday evening. The game went late. It was a long day, but they hung in the pocket, took a game off BetBoom. And remember, they're doing all of this with a stand-in, and that is where our attention is going to go on the panel. We've obviously talked a lot about Boxy in recent times. He's potentially the greatest position for in the world, sets the tempo early. You lose him because he takes a break. It's hard to find a replacement. They bring in Eki. You know what? Very similar hero pool, and as it turns out, pretty good player as well.
Yeah, definitely a great option to have instead of Boxy. The guy has been looking great in the tournament so far. His attitude seems pretty positive. I loved the bits that PGL did when they showed the in-game communication. He always seems like he's just happy to be there. You know?
He said that when we did an interview with him. He said, "I am a yapper."
Yeah.
And this is what this team needs.
And here we see the difference between Boki and Exi. Boxy and Eki. All right.
Easy for you to say.
These are the most popular heroes, support heroes of the patch. And we see Boxy has a good win rate on Tusk and Rubik, whereas in Eki has a better win rate on Hoodwink and Batrider. Now, since Eki is standing in, Boxy, I don't think there's any confirmed reasons why he's not at this tournament. There's rumors, of course, but I feel like if you're Liquid, and then you have so far they've had quite a good performance, not exactly where they want to be. Obviously, they want to be in the grand finals. They can still get there, and I feel like if they do manage to get there with Eki, they maybe might think about keep going with him. Maybe. Who knows?
I mean, he's been very, very good, and as you say, just the perfect patch for him in his hero pool, and of course the perfect replacement. Team Liquid don't need to reconceptualize their drafts or anything like that, or their style. And you know, on the first couple of days, they did seem a bit sluggish, but then Eki kind of is just, you know, you wouldn't know necessarily you were watching a stand-in.
The reason that it's so hard to replace Boxy is because, and this is from Insania at Dream League, who obviously has a lot of experience with these players.
Just a bit.
He basically said that the tri-core, like the 3 core Liquid players, they're the type of players where they play to their own limits, and it's kind of hard to follow them around in team fights. And so because of that, Liquid has always struggled playing in formation. But you have these 3 players who are so good at playing their limits that, like, really crazy shit happens. They can do stuff that other teams cannot. And Boxy, obviously, is the most early game part of that. So you take that cog out of the machine, and you expect the whole machine to fall apart. But indeed, Eki has kind of hyperbolic time chambered this, where, like you said, his early on performances were okay, like he's doing fine, and now it's like he fits right in, like good for him. He was tested and he passed the test.
You're talking about crazy shit happening.
You brought up a good stat today in the pre-show regarding pings. So you said it's hard to follow these guys, right? In teamfight, they're always doing their own thing. But then you have Eki, he's just spam pinging because he basically understands the problem and he's trying to help them.
Yeah, fits in.
What's easier than just looking at a ping and just understanding what your teammate needs?
And he said he's a yapper, so maybe that's a good thing.
Confirmed captain.
Talking about crazy shit happening, South American Rejects, always crazy shit happening in South America, it seems. And we've seen some very interesting drafts. And of course, they won the grudge match against Heroic and are on an emotional high right now.
I mean, this team, as you can see, they've played so many games since they came here. They played 39 official games in 6 days. They've basically been grinding more than 6 games of officials per day while preparing for series here.
This is insane.
Having to rest And then you need like
they said it.
so much.
When we did the interview with them, the winners interview the other day, they said, "Listen, we can't spend too much time talking to you. We got to go back to the hotel and play."
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have time for prep. Like, I feel like these guys are just constantly scrimming. Essentially, they don't have time to scrim, but these are effectively scrims for them. Just pure, like, raw practice. They went back after beating Heroic, and they lost the series. It also went 2-1. So, like, these guys have time for nothing other than playing Dota. But the best way to improve is to play officials. So, whether they lost yesterday or won yesterday or lost in Dream League or won in PGL, I feel like you're going to get a completely different team depending on how they show up that day, because they have so many games. They can have learned something that's a really big deal in their series last night that we didn't see.
Yeah, they have probably the most games played on this patch right now, and this is going to help them a lot when it comes to drafting, and they will figure out some heroes before other teams do. Not only that, they've kind of been unlucky. The last two series, besides the Heroic game, they faced Parry both times, and I feel like that is a bad matchup for them. Who knows, if they got some other team, they could probably be in the upper bracket right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can see, we're talking about drafting, you've got these signature heroes over on the South American rejects. You've got the Clockwork, obviously, always could be there, even though the people aren't picking it right now. The Kunkka in mid, you know, just all these things you have to think about banning before you even get into building your own draft.
Yeah, can't give Dark Mago Kunkka, I think.
Yeah, you can't.
It's scary hero, and it goes so well against most of these meta mid heroes right now.
So funny. This is just it's such a funny team that, like, no matter what the patch is, Schofield will be picking Clockwork.
Always Nyx.
He'll be running onto your side of the map. With that being said, you know, Liquid, over the years, this South American Rejects team is a new team. They do have some new players, but I feel like Schofield is a very big part of that. And Liquid does have a lot of experience internationally playing against Schofield. I want to say they're not going to fall for the old Schofield tricks that he does, and they should be one of the better teams at, like, setting their own pace of the game. And, like, okay, now you have to come to us, and it makes it uncomfortable for Schofield to do his things. But I've also said that before, and then I see, like, 5 heroes chasing him around at the Wisdom Shrine. You know, it's like the best team in the world. Still, Schofield's doing his thing, so it's really hard to say. I'm excited to see how it plays out here.
I mean, this is where the dreams stay alive, right? We have South America. Can they keep going in the tournament? Maybe get a top 3 placement. I feel like if any South American team can do it, this is the one. Especially with Wits now, a new, like, prodigy. People put it. At the same time, we have Liquid. I mean, if they get into the grand finals, we might see a Liquid without Boxy from now on. It's a high stakes game.
I agree, and you can see the carry-to-carry matchup. I mean, obviously we know all about Mickey at this point in his career. What's incredible is that he's still somehow making the Windrunner work. He's been picking that. You know, obviously loves to pick Kez. I think he's the best Kez carry, although Satanic might disagree. So you never know which way he's gonna go. I mean, there's just so much to consider when you play in Team Liquid.
I would say Satanic is a better Kez, in my opinion. I think Mickey is a better Lone Druid, though. Yes.
And also, the Lone Druid question. Are we gonna see it?
And the winner as well. Like, yeah, Mickey's been loving this hero. So has Nightfall. These two guys are the only ones playing winner right now, I feel, on carrying.
Mickey is an interesting conversation in general, because I feel like there was a few years where he was carrying his team to be top tier, and he kind of wasn't rated that highly, and then people realized he was underrated, and now he is rated highly. They won a TI since then, and, you know, I really do think he is in the conversation of, like, potential best carry players of all time, not in the traditional 1v5 sense, but in terms of setting the pace of the game. Like, no other carry other than maybe Skeeter in Dota history has been able to allow their team to set such a pace. But I feel like Mickey can kind of do both as well, which is really impressive.
There's a funny thing to me when I look at Mickey. He's like the Nisha of mid laners, of carries, sorry. And it's funny because they play in the same team. Yeah. But to me, it's like this guy that he's played Dota before, right? Then suddenly he just becomes one of the best carries, right? And he's just constantly stable over and over, year after year. He's just there at the top, making great impact for his teammates.
And, well, we were talking about it. You're not going to see the Wind Rangers, so.
10 seconds remaining.
Nice little respect ban.
They're
Start
respecting
out the
it.
draft.
Yeah, and I mean, Save has been playing it as a +4 too. So
Also true.
it's maybe our take on Windrunner has been, dictated by watching the players that don't understand how it should be played currently, or aren't fast enough to play with the Windrunner, or aren't showing up to enough fights, because it has looked pretty bad when we've seen it, at least in our games.
Yeah, a lot of the games that had success was against the Sardar, which does make sense because you get a free lane, and in the game, you kind of deal with the Sardar quite well.
Yeah.
But again, Mickey and Nightfall, they're different. They just love this hero. And they do ban the Lone Druid, so no more Lone Druid this series. Alk is out as well. I'm happy for that.
More respect being put on Hoodwink in the first 2 series. I mean, it's very good for both sides. Ironically, we would love to see Schofield on one of his cheesy heroes, but also he plays it, and so does El Misho. So it covers a lot.
Got the Slardar available?
Yes.
Sardar is in the pool and Windrunner's banned. They went for Viper. This is, I think at this point, I'm just a Viper guy.
Yeah, seriously.
I'm the Viper guy. If I'm here as a Viper.
I'm switching you out on the panel now.
The difference is South American rejects will play it on off lane. They're like Falcons. It's actually been Frank that is playing this, and maybe that's the reason they did this here, is because Heroic maybe exposed in the first 2 games that Dark Mago cannot play against Viper mid with his hero pool, other than maybe Queen of Pain. So they pick it to block it from being picked against Dark Mago.
Yeah, because they also Heroic banned it against them.
Yeah.
If you remember, which was
I do.
which was also strange when they played the South American reject. So
Frank is also a player that is kind of being overshadowed on South American rejects right now, because of Schofield and Dark Mago are such classic South American players. They do really funny shit. Wits is the new, young, looks like he's going to be an amazing player, prodigy. But Frank in that Axe game, straight up 1v5.
Oh, yeah, he was a beast.
With a specialty hero. So you have to look at this guy. Heroic was banning his Night Stalker and his Enigma in the last phase every single game. Even when it was obvious what the offlaner was, they were still that afraid of the Frank heroes.
Wait, this is a repeat of Heroic's lineup.
it is, yeah.
They're doing the Heroic now.
They're doing the Heroic. So just to rub it in, not content eliminating them from the tournament, they're going to take their draft and beat Liquid with it. That's their thought process.
Well, the usual next pick would be Rubik, but it's already taken.
Yes.
So they do have a Beastmaster on Liquid. Nisha plays that, but also Ace plays that a lot. He likes this type of heroes. The Helm of Dom, take over the lane with the Dom creep, start skipping waves.
You are right conceptually as well, Weha, because the Heroic draft had the double save behind the Viper.
And they still have a double save
the double
now.
save
Yeah.
with the Viper. Yeah.
So they're doing the Heroic, but with a bit of a... I think Rubik takes the cake when it comes to Ringmaster.
Oh, yeah.
I think Rubik is definitely a winner.
Easily the better hero.
Puck is out. There's still a queen in the pool. This could have been a setup for an 18 queen for Dark Mago. I think he's played very well on this hero. His laning is, as you've mentioned before a couple of times, he plays the best when he's on queen on lane. And against a player like Nisha, you kind of have to play one of your best laners because this guy does not give you room to breathe.
And Puck is out, and if Liquid wanted to pick Ember here, for example, then you're risking putting Ember versus Viper if they just ran for and put the Viper mid, which now as the draft has progressed, the Viper first pick makes more sense because of what it's kind of blocking out from Nisha's potential hero pool.
But he must know Dark Mago doesn't really play Viper, right? I do assume every time I play a game of Dota that the enemy mid laner plays all the heroes, as you should, but sometimes you just know in professional Dota, especially when you have all this information, past games, maybe you even talk to some of his teammates, on a LAN, you kind of know that he just doesn't do well on certain heroes. And I think Viper is that hero for Dark Mago. I feel like there's a very low chance of seeing him play this hero. So it's not necessarily a Nisha block, more than probably just stopping Liquid from picking it themselves. Because they do understand that Heroic saw a weakness there, right?
Yeah, they did.
The Viper against South American rejects.
And it looked like a weakness.
I mean, it destroyed
100%.
Dark Mago. He just kept feeding on mid lane. He gave first blood both games and taking the Pango now. So
2 heroes that could be flexed mid or off lane, depending on what South American rejects pick.
Because we saw the Viper into Pango matchup twice in the heroics.
This is where they're baiting. They're baiting Dark Mago to go. I just got destroyed by this. I'm taking Viper mid, and then it's just not the same because you're not Tai Long.
It could be. This is all mind games in the end. It's coach versus coach, captain versus captain. Always doing these type of weird things, but it's enjoyable to watch.
I also think once you get out of the lane, I just think Pango's generally good into a Viper because he's so immobile and you're just getting rolled at, you know.
I feel like Pango is generally good throughout the entire game against Viper. I don't think he should have such a struggle on the lane as Dark Mago did. I did see the lane. It was mostly again like no one today. He didn't get a good block.
Yeah.
The wave was on the enemy hill, and like stuff like that really hurts and impacts the game. But Viper has very low armor, so Pango should, in theory, deal very well with the Viper just by spamming Swashbuckle. And then they pull out the Kunkka.
So it is going to be Frank Viper.
And an offlane, like, effectively mid-hero, right? Like these Death Prophets and Vipers in the offlane, you're just playing a mid in the offlane, just a tanky mid. Having effectively an offlaner mid in the Kunkka is what you always want. A guy that can just run in front line, so you can be like the pseudo frontliner on the offlane. So this honestly makes a lot of sense.
But you said yesterday, Andrew, you said as well that you've seen Dark Mago, you've ran into Dark Mago's Kunkka like time and time again, like just a real speciality for him. Yeah,
he'll pick it on patches where it's bad. But I am a firm believer that if somebody is winning with something on a Dota patch, it is not just them. It is good. There is something they have figured out about the hero that other people will. So I do believe if Dark Mago is winning with Kunkka, that it's good. There's something here that is to be looked at. People just need to analyze the replays and figure it out. Maybe it's how South American rejects are also drafting because Frank likes to play like the ranged heroes in the offlane, so it makes sense for them. But there is something here. He's amazing at it, but he's ahead of the curve.
Yeah, for sure. And I don't know why they don't respect this Kunkka. Like, they have this Beastmaster Pango. Obviously, it's going to be both of them on position 2 and 3, right? They can switch between, it's a flex. But having Kunkka for Dark Mago kind of like denies Beastmaster from going mid lane. And Pango on the off lane, it's kind of a like whatever hero. It's good to have him in the game, but on lane, he doesn't do that much, right? So they basically kind of like locking themselves into, I think, bad lanes. Not necessarily the worst, but not what you want, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like he can do good against the Pango as well. I think it's good in general against Pango in the game because of the X mark. Until Pango gets sharded, of course. So.
Yeah, it definitely makes things really difficult. There's also this factor of like when a hero's out of meta for so long and a team starts picking it, people don't have the read, like that instinct on how to play against it. Kunkka is definitely one of those sorts of heroes where, like, if you try to go on him and he gets the rum buff and he gives the boat buff, a lot of the times where you're expecting to like burst somebody with roar or burst somebody with Pango roll, it just doesn't happen, you know. And a tiny to round out the draft. This is a really good draft, and yeah, like you said, the response from the lifestealer is not going to come out.
I'm overall super solid. Tiny does not mind playing his Beast or Pango on the safe lane, so he's gonna have a great time. I think Team Liquid disrespecting this Kunkka might end up biting them in the ass, but South American region is so random as well, all the time.
Here's the thing: whose hero is this coming out? Are we sure?
This is probably gonna be the carry. It's gonna be a Mickey hero, unless he plays some Beastmaster safe.
Yeah, I was gonna say I've seen Mickey play Beast.
He does.
Tournament.
Yeah, they could, but Beast against Viper in safe lane.
Actually, it's not
that bad.
Not the worst because Viper cannot really deal with the boards.
Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Okay.
Yeah.
There it is.
Mid Queen of Pain.
Good call.
Into
RL.
Kunkka generally good against Queen. Throughout the history of Dota.
Oh, no, it's Mickey Queen of Pain.
So it's a safe
lane co-op.
Yeah. Oh.
And they're putting the Beast against the Kunkka.
Oh wow. Okay.
So they chose to put Queen against Viper. It's not the worst.
Yeah. Just wow. Just
honestly,
genuinely
this
surprised.
game's up for grabs. For me,
for sure.
Liquid haven't lost a single series except against BB here 2 times. So they definitely look like they're coming in stronger. But South American Rejects, they have this very strong lineup. I love the counter matchups. I feel like Liquid kind of counter themselves, put themselves in this position. And they can always beat these like good teams. So anyone can take it. It's so hard to tell, actually.
I always say this when Liquid does a draft like this. They do this very special thing where they pick themselves into what looks like counters, but in reality, there's some combined power spike that they see that gives them like a 3-minute window to win the game. And they just say, we are so good at playing to that spike that even though we have counters and if we go late, we lose, we're going to beat you in that window. And I find that so interesting. I think it's so cool that they've stuck to that over the years. It's what won them TI. It's a very cool draft. If they make any mistakes, I totally agree. I think there's a lot of counter matchups here from SAR, like Tiny versus Queen. We just saw that. It's terrible for Queen. Yeah. We saw the stats. It's terrible for Queen if it goes late.
All right, well, we can get some insight into that draft. I believe Slacks is with Blitz right now.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Richard Lewis. I am here with Blitz Dota, who was laughing. He's coming out of this booth. He's going to beat the Peruvian Rejects, and he's fucking laughing about it. Yeah, Quap carry? I need you to talk about this. You think this is funny, dude? Why would you do that?
First of all, there's only 6 teams left in this tournament. You immediately got their team name wrong. It's South American Rejects, not Peruvian Rejects. So that's kind of sad. Okay. Like
nice deflection, okay? I watch a lot of debates, all right? What you're doing right now is called grandstanding corn cobbing.
You should at least get their name right in the tournament.
There's the South American Rejects. They used to be the Peruvian Rejects, who used to be Pain Gaming. It's true. They had an interview where they said although being all Peruvians, they want to represent the region as the South American Rejects, and I was giving them homage. And you think that you're so cool. And you're not. Why did you pick Quap Carry?
Is it pronounced homage? I think it's homage. But
you would think it's homage, but we don't say that on broadcast. We have to say homage.
Okay.
Why did you pick Quap Carry?
It's a good hero, and it's pretty good against these heroes. I think it's good against Tiny. I think it's good against Kunkka. Like a lot of melee, and it's like one of the few heroes I think that in a side lane situation should lane against Viper. Okay.
Okay. You think that he's just going to spit on that thing, and she's going to be all right?
Yeah, I think he's going to spin on that thing.
All right, last question for you. If you had to say that Mickey was one of the characters in Slay the Spire 2, who do you think that he most likely refers to? I know that you play this all the time. In fact, while you were drafting, I checked on Steam, and it actually was open on your phone. You were playing it during the draft. So who would you say that is?
It's not on phone yet.
It is Slay the Spire 1 you were playing.
Okay, I think he would be Ironclad.
Ironclad, good old Clad. Well, I think that you should be the Silent as we end this interview and get in this cursed-ass game. Over to you.
What a defect of an interview that was. Welcome, everybody, to Game 1 of Liquid versus South American Rejects, not to be confused with Peruvian Rejects, not to be confused with Pain Gaming, of course.
Yeah.
Thank you so much for the history lesson. We really appreciate it. Shout out to Slay the Spire. As we get in here, so yeah, Queen of Pain position 1. That's weird. Really weird.
Yeah, I was really surprised by this pick. Blitz had his reasons, but I kind of feel like the Viper lane matchup is all right in the offlane into Quap. I think this is going to be okay. And it's also, you know, Frank is undefeated on this hero, so clearly very comfortable. I would say this is the series today, at least. Yeah, probably the series today that is, on paper, maybe the most one-sided in terms of team strength. I think Liquid have looked very good, and they did lose 2-1 to BetBoom yesterday, but they also look like potentially the team to beat. So you take that into account. I'm with Weeha on the draft. I think they did a really good job on the Dire lineup of finding good solutions here from the Rejects to certain problems that Liquid are proposing, but it's still a lineup of just like almost exclusively S-tier heroes in the patch that Liquid have got for themselves. So counters are one thing. Step number 1, now you need to execute, because the heroes can carry their own weight if they're not behind.
That's right, Cinder, and very well said. Thank you so much.
Thank you,
Jinx.
Thank you. Thank you, Shannon.
You owe me a soda.
No, I don't.
Yes, I said Jinx.
Yeah, but we didn't say the same thing, so you owe me a soda.
What do you mean?
You owe me a soda. You also own me.
That's true.
You own me a soda.
Very good. Thank you for that transition. Really appreciate that.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll see. Mickey, I mean, one thing we've talked about time and time again is the late game on Queen of Pain is absurdly strong, unless there's a Rubik in the game. There is a Rubik in the game, but it's on their own team.
Yeah. Imagine if Rubik Ags allowed you to spell steal your ally spells.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, wasn't Morphling like that at a certain point?
No, you could. Yeah, you could turn into. Oh, you could turn into.
Can't get the ult, but
you could turn into exactly. You could turn into an ally with Ags. That's why we played Morph Shaker all the time.
Yeah.
Great, very good time for Dota.
Yeah, we missed those days.
Fantastic stuff.
Yeah, Morphling, Terrorblade. Glad to not see them played very often now. Could take a couple years off, I think.
Yeah.
Same with Tinker.
Yeah, I'm so glad we get to see Viper every second game, though. That's very good.
Viper's fine.
It's okay. Tofu's going to try to challenge the Lotus. He will fail. Now he might actually be run down. They have the snowball going off. He will dive pre-getting hit by the snowball. I think that's just a mistake, potentially. TP got cancelled, and yes. First blood.
There will be a trade, or will there? Schofield in the cover of the trees. Mickey really wants to finish the job. Will have to blink out, though.
That just felt like a mistake from Tofu. Just let the snowball hit, and then dive after. But dove away. They still connect. And it's going to cost them. Good start here for Frank. That kill was needed to equalize the lane against Queen.
Yeah, we will get to see Nisha on Beastmaster against Kunkka. So we've seen the offlane Kunkka, you and I specifically.
Yep.
Not the mid yet. Not sure how I feel about Kunkka right now. Feels meh in general, I'll be honest.
I think it's pretty decent. Not like overwhelmingly good, but it's got a place.
Yeah, obviously very good against melee heroes, so should be, I would assume, just a trade of farm between the two.
Yeah, this will be the true test. I don't think we've cast a game where Beastmaster didn't win its lane.
Is this the one?
Is this the one that Beastmaster can actually lose?
This isn't old Kunkka, you know? Feels like you can withstand Tidebringers now. But we'll see. I mean, Dark Mago has had a very good tournament so far, especially on... I feel like Queen of Pain has been his signature this tournament. Yeah. Not getting it this time, though.
Yeah, choosing not to get it. It was available for the longest time, but there was Rubik. Might have been the reason he didn't want to pick it.
Yeah, Tofu going for the kill onto Schofield with those Fire Spirits. Still needs a couple more right clicks. It's going to take a while. Schofield could potentially just deny himself to creeps or just run in a straight line, and he will get away.
He can TP now. He'll be alive, but he's trying to waste some more time, I guess.
Yeah, he's doing a good job of that.
There's a courier. Oh, come on, man.
Can't be baited.
Come on, man. You got to
get the wraparound into the bounty rune. Nice.
Yoink.
Very good.
Talk about a Schofield sequence.
Absolutely.
That is... You show me that clip and you ask me which pro player do you think did this? It's my first guess. Took the Phoenix, took the bird for a walk. No leash.
Space created.
Yep.
So Ace is playing the offlane Pangolier. We are going to see the Tiny for Wits. So carry Tiny, again, has looked very strong in basically every single game. There's not... I mean, last series rather, Necro we thought might be a pretty good counter in theory, but unfortunately for the Necro, it was also countered by the Doom, which was left alone.
I thought maybe Liquid were going to last pick Necro in this game, actually. Looking out at their heroes and the opposing team, I think, again, the Tiny matchup could have been good. I think Necro is... The Viper can be tricky. I guess that was the main concern, was that they were worried about their safe lane. I also don't know if Mickey likes Necro. Another problem. Schofield, nice torrent timing there on Nisha's TP instantly. Sent flying.
Yeah, wants to go for the high ground. Gets the roar off,
Good
blocked off by
shards.
the shards. Schofield making so much space. The boat coming in now from Dark Mago with the X, sets it up onto Nisha, but reinforcements for Liquid are here, so they have to be a bit careful. The blink in from Mickey. And he does not have Sonic Wave yet, still level 5, but a lot of damage being applied both sides. There's the Sonic Wave with that kill, getting the XP, and Dark Mago dies as a result. He was almost certainly going to get the kill onto Nisha. We had the level up at the last moment.
Perfect timing. A really good rotation as well. TPing as level 5 co-op there is not obvious, but finds the move, gets the reward. And a 3-for-0 exchange. Mickey easily at the top of the charts still. In spite of questions we might have had about the Viper matchup, it did go in the favor of Queen. Oh, cooldown on Blink. Big damage. He'll live, but this is... Okay, he's got a salve.
Frank the Tank playing the Viper.
Good damage on the tower here. He might actually almost get it. The siege creep, they've got El Misho down here.
I like Frank also has been having a very good tournament.
Yeah.
Been very impressed with his play overall.
He is I think he has been the most improved player on this team.
He's been the most consistent on their team, for sure.
I just think he's played really well. And he's a player who I would say has had ups and downs in the last couple of years. I think there are phases and patches that just suit him really well, and others where it's like he's not exactly, you know, up to snuff with the likes of Whisper, etc. But I would say in this tournament he's looked really, really good. In particular, he had a pop-off game on Axe that I thought was very impressive. And yeah, he plays a pretty wide variety of heroes. He can play the initiators, he can play the tanky boys like Viper, so quite the arsenal too. Always great. A great asset to have. Either you want some like really hardcore specialist that plays one style very, very well, so that you can almost brute force it even when it's not meta, or you want a guy who's all round, and I feel like Frank is just that.
Ace going for the Mage Slayer here against the likes of Viper.
Yeah. It's also decent against Kunkka. Quite a lot of spell damage.
Now, what do you want to see on Dark Magos Kunkka? He's going first item BKB.
Yeah. I think it's a.
I think that is the problem that I have with this hero is itemization. Feels to me very underwhelming. It doesn't. I never know what would be good.
Yeah, it's one of the hardest heroes to buy the correct items on. Also because not only is it hard to identify what type of game it is, but the cost of making a mistake in your itemization is really severe on this hero. I don't know how this happened, by the way. He just cleaved the Ancients, and one of the creeps just didn't move. So he didn't stack.
Nice.
Okay, unlucky. Sometimes the game works against you.
He hit him so hard, it gave the creep a concussion.
Yep.
That's a hidden patch.
I would argue that the Ancient Frostbin Golem doesn't really have anything to...
Concuss?
Yeah, there's not much in there.
I mean, first item BKB is an interesting one. That means they're going to want to fight right away.
Yeah.
And, I mean, obviously very good against the Pango.
Nisha looking for wits. Not going to roar yet.
No, because TPs are common. And now the delay tactics. Eke gets off. Actually, a lot of TP. Is this all 5?
Rainbow TPs, and they're out.
Wow.
That is really nicely played from Liquid. First of all, to pump fake the roar and get this rotation, but also completely disengaging. That's a really big win. This is like a 1k gold swing, right? It's like 3 TPs out the window. It's lost farm. It's bad movement. And, well, we haven't really talked about this yet, but look at the support levels. This is criminal. Tusk is level 3.
Wow.
Schofield has nothing. Every other support in the game is 6.
Space created, Cinderin.
Nothing, dude.
Space created for everyone else to get XP.
Yeah, including the enemy team, so it's not really the best. He's going to be struggling to find impact here on Schofield. As much as we love his kiting antics, he has very much paid the price.
Oh, now wrap around from Liquid.
They know there's no
is
TPs.
The recipient. There's the Sonic Wave hitting Schofield. Can't get it there in time with the snowball save. Frank dead. And the nice steal. Easy steal for Eki. Viper strike.
You can just see the sequencing, how valuable it is what Liquid are pulling off. They force 3 heroes top. They get away, and then they make the move bottom. And then they know, well, if we go on Frank, the only hero that can protect him is whoever is in the fog, and that's probably not going to be enough, which was indeed the case. It was just the poor level 3 Tusk who had no play. So, just so far, in my eyes, just an outclass in the first 11 minutes here. Better movement, better laning, and a great response to the one mid move that the rejects tried to pull on them. Did not work. So 3k lead already. Top tower is going to go down, so they also match here. This was the one advantage rejects had, was taking the bot tower early. Liquid are going to equalize this in addition to everything else. And now Ace. When it comes to farming offlane players, he's one of the best.
Oh yeah.
You have a free game, this guy's going to get rich, and nobody's stopping him. He's out-farmed the Tiny by over 1,000, 1,500 ahead of Tiny on Pango.
That's pretty crazy.
How is that even possible?
Yeah, now he's finally going to get some moves going. So has the Mage Slayer point booster into his Ags as well. This is going to be really fast Ags.
Yeah, this is a great move if it connects too.
They don't want Schofield. He's worth a creep level of or creep amount of gold.
Yeah, not a very valuable target. They would love to collapse on the mid tower.
They're going north for the Tiny now. This would be a big one. Into the jungle he goes.
Yeah. Good play from Wits to wipe the wave out and quickly
They
leave.
might find him anyway, though.
This is quite deep, and TP's already again now. They're just going to decide against it. This isn't worth it.
Good positioning, and the scan comes out as well.
Nicely done. Wheel of Wonder. Wheel of Wonder, what could have been if it hit?
Let's see that unicycle.
Okay, wait, so they used Wheel of Wonder and Ghost Ship, and he barely took damage on Quap. They must have just blundered their spellcasting completely against Mickey there. Unfortunate. As the rejects kind of are starting to approach a point where they kind of desperately need something to go right. You're just getting out-farmed.
Yeah, they don't really have any initiation. That's kind of the issue. That's what happens when you put a Viper in the off lane.
Yeah. Kunka is meant to play that role, but hasn't found the...
No, I mean, it's BKB first, like we said, and then Tusk can play that role to a degree, but we talked about his levels. He can get that blink anytime soon.
Look at those stack counters. 6 to 13. This is why Pango's so rich. So many stacks being made in the top half of the map. Finally, Dark Mago will get something here, but kind of just feel like... As far as South America rejects goes, I don't think we've ever seen them have 1 kill minute 13 in this tournament. Just not really finding...
That's true.
Anything. Any moments of opportunity.
Yeah, Nisha only 400 from Ags, so he's going to start spiraling out of control if left unattended. Feels like Liquid just getting everything. 5k lead, just continuing to grow.
Yep.
I mean, Ace is going to have Ags at like 17 minutes. That's insane timing.
And I think something that's worth looking out for when it comes to Kunkka, this hero falls flat against BKB. Pango already has roll. He's a very hard hero for Kunkka to ever go on because you just roll up with the shard or with your ulti. So he's a tough target to kill for the Kunkka and catch. The Beastmaster is very tanky and can stand his ground and will buy BKB. Then he's not going to be a valid target either. The supports are going to be playing super far back. There's no like initiating support on Liquid. They're just going to have formation. So as much as I like Kunkka as a hero, I feel like, not to be too pessimistic about it, I feel like the timing's already missed in the game.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
you know my
it's going to be
opinion.
tough to...
I don't see the value of this hero right now in this meta.
I think the win rate of it was good in the offlane, but kind of meh and mid.
I don't care what the stats say. Okay, you can win with a dud.
Well, I was just supporting you, but it's fine. You can
I don't want to
shut
hear
it
your
down.
opinion. Just shut your mouth.
See, 70% win rate, but it's on offlane. He's 2-0, I believe. Yeah, 70%, 7-3. Trash hero confirmed. Sunsfan TV.
BKB now up. Let's see what value Dark Mago can get. I mean, there's a lot of piercing things on Liquid, I have to say. I mean, Egg obviously not going to be the most consistent, but you have Roar, Spell Steal, Sonic Wave.
Yeah.
4 out of the 5 heroes can go through BKB.
And a lot of the time, it's actually quite easy to steal Ghost Ship if you're in position. Kunkka's animations have a long enough duration that if you're anticipating the spellcasts, you can pretty consistently get it as Rubik. And Ghost Ship is an incredible steal. The Dire lineup doesn't burst heroes immediately with anything else than Tiny, so you're going to get value out of the Rum buff. Dark Mago. He's going to use the BKB.
That's a stolen torrent.
You can see that they're just... Liquid are just putting very clever pressure. It's just... They don't even need to kill them. They're just forcing them to play defensive. They're forcing them to use their items for nothing. And in the meantime, just farming the map better. That was a lot of justs, but... They are making it look easy, so why not? 6k with 4 kills. Just something feels wrong about this when you look at it. This shouldn't happen.
And the power spikes are coming still. Ace, we talked about the Ags. He's about to grab it.
So far.
Nisha, of course, has his Ags. Only 300 from Blink. And Mickey, is this the Bloodstone right away? Looks like it.
Yeah.
And I mean, he's only 1,000. This is an incredible power spike between 3 cores at roughly the same time. This is gonna be dirty for Liquid.
Yeah, this is what Jenkins was talking about, that Liquid does so well as a team, is they draft into what you would consider counter matchups, then they rely on their individual skill, and they find the moment of opportunity that they're strong, and then they fight. I would say this game is even easier than that, because, you know, they haven't really had to struggle with any sort of pressure coming their way. And this was criticism we had about Rejects in some of their series that we cast, or some of the games that we cast, where they just resort to farming. They have a lineup here that I think needs to activate itself and not really finding any opportunities.
Yeah. They get the roar from Nisha into the kill on El Misho.
That's a good steal for Rubik.
Get the tier 1 as well. Yeah, the knives for Eki. No, you're right though. Like looking at the cores specifically for South American Rejects, one of them you're like, okay, this guy can farm, that's tiny. The other two, they have to be involved. That's the whole point of the heroes.
Yeah. No, this is I think uninspiring is the best way to put it, watching this.
We've seen them fall flat like this.
Yeah. And it
ends up being a long, drawn-out, same conclusion game.
Yeah. And it's worrying because if this is what you're bringing to the table in game 1, usually game 1 is where you're trying to, you know, surprise the enemy, bring some cool strategy or whatever. If this is the best you've got today, it's going to be a short day for the Rejects here.
Yep, so Bloodstone online, Ace has Ags, Nisha has Blink. I'd expect a smoke pretty soon from Liquid, so they
can a good time to strike.
Realize their gains, as it were.
They don't have to, though. But
no, that's true, they don't have to.
Who's making them? Just keep farming,
But how
boys.
okay, if they group up, how do they possibly lose a fight, genuinely?
Yeah, I think it's tough, too.
Ace looking for the Rolling Thunder. He will get it with that Ags. Flying, oh my god, he hits all 4 heroes. They're going to be able to clean up the Rubik. Where's the follow-up? Tofu with the dive-in into the Sunray, and here comes Nisha. He's going to apply so much pressure. Frank getting healed thanks to a huge Lotus. McKay is there with the Sonic Wave, not doing the greatest connection, though, as Wits will tumble. Nisha just barely surviving. No, does tick out eventually. He ends with a double kill. And in the meantime, these heroes on the Dire side are just melting. Nice Sunray keeping his comrades alive. Liquid lose 2, a full team wipe requiring a buyback on the Schofield.
So you won the fight 5 for 2 with Rubik dying first and hitting 0 heroes with Sonic Wave.
Yeah, the Sonic Wave was quite,
okay. Do you guys want to hit your I mean, they don't need to hit the spells, it seems.
What the heck?
Unnecessary. All right, we're going to pause. Ace lagging. Okay, Mickey lagging.
Oh, it's Mickey.
Oh, do you think Ace just shares control with Mickey and then he's just playing his
Oh, the secrets have been revealed.
Oh.
And he's close to Blink now.
Yeah, you're going to see the replay here. So Eki is going to be the first point of contact here for Wits, and they do get a decent wheel out and kill him off immediately. But the Pango roll, as you mentioned, loads of connections. And look out for Mickey coming in from the right-hand side, showing how it's not done. It's on the way here. Queen of Pain shall arrive.
Here he comes, Mickey. Boom! That's how far ahead they are.
Yeah. Oh, maybe that's why he disconnected. It's like, I could not have missed that spell. There must have been something wrong.
The hitboxes are off, guys. I think we're using Subject today.
Okay, great voice for Mickey. I'm sure he'll appreciate that when he listens to the VOD later. Like, wow, okay, that's pretty accurate. Eki on your screens now. Do you know what 4,489 to the power of a half is?
No.
It's 6-7.
Great.
Yeah, I saw that on Reddit yesterday.
What is that? I didn't mention ChatGPT at any. Did I?
No, but you're brain rotting.
That's
fine.
Fine.
Eki, bit of a memer, streams a lot. It's impossible not to lose your sanity, I can say from personal experience. So he's just bringing it with him into the game. No sponsorship obligations, unlike the players on Liquid who would surely have some really dumb stuff in their names too if they did. Actually, they do have a bit of flair. I think it's usually, yeah, Mickey still has Aiden in his name. As always.
Shot off, dead. Box first, then dead. Dying inside the box. You've created your own coffin.
And
convenient.
Fittingly, you get killed by swords or the swashbuckle. It's very thematic.
Yeah, that's true.
Put him in the box and a failed trick from the artist.
You could use Houdini in this game.
It's a very bad matchup. Pango is a nightmare matchup for Ringmaster. Won't block any of his physical damage. He can keep connecting on heroes in the box. Now Eki will get the nice telekinesis. I think it's cool to see this come back, like the save telekinesis. I'm happy that we're getting to see that more, because even when Rubik was played in 740, felt like people weren't really buying this nearly as much, and now it's being prioritized a hell of a lot more. Now in this game he gets it for free, but we've seen it purchased quite a bit. Nisha.
It's okay. They open up onto the Beastmaster. The Wheel of Wonder to follow, but now the counter initiation. The Wheel of Wonder onto 2, but a big Sonic Wave, this time hitting for Mickey. Ace staying alive thanks to the Essence Ring, but Nisha does fall, so a big kill for South American Rejects. It's going to cost them 2 supports.
Oh, they got the Yule on
trying to deny onto Roche. He does. Roche beats the shit out of him. Dark Mago is seen though. So they will at very least get that, and they steal the boat, it seems.
Yep.
So Nisha, a couple deaths now.
It's never for free, though. It's expensive. They end up burning 3. Also, fighting away from their Viper, I think, is kind of a questionable choice, but it's easier said than done to connect the whole team here for a move. Look at that, a 3-for-1 exchange. It cost them 250 gold. But obviously it compounds with the death timers and not farming. It's a bigger loss than that. Now, time for some lucky shots onto good old Roshan. Beastmaster about to arrive, and you would imagine the Aegis goes
What level is
to
Mickey on Co-op? As in Dota Plus? Is that 10?
This is 6 to 11.
6 to 11, okay. The Sonic Wave is the first thing we noticed, right? The miss.
Yeah,
right here, he tried to blink in the pit, didn't make it. Not as comfortable.
He needs to disconnect again now.
Yeah.
The Sonic Wave was good after the DC.
Yeah, fair.
They will indeed give it to Nisha here. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Yep, he is the one that they've been prioritizing. No longer, though.
Yeah, this Dire lineup doesn't fight Aegis very well. They have to use big spells for kills.
You can delete the word Aegis from that, and it's still true.
You just don't like Kunkka. I understand. I get it.
I really don't.
I get it.
I mean, I like the concept.
That's
I miss the old Kunkka, man.
Yeah, you want the cleave back.
I do.
You love cleavage.
I mean, yeah. Who doesn't?
Oh.
You saw the trailer last night. Schofield getting burned up.
Without context, that just sounds really weird to the audience.
Oh, yes.
Of course, the trailer to Relic Arena. Let's be clear here. What Shannon watched last night. All right, Nisha.
Nisha.
He has the Aegis, but
does. Don't want to waste it here, though. X marks into the boat.
They call his bluff button.
Telekinesis.
Save. Oh, man, this is so bad for Kunkka to play into. That shard just is such
Up,
a
Sonic
good.
Wave onto 2. Mickey is going to get torrented for his troubles. As Dark Mago, did he X himself or was that stolen? Either way, Schofield being chased now by Nisha. Mickey should be able to finish it.
Yeah. Okay.
Okay. Making this more annoying.
Blink. Okay. Schofielding.
Schofield, yeah. Standing still, they'll never look there. Okay, run into him again. Good attempt on the deny, not happening.
$14K the lead now. Growing by the minute. It's a very clear trend. If you look at the graph, just a constant increase in the pockets of Liquid. Every minute, it seems like they gain 500 more gold than their opponents.
Look at that hit. That's what Kunkka has been reduced. What has happened to my boy? I mean, there was a time where it was a bit egregious, where you would go Divine and it would be relatively safe.
Yeah.
With date, like, sure, that was too much.
The game has changed a lot.
But this, yeah, that's true. That might be fine now. Who knows?
The old Kunkka wouldn't even be broken in current Dota, I think.
Yeah, let's revert all that. Let's look at all the patch notes, delete them. You can have ChatGPT help you out.
Oh, deleting patch notes sounds like something I want. Chat. Are we on the same page?
The hero's just... You said uninspiring about the gameplay, but I'd say the hero's uninspiring right now. 2.5 minutes on the Aegis. Liquid just running over South American Rejects right now.
You say one, right now, I would say the last 20 minutes.
Yeah, the whole game has been theirs.
Okay.
What the hell is Cinderin Protocol? Man, you got some chubby cheeks there, Cinderin. I like that. As they find the Kunkka.
What is this shit?
It's slop.
Yeah, that's for sure.
It is a lot of slop. Dark Mago had the BKB run away. And I mean, they might still find him. Ace with the swash, and yeah, they'll get the kill. This is getting hard to watch, if I'm being honest. Frank with the Viper strike just runs away. Liquid not being punished any step of the way here.
Yeah, they just look. You also look at their cameras. They're just very, like, calm and composed. Just very straightforward.
Oh, another one. Darkest, is that Slacks?
I don't know what's going on.
I think that's Slacks at the top. Yeah.
Okay.
That was one trend that I liked. I know that we're not big fans of AI art in general, but you put in a prompt and then you just make it more extreme, more extreme, more extreme, and you see each iteration, it does get hilarious at a certain point. Always ends with a galaxy. You know, that's the common denominator. Nisha with the shield rune, about to dissipate though. They will get this tier 2. And that means only one tier 2 at the bot remains. 45 seconds on the Aegis. Doesn't look like they're going to use it in any capacity. And okay, what is this one? Yeah, that's more galaxy-like.
All right, it's reached.
It's like a hive mind up there.
It has reached its final form, fortunately. That's the end.
Sidner is not happy. He's not happy seeing that. I'm not happy seeing this game though, so I'd rather see that in the game right now.
Oh, that's rough.
It's atrocious.
That is harsh words.
They didn't show up to game 1. Let's be honest. Like, why are we mincing words here?
Let's just wait. They've got a plan.
Their plan is to
synchronizing wits first. Need to.
He's getting rooted. He's getting killed. All right, what's the plan from here?
It's the rubber band strategy.
It's yeah. If only that still existed. The sniper juggernaut troll patch. Was it the same one with the rubber band?
I don't know if that was the ho-ho-ha patch. I don't think so, but could. I mean, all the disastrous ones kind of blend together in your memory, right?
Yes.
Yeah, the rubber band was something else.
That was actually what Turbo it probably is now. Genuine. There's Mickey. They're going to open up onto El Misho. He boxes himself. He's put under the high ground. Gets the Wheel of Wonder as well, but now the Rolling Thunder from Ace. Not that much damage being applied to the Quap. Will blink out. Gets X marked back, though. Here's the Sonic Wave with the Bloodstone healing him up. And Dark Mago takes a tumble. Ace still on the high ground. They get the Torrent, which is stolen onto Frank. Pops the BKB. Dies shortly after. 4 dead in favor of Liquid. Look at the HP bars here.
Yep.
Quite healthy.
Looking.
No damage.
I got Mickey quite low, but then he pressed some buttons and got Sunray healed.
That's good.
Oh, just wait. It's all part of the plan. I've seen this before. South American rejects are not going to win, but it's part of the plan. They have an idea.
Oh, did we miss 420?
Well, it happened during the fight.
Damn it.
It was very
That's
quick.
your job to look at that.
I was thinking about pointing it out, but it already crossed. It was too quick.
Okay. And we don't have any more coming, looks like.
Unfortunately, South American rejects have 1 kill too many here.
Yeah, if they can get 7,
If they could get -1
and
kill.
Liquid can get 66, which we're on pace for.
Yeah.
That's 1 lane for Liquid. Not even needing the Aegis here. Roche, a minute away from knowing when the spawns will be.
We're almost approaching the 1K GPM lead mark, which I can probably count on one hand how many times I've seen a team lose in all of Dota history with that. So.
Did it involve Eternal Envy by any chance?
Maybe one of them. I'm not sure. Oh, Ace, hello?
Yeah, he's feeling very confident. There's no backup yet, though. So Rolling Thunder used to no avail. And now they're going to smoke. They're going to take this opportunity knowing that at least 1 spell is down. And if they lose this fight, I could see a GG.
They're going for this, and if it fails, they just immediately GG out.
I would think so, as they're going to find the opening onto Mickey. Get the Avatos with the Wheel of Wonder, but the save is there into the Sonic Wave. Mickey healing up with the Bloodstone again, blinks out to safety, and now it is likely not going to turn out too well for the South American rejects. Although they do a lot of damage to this Pango, that's a good kill. Ace ends up going down to Wits. Mickey able to finish off Schofield, though. So 2 supports for the offlaner.
Stolen Torrent, nicely placed from Eki. Can they get a connection off of it, though?
The high ground trying to run away. Torrent continuing to hit Dark Mago. Been a more successful Kunkka on the Rubik, it feels like, this game. As Mickey jumps in, gets a burst of heal with the Bloodstone. Nisha down to half HP. Mickey continuing with the Shadow Strikes onto Dark Mago. Schofield really low as well.
He might.
Don't stand next to each other.
Don't be close. Don't be close.
This would be fitting.
Oh, Schofield. Oh, okay. That's one. He needs to not be close to the. Don't go
keep
close
going.
to Kunkka.
Keep going.
Don't
go into the
stack
fountain.
with
No,
him.
keep going. Don't stop now.
Okay.
Unfortunate. That would have been the most entertaining part of this game.
Yep.
27k lead for Liquid.
Yeah, that's the good news here for our rejects. The gold lead has plateaued now. For the first time in the game, they didn't gain GPM for 1 minute. Liquid are flatlining, which is not a good sign, of course. You want to keep growing that lead forever.
Okay, another smoke for the rejects. With the Wheel of Wonder, again going for Mickey. A lot of damage. Sunray trying to heal him. Not going to happen. 80 seconds on the deck. Tofu. He's the one that gets telekinesis instead. He does not have his ult. I get the Yules, and that will set up the kill.
I told you, it was all part of the plan. Just got to believe. You just got to wait.
Okay, what's the percentage on this game now?
90-10. I respectfully disagree.
10, huh? In what goddamn universe is this 10?
11. 7. 10.
What the hell?
Okay.
What happened?
I think this is just
having an aneurysm. Dota Plus.
I don't know about.
I think a bunch of people just canceled their subscriptions and it just bugged out.
Valve have been known to. Imagine if Valve annually raised the price on Dota Plus, like with Netflix and stuff.
Yeah, a lot of people just subscribe. They don't even realize they're still subscribed anymore. That is a fast kill onto the Viper.
Frank the tank.
No, not anymore. More like Frank the Spank. Dark Mago in the cover of his Shadow Blade.
Oh, he's looking for this.
He is. There's snowball control as well. Get the Walrus Punch after the X, so Eki ends up dropping. South American rejects showing some signs of life. There is a pulse, technically.
Yeah. It's a shame they had to get this far behind before these successful moves happen, but this actually happens more often than you might think with a team really far ahead, because when you're this far ahead, you start spreading thinner around the map to farm more, and that can give moments of opportunity. You can just play tightly together and still dominate the map. You'll be farming a bit less, but the enemy team will also not be able to make moves on you. And like, it varies by game state what's really better to do. All in all, though, considering just the magnitude of this lead, shouldn't matter all that much. Which of the two Liquid choose? They choose Aegis now. That matters.
Yep, Roche number 2, although we get some D-wards first, and Rubik's still not up for 10 seconds. That's not really going to stop them, though. Okay, can they contest this? Roche will globally belch.
They will contest it. This is the game-deciding fight, most likely. Liquid are aware of this, and they'll back out for a bit and let Nisha get back to work. Never mind, you get smoked, sir, against your will. Eki pinged and said, smoke.
Oh, rolling Thunder onto the high ground. Ace finally finds a connection onto Frank. This is going to be a perma-stun situation. They get the roar as well. Sonic Wave comes out. Fox is not going to save him. 2 dead. And Wisp being pursued now. He's really fast, actually. Now the buyback onto the Viper, so Frank wants to keep fighting. Ace and company, they're going to find Dark Mago. They're going to force out another buyback, so it's back to a 5 versus 5. Dark Mago, though, no BKB.
A couple big spells on cooldown here on Liquid. They might just wait a little bit. They still have Supernova, but no Sonic, no roll. No urgency either, though. You can just chill.
Yep.
Go to their side of the map, wait for these spells to come off cooldown again, go for another hit, and if they kill the same heroes again, the game's just over. And Rejects recognize this, so they're going to try a move of their own, but in turn, Liquid will also smoke defensively. Be ready for this inevitable clash.
Nisha,
no BKB ready.
First, blinks back. Mickey jumps in really deep, gets a scream, and then blinks out. He has a blink dagger.
They have. Oh, he has a blink. I thought they used X mark from Kunkka, but no, it was actually his own blink.
That is something.
Yeah. I think this is a pretty cool build on Quap that we almost never see, but there will occasionally be situations. I mean, obviously this is a stomp, so it doesn't really matter as much, but there's this idea that when you blink in on Quap, you hard commit, right? Like, then you're in. But if you have this, you can blink in, cast all your stuff, soak spells, and then just blink out with your spell blink.
Don't you blink in? Isn't it a faster animation to blink out with the item?
Yeah, but if you get hit, you can't do it.
Yeah, but you're not going to get hit that fast, sure.
I mean, if you're just blink, scream, blinking, sure. But you generally, if you want to cast like Scream and Sonic and or Shadow Strike, you're obviously leaving yourself vulnerable. All right, free Aegis for Nisha.
Indubitably, as Ace and company, they get the roar onto the Tiny, who gets boxed into the Sonic Wave. The egg is going to pop here, and so is Tiny, and likely the hopes for South American Rejects as they lose 3, make it 4. Only one remaining member. No GG called, which is shocking to me. Dark Mago is going to get away with his life.
They have a full minute. It's over. They just need a wave. And they have the top wave coming in. This is a banner as well, so there was a banner, right? Was this Roshan number? Yeah, they have it. They have it on Quap. That was the last hero I checked.
Hey, a Daedalus for Dark Mago. We're going to get to see how much worse this is versus the version from 3 years ago. More than that, probably.
Bare minimum megas here for Liquid. Could put the banner and start hitting tier 4s if they wanted to. Mickey is going to keep it in his backpack for reasons unknown. Wants to win with increase the win rate of Roshan's banner.
Still reading the spells of Quap, so just needs to pay attention here. They get the telekinesis and the initiation. BKB popped into retreat mode, into roar, into death.
Nice Daedalus though.
Yep, that was really
didn't get to hit.
Really hype.
I think he hit 0 times with his Daedalus.
Yeah, that's correct.
Unfortunate. Okay.
All right, and now they're calling GG. So that was game 1 apparently. Hopefully we'll see a better showing for game 2. That was a stinker and a half. My goodness.
One of these teams was way better than the other in this first game.
I mean, the fact that it takes 38 minutes is the more frustrating part than anything.
I mean, you can talk about draft all you want, but if this is how it's going to be, I don't think any picks will, unless Liquid genuinely just completely shit the bed. You have to play much better than this as Rejects if you want to have a chance of beating this team.
Well, Richard, that was game 1.
It was, but only just. And look, to cut the South American Rejects some slack, obviously they're probably exhausted. They've been playing so many series. You know, you have to get up in the morning, come hit the studio after you've been grinding all night, and then you just get owned by Team Liquid. Like, it just can't feel good.
Liquid just being Liquid.
Yeah.
Definitely playing their usual game. They just picked the most broken heroes in the game, in the meta right now, and they don't care about counter matchups. They basically just said, we're probably just gonna play better. We don't care. Pick them, move on.
Yeah, I mean, coming out of laning stage, like Liquid, they won every lane. All of their cores had, 10 minutes more net worth than everyone on South America Rejects. We were worried about the counter matchups, but like Liquids, they straight up just outplayed. They just played better lanes. Their rotations were better. They showed up to the fights with more numbers. They pressed their buttons better, which is what Liquid is good at. But you throw that on top of like one lanes in situations where I think South America Rejects should have had a better showing. We have like the Kunkka versus Pango mid, for example. Presumably, that's got to be pretty good for
that.
Kunkka.
Roshan deny right there was about as good as it got for
I'm sorry, the Beast, not the Pango. Pango offlane, which is like arguably even worse. Pango offlane does like nothing in the lane.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a lot you can sort of say other than like Team Liquid were just immaculate. You're seeing all of these team fights. It's like they've hit the combo on the spells every time. Just multiple people caught in the screen.
This was
so much damage.
Was super nice.
Yeah.
Walking up into the high ground, like you can see that every single fight, Tiny was going for Phoenix. Tofu was every time egging in like the most obnoxious scenario where he would bait Wits into thinking that he can like insta burst him, and then he would egg at like low HP or high HP, but Wits is already committed, gets roared, and you're screwed at that point. Like, you're going to get egg stunned. you're going to take like 50% of your HP and damage, and you're committed. Like, you're done.
Just like Skitter yesterday, who kept going on the egg, and he just at some point got solo killed and decided, okay, we're not doing this anymore. But unfortunately, the rejects did not have so many opportunities to decide that.
Look at Liquid, all the Ags as well, and Shards, just almost a full complement.
Yeah.
Just so far ahead, just such a one-sided game. Like,
I mean, to be honest, this is their 40th game in 6 days on the rejects.
I mean, yeah,
so
that's what I mean.
It must be tiring.
It would have been difficult for them if that wasn't true, you know.
Yeah, but at the same time, maybe they can step it up here for game number 2. I would love to see this team at least bring out a 3rd game. It's the last chance for South America.
Yeah, it is.
I think we were pretty happy about Mickey's build in this game in terms of the Queen of Pain.
Oh yeah, he went the Kaya.
Yeah, Kaya, Veil, then he got the Bloodstone into Ags. It's just a little bit different from what we've seen, depending on the game, depending on whether they win or they lose, but kind of playing more the farming route, which I think as a carry makes sense, but we both agree that Queen Ags, like once you have Queen Ags plus Bloodstone, it's just Exodia. Like, you insta win the game. It's so hard to lose from that point onward. Enemy team has to commit so much to burst you through like 5,000 HP. If they don't do it, you just turn around, heal everything because of the spell lifesteal. Like, it's insane. So just get to that point as fast as possible.
It does look like he has a great understanding of the hero. Like
played amazing.
Yeah, the Kaya Bloodstone shows that he understands the Kaya gets him to the second item timing faster and in a better way because you have a lot of mana. At the same time, he didn't finish the Ags. He actually went for Bloodstone. He thinks this Tiny is gonna have a Shadow Blade early on, maybe, right? And in case that happens, he doesn't want to die to it. So he just buys Bloodstone so he can just farm more. Now he gets Kaya and Bloodstone, does a lot of damage, basically farming the entire map, gets the Aghanim's. It's just freedom. Like, it's such a carry mentality, but it shows that he gets, like, he has a great understanding of Queen of Pain. I love it.
The question then becomes moving forward, because we know Queen of Pain is good. We've seen it in the mid lane. We've seen it in matchups that are theoretically bad for it, and it's still done okay or better. Do you think we could see it flexed into the carry role more based on that?
It should.
It should
Queen
be.
of Pain has been a great carry, even last patch with the Blade Mail. Generally kind of the same idea. I think it's, again, the hero of the day. Yesterday it's been picked almost every game. Today has been picked every game so far. Talked about this in the morning. Yeah, seems like it's going to be the hero of the tournament.
I mean, Yatoro on the last patch, when Spirit was winning a lot with Queen of Pain, like, he was playing it as a carry. He wasn't even going Blade Mail. He was just going this build, like minus the Bloodstone, because it did something different back then. But he would go Sanjin Kaya, just mid-quap build as a carry, and it owned, because still the Aghanim Scepter plus other items that help you sustain in the late game is Exodia. You just... It makes the game so tremendously easy to play. It scales amazingly. It should be played way more as a carry.
Yeah. And obviously as well, I mean, Team Liquid, they just don't look like they've got a stand-in right now. I thought Eki had another really insane game.
Not looking good for Boxy. That's all I can say.
I mean, you know, he did say it was a vacation. But yeah, obviously you've got to be careful when you go on vacation, because
that's true.
If your replacement's absolutely owning, you might get to stay on vacation. But I thought Eki was like huge in that game again.
Yeah, he was a standout player for me in this match. He saved the Queen a couple of times. He got extra kills on the map. I loved his build, the Distiller, you know, the classic. He buys the shard. I don't know if he got it from Tormentor, but he definitely has shard pretty fast, and he understands that he has this like insane cast range when he saves an ally. So he goes Etherlands on top of it, and suddenly, like, when this Queen gets gone on, he just sends him into a different game, you know, and you can't kill this Queen anymore. This guy has played out of his mind.
I hate to say it, because Rubik is such a cool hero concept, and it's so fun to watch.
Don't tell me it needs to.
This hero does too much. This shit is too much.
No, so for anyone at Valve listening, this hero is really bad right now. Do not touch this
There's
hero.
no way you should be the spell stealing guy that does other people's jobs but better. And then also, by the way, if you wanted an Oracle Ringmaster Shadow Demon on your team, he is now that as well.
Yeah.
Like, come on, it's too much.
He turned around a moment in this game. There was a fight on the mid lane next to the tier 1. They were like going on the Beastmaster, and he had like an avalanche. He literally turned the fight around, and that was probably like, if they were successful in that, the rejects, they probably could have had like a great chance to take over the game.
There you go. So lots to talk about from a Team Liquid perspective. South American rejects, not so much. Let's hope they can wake up after the break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, we are back with Ask the Experts today. We have Lacoste. What are you going to be sharing with us today?
We're going to be talking about the 5 most important buildings on Dota map.
Okay, let's start with number 5, the least important.
The building called the building, which
The
is
building.
on both sides of Radiant and Dire.
Oh.
The one slightly closer to the northeast. I like that one in particular.
Okay, so the ones that used to be the shrines when you went
Yeah, the
uphill.
ziggurats, shrines,
Yeah.
moonwells, yada
It's
yada.
just called building. Now these are kind of important. The creeps do hit them instead of towers sometimes.
Yes, but not as important. It's like close to Effigy, which is on 4th place.
Okay.
But
Effigy?
Yeah.
Okay, so the Effigy is the 4th place.
Yes. Also, very important building to kill. It's like when you kill it, it's like you killed the player as well.
All right, cool. Number 3.
Number 3, we're gonna go with Radiant Melee Barracks, the one on the
Melee
left.
barracks
Yeah,
on the
this
left.
one is like especially important because it is on the left side.
Okay, which, players typically will go with
Yeah,
whatever
they will
their
go
hand
like from
dominance.
this. Yeah, it depends whether you're left-handed or right-handed.
right,
So
right.
like most of the people are right-handed, so the one on the left side makes definitely more sense.
Of course, it's the
Yeah.
one that typically they'll do last.
Yeah.
So it's the most important for mega creeps.
Absolutely.
Very, very true. Now with that, what's number 2?
Number 2 is gonna be the Radiant, actually Dire mid-tier 1 tower.
Dire mid-tier 1 tower.
Yes.
Can you explain that?
It is very important because it is the first tower that you need to kill when you're playing Radiant to be able to kill other towers in the mid lane.
I see. And it opens up the jungle.
Absolutely.
All right, and number 1, the most important building on the Dota Tour map.
It is gonna be Ancient. This is
The
gonna be
Ancient.
the realest answer. Yeah, if you lose this one, you actually lose the game.
All right, well, thank you so much. Incredible analytical job there. Watch those buildings, my friends. Protect them.
Welcome back to PGL Wallachia Season 8, and we have got the Grinders versus the Greats. SA Rejects really up against it, had an opening game to forget. Team Liquid very much in pole position.
Yeah, I find it so hard to talk about this game unless South America just steps it up. They need to step it up. This team can do so much better.
It up. They need to step it up, then keep it up.
They can do so much better than what they showed in game 1.
Definitely.
Meanwhile, Liquid, again, they've only lost in here in this tournament only against BB, and they do look like the almost favorites to
And you can see, by the way, this is the
final.
first time I've seen the SA Rejects guys coming in looking beat up.
Dude, they look tired.
Yeah.
They look really
You can see
tired.
people are rubbing their eyes, like...
Yeah, Schofield was just like, ugh, get me
Yeah.
out. I just want to play Minecraft.
And then, look at the contrast.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the benefit of just having such a great performance in like so many tournaments throughout the years for Liquid, right? I mean, these guys were so happy, as you said, to play the last games here at PGL, but then they wake up today. It's morning. You know, Dota players don't really like waking up in the morning, and then they have to face Liquid.
Yep.
Again, they've played 40 games in the last 6 days. Now you have to face Liquid. It's kind of a little bit like mentally exhausting.
You would be exhausted.
Draining.
You know that you have to do your, like, just pull out your best game, your best heroes, no mistakes allowed. And yeah, as you can see, they're just not feeling that good. Meanwhile, Liquid, they're just relaxed. It's not a day at the office.
Yeah, and like Liquid at other Wallachias, specifically the ones that they've won, they've kind of done this thing where they looked, you know, decent, in form, okay, during the group stage, and then slowly they ramp up, and then by the end of it, they look completely unstoppable. And part of me is feeling like we're seeing a repeat of the Wallachias that they won, where every
Start
time
out on day one.
Yeah.
Get into the lower brackets, you know, power through.
Every time they get like pushed into a corner, they kind of they bite back and they learn something. Whereas South American Rejects, now they're in this position where they have to learn something or they're out. Like this is it for them. They've played so many games in the last week that, you know, hypothetically, they should be very well trained at like talking to each other after the games, figuring out what went wrong.
They decided to go with Hoodwink on Liquid. Let's remember Slardar, one of the most contested heroes in this tournament, with like an insane win rate right now. It's like 20 plus games, 75% plus win rate. Completely ignored last game. And this game, it seems like they don't prioritize it on Liquid. They don't really care. But South American Rejects, they went for Viper as well.
Has played it 3 times, I think.
Yes, and when they pick Viper... No, please.
Slaughter's very good against Hoodwink, as we've talked about. Like
so good.
One crush and she's dead. It feels really rough. They steal the Phoenix.
Again, last game they first picked Viper. I mean, to be honest, I completely forgot the hero existed, the Slardar, because it's just been banned every game. Maybe South American Rejects probably came in with the plan prepared. They saw the Slardar available. They didn't expect it. They still decided to go with the plan. And since the plan was Viper first pick, which is a Frank hero, as we discussed, Dark Mega does not really play this hero. They can't really pick Slardar, right? So that's why they ignored it. This time they don't have the
I also think last game that they probably are just... I don't want to play against Tofu's Phoenix again, please. He saved so many lives. He had unbelievable egg placement.
Yeah. That was a nightmare to deal with. I mean, there are some patches, like I think Phoenix is definitely good. You know, with the facets removal patch, Phoenix getting the facet as an innate, all of these things, Phoenix is still very good. But the big reason I think Phoenix is good is a lot of the carries don't like killing the egg. There are just no egg scramblers. You're playing into some, you know, tiny, like sometimes like Alchemist or Luna is like the best hero to kill the egg. Like, what the hell are they going to do? Run into melee range, get themselves killed. Snapfire doesn't exist. Gyrocopter's complete dog shit. We are seeing a little bit of Ursa, but it's Nightfall playing it, Lifestealer, but kind of only against Tiny. And even these heroes, it feels a little weird picking them. There's other stuff that takes priority, so Phoenix feels so good.
Would you prioritize? I mean, they do. Phoenix over Slardar. I feel like Slardar, you could have picked it into the Hoodwink. It would have been such a good like counter pick to Hoodwink.
Maybe
you just find him in the game. He like pretty much dies in one stun. And at the same time, Mickey's general heroes that he plays are not very good against Slardar.
Yeah.
The only one that's really good, and he loves playing against it, is actually the Windrunner. But since they do have the second pick, they had the opportunity of picking Slardar and banning the Wind Ranger.
Yeah, the Lifestealer ban as well suggests they might want a Tiny.
But Tiny against
Phoenix
it's been shown yesterday and today. It's such a hard matchup.
Eggs.
You need to itemize. I mean, are you even able to itemize against the Phoenix? And that's just a support. It's a hard, rough time. Sunray is just too good against Tiny. Yesterday, I've seen it literally solo kill Skitter from 100 to 0, 6 slotted Tiny, which is crazy, right?
Oh, absolutely.
It's just one
6
support.
slotted Tiny with about 5,000 health as well.
I'm also surprised Liquid decided to take out the Rubik. Icky's Rubik. That's because Sar probably has the first pick, and there it is.
There you go.
They went for the Sardar, but the Wind Ranger's in the pool. I can see an 18 Windrunner here from Liquid. Or he could be very confident and just pick it earlier.
What about South American rejects? What if they snipe the Windrunner pick and put it on Schofield? And then run El Micho, the Phoenix?
They could definitely do that. It's not a bad idea by any means. Again, Mike's hero pool kind of suffers against Sardar. I see his second best hero probably would be a Luna.
What about Muerta? Because Muerta can also scramble the egg.
Muerta's good against the egg. Kind of decent against Sardar in the game because of her ulti, but at the same time, if she does get caught out,
okay, they go for the win. They go for the old classic. It's just too good. It's just too good.
No hesitation.
Yeah.
A winner has been very successful against Sardar in this tournament, and Mike plays pretty good. I think he's the second best winner in the world right now, with first being Nightfall, of course.
So like, well, I was thinking Tusk, but they go for another like melee beefy boy with Wind and Hoodwink. You kind of need someone to get in there. Underlord hasn't really been opting to buy pipe too much on this patch. It's been another kind of build.
The Athos Aghanims.
Yeah, Aghanim Scepter with the Kleipnir.
And the access is just too good. You just have a global route at your disposal. It's crazy. He just comes into the gates and then he just routes you again. And then he has Athos on top. So basically, he's like routing you for 10 seconds if he decides to. Pair that with a Rubik, and suddenly like you're back into the pit.
Hoodwink plus Underlord. I don't think we've seen this picked where it lost lane.
No.
This is an unbelievably good lane.
Very strong lane. I'm surprised Sar are banning Huskar. I think when you think about Nisha, yes, he does play Huskar from time to time, but he's not the Huskar.
No.
I would not be afraid of Nisha Huskar. He played it yesterday. Obviously, he had a very bad 1v2 lane, not even a 1v1. It was actually legit a 1v2 mid lane, but still not very impressed by his Huskar in general. He has so many good heroes.
That's interesting. They go for the bird. This is another hero that can suffer versus the Windrunner.
And the Underlord.
And the Underlord, but that's why they pick SD.
Yep.
You can purge the wind runoff and win the carry-to-carry matchup. You can steal the Underlord auras. You make Slaughter's lane a little bit easier. Like Slaughter plus Kez is unfathomable amounts of damage, especially if you pair that with the SD, Disseminate, and Purge. Like there's a crazy damage threshold that they can hit in this game for South American rejects.
I'm gonna disagree with you on Kez versus Windrunner. I think Kez is good against Windrunner. I think his...
You're Kez's biggest advocate. Apart from me, Po, you love Kez.
I mean, to me, Kez seems like one of the best carries of the patch right now. I don't know if it's just Satanic playing it, but this hero looks so good in almost every game it played. The reason why it lost, it wasn't because of the hero. It was actually the player was just not good enough on the hero, in my opinion. And yeah, they have the Shadow Demon to match up the Windrunner. Always a bad matchup for Windrunner. You do not want to play against this.
Yeah, this one's rough.
Like Purge ulti is too strong to deal with. And Liquid go for Queen. So today we're 4-4 on Queen games.
Also true.
It means Slaughter mid now feels very bad.
It's one of the worst matchups.
Could you also just run back the Queen carry against Slaughter and like you follow the Slaughter and then because Wind is now pretty hard countered by SD, you put Wind as a support?
100%. I feel like they picked Wind Ranger early on 14 and left the pick open on 18 because they basically want to give it to Eki and have the Queen or maybe other heroes, but in this case the Queen, be just a great matchup for him on the lane.
Because this is a really sick Queen game now.
It's a very good Queen game, and Mike shows a very good understanding of the hero. So I wouldn't be surprised if he plays it. Although SAR do have the last pick, so we'll get to. They will understand if it's winner support or not before they get the last pick. I think they play kids. Dark Mako plays kids mid. He doesn't play kids mid, right? I haven't seen him play kids mid.
I don't
There's
think
some
so.
people,
That's
some players in this tournament that do play kids mid.
RCY,
You know, see what
Niku.
it is. Obviously, Niku and Navi were still in the tournament.
Yep. But Dark Mago, I don't. That's the last guy I would see picking up the Kez mid.
Well, SAR definitely assumed this winner as a carry. They're banning 5+ heroes. Liquid might surprise them here.
Yeah, there's some really cool stuff that Liquid could do here if they pick something that's like flexible between lanes.
I mean, this is a great spirit opportunity, like Void Spirit for Nisha, Storm Spirit. The Shadow Demon needs to be caught in the team fights. They need to have this guy. They already have a queen, but it's not good enough. They need somebody with control. Ideally, Void Spirit, Storm Spirit could be very good. And they do go for the 5+ or 4+. Yeah, so it's a win-run carry. He does not care about the Shadow Demon match. It is good against Loudar. This is why they picked it, so not very surprised.
Yeah, so once again, another game where Liquid is not really caring too much about the like one-to-one counters in the game. They say like, okay, yeah, you have SD versus Windrunner. It'll make her game hard, but we're so confident in the matchup versus Slardar that we're gonna win anyway. Like we're gonna get that timing and use it so well that there's no point where you can take that advantage of having the SD purge.
Well, Boxy had a better win rate on Tusk than Iki does.
Maybe
Gonna mention that.
Maybe it'll be a Tofu Tusk.
They could switch both. Both of them play both heroes, so they could switch.
Because Eki's Hoodwink is pretty nasty.
They go for Viper again. I am the Viper.
What's going on with
I
you,
am the
man?
Viper guy. That's it. I'm gonna switch my name to the Viper guy.
You need to stop. You need to cut this out. So
the mid Dark Mago. We talked about it. He doesn't play Viper very often.
wait, hold on a
Not
second.
really a Viper.
Don't you just win mid, shit on the Viper, and then Queen carry, shit on the Slardar?
No, because look at what Liquid are doing. They did not pick their heroes. They're gonna put the Wind Ranger mid and the Queen on the safe.
Well, that's what I just said. Yeah.
Oh, actually, yeah.
That's what I was thinking.
I tunnel visioned.
I hope they do it. I hope they do it.
No,
they don't do it. Okay.
They were thinking about it, obviously, but
They're running back last game, dude. Like we have all these crazy suggestions of how they win the matchups, and they're like, "We'll just lose the matchups, but we're better."
I mean, again, not doing what we talked about, putting the winner mid and leaving the winner as carry against the Shadow Demon, it just shows so much confidence Liquid have in themselves. They basically don't care what they're matched up against. They know they're gonna win this game. That's how it feels. That's their message that I'm receiving from them right now.
And because, like you said, they thought about it, and you know they had that talk, and they're like, "No, we can just be normal, and we're gonna beat them."
Yeah, sure. Nisha's like, I don't care, man. It's whatever. I'll probably lose the lane. It's fine. We got this.
Wonder if Dark Mago has been playing Viper in secret or something, because Heroic
or something?
Yeah, well, when Heroic banned it, when the one time they didn't pick it, and we were saying, well, Dark Mago doesn't play it. Why would you ban the Viper?
Well, maybe they banned it for Frank.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it could
Yeah.
be also true.
I mean, judging by last game and this tournament in general, Liquid has just looked solid overall. SAR, they have so much work to do this game.
Yeah, I think they've only had it in the offlane on this team, the SA Rejects.
Yeah.
So, I don't know. Haven't been impressed with the Viper mid, honestly.
He plays a bit of Viper. It's not much. Most of his mids are flashy. Like he plays Mars mid and Dragon Knight mid and Earthshaker mid more than he's played the
He's a
Viper.
playmaker more than Viper's not a playmaker.
Yeah. It doesn't.
It doesn't fit him.
It does not.
All right, guys. Well, look, it's time to get into the game. We'll see if SA Rejects can deliver a better performance. Take it away, Sunsfan and Cinderin.
Welcome to Game 2. It can't get worse than Game 1. I have high hopes for this one, Cinderin. I feel like a lot of these teams, they show up. I would say it's early in the morning. It's not, but for the gamers, it is. I used to wake up at 1 p.m., 2 p.m. all the time.
Yeah.
Get that Game 1 out of the way. Now you can fully reset. I mean, you don't even look at that replay. You don't look at anything resembling Game 1. You come back with a new mindset in this Game 2.
I mean, I like I said in the previous game, I don't really mind the drafts that much. Okay, Frank, let's see if he gets out of this one.
Frank gets bushwhacked, and he's going to get slowed to a crawl. We'll get the crush off, but the ice shards block him in, so he's going to be first blood. Only question is who will claim him. Ace, obviously the one wanting it badly, and he will get it.
So, for me, first of all, nice move from Liquid to wrap around from that side. Clearly, Frank was not expecting that. I don't really mind the drafts that much in either game. I think the picks from South America regions make sense to me. I want to see a change in playstyle. I want to see more aggression. I want to see them make Liquid uncomfortable. Because that last game was literally just Liquid did whatever they wanted. You made one move mid that failed, and after that, you did nothing for 10 minutes. And I don't think that's... I feel like I say this a lot. When there's a matchup between two teams where I just think one of them is better, I think the best way for an upset win is to pressure the favorite team early, because they're just going to outclass you on average, and you're going to need to win 2 games here. So
yeah, this is actually a similar lineup in the fact that your mid and off lane have to do shit again.
Yeah.
They can't just sit around farming. Kez can, because I mean, we've seen him late game. He's a disgusting beast.
Yeah, and he has Slardar amplifying him. This is a combination in this turn. I don't know if this hero duo has lost a game yet. Slardar plus Kez in the same team. The games that I've seen has just looked ridiculous. But unfortunately, in the stat book, Wit's one of his best heroes is Kez, but he's 0-2 in the tournament, so they have not converted it into victories. But it's not because of unfamiliarity with the hero. I think this guy is one of the best at it. We'll see if he can change that stat line and not leave the tournament with one of his favorites as a 0% win rate. That's never a good feeling.
Yeah.
Anisha will be playing the Quap against Viper. Not a hero I think about Dark Mago with. Just same as the panel. I see him more of as like a chaotic playmaker, bursty type hero, Spirits, Kunkka. If he doesn't win this lane, what was the point, I think, is my question. You're putting him on a different style entirely for your team identity. And
YOLO?
Is Viper a YOLO hero? It's at the bottom of my YOLO hero list.
Yeah,
I'm not like, oh man,
true.
Screw it, I'm going Viper. You know? Not really. Good start for Nisha so far.
Yeah, 9-3 versus a 7-1. And I mean, when does this matchup, when is it supposed to be hard for Quap? Level 2 poison?
I'm not well enough versed in this matchup, to be honest, to know when exactly Viper's meant to get his advantage, but it should be very early on, before Quap hits level 5 at least. And now Dark Mago is starting to, so I think you're probably right. It's the level 3 timing that's the strongest swing here. You go 201. Oh, good damage onto Amisha. Will live. This is probably Eki's best hero, by the way, the Hoodwink. Saw his stats in the pre-series breakdown.
Oh, mid lane.
Yes, like 70% win rate in pro games, which is very, very high on any hero. Decent chunk of games with it too, I believe. Now, comes with the asterisk of which teams has he played for, what level has the opposition been. Regardless, it still shows a level of understanding and familiarity with the hero, if nothing else. All right, Nisha has to TP to base.
All right, that's very good news for the side of the rejects. He's going to miss a good amount of this wave. He has to walk all the way back with a blink in between.
I was just going to say, I wonder if he's going to glyph now. And he is. So this is him trying to buy himself experience.
Still losing this whole wave.
But yeah, he will be too late. However, this glyph will make the wave meet here, which is a bigger deal than you might think. Now he's in a position against Viper where it's harder for Mago to zone him out. And he will be able to get, at the very least, the flag bearer plus what seems to be another melee creep here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, don't want to get into a right-click battle against the Viper.
No.
The Dark Mago starting to dominate a bit in this mid lane. XP advantage is really the biggest difference at the moment.
Yeah. Yeah, part of the reason why this matchup is so good for Viper is obviously Queen of Pain can't use Shadow Strike because it hurts her too much into the Corrosive Skin. So you just have to accept that what makes your hero win lanes is unavailable, and by extension you can never really win this one, but you can draw if you play very well in terms of farming. And probably Viper needs to mess up a little bit as well.
Yeah, I mean, Dark Mago seems to be pretty comfortable on the Viper, despite us not seeing it.
I didn't have my doubts about whether he can play the hero. It's more about how does this affect team dynamics. It was the same issue I took with Heroic, putting Tai Long on it for as many games as they did. He could play the hero in the lane. He was good at the mechanics. But
Oh, he's going to try to turn this around onto El Misho, but actually Nisha comes in for the kill on the El Misho, but unfortunately for Eki, does not get any XP.
Yeah. Eki died first, which is important there. Also for El Misho himself to work his way toward level 4 on the Phoenix. This bottom lane, by the way, very easy for Underlord. He had the first blood, so he gets very quick 2 bracers and is just free laning against Kez. And you would imagine Liquid were not surprised at all to see the Kez, knowing that he's one of the biggest carriers of the patch, and the enemy team telegraphed it quite a lot by picking Slardar. So they were already kind of setting up for this.
Oh, the mid gank. Dark Mago staying alive as Nisha has to blink out, and now a Tusk Snowball does connect.
I still die.
Nisha ticks out to the poison attack, and now we're seeing the Viper Strike onto Tofu, so a big turnaround for the Rejects. And they're going to be, and this is night and day difference in game 1.
This is as many kills as they had last game, when it ended, like minute 30.
For sure.
All right. They've got some fight in them, and this time Nisha will be slow to a crawl. The other 2 cores of Liquid are doing great, so, and I don't think there's going to be much stopping them, but at the very least, you have Dark Mago online in a good matchup.
How is this Underlord in this game state? Like, I assume you want to go Crimson this game, but generally speaking...
Nisha, Blink, they're going to dive after him. This would be a huge kill.
Dive in. Schofield is here as well. Nisha goes down to the Phoenix.
They are not letting him play.
And that is death number 2 for
50
Nisha.
seconds cooldown on TP.
Yeah, that's the worst part.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Dark Mago, bottom lane, shows up with a Viper Strike onto the level 3 Hoodwink. That should be a very easy cleanup for him. And they're going to try to turn this around with the number advantage onto Ace. Looks like he's dead to rights as well.
He's starting to bleed a lot against this Kazurai Katana.
And the Shadow Poisons continue to stack up. They're going to try to give the kill to Wits almost certainly, or maybe Dark Mago, who gets the double. And he's going to go for Boots of Travel, first main item.
So about Underlord, what was it you...
How is he in this game, you think? I assume Crimson will have to be purchased, as Frank is going to take a good amount of damage. Looks to be dead. Power Shot finishes the job for Mickey.
Yeah, I think Crimson Pipe, honestly. It's also Ace. So knowing him, he loves auras more than anyone else in the pro scene. That's been a big part of his success for years now. He's been playing these beefy offlaners going auras, and yeah, I think, you know, Crimson's great against the Slardar Kez, and the Pipe, I think there's enough merit to it against Viper Phoenix, so I wouldn't mind.
Oh, they're trying again for the Slardar kill, but El Misho's here to hold them back a bit. Schofield coming in from the other side as well. Eki's starting to burn. Shadow Poison's not going to hit there, but still might be able to finish the job. El Misho, in the meantime, does go down to Mickey to turn into good old-fashioned brawl. Support for support to start. As Dark Mago, though, with the Viper Strike, a nice crush, and that is the death of the position 1 Windrunner. Tofu blocks himself in. It happens. Good attempt, but it's not to be. So a 1 for 3, another trade in favor of the Rejects.
Yeah, they're getting a lot done right now with their early rotations. The support duo is putting in a lot of work. Schofield 1-0-5, El Misho 3-2-5 on Phoenix. He's been in 8 kills in 8 minutes.
Sonic Wave, Nisha really wants this kill onto Frank, and he'll get it. Finally, Nisha, I was going to say he's on the board. I think he has 2 kills now, though. Yeah.
Yep. This game is okay, all things considered. He's 400 behind Viper, not too bad. Gonna take some lane tax up here as well.
Yeah, surprisingly, Frank is the lowest net worth of the cores with 3 deaths.
It's a
levels
tough
are
lane.
fine, though.
It's a really tough lane. Slardar into Windranger is quite bad. Saw that earlier in, I forgot which teams we cast, where the offlane Slardar was just getting bodied by Windranger.
That was Spirit.
Oh, was it Spirit against...
It was their stand-in, right? Or am I thinking of the Tide game?
No, you're thinking of the Tide game. We had... it might have been Wits on the Windranger, actually, in that game against
Kaz. Get the Bushwhack. And Ace is there to help clean this up. The Raptor Dance is canceled, though. Another Firestorm for the road. Goes in with the Echo Slash. Cannot get the Raptor Dance off, though. So Liquid getting a very valuable kill, probably the most valuable kill they've found so far.
Maybe he could have slashed his way out. Perhaps. I think it would have been close to dying to the Firestorm, but yeah. Another one going the way of Ace. Super good game for the Underlord, and now, in spite of everything that has happened, Liquid almost with the top 3 net worths, seemingly out of nowhere. Now, the big discrepancy is on the supports. That's where the rejects are really winning from all this kill bounty. Shadow Demon and Phoenix also both level 6 now. Almost 7 on the Phoenix is a very good sign. Eki with his best hero, gonna miss every spell. Unfortunate.
Could have definitely waited for the pit to set that up.
Yeah.
Plenty of time. And Ace not queuing any items up. See if he ends up going for the true Aura build. Very tanky right now with the double Bracer Soul Ring treads.
I'm trying to think what else he would buy. He's buying at least 1 Aura, right? Otherwise, this is an imposter. He's got to prove that it's actually him playing.
I mean, there's 2 builds. I guess you could do a hybrid, but we've been seeing a lot of Atos into Ags, which does feel like you need at least the... I mean, Crimson feels necessary.
I don't think you need Atos this game. I think you have enough catch between Tusk, Hoodwink, and Wind Ranger.
Wits. You get bushwhacked inside of the pit. Not going to get the second route, though, as Wits gets off the Raptor Dance finally this time. And with the reinforcements, they take out Eki.
And just like in real life, the chicken will eat the squirrel.
Sure.
Mago, gonna get jumped.
Strike, a good attempt on the Illusion Rune. Dark Mago gets absolutely destroyed. I didn't think that a single Sonic Wave would be enough. But
Focus Fire was doing some work there, too. But yeah, it does. I mean, obviously, it's a lot of damage, right? Pure damage. This is something that Viper cannot mitigate with anything except HP.
That was a killing spree, too. So 4-1-4 start for Dark Mago. And Mickey, what is he opting for? It'll be the Maelstrom to start into, looks like, Ags.
Every game Maelstrom, and then after that it is the
I don't have a read on this new Ags at all.
Me neither. I thought Wind Ranger was going to be less popular than it's been this tournament, to be honest. I thought it was going to feel worse.
Explain this hero to me, how it works with the innate and the Ags.
Right, so when you use an ability, you get a stack of Tailwind, so you get move speed whenever you cast a spell. And then it stacks, so you get really fast. You can see it in effect right now. Nice dodge on the sharpshooter there from Frank. When you buy Ags, you get Tailwind from attacks. So you're just constantly running super fast, and Tailwind can't be dispelled anymore, and it lasts a bit longer. So TLDR, you get Ags, you hit stuff, you're hasted, and with 600 move speed, and you kind of can't be stopped with anything else than stuns.
Oh, Tofu, they find a bird at the top of the cliff here. Wits all alone for the time being. Finally, Schofield comes to play, gets off the Demonic Purge. Wits trying to hide in the trees, but the Acorn Shot's going to give it a little bit of vision. Meanwhile, Mickey going to take an egg to the face. Will have to run out of range as Eki does get a bushwhack, but they don't have the damage now. As Wits cleans him up easily, Tofu falls as well.
Really nice how active Wits is getting here with his Kez. With the Mage Slayer build, he wants to fight. So gets the job done and returns to farming. Another successful hit and run, if you want to call it that, for the side of Rejects. The first time in the game that Kez is top of the charts, too.
A welcome sight for the Rejects, no doubt.
It's going to go Deso next. And once again, the 2K lead is the supports. The cores are even. So that's the challenge here for the side of Liquid, is finding impact on Tofu as well as Eki, especially Tofu. When you're this poor on Tusk, as a Tusk 5, it can get quite difficult to...
It was an Atos, by the way.
Get much done. Huh. That is very surprising to me. And he still hasn't queued up anything additional. I mean, are we overrating Crimson after the nerf and considering you're playing into all this minus armor? Like, is it not as good as we think it is? I would have gone for that too, I think. You're also... I mean, Viper's also right-clicking. You know, it adds up.
Yeah, I don't know.
Pipe would have been decent.
The nerf was definitely pretty significant. It was an auto-buy in most games at a certain point.
I mean, if Ace on Underlord is not buying auras, what is going on?
Feels like they're just either broken or terrible.
Oh, we've seen plenty of pipes this tournament, just not very many Crimsons.
Yeah.
So maybe it got too little, or too much of the axe.
Too much of a Cinderin.
Yeah. It was very good, but maybe now...
Atos set up. into the pit. Nisha's here as well. Shadow Strike into the Sonic Wave, into the Sharpshooter. And that's dead chicken again, so Wits. Second death of the game, despite being the top net worth, but very valuable kill again for Liquid.
Yeah, it's totally alone down there, close to the tower. Maybe a little bit too far up. Feels like other carry players, some of the best in this tournament, would have maybe not made that mistake. Just a little bit too eager, perhaps, to put pressure. Given that no teammates are around and you have a lot of responsibility in a very strong position, pushing out that wave is great, and then maybe you could have done some jungle camps instead of overstaying your welcome. Easy to say for us, though.
A good read from Liquid again in the bot lane. They abandon. 3 TPs come in. Nisha is going to be spotted with the Corrosive Haze.
Oh, he's on the trail.
Away, and the bash is there. Here comes Wits as well. This looks to be a dead Queen of Pain. Huge kill. As Eki tries to get to the high ground, but he's just not. You had to say that this was his best hero, huh?
Yeah, you're welcome. He's 2-7, not bad.
7 deaths at 15 minutes is quite impressive.
Yeah. I didn't say what he was best at.
Yeah, best at dying then,
It's his best hero at...
What hero do you think you died the most on? Like average per game in your career?
Pudge. Because I probably only played it like once or twice and I went 0-19 in one of them. It's not a hero I played much.
That is, so why would you pick it?
I don't know. I think there was a really good reason for it. We won the game, Shannon. It was a good pick.
I want to see this replay.
I was frontlining a lot. I absorbed a lot of damage. That's how the hero works.
Yeah, you're really good at that.
That's right. You wouldn't understand. It's okay. Schofield.
The snowball disappears into the nether realm. Schofield's going to get punched. Brought down. Frank trying to take some sort of consolation. Nice shards, though. Dark Mago using the Viper Strike as well. His attack range is insane. Of course, with that vision from Corrosive Haze, ends up netting them the trade.
What's his range with poison attack? 730 plus 130, right? Yeah, that's pretty damn far. Wits. They're thinking about it again.
They're going to try for it. Atos a little bit too slow. Going to get Sharpshooter. Now the TP from Schofield. They're going to Demonic Purge onto Eki, and Dark Mago with the Boots of Travel joins the party. This is death number 8 for the Squirrel. Sonic Wave completely misses. Raptor Dance will as well. Symphony of Sausage.
Yep.
Of course, Nisha's Sonic Wave was blind.
He has an excuse. Eki might want to get a point in Scurry. I think this 3-4-0 build might not be the right idea this game. I think when you're snowballing the lane and things are going very well, it's good, but just a 2-4-1 perhaps could have saved his... Like, if that singular skill point could have saved him in 2 of the situations, that's really high value, right? I genuinely think he could have maybe lived.
Okay. Show big dive onto 3 heroes, just for fun.
Tofu somehow has a dagger out of nowhere.
Huh.
Tried for the blink punch on the...
His net worth is a lot more respectable now.
Yeah, this looks okay. He's on par with the Shadow Demon. Oh.
Eki, on the other hand, 8 deaths will put you into poverty there.
He has a wizard hat, though. And he has a forager's kit. When he was dying, he dug out a bag of gold. So...
Hype.
This will change everything.
Do you have to pick up the gold, or is it automatic?
I think it's automatic.
Wow, that's unfortunate.
I'm actually unsure now that you say it. Oh, he has found Kez.
Nisha, gonna get bashed up with the Viper Strike in the blink away. Nice pit to try to slow this down, but it's not gonna be enough. Nice disruption as well to stop this focus fire action. And Mickey not able to really turn this around onto anything. Meanwhile, El Misho providing a lot of cover. Eki dies again, but the egg is destroyed by Mickey. Now has to run away. Very little mana to work with. Wits, are you actually diving this? Grappling Claw. He gets stunned up. Pops the wand. He's in a lot of trouble now. Parries off a little bit. They are going to end up getting the Windrunner. The power shot just misses in the end. Triple kill for Dark Mago. They are diving base. That's a full team wipe for the rejects.
That was sick from Wits, actually. Recognizing that that is even a play to begin with was very, very nice. Nets them a bonus 2 kills. Liquid were like, what's this guy doing? It was pretty clear that they thought he was overstepping, but knew the limits, gets a good parry when he's low, gets to reset, and Slardar and Viper clean it up. Of course, as we all expected, Dark Mago on this Viper is now 11-1-6.
Beasting it up.
Yep. They were just pretending.
And as we come back into live, a crush comes out, but Frank, his reign will end. He has been hounding Liquid players for quite a while.
Wonder if Dark Mago is going to buy MKB here. Not exactly an item you see very often on Viper, but he is going the right-click style, and it feels like if he can deal with Windranger, this game looks very, very good. Like, that's still the primary problem later down the line is if Mickey gets really farmed, he can probably just kill Kez. It's a bad matchup for Kez in overall, I would say. Kez can also buy MKB to try to offset it, but generally speaking, Windranger's really high movement is one of the few heroes that can actually outrun Kez in a fight. So might play to his advantage. We'll see though. Dark Mago, this would be a huge find. He is mega high net worth. And they'll find him.
They're going to jump him. Not sure they're going to TP because they are going for the old Tormy here. But yeah, that's a 7K or 7x kill streak. And Mickey's the one to get the bounty.
Yep.
Wits will get a shard though for his troubles.
Yep. You saw Mickey swap away, by the way, from the Ags into the Manta first, recognizing there's just too much trouble against the Corrosive Haze. This also gives him a potential disjoint of the Viper Strike. Now Elmisha will finish a pipe here on the Phoenix. Interesting choice. I mean, it's a Quab Ags. I suppose the timing lines up nicely. So I take it back. We've just mostly been seeing Phoenixes go for Solar first, and it's a really good Solar game, considering you've got Kez and Slardar. But he values the pipe higher, and that just says to me that they want a team fight, and they want Quap to not obliterate everyone. So must be the line of thinking here. And now he is going to go Crimson. Interesting. Elmisha on the Phoenix wants to buy it. Huh. Okay.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O.
Eki. Wow, it's crazy what Scurry can do for you.
Yeah, and he's going to get dove on, though. Elmisha will find the aces nearby. Sunray comes out, Eki burning away, and another death to his name. Now he's double digits.
It's a shame that when he finally gets to use Scurry to escape, it's in the one situation.
Okay, this would be a huge kill. We're going to try to turn this around to Frank. That is an easy one, but Mickey might be the price. Snowball inside. Wits with the Raptor Dance doing quite a bit of damage. They take out the Windrunner. And Ace left alone, trying to go through the Dark Rift. Good luck, sir.
Ace is not tanky.
I wonder why.
Yeah, it's just, it feels weird to say it out loud. He's playing Underlord and he's not tanky, but he's playing into Slardar and Kez, and he has no auras and no Lotus. Can't help but feel like this Atos hasn't really done them much good here. Either auras or Lotus Orb would have been my preferred version, but see if they can get some nice combos going with it later. But so far, totally, it's so fascinating. Like we was talking about the South American Rejects team, it's just seemingly very inconsistent, both in the best and in the worst way.
Yeah.
They have games like this where it just looks like, wow, these guys could, you know, get a top 3 placement. And then you have game 1, it's just like,
why are they?
Why are they even here?
Yeah.
It's quite strange. Generally speaking, teams that are that inconsistent don't get all the way to the top. So if they can somehow iron out those, like the lowest portion of their games, or at least make them more competitive.
Raise the floor.
Raise the floor indeed. And of course, if they win, they're going to raise the roof.
They'll raise something, that's for sure.
Okay, not going to get more into that.
Mickey 1,000 away from Ags. So just move speed.
I mean, it's undispellable. Tailwind. Which is, you know, it's a lot of move speed. And
it's just an interesting one.
Yeah.
Usually you don't see Ags that are very one-dimensional.
No, that's true. So his max move speed currently is 640. Really fast.
Dark Mago right now with the Manta, Hurricane Pike, and not that far away from BKB.
Great BKB game. Damage mitigation against Wind Rangers.
Frank's got his BKB on the way as well.
Lots of mitigation against Queen, Hoodwink, Underlord. Yeah, he's going Lotus now on Ace, understandably.
Eke. Sharpshooter's going to give him a little extra distance, but there's a Sladar in the game. There's now Bloodstone picked up for Nisha, so a lot of big items for both sides.
Eke heard you talking about my Pudge, and he...
Yeah, but the problem is he has 2 kills.
He is paying, what's it called, homage? Was that what Slack said? He's paying homage to my...
That's right.
Maybe he's been watching a bit too much Simpsons lately.
Good one.
Who in the Dota scene would most resemble Homer? This could be a good
thought.
kill. Instant
Onto
response.
Kaz. Yeah, Tofu's going to pay the price.
Not going to happen.
Yeah, Liquid, same type of moves that they were trying to make, that they were making in game 1. Just now that they're in 9K deficit, feeling totally different.
Yeah. Yeah, it's easy to play when you're winning. Would have thought.
Homer Simpson slacks.
Is it?
I think so. Wait, who else would it be?
I don't know.
Jenkins is, I would be the grandpa, I think.
Who's Maggie?
Slacks as well.
He's also, by coincidence, he's also Marge. Kind of crazy. So much depth to his character. Yeah, he could just be anyone.
Yeah, this is what I was going to mention. Roche, I feel like they could have potentially gone for this earlier as well, but they have the lineup to take this easily.
Especially with an amp. Oh, it's not even amp damage on Kez. It just looked like it. Ages on Dark Mago. Was Viper the secret all along, Shannon? Was it the secret sauce?
That's what they need. Very stable. We'll see how it scales, though. We've seen it drop off before.
Yep.
Last game that it dominated was Amar today, and he was gifted Ags, so not fair comparison. So just a recipe away for Dark Mago's BKB.
It's about to hit level 20 as well for one of the most underwhelming talents in the entire game. Predator damage per missing health. It used to be worse than this. It's still not very good. See if he takes that or if he takes the Viper Strike DPS.
Oh, Schofield, nice blink disruption. Wit's gonna try to connect. They get the crush. Man, that's easy.
This hero combination is just...
Should be seeing this more often, surely.
Yeah. Our experience watching Kez slaughter as wins might just continue at this rate. Whenever this duo is ahead, if you corrosive haze someone and Kez gets on them, they just die in the blink of an eye. And eventually, if the game goes late, you can never get rid of the haze anymore. Just takes the left talent on 25. Ace.
Ace, let's see how tanky you are. DPS check. Pops the Lotus and dies within 2 seconds. Anisha, he wants to play though. I've seen this before as Frank has been hounding him for quite a while. Meanwhile, Wit's finding a Tusk on the high ground. Snowball gonna keep him alive for the time being, but one more right click will do it. Double kill for Chicken Man. And Eki wants to die a 12th time this game, and they will oblige. 4 dead, and this was all disjointed too. None of this was connected at all.
No, they're just getting run over.
Hey, there is a Crimson in the game, but it's the opposite team, El Micho.
Phoenix got it now. I mean, it's fascinating how this is possible when you think about it, right? Like, that one team can look so completely lost in one game, and other can look unbelievably dominant. And it's not, I wouldn't say it's massively draft related in the same way that you, like, it's not like, okay, the draft in game 1 from Rejects was just terrible, they didn't stand a chance, etc. Because I thought they had pretty good tools that game as well, just didn't really work out. This time, a couple things go their way, and it's like watching, I don't even know, like a different tier of team even unfold in front of our very eyes. There's the BKB now on Kez. And Liquid, what are you going to do? every fight when Windranger gets demonic purged, she's going to be in massive trouble. She kind of can't let that happen.
Yeah, the Blink Dagger on Schofield's hard to avoid.
Yep.
Trying to reclaim their triangle as Almisho, showing himself, will die. Crimson Guard's not going to save you against a 1 versus 5.
They did not have anybody near, but that was a little bit surprising that if you want to take that that ward or that high ground, I get it, but probably bring some teammates over or let the Aegis guy hit it. You have a Viper with Aegis with a minute and a half left on it. I feel like that could have been the guy dewarding and just being in front. You want Liquid to go on Dark Mago. It's the best possible fight. Instead, they're going to bleed out a Phoenix. Not the end of the world, but...
They find Frank. They're going to force out the BKB. Sonic Wave actually used onto Frank.
Very aggressive, Nisha.
They're not getting that kill. Kez, in the meantime, trying to get initiated. He's actually going to get stun locked, though. Focus fire on him, and that is a dead Kez. Out of nowhere, the Shackle Shot connecting from Mickey. He's going to pay the punishment, though, as Dark Mago with the shield runes there, along with Frank to double team him. Schofield inside the pit. That's 3 dead now for the rejects, although Phoenix just respawned. And now Ace taking the right clicks. Uses the Atos on the Viper, slowing him down with the Pit of Malice, into the Bushwhack, into the Sharpshooter. A lot of damage onto the Slardar, but Frank gets taken out by Nisha first, getting saved with the Snowball. And somehow he gets out. Tofu not going to be so lucky, but a very good fight for Liquid overall.
Yeah, that was a 4 or 5k gold swing. All of a sudden, a complete misjudgment from Wiz.
Out of nowhere.
Got shackled very quickly. He has the tools to prevent this. He could have BKB'd immediately after going in, but wasn't anticipating getting countered that quickly by Mickey. But Mickey knows his Kez, so he knows how to counter his Kez. And he was on top of that immediately. Let's see the replay here. So this shackle, almost instantaneous, also the blink punch. Pretty big for Liquid, keeping hope alive. Eki keeping his streak alive. 2 and 13.
Man. All right, how many deaths do you think?
Do you want to do an over-under or what?
Let's do an over-under.
Over-under 18.
Man, that's what I was thinking too.
Yeah?
I'm going to say under.
Okay. I'll say over.
Wait, if you say... So what happens if it's exactly 18?
Then we both win and we're really good.
Okay.
Agree with that. Most people like winning.
I will say 19 plus deaths is super rare. Super rare.
It is rare. That's why I'm very proud of my 19.
Basing that off of your Pudge game.
It was a different time. Dota has changed a lot.
Well, Tormentor goes
Phoenix. That's nice.
Yeah, that's always a very quality of life. I mean, it was guaranteed, actually. It looks like all 5 of them have shards.
Yep. This kind of brings the gold back to where it was before the fight. 13k lead on the Radiant side. Tusk with the punch and focus fire. Quick kill.
Yeah, Amisho goes in with the Crimson Guard. It's going to cost the Tusk his life. Attempting to TP. Burns to the ground just before he enters his base.
Well, Mickey's on the hunt here.
Yeah, Fiend's Gate will go through it. There's the Pit of Malice. The buyback coming out from the Shadow Demon. The egg is placed, though, and now the disengage from Liquid. They force out a buyback and they smoke up, but they're corrosive haze right now, so they know they're smoked. And now an Aghanim Scepter for Frank, so going to be a lot tougher to kill.
Oh, Anisha just blinked into the wave.
Yep, gets disrupted. Wits in the area with the Echo Slash. He's going to pop the BKB early this time, just like Cinderin wanted, and that is a very squishy ace. As Nisha is going to have to blink away. Underlord not able to take much of a punishment right now.
No. Needs more beef. I wonder what the best item to buy here is for Underlord. Like AC comes to mind, Shiva's. Seems tough to find the right defensive build to get you out of the situation.
The fact that the answer to that question is never heart this early, it makes me sad.
Yeah.
Feels like a luxury.
He dies too fast.
A 5th, 6th item you get heart.
You can't really leverage the regen when you die in 4 seconds. It doesn't really do that much.
If you had Crimson, maybe. Schofield's going to be spotted. He's actually going to get sharpshootered and killed off. Nisha gets the credit for that one.
So dieback, right?
Yeah, I think so, actually. Yeah. A lot of long-range poke here from Liquid, so not needing to put themselves in weird spots.
This is actually kind of a big deal. This is a 1 minute 5v4 with Roche spawning. If Liquid were to find the right move and they could get themselves an Aegis, that would be absolutely huge. Not so much for them to have it, but for the other side to not get the second one. If Rejects could get their hands on that on Viper again. Dark Mago's almost level 25. He is so farmed. It's actually unreal how rich this guy is on Viper.
What do you take?
I mean, it makes sense that this is his first game of the tournament on the hero when he's just having one of his best performances. We want to save that for now, apparently.
Well,
They
despite
will get
only
the
having
Roche.
4, yeah, they're going to get Roche uncontested.
Yeah, what 25 talent does he take? I mean, I'm guessing he'll take the left one. The
CDR.
Half cooldown on Viper Strike is pretty good. Down to 15. The right one is better when you're playing Axe, I would say. But comparatively, we'll see though.
All right, Ace, he finishes Gleipnir.
Yeah. I was entertaining the idea of going Disc, but he can't do that either because there's Shadow Demon. And when he is the target, the Purge is very reliably going to land. So he's going to go BKB against Haze and Kez and Viper. I mean, it's just a tough game for him right now at this point. That was in spite of having a good laning stage. Really doesn't have any obvious build.
Look at El Misho's build, by the way.
Oh, Orchid too now.
This is... Take a picture of this.
That could have been the Underlord's inventory.
What hero is that?
Yeah.
That's pretty crazy. Yeah, he is super duper farmed. 14k net worth on the Phoenix. That is close to Slardar territory. And Nisha going to continue with the Shadow Strikes on the Dark Mago. Of course, they have that Aegis for less than 4 minutes.
Yeah, just non-stop poking, trying to delay. All right, full disengage from the side of Rejects. Give some breathing room here for the Liquid boys. Now, Mickey will finish Mjolnir if he wants to. He won't have buyback. Looks to be the case. Yeah, fully committed. And Daedalus will be next for him. So, all out in the damage department. It's very clear what the plan is from him. He needs to isolate and kill either Viper or Kez, and he can do that via Shackle Shot or Blink Punch. And some sort of Hoodwink combination. Obviously, breaking Viper will always be an option they have.
That is an inventory. A heart on Dark Mago now.
Yeah.
And there's the Daedalus for Wits. So, pretty big power spikes for Rejects.
Yeah, they're very strong right now.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Eki getting some deep vision, perhaps for a smoke to come.
They're going to be fighting in their base, though.
Yeah, Ace shows up. The Pit of Malice is enormous now. But they place the Roche's banner. The Bushwhack. Shadow Strike spam, but with that shard, Dark Mago just cleans that up easily. Still Aegis for 2 minutes. Can Liquid even defend this?
This is such a good heart.
They get Bushwhacked again. Focus fire. They're trying to get life number 1. Crimson Guard applied. Get the punch as well. Has a lot of distance on the focus fire. Disruption comes out. Sonic Wave to finish the job. That's life number 1. Now what for Liquid? Frank gets a nice crush onto 2. No follow-up though. Inside, has to pop the BKB to get out of the pit. This pit is actually proving to be quite an issue for the Rejects. Shadow Strikes continue to rain from above. Shadow Demon in a lot of trouble. Schofield will die to Mickey. As Tofu able to force steps to the other side. Liquid actually defending here.
It's so hard for that. These Pits of Malice are just enormous. Very hard to navigate the fights, and that was a solid hold. I love the heart from Dark Mago. You could see just how much it did in that fight, regenerating him up, but poking and prodding, Liquid eventually break through it. It begs the question if Reject should have been a little bit more eager in that instance. Just when the tower fell, just start diving into the base, pressuring the backline, not allowing Liquid to non-stop spam out. But it is hard when the Pit of Malice takes up half the screen. I understand that. And now, this doesn't really affect the lead all that much, but it might affect the read on the game that Rejects have. Now, the concern for me is that they start falling into their, uh-oh, we're going to farm mode and not press the advantage that they still have.
Liquid on the hunt.
Yep, they are
using
doing
that ward to their advantage.
Direct opposite of that. They want to be the ones pressuring.
Yeah, won't find any kills here.
Oof, no Nisho. Oh, there was no stuns nearby, so he was fine either way.
And Nisha about to, if he wants to buyback, we'll have Octarine and Mickey Daedalus, so some big items coming out. Ace still working on BKB, about 1,300 away.
Nisha hits 25 as well, so he has the Blink talent. A lot more mobility. Doesn't have the shard to go with it though, so can't have that low cooldown silence. They might buy that after his Octarine.
Oh, is that lower the cooldown as well?
What's up?
Oh. Wait, what?
If he has the 25 talent and then gets an Octarine.
Oh, for the Octarine, yeah.
Switched it up to BKB though. It's just generally when we see people get the shard on Queen, they like having it together with Octarine, understandably. If you want to use it offensively for the silence, you want to be able to get out again soon after. There's the BKB. Nullifier on Slardar. What are we removing here?
Ghost Scepter for Tofu.
Windrun.
I thought that was... Oh, that's not Undispelled.
It's the Tailwind that's Undispelled, but not the Windrun. Which does mean when you nullify her, she's still super fast, though.
Yeah. Okay, looking for an opening. Viper Strike's going to be applied to Tofu. There's the bash, though, on Denisha. Pops the BKB a little bit early. Snowball to delay. Mickey fighting on the top side of the screen. Tofu isolated now. Big Sonic Wave comes out onto Wisp with a focus fire as well. He cannot get off Raptor Dance. He is dead to Rice, and that's only one kill for the Rejects, and they have to run away in shame. And Liquid trying to chase. Shadow Strikes will continue to rain from Nisha. They get the Bushwhack from Eke. Oh, missing the Pit of Malice, though. There's the Gleipnir, forcing the BKB now into Dark Mago as Frank crushes the ground in frustration. Puts the Corrosive Haze onto the Windrunner. He's just going to die. Mickey just gets right-click down very casually. Somehow they're turning this around without having Kez.
Dude, Mago is so insanely strong.
Does he have MKB or something?
No.
Just didn't have Windrun. Now the Viper Strike, that's going to put the fight to an end. So
wow, that's crazy.
Liquid were looking good, but yeah.
It's so actually crazy that they couldn't get more than those 2 kills when they chased. I thought for sure. Maybe they will get Frank. TP, he's okay. He'll explode in the base, but he'll heal first. Even buys a fair. Okay, that was very safe, Frank. This is exploding in when you have over 1,500 health.
Panic.
Playing it safer than safe.
Yeah, Mickey not realizing the power that is Dark Mago right now.
So you're going to see the replay. There's a lot going on at once. This fight is very fragmented. They start opening up on the Quap, but she gets BKB off and resets and gets out. Tusk is now snowballing down to the bottom left, but again, the Kez. Wits is getting caught and getting killed way too quickly in these instances. Has to play... I feel like there's a little bit of a disconnect in the way Rejects are approaching these fights. Fortunately, Mago is such an unbelievably farmed beast that they can compensate for now.
I just Windrun kind of poorly, my bad.
Yep, that is correct.
Good captions.
That was how he died to Viper later down.
And I like how now we're 42 minutes in, well 43 on live, and Crimson Guard is finally purchased by Ace.
Yeah, it's kind of weird to see.
Yeah. And there's the MKB for Dark Mago. Yeah, he is... I mean, how do you even get stronger than this? 17-2. What a beastly freaking performance.
He still has like 10k to grow, right? He can get Ags and Moonshard. So... But as far as the inventory goes, I don't really know what you replace now. I think you need all of these 6 items. The Heart is debatable. Maybe there's a world where you replace that for, say, AC.
Come on.
But I don't think so. I actually think it's really good for him to have it here, and the AC should go on the Slardar, which is the plan. Speaking of Slardar, he has the talent now.
Nisha trying to bait the rune. They do so successfully. Frank pops the BK. Actually, no, he takes the rune. I didn't realize that. Not going to be that effective on him as Dark Mago stuck inside the shards, pops the Manta. He is something fearsome, though. Attempting to BKB TP, he's okay. Question is, can the rest of the lineup get out? El Micho on the run. Schofield going to use the cleanse onto Frank. Snowball's going to hit. Sonic Wave to follow. Trying to kill off the egg. They're going to get it just in time. Does not pop. Meanwhile, the bash is going to hit onto the Queen of Pain. The Raptor Dance not going to do too much as the Shadow Demon is going to die. 3 dead, in fact, including the Kez. As the TP out for the Quap, successful. So Liquid, every time they're down and out, they win a fight handily.
Kez is just getting wiped out.
Yeah, there's been zero impact of Kez.
He's just non-stop getting killed by these Windrun kills. I mean, he did 5k damage. It wasn't nothing, but yeah, Windranger and Queen of Pain popping off in the fights. And I think strategically, once again, there's something to be said about the formation of Rejects just not being right. Viper should not be able to be isolated like this in Ice Shards with no teammates around to protect him. You're just not fully... You're breaking formation and it's costing you big time. This is the 2nd time in a row. You're going to see in the replay here. Keep an eye on Viper soon coming up. Or is this is after he TP'd out, actually, so never mind. This looks like a pretty good egg, but it's a bit too centralized. And without Viper to protect it...
The range on that focus fire, yeah.
It's good, very good, very good. Secure rush. It's gonna rotate. It's gonna be bottom, yeah?
2nd rush.
Very nice, very nice.
I can never tell when they're done.
All right. Liquid, still without having lost barracks, are now have the goodies and equalize the entire gold lead. And this is where experience matters the most. You had a good lead on Rejects. You've lost it. You can tell that Liquid are recovering. You know that a big lead has been dropped. How do you find the way into this against Aegis Cheese?
Schofield blinks to the other side. Nisha spots him, though. Meanwhile, the Underlord just getting destroyed. Ace is first dead. Does have buyback and Fiend's Gate as well. Mickey, Focus Fire, Sonic Wave. Frank gets demolished. And now with that talent for Mickey, his Focus Fire is not too far away. Dark Mago gonna turn his sights onto the Windrun. There's the egg with the Sunray as well as melting. This is gonna be life number 1. Now in the back line, Nisha trying to take care of business. Wits has actually survived longer than usual. Nisha all alone. There's the Pit of MOUZ. So the buyback comes out from Ace with the Firestorm to follow. Raptor Dance doing a decent amount of damage, but not enough to get a kill. And again, broken on the Underlord, trying to run away from a right click with Dark Mago just absolutely pounding on him, but Wits again out of position. Nisha finishes the job, eats the cheese, kills off Dark Mago now, as Schofield, the last remaining member of Rejects, up but not for long. And of course, as usual, Eki had to die one more time. 15 to his name. Still winning that one.
Yeah, that was very nice patience from Ace on the buyback. Just waited, baited them in further, and eventually gets the connection with the ulti into a secondary pit, completely locking the area down. It's kind of crazy to see this Windrunner just run around with permanent 640 move speed in these fights.
Yeah, actually going for the tier 4s. They take out the tier 3, and now just focusing the tier 4s with the Windrunner. Only 1 buyback. This could be game, actually. No Kez for a full minute. 20 seconds on the slaughter. Maybe they can wait to try to hold this with 2 heroes. There's the buyback. I mean, even just with him, this is actually going to force Liquid back for now. They will get the barracks. That's going to refresh fortification.
They don't know if there's secondaries, so they're playing it safe here. They take the base tower to poke out whatever buybacks they can, and then they take 2 sets after. Pretty textbook stuff here, because they know they have enough time. If there's no buybacks, they win, and if there are any buybacks, they can go for plan B.
Yeah, Mickey going to go for this tier 2 as well, so they can try to go for the megas. And they're going to have a good chance to do it. Actually, Frank getting ultra aggressive. Dark Mago's there as well. Nisha, they are horribly outnumbered. Even the buyback coming out from Eki wants to die 16th time. Sonic Wave only onto 1, but Frank in a lot of trouble. Snowball's coming for him. Do they have the punch? They don't need it. That is the death of the Slardar. Dark Mago all alone. And that is a dieback for the Viper as Liquid punishing the Rejects hard. And that might do it. I mean, they're going to have 3 up.
This is going to be a 5v3.
Underlord is spawning
Underlord spawning in 15 seconds with ult. He's going to connect. You're missing 2 big cores. You don't have the damage. Kez cannot do this alone without the Haze or the big-ass Viper. And crazy.
That is Mega Creeps, and only 1 tier 4 defending the base for Rejects. Wits is going to have to pull something out of his ass really, really deep, Cinderin, to get this back in their favor.
Yeah.
Ancient fully exposed, and now a focus fire from Mickey. And look at the pit. Where do you think you're going? You're not leaving your fountain. And that should do it. Focus fire should be able to finish this easily. They're going to pound onto Witch for one last fight. Gets kicked, gets destroyed. And that is going to be it. Liquid take it 2-0. And this was a crazy comeback. This looked like it was going game 3 for sure.
Yeah. They were in such a good position on the rejects, and they did so many things right in this game. But this is where, you know, this is what class is being able to turn those games around and find the right opportunities. Just excellent movement, excellent spell casting. I think Mickey played a phenomenal game on the Wind Ranger, probably MVP for me in that one. And Liquid, all smiles. They know they overcame a serious challenge here and looking good moving forward.
What a comeback, Richard.
It was. I feel a little bit sorry for SA Rejects, although as we'll talk about very briefly, architects of their own downfall in a few key areas. But I think Cinderin said it best. It is about the class of Team Liquid. That game, for normal teams, mortal teams, you're done. It's over. It's GG, go next. Team Liquid turned it.
Yeah, these guys were in like a 5% chance to win sort of scenario. Like they've had to play every single fight flawlessly on Liquid, or like borderline flawlessly. They had to like 5-0 wipe South American Rejects in, you know, 3 or 4 fights in a row. But that is the nature of a top caliber TI winning team, is that they can go into these late game scenarios where obviously they made a lot of mistakes. Obviously they're playing against a very strong opponent that played well in the early game, and yet they can still do it. They can still clutch it out. They can still win. Nisha in particular, he was doing a really good job at baiting but not getting himself killed in these scenarios that resulted in very good fights. So special shout outs to him as well.
Would you say they were cool, calm, and composed?
I would say they were unbelievably cool, calm, and composed.
Yeah,
Weehaw?
100%. Liquid, I feel like they just outplayed South American Rejects. They pretty much had the game in the bag on the Reject side. I feel like a big mistake in this game has been Kez refusing to buy MKB.
In a win.
My friend, that is such a huge mistake. This should not really happen at this level, I feel. He's playing against a Windrunner, and I feel like in the last 4 or 5 fights of the game, he literally died 3 times because he just couldn't kill the Windrunner. He bought a Daedalus. You buy 1 MKB, you delete Wind Ranger. Yeah, huge mistake.
Greedy boy. Greedy boy. You
Dark
know,
Mago tried so hard this game.
Yeah.
He did, dude. And he bought the MKB.
He deserved to win this game.
Maybe that's the argument from him. And I'm not saying it's good, but I'm just trying to get into the mindset. Maybe it's, okay, we already have MKB on our mid Viper. He's owning 19-4. We've slaughter our amp. You know, Kez Q will obviously go through the wind run. But it's not enough in these 1v1 scenarios. You need the MKB.
Actually, he did not buy MKB, but he queued MKB after buying 5 big items because his carry did not have MKB. And Dark Mago, playing very good this game, understands the problem, and he's like, well, if you're not gonna buy it, I have to buy it. But it was just too late. Too late. He bought it instead of Treads. You can see it here. Damage already done, unfortunately. Yeah. So
yeah, the comeback was very much on by that point. And it's just, you know, maybe these are the mistakes you make when you're tired and you've played, you know, 40 games of Dota 2 in 6 days.
Yeah.
You know, it's... But I have to say, if you give this Team Liquid a window of opportunity, they are going to 2-foot jump through it.
100%. And in the fights, like, it's not just a window of opportunity in the game. It's a window of opportunity in the fights as well. It's like, if anyone on South American Rejects split off and didn't stay in formation, Liquid, it was like a feeding frenzy, bro. It was like watching Shark Week, you know, where the guy's in, like, the little cage and the sharks are all surrounding. Like, they immediately took advantage of these mistakes. Like, you would see Frank, he would get clipped by some sort of AoE spell, miss his stomp in a fight, and then Liquid would just go. Like, that's enough of an opportunity that they would all smell the blood in the water and they would go. And that is a mark of a very high caliber team who has excellent synergy, which is even more impressive considering they have Eki. They got a stand-in, and they're still able to pull out games like this.
Eki's stock's going up, and yeah, I feel like standout player Mickey. I would say Nisha would be my standout player. I feel like he played the fights extraordinarily. His positioning, he always kept the aggression. Like, he understood he played to his limits, basically. I feel like...
I mean, for me, just overcoming the SD, Mickey, did incredibly well to get anything out of that game. And as you said, was finding the Kez towards the end in the team fights. I mean, both of these players.
55,000 hero damage.
Yeah, it's crazy.
What can you say about both of them?
For me, there was a lot of pressure on Nisha in that game. That's at least how I felt. That like if he died in the fights, like he's, you know, as we talked about with the Queen of Pain, he's the Exodia combination of cards. Like if he survives and the fight just continues, he will do enough damage.
We're going over for our interview, and Slacks has got a duo this time.
That's right, my friends. Yes, I am here with Team Liquid. We have both Tofu and Mickey. Gentlemen, so good to see you. Very exciting stuff. Now, I thought we'd have a very experimental interview. I saw you guys talking to each other in the booth. I cut that. I said, don't do that. Save your questions for the interview, okay? So in this moment, pretend that you're me. Whatever you say to each other is not you saying it. It's me saying it to you, okay? Mickey, do you have any questions for Tofu?
Yeah, how do you feel about this game, Tofu? I know the early game didn't look as crisp as Liquid usually does look, so how do you feel about the early game?
Yeah, I can interpret that. So he said that you guys absolutely threw the early game absolute ass, and then somehow you brought it back. That's my interpretation. How do you feel?
I mean, I can answer in like an inverse, so I'm kind of saying the opposite of it. I think we had really good momentum in the early game, and everything was like going really smooth. Our moves, how we connected and like TP'd, it was like kind of clutch. But yeah, to be for real, I think this game looked like very hard, and it was on the verge of a big fat L.
Damn.
But I don't know.
Bricked up with the big fat L?
I mean, the game honestly was really hard. They played really well. And it's also interesting because they have their own style of heroes and, I don't know, kind of play style, just what they do. And once we lost the grip, it was really hard. I don't know, I think we kept it pretty PMA and like split it, tried to get farm, go for some timings. It took us a long while though, and I don't know, eventually we did it.
Oddly sexual answer in a lot of ways. Thank you so much, Tofu. Any questions for him? Now remember, you're not yourself. You're me asking him. What would you like to ask about that game?
Did you, throughout any point in this game, doubted our win?
Did you doubt the win?
No, I think we...
Why are you laughing?
No, I think we're quite PMA in the game, actually. I don't think anyone checked out, but maybe Tofu a little bit. Maybe. I don't know. No, but I think we're all pretty PMA, and we like kept saying like if we hit this timing, we'll turn it around eventually, and we kept split pushing. So it didn't feel like we were like out of it at any point.
You didn't check out Tofu? That's a serious allegation. Were you just like...
Like, it wasn't a setup to say that, like, he didn't believe, but this game was rough. It was, like, honestly hard. Like, they had the momentum for most of the game, and... Yeah, I don't know. Eventually, the other team also needs to mess something up for a comeback to happen.
Sure. And you guys are so disciplined. Honestly, that's the TI caliber kind of team coming through. That's all that experience. I will want to take it into a bit of a serious place, though. Mickey, a lot of guys look up to you. Not me. No, not at all. I did want to know if you had any words for them. I mean, the South American Rejects are an up-and-coming team. I'm sure it meant a lot for them to face off against you and make it this far in the tournament. Any words for that team? How can they improve? What do you think about them?
No, I think it's always fun to play South American teams. They're like kind of match our pace or even like faster, to be honest. I think they're playing way better than us in early game. So I think they just gotta keep improving a bit on the mid game and late game scenarios, and they will be good in the future.
Okay, fantastic. Any words for the Team Liquid fans? That was a close one. They were flaming you guys in the comments there until you guys pulled it through. You had some doubters. Any words to those doubters?
I mean, on the L you get doubters. On the win you have like the hype fans. But no, overall, just thanks for cheering and believing. We're like still in a stand-in situation, and Eki's doing a great job with us. In like the beginning, it's hard to have like expectations to like run and win this tourney, but I think we're having a really good run, and just keep supporting and cheering for us, and yeah, thanks.
All right, boys, put it in. Let's get those hands in here. Right, 1, 2, 3, go Liquid! Back to you.
Thanks, Lax. Another experimental interview there. We really do keep hiring him, don't we? No, but what I love about that interview is, I mean, apart from Tofu just being a Chad, it's the story of Wallachia so far. It has been about the PMA. no memes aside. We've seen Team Liquid turn a game where most teams would crumble. We've seen Heroic go out. We've seen PARIVISION struggling with their mental as well. It really does show you the toll that Dota 2 can take. And if you can just let it wash over you when times are bad, you'll have more success.
I feel like we've had 2 great losses today here at PGL. We've lost a Meepo player, and now we've lost a South American team, 2 wildcards. Yeah.
PMA wins games. That's what King Jungle said here when we had him on the only interview we did on the couch. He said it, and he was right. He's predicting the future. He's like an oracle.
He is, guys. Great hanging out with you. That's it. We're going to be taking a break and doing the old switcheroo that you should be familiar with now, but make sure you stick around. More great games coming up in a moment.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with OneXBet app. With OneXBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hey guys, we're back to test the pros' knowledge of 7.41. I'm here with Miero, one of the brightest minds in Dota. How much did you memorize the patch when it came out?
How much time I read it?
Yeah, how long did you read it? How much did you study?
Not that much actually.
Great!
About a few hours.
A few hours, dude?
Yeah.
Oh, goodness gracious. All right, well, we have a challenge for you. You have 3 minutes to guess as many questions as possible about the patch. It's all about how quick you can do it and how correct you are. You ready to roll? All right.
I'm ready.
Let's do this. Unlike allied heroes, enemy heroes are able to consume items left on the ground by a forager's kit. True or false? The neutral item that you dig around the trees?
Yeah.
Can enemies eat those things?
Eat those things? Enemies?
Uh-huh.
No. False.
It's false. It is.
Maybe it's true.
Well, you gotta pick.
But I know allies cannot eat.
Allies cannot, but enemies.
Okay, enemies.
Taking a long time with this.
Okay, let's say true.
Let's say true?
Yeah, stay on true.
Ladies and gentlemen, he clutched it. It is true. Enemies can't eat it. That was a close one. All right. Prior to 7.41, the Tormentor could deal damage to neutrals. It no longer can. True or false?
He could deal before the patch.
That's right.
And no.
And it can't anymore. True or false?
False.
False?
Yeah.
It actually was true, actually. Yes, it could do that. They changed it, but all right. We'll move on. Which one of the heroes did not have their base armor increased by 1? Terrorblade, Anti-Mage, Legion, or Death Prophet? All of them did except for 1.
No, I think Anti-Mage for sure. Terrorblade. Terrorblade?
You think it's Terrorblade?
On Terrorblade, yes.
A lot of people saying that. No, it's Legion. He has so much armor already. All right, moving on. Which of the following heroes has the most words on the original update page? Tinker, Chen, Rubik, or Dragon Knight? The longest description.
Oh, description.
Yep, just the most words.
I mean, every one of them is a huge
They were big.
update, but it's just a random, let's say,
Chen. Okay, let's go for Chen. Lock in Chen. We gotta move. Now
Okay,
there's Tinker. The turrets, of course, all
Yeah.
that crazy stuff. Essence Distiller's ground target ability cannot reveal which of the following: invis units, wards, smoked units, or units in the fog of war.
cannot reveal.
Yeah, you ever use this item?
When you press it,
When you put it on the
Cannot.
ground, yeah.
it can't reveal.
It cannot. Only one of these.
What?
That's correct! Wards! Well done! There we go. You clearly just guessed, but no problem. Which of the following heroes did not receive a change in every one of the patches? Doom, Tiny, Tinker, or Batrider? All these heroes were in every patch except for one.
Okay. Say Tinker.
No, of course not. It wasn't Tinker. He was in everything. It was Batrider. All right, last time. Can we do it really quick? Which of the following heroes cannot miss uphill?
Lena.
Lena, no! No, I'm afraid not. They changed it. Only Wintered Wyvern cannot miss uphill now.
Okay.
You did.
Not those.
Yeah, that's okay. You know, room for improvement. Do you really need to know the patch to be
I
a
mean,
good
if
player?
it's on the Russian language.
Yeah, okay, then instant. This was just language barrier.
Language
I believe
barrier.
you 100%. I
Yes.
know how good you are. All right. Well, thank you for trying. You did an incredible job. Ish, let's get over and back to PGL Wallachia Season 8.
That's right, you are watching PGL Wallachia Season 8, and it is time for the upper bracket finals. And that means one of the two teams that will have featured in the upcoming series will be getting their spot in the grand finals tomorrow. It's about the two teams that also won the group stages. They went 3-0 in the group stages, and they have not dropped a series yet. Aurora and BetBoom here in a best of three. We're going to talk all about it. I'm Shiva. I'll be your host for this one, and I am joined by Lacoste and T-Gov. Good afternoon. Lacoste, how are you doing?
Doing good, doing great. A little bit sad that we saw South American regions dropping out like this. Always have the high hopes, but still, very good result for them. But we got to focus on the future, Shiva.
We do, T-Gov. We got a spicy one coming up.
Yeah, we have Aurora versus BB. That these two teams, at some point you'd argue probably should have won some tournaments this year, but they've kind of been in the shadows, I feel. But now it's like they're both top three.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, one's gonna get to the grand finals. Maybe they finally can lift, a little bit of curse they've had this competitive season.
Yeah, because we've seen them in a grand finals, as we'll show you guys, but we haven't seen them win a grand final.
Yeah, exactly. I think in the early stage of the competitive season, this is unfortunately the wrong graphic. It is showing trophies on everyone. So we
Everybody
Yay! There is another graphic that doesn't have a sea of trophies for everyone because, of course, at PGL, it is the PMA tournament like Richard was mentioning. But no, basically what the graphic was trying to show was, of course, Tundra Yandex had been dominating the year. The main thing was we are yet to have a grand finals in a tier 1 tournament that wasn't Western Europe and Eastern Europe. It, of course, been very dominant. But like you mentioned, Aurora, BB, 1 grand finals apiece, no trophies as of yet. It could be this time around.
It could be this time around, and it will be. Could be one of these. Actually, there's no guaranteed. One of them is guaranteed in the finals. They're not guaranteed to win the finals. Very, very.
Yeah,
big difference
we still have one more day.
I'll get it into my head. It's all good.
We'll get there.
How will they get to that finals? Of course, we're going to talk about some of the heroes, and one of the heroes that stands out, at least for one of the teams, Lacoste, is the Kez.
Yeah, it's the big one. It's the highest win rate hero over the 10 games so far at Wallachia, sitting at the whooping 76% win rate over 17 games played. And Kiritich, he is the one who is spamming the hero. He's spamming the hero in the professional games as well. 75% win rate, undefeated currently at Wallachia. And on the other side, you have Nightfall. 0 games, nothing, zero, nada. He didn't play this hero in competitive Dota yet. Not sure if he doesn't want to play it because this is the, I'd say, very good hero to look very bad at easily. So Nightfall, he's sticking with the classics.
Yeah, keep it simple, right? He's built his career on a certain hero pool. I'm intrigued to know, will there ever be a point where he'll go, I need to play Kez?
Surely.
No, I mean, with the stats that we're seeing,
look at the stats, like you have to.
At some point, I'm sure like a player, a coach, someone has gone over to him and like, hey, are you thinking about it? And he's like, no, not me.
Maybe
nope.
he chickened out. Maybe he's too afraid to play that hero.
No, I can see it.
Fun there. I appreciate that. I think eventually Kez will be one of the classics, and then he has to be able to play it anyway.
Well, if we keep getting new heroes, eventually Kez will become a classic, right?
Yeah.
In
That's
20 years.
Yeah, 2050.
Definite logic there. No, but speaking about Nightfall, he does not play the Kez. What does he play? What does he do? What should we look out for him?
Well, that's the thing with Nightfall. When he is able to dominate in tournaments, be contenders for grand finals, for top 3 placements, it's when his hero pool is actually at the smallest, right? I feel like right now you can see with the Lone Druid, Ursa, Wind Ranger, Tiny, and Void, no matter what, he's going for them. Even in the series yesterday, it was like, for a band, guess what? He picks the Void, he loses. For a band, guess what? He takes the Wind Ranger, right? Like, they really are very much like going towards his specialties. But when Nightfall is confident on his carry, he can lead his team to very strong placements.
Yeah, I think Nightfall, this is prime Nightfall we're experiencing this tournament. He looks very good, very solid. Like, we're seeing some BKB TPs out, but, you know, he's going in. Like, I think he definitely understood what needs to be done in this patch. He's playing much more active Dota overall, and he's being very aggressive. And, yep, I feel like this might be his tournament to win as well.
Oh, you jinxed it. Oh, well.
Yep.
Gone. Sorry.
Anyway, congratulations to BetBoom Team.
Yep.
No.
Insane.
I think this is where we'll finally get our answer. A couple days ago, we had Kirtic here on the couch with us, and he mentioned that Nightfall right now is the best carry. And then he added, but not at this event, not in this tournament. We were wondering, does he mean that Kirtic himself is the best carry here? Or is it Satanic? Now, we already know that Aurora has beaten Satanic.
I mean,
so
for the sake of the show, Shiva, Kiritic was just
he made
slam dunking on Nightfall. He is the best. He's going to crush this series on his carry. Look at him playing slightly different heroes, but also not a major, large hero pool, right? Compared to Nightfall, only I think one more hero added to the lineup. But of course, Lifestealer and Kez, they are kind of the unique two, even the Muerta compared to the likes of Nightfall. But
yeah, but the reason is because they're too good. They played 2 less games compared to Aurora, who also won pretty much every single series, but there isn't much info on Kiritic, so only 11 games total played.
Yeah, there's a big difference in terms of how they got. I mean, both teams won every series, but Aurora went to game 3 very frequently, and BetBoom only yesterday went for the 2nd time into a 3rd game. They've just been that dominant. And how have they been reaching this peak? Which heroes have been their favorite Lacoste? What should we look out for as we're getting closer to the draft of the first game?
Yeah, I mean, they have very specific heroes that they like to pick. I think there's going to be a lot of overlapping. Everybody has been talking about the position 4 heroes. So one team does prefer playing Hoodwink. The other team does prefer to play Rubik. So basically, you are getting the trade. We also saw priority shifting, where other teams are also starting to pick it up in the first phase instead of maybe going for one of the cores. And the Queen of Pain is definitely the big one for me on side of BetBoom Team. This is the hero that we saw in the previous series, just completely pops off. Unlimited damage, unlimited scaling. And the big one for me on side of Aurora is definitely Puck. We did see some stats yesterday, how effective Mikoto is on Puck, undefeated so far in the tournament, and they are going to remove it straight away.
It's also just the fact that you see from that graphic, like the amount of damage that Aurora has, like cheap damage, right? Even from Koyori in the 5 position, yesterday he had the Warlock where he hits like a fatal bonds on, creep wave +2 heroes, breaks the entire lane, and Nightfall's Ursa just runs away with the game, right? Like that's the thing that you need to look towards. Both of these team supports bring so much life to the early game that we get to praise their cause and how much they can do in the game because their supports are just reliable in what they do.
I kind of like that Queen of Pain is getting priority because you see this Puck ban, and that's pretty much the only hero that Queen of Pain is going to be afraid of, where you can... It's just... I didn't see a game where Queen of Pain did not have impact. At every single post-game, this damage coming out from Queen of Pain is always highest by far.
Yeah, I mean, it helps that people from the mid lane are building Bottle plus Soaring with the screen build. Like, it feels like even if there's a matchup that can try and fight you a little bit, you all just farm 20% quicker than the enemy mid. Like, you're always going to get online. The build is very clear. It is either SMY, Ags, BKB, or it's Bloodstone. then going back for, Ags and BKB, etc. So it's like the build's clear, the farm pattern's clear, not many heroes counter it. Like, Queen of Pain's always going to be able to do something in the game.
A quick question. If you're first pick, why would you ban out Slardar? Because wouldn't you want to be able to pick him first pick? Or Lone Druid, for that matter.
Yeah, there is an argument for it. Maybe there's a fear for, like, how Alchemist first pick in the tournament got exploited by Falcons?
Yes.
Maybe as the tournament's progressed, we've seen so much Slardar that BB's kind of convinced themselves, like, oh, if we pick a Slardar, it's like too obvious of a first pick. They're going to have this like masterful plan against us.
Yeah.
That would be my assumption.
I think also previous game that we just witnessed was a good showing where Slardar, he can do well, but Queen of Pain, she builds into items that give her a lot of armor, a lot of survivability. And once you get to like super late game, you're not really threatened by Slardar in any way. And canceling his Blink Dagger in the fight, slowing him down, even though he does have slow resistance on a sprint, which has been nerfed in terms of cooldown, just doesn't like to play into that matchup.
Also a hero that BB are actually yet to play in the tournament. They've been self-banning against themselves throughout the entire tournament, even letting it just be fully ignored in other drafts. I am a bit surprised by that. I was expecting BB to be a team that would, dabble with it at some point, but yeah, it's under the radar for them.
Yeah, doesn't fit their current style. We have been praising BetBoom a lot for their own identity that they have in the draft, and maybe that identity comes from just not having Slardar and just picking their own stuff.
Yeah. And Miro has been an absolute menace in the games that we've been covering, right? Through the Beastmasters, the Lycans, the Dawnbreakers to the Tidehunters, like every hero he's been on has felt like he's had like a statement game.
Well, if we're going to talk about players that have been standing out on their heroes, I think Save and Windranger have
Windranger, he looked good every single time he played it. That one game he went beyond godlike. Second game that he did play against Liquid yesterday, he was also popping off. He was just like running them down, placing down observer wards behind tier 2 tower, chasing them until like tier 3, 10 minutes in. And Pango, a lot of synergy between like these heroes in terms of the damage output. Even a focus fire from a position 4 is still going to be dealing the damage because of the minus armor from Pangolier. Right now, they don't have the best hero to kill the egg. They don't have like insane amount of lockdown, but they have relatively low cooldown spells like Shackle Shot, the Boundless Strike. It is enough to lock down Queen of Pain.
It's also BB playing very skirmishy. They're able to go into the fight, bait the egg, and just walk away, right? Monkey can disengage, Windrunner can, Pango can. Like, they don't have to kill the egg. They can just, wait it out. And we have seen Pangolier into the co-op matchup. Because Queen of Pain is going for Scream, not really over, respecting Dagger too much, the Pangolier can play into the matchup and can go for the fight. MOUZ, a hero that we just haven't seen
much.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I think like Whisper did try it the other day on Heroic, but
now people can't run away from the egg as much.
It's a classic combination. All right, like you want to take a team fight into Aurora, it is going to be like Arena, Sonic Wave, Egg, Sunray. Like you need to make sure you have BKBs, or you are going to disappear.
Question is, what is Mira going to be playing? Batrider is still in the pool. His hero pool is also relatively small. I mean, they could also go for Shadow Demon.
Yep.
Any kind of these range position 4s could feel good because Phoenix is mostly played from a position 5. And 2 of the best 4s are already out. But yeah, Mars, not the strongest laner. He has a lot of these losing matchups. If you're off to a bad start, he is the one who I would say suffers the most out of the offlaners because this is the hero that can't really farm the stacks quickly. He's reliant on getting the levels. So it's kind of hard to play him from behind, and I feel like that's one of the reasons why we're not seeing him being picked.
Yeah, I mean, the Tiny just enables the draft to be progressed, right? Nightfall, of course. Not as much focus on him in regards to the bans that we saw PVision apply, but they still want to go for the Tiny, one of the the 5 heroes that we mentioned for him. It just continues down the same line of draft they have. Like it's so scary, you jump them. If you don't get that clean kill, they have so much counterplay within their lineup. And for BB, they want to make sure that they can try and fight into it, right, through sustainability.
Yeah. This is one of the rare situations where both of the teams, they're banning out Ursa actually.
So I think Tiny could still go to the 4 position, just pull waves for the Mars, and then they can utilize it. So a lot of respect.
Maybe just respect towards Nightfall Ursa. I think the other ban might be the support ban.
Like the SD or something like that?
Yeah, SD, maybe even like Silencer on one side. Because This Dawnbreaker is very good. It's a good way of being able, because you get the extra damage. We talked about the combo yesterday where Supernova turns it into daytime. With her innate ability, she becomes super strong. She punches really hard. So that's a nice thing, but it's also another circle. It's a good way to cancel what the arena wants to do. So having extra bit of a protection, extra bit of a circle as well, it does feel really nice.
Well, they don't need to ban out Silencer themselves. Aurora does it for them, as it does look like Kataomi is still missing his hero on the side of BetBoom, even though there's still some.
Yeah. I would prefer if that Silencer is on side of BetBoom Team.
I mean, for BB, it really is a matter of like, do they want to have like the Winter Wyvern again, and then it's just a Cold Embrace to combo break Aurora, like into the damage they have. There is a lot of damage to go through Cold Embrace, but also it's like I feel like he can turn around some fights with it, right? It's not like it's like
It could be Lich. I think they might be looking for Lich because his hero pool is very interesting. Like he's playing Crystal Maiden, Bane, focusing heavily on the lanes. But I do like Lich a lot because, again, you want to be grouping around, like you want to be inside of the arena, and one Chain Frost, one Dawnbreaker ulti makes the fight so much easier for you. It's also a strong laning partner for Monkey.
That's true. It also kind of throws more kind of moves in the early game, right? Whereas like a Winter Wyvern, you're playing more reactionary. Lich, you're happy to throw yourself into a smoke, make some moves. So I think for BB, it's more like, what's the read on the type of game they want to play? If their support calls for more defensive, they'll go Wyvern. If it's more aggressive, they'll go Lich. It's really just a matter of like, what's the vibe from the 5?
Well, what's the vibe from the 4 then for Aurora? Because at the moment, both bans from BetBoom went to a carry, reinforcing that potentially Mira's hero is already in one of those 4.
I mean, if it is Tiny to carry, I'm leaning Batrider. Ooh, Oracle. Therefore, I now demote the Batrider a little bit due to the Oracle pick. All right, they want to stand their ground. Like, we're talking about Winter Wyvern, Cold Embrace, trying to survive the combo of Aurora. I mean, why not put an Oracle into the mix? Then you do that infinitely better.
Yeah. If you're going to go for loads of circles, and there's loads of healing on the other side, there's a great hero that has a circle.
Okay.
All right, we're listening.
Yeah, we're still waiting for the for the punchline.
Oh, it's Ancient Operation, but there's not. It's a lion instead.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, for Aurora, it's just like generic 4, right? You're going to be able to help the lane of the MOUZ, make sure he farms into the Monkey. That's exactly what Lion's job is. And throughout the game, Mira's entire thing will be, I want to find either the Oracle or I'm bursting the guy who's up front because the arena has kind of put the Oracle far enough away that he can't save. But between MOUZ and Lion, it will be this like constant balance of like, have they found the Oracle? Has the other guy found the guy that you're trying to kill?
They also have repositioning tools, which Oracle doesn't like to play into. It's better now because Mars doesn't have Bloodsport Facet anymore. He doesn't have a Facet period. Nobody does, but it does feel like playing into Spear back, playing into like Sonic Wave pushback, even the toss back just feels much more difficult for him. But the good thing they do have is Dawnbreaker ulti that can come in first, and then Oracle, who's probably going to be that second save that they're going to be needing. I'm just interested to see how much WS can do on Mars because I feel like the hero is not in a really good spot right now, as we could see from the stats as well. But really liking the Dawnbreaker. We saw the like supports that can heal up yesterday with the Phoenix, with the Keeper of the Light, layering most of them. I think BetBoom Team, they have the same idea, having Oracle Dawnbreaker. It does allow Monkey King to play super aggressive.
Yeah, BB's lineup is very high skill. I think with the type of hero they have, the Monkey, the Pango, if they go in too far and you don't protect your backline, Aurora have the heroes to punish you very quickly if you don't like respect each other. So if BB are to win this game, it is going to be like a potential tournament-winning game because of the way that they have to just always ensure they're thinking about what jump Aurora have in play.
I also think that in the previous patch, the Mars was first phase banned against WS all the time. So if he can't make this Mars work, then I think Mars is in a terrible spot. I think this is going to be a good test for the hero itself.
Yeah, Collapse is missing. XXS, he has been eliminated. Amar is not picking it. So definitely seems something is off with the hero.
Yeah. So do we have a clear favorite then?
I like Bibbidi Bobbidi more in this one.
I think Bibbidi Bobbidi have the skill to be able to pull off the draft, but Aurora have that simplicity in their lineup that if you win the lanes, there will be no front line for Bibbidi Bobbidi for some time, and they'll get to keep reminding them of their drafting style, and it's just simple classic teamfight Dota.
Yeah, one of the heroes is normally first phase banned, first phase picked this time, first picked overall, the Monkey King. I am looking to hear how Aurora is going to deal with the Monkey King, because surely that's going to be a very strong hero in this game.
They have a lot of burst. Like, you have Queen of Pain, you have Lion, and we talked about the burst from Tiny from the carrier role. Like, they could definitely burst. This is not a hero that has insane amount of HP, so they need to react fast with Dawnbreaker and Oracle to try to save him.
No Battle Fury though, please. No Radiance. Active items. Active items.
Yeah.
I think active game. I would love to see one of those. But before we get into the game, we're going to check in with KP, who's standing by with Slacks.
Thank you so much, Sheaver. Yep, I am here with KP. KP, I'm going to say something that might be a little offensive, and I don't want you to get offended because I know how sensitive you can be sometimes. I want to talk about skill expression. Your team, very much like Ooga Booga. Yeah, it's like make arena, make egg, we go. Whereas BetBoom, they have a lot that they have to do in this game. You know, Oracle's got to get some 6 saves, all that. Do you think about that as a drafter? Do you think about, let's give a simplistic one versus a skill of execution?
Nah, I don't think so.
Nah! what? Explain your draft then. You know, we got egg, we got arena. This is all just easy stuff.
It's like, it's much more complex than just that, I'd say. Like, so many factors go into the draft. Like, what you mentioned, maybe like 1% of the whole draft. Like, so many different things.
You don't gotta friggin' destroy me up here and name one of these complicated things, all right? It doesn't even have to be very specific.
Just what my players want to play, I guess. Yeah,
that doesn't sound complicated at all, you crazy man.
Another 1%, so you're missing like 98.
That's a lot. Jesus, you do a lot in there. All right, speaking of heroes that your players want to play, let's talk about MOUZ here. MOUZ traditionally not doing great at this tournament. I think it's the first time WS gets to play, but he's a MOUZ expert, super, super good at it. As a coach, what do you say when it's like, yeah, I don't think this hero is good, but you want to play it, I know you're good. What's that like for you?
It's pretty chill. Like, if my play is confident on it, I'm just gonna like back him up. You know, most of the time, not always. If it fits the draft, then yeah, sure, why not? Yeah.
Have you ever had to put your foot down with this team and say, no, I really don't think that pick is good here?
Oh, always. Like, me and Eagle always fighting.
Yeah. What's one hero they constantly want to play?
I'm not telling you.
Okay, you are so good at these. All right, well, we got your team fighting right now, so let's go ahead and get you into the game. I'll throw it over to my friends over there, Mr. Snare, and the only 1%er that I know is a reptile, and that is Lizard.
Thank you very much, Slacks and KP. As we just saw, first blood was drawn by the side of BetBoom as Nightfall did end up going down. Big Liz, my favorite reptile. Looking at these drafts, what do you make of this? Who do you give the advantage to?
Oh, I kind of take what Slacks had said with some seriousness sometimes. And this time around, ease of execution for me is always important, right? And not only for our us pleb players, but for competitive scene as well. I feel like ease of execution is even more so important when you are playing on this high of a level. And it seems to be on the side of Aurora. The big circles are there. You have the egg, you have the arena, Queen of Pain looking really strong in the current meta. But maybe the circle breaker truly is the Oracle on the other side, because you can throw all your ultis, he just presses one button, uses it on the Monkey King, one spell from the Monkey King, and he's full HP. Like, it's very difficult. This is an old school combo that has always been extremely difficult to deal with. Like Oracle plus Monkey King, Oracle plus any hero that has built-in regeneration or healing.
Not just for the Oracle, they have a Dawnbreaker as well, so Miro will be able to show up. Anytime, I imagine that the game is going to be played like whenever WS goes in with the arena, you wait for him to arena first, and then you just Solar Guardian directly on top of it.
I think there's just a lot of angles from Aurora that they need to get to and need to get some farm to exploit. Tiny having a very quick Shadow Blade or maybe even a Blink in this kind of a game will be instrumental. Same with the Lion, so that you have a couple of ways of jumping the backlines, of course.
I want to see what Makoto's going to do here. This disgusting, ridiculous Queen of Pain. Just been doing so much. Top lane, Miro almost died here. Kiritic won't be able to catch up to him, but Kataomi gets him with the Purifying Flames. Very nice kill to pick up with Kataomi.
Yeah, you could argue that this isn't really a bad lane for Mars plus Lion. Like, you're playing Mars into Monkey, you have the Spear away for when the Jingu stacks are up. Also, Oracle isn't that great before level 3, but they actually managed to kill the Lion before that level 2 Purifying Flame, so a pretty big W for BetBoom.
It's been interesting that Kataomi is sort of pivoted to just playing these like the pure position 5 healers, protectors, you know, your Liches, Winter Wyvern, Oracle.
I mean, this is how a position 5 should be played. Oracle, Winter Wyvern, you know, these high skill heroes. Because some of these spells can backfire. Cold Embrace, you're stuck in a spot for quite some time. Fate's Edict, it actually disarms again. So it got reverted to its original state. You have to be careful how you use it. Like disarming Monkey King before he has Jingle stacks could be pretty bad.
On the other side of the map, Miro and Save just doing their thing. Hey, look, it's Phoenix that's not gonna die by 5 minutes. You'll love to see it.
Yeah, he didn't die, but his carry did. So I think maybe this is a worse situation for them down on the bottom lane, because Save did get that first blood right on the Tiny. And probably the most interesting player currently of the tournament for me is Save. No matter what hero he is playing, he's always flashy. He always makes a lot of plays. The Wind Ranger last time he played it was massive. Rubik as well.
Kiritic eating some damage top lane. They will get the Hex out onto Kataomi, but they've already expended the Spirit. Comes back right now, but Kataomi should be in a safe place. Is Kiritic just gonna play heroes that buy Mage Slayer Deso? Because he's been playing Kaz Monkey and he's literally been building the same way every game.
I mean, there's something to be said about meta not being formed only around heroes, but also around items. And if an item is good and your hero can naturally build it, like that hero instantly becomes strong. If you remember a couple of patches ago with the Blade Mill, right? Like anyone who built a Blade Mill was strong.
Well, that thought Save is going to have to show up middle, top lane to try and save Kiritic. Kiritic trying to dodge some of the spells of Mira, but will still end up dead. Now Kataomi will also eat some harass here. Save trying to run down Mira through the Blood Grenade on top of him, but WS is now harassing Kataomi. They get that kill first. Although Save does eventually bring down Mira, Aurora get the balance of the top lane back in their favor.
WS very happy with everything that has happened. In the end, he gets a solo experience as well. Okay, the rune does go towards GPK. This is a very interesting lane as well on the mid lane. Queen of Pain versus Pango. It used to be an uninhabitable lane for the Pango when the Queen of Pain was used as a complete counter to him. As you can see, the CS is still pretty good for Mikoto. He's winning the lane, but it's nowhere nearly as oppressive as it used to be.
Yeah.
Mainly because Pango is just a busted hero right now.
He's also building Mage Slayer on Pango, so we're doubling up on this item for the side of BetBoom.
I mean, maybe he could have opted for a Diffusal instead on the Pangolier, just so you don't double it up between the Monkey King and him. I think that was an option, because both are really good on Pango. I feel when you do go for Mage Slayer, you don't suffer as much when it comes to resources. That's something. That's a small little part of Mage Slayer that people don't maybe talk about too much. Like you buy Ring of Health, you buy Void Stone, so it keeps you on the map. It helps as a farming item as well.
But those Shrine of Wisdoms collected dutifully by both sides. No real contest. It's maybe one of the first games we've seen that nobody is even trying to fight for it. At least in the playoffs. In the group stages, it was much more calm. Playoffs have been pretty ridiculous at minute 7.
Yeah, the stakes are a little bit higher. Invading the Wisdom Shrine, unless you have a really high advantage, is usually ill-advised. So, even sometimes I see a lot of teams just waste all the advantage that they got in the laning stage on the safe lane by trying to invade the enemy's Wisdom Shrine. So, probably for the best not to.
Only 5 kills so far. Relatively calm game. Nothing seems too surprising so far. Save does have access to the Urn of Shadows, and he's going for the full vessel here. Mikoto will get rooted, but shouldn't be in too much trouble. Kaori also has the Icarus dive away. This is one of the things that's going to be annoying. Oh, Save!
From the parking lot.
Damn, the 360 no-scope coming out of this Wind Ranger.
Mikoto was trying to play on the edge. Basically, he was losing a lot of HP just by pure spam, and they brought 4 heroes to secure the rune. In the end, of course, Queen of Pain wasn't positioned to dodge the power shot.
This is great as well. GPK is going to just go ahead and steal some of the triangle. Can't really aggress into the Ancients just yet, but they might go top. Save is moving in that direction. WS is alone, but he doesn't have an Observer that's scouting the movement from Save, so he'll be fine.
This is the second set of stacks that he has stolen. Like, he is just invading the triangle very often. Of course, it's, like you said, not the ancient stack that he is stealing, but still, it's a hit to the economy of Aurora. One thing, when it comes to Aurora and the heroes that they have drafted, like, probably the most improved, even though he was already in a really good spot, is this guy. Nightfall has been amazing on the carry role for half a year now. One of the main reasons why they had that undefeated run. I feel like he played in such an active way on most of his position ones. Tiny, however, it takes a bit of time. Like, you can assist your teammates, but you don't have toss, you don't max it out. Tree throw is what you're going for, so more often than not, you're waiting for at least the Echo Saber before moving from the lane.
Do you think he'll do the Mickey build where he goes back for the Blink Dagger before finishing the Silver Edge?
I could see it happening this game. I could see it happening because of the Oracle. Like, you have to jump the backlines, and the thing is, he has heroes that can do that for him, so it's not really a forced item for the Tiny. It's completely on his comfort zone.
Might have a contest here for this rune. Arcane Rune will be picked up by GPK. They found the Hex on to save, but Kataomi immediately there with the Dispel and the Edict.
Ars is here.
Ars is here, but doesn't have a Blink Dagger. No easy entry point into the fight. I mean, this will feel good for BetBoom Team, right? MOUZ had to TP out. That's a free wave for Kiritich. More safety for the Monkey, and you got Vision on where most of Aurora is right now.
GPK got the rune as well, right? Like, he got the Arcane Rune. And that he can pressure with now with the Cartier on the mid lane.
They might choose to go elsewhere. Since they know for a fact that WS had to TP top, they know he's not available for this fight bottom. So they're gonna smoke and try to surprise Nightfall here.
It's a cool play because usually you don't expect the scan is there. Like, the idea is good. Nightfall did read it. He's TPing out already to the tier 2. Actually, he TPs. Why is it so cool? Because very rarely are you connecting to the Dawnbreaker. Like, especially when she has her ult, right? Like, you're always trying to find a place somewhere else on the map because he can TP in for free with Solar Guardian. It was a sneaky attempt. Didn't work in the end.
They'll have to just content themselves with the tier 1 tower.
I honestly think that they brought one hero too many.
Somebody had to like camp mid and
yeah,
show a little bit.
Someone needed to show mid.
Well, Nightfall knows what's up. He's back safe. The rest of his team is pressuring this tier 1 tower middle. They shouldn't be able to take it completely, but they will whittle it down. On the other side, though, they do grab the tier 1, opening up more space for Miro. And he's going for a bit of a different build here. We've seen a couple of different itemizations on the Dawn. We've seen Echo, we've seen straight Aghanims.
Armlet, right?
Armlet build.
I feel like whatever you go for on the Dawnbreaker, it mostly goes back to just the right clicks that you've got. But the last time he bought Armlet, he had Aghanims after in his quick buy, and he got the Ags. So it's not really a common build to see the Aghanims Dawn. We'll see. Maybe he sees something here. Aghanims versus the Arena is pretty good, right? Like, they use the Arena, you have your Aghanims ulti to follow through, negate all of that AoE damage on the other side.
Kodo, he is going to be going for the Kaya. We have definitely seen this build change. Early on, everyone was rushing Bloodstone or rushing Ags. Last couple of days, we've seen the Kaya into Kaya Sanj, Kaya Yasha. People are trying to play more actively with this hero. And why wouldn't you, right? This thing just does absurd amount of damage.
I don't think that there's like a consensus on what the best item build is for every single game. I still think it kind of comes down to the player and the feel when it comes to co-op. But the thing is, whatever you're going for, no matter what item you're buying, I feel like this hero, like you said, just deals way too much damage and feels good. So it's nice to have like some different ways of building her, but this Soul Ring is actually a major part of why the hero feels so damn busted. You get a lot of farm very early on because of the Soul Ring spam. You can sustain your resources very easily.
BK moving with save on the smoke. They want to try and get a kill top. This would be great if they could kill Kaori before the Supernova, and they make it happen. Shackle shot lashed onto WS, preventing a good Arena from him. Save already in with the focus fire. They need a little bit more damage, but GPK with the roll will be able to secure the kill. It's a double for him, and another small skirmish won by BetBoom.
A heads-up play to go on a target that just purchased Blink Dagger, right? Like, he just completed the blink, but they bring the action to him. They initiate first. Pango has always been one of those heroes that are difficult for MOUZ to deal with. Rolling Thunder, like, you can't really use the arena. He's just going to stun you anyway. And the initiation on Phoenix was just perfect.
Who do you think has benefited right now with this somewhat more slower pace of the early game?
I feel like it's even. Both teams are pretty much happy to just chill and continue farming. I don't think that there is like a massive clear winner, but if you're Aurora, you must feel itchy to use all these big ults.
Gonna try use it first right now to Kataomi. Blink Dagger revealed on him. Will die, but happy to give this up. They're actually going to bring the Solar Guardian in onto this Pangolier. They will miss with the initial stun, but the Starbreaker forward catches onto Mira as well as the MOUZ. Shackle Shot connects MOUZ and the Tiny. Both of them are in trouble right now. Mikoto did his best with the Sonic Wave to push back the rest of BetBoom, but it's not enough to get a kill. Kaori Supernova also goes off. Aurora retreat, trading 2 for 1.
Yeah, Arena zones zones them out a little bit, but it wasn't there in tandem with the Arena, and the Arena was only on the Wind Ranger in the end, so a lot of big spells used on Aurora, but only on supports. So everyone else was just free to play whatever they wanted and however they wanted to. The double Mage Slayer actually, at this early portions of the game, is instrumental, right? Like, it gives a lot of utility to the Penguin, to the Monkey King.
Uh-oh. Nightfall, he's underneath an Observer Ward right now. GPK wanting to chase. He got back just in time.
He's reading their moves really, really well. Of course, he had the wards, right? Kaori did plant one. They were under vision.
WS just wants to get back for BKB. Mira would love to be able to finish off the Blink Dagger as well, so maybe we don't fight just yet. We'll wait for the Sonic Wave to come back online before we try something. Simokoto. They force him out. Okay, so we're back to this just more passive stage of the game. Save wants to finish off the Vessel. By the way, dude, how do you actually deal with these shackle shots that are coming from Save? Does somebody have to build Lotus in advance?
Oh, good dive.
Icarus dive actually catches Kiritic, takes him off the tree. Where is the follow-up though? Avalanche will be there. Unfortunately, the MOUZ has to pop the arena in a different part of the fight, giving Kiritic time to get off the Wukong's command. Mira, in the meantime, ends up falling. Here comes Miro with the Starbreaker, cancels out the TP of WS. And yet again, BetBoom respond incredibly. Despite a very good start to that fight, it looked very promising, but in the end...
Anytime you stun the monkey off of a tree, it feels like a free fight after, especially next to a tower as well for them, but still, not even an Oracle ulti was necessary, by the way. He was just chilling. False Promise wasn't used, wasn't necessary. They're just not finding the right ways of dealing with the supports first and foremost, and then anyone else. There's just not enough damage. There's too much reduction on the other side. Like, I know Panel a couple of times talked about Fade Bolt reduction, Maze Slayer reduction, a lot of different items as well, Underlord being played. But even Oracle, right, like with Fate's Edict, all the magic resistance is pretty nice.
Sorry, Kaori. What can you do? Man, this game, it was so even and so like balanced, you know, everyone's just farming, but BetBoom seems to have just kicked it into high gear right now. Spirit Vessel finished for Save, Armlet complete for Miro. Almost has the Echo Saber as well, so gonna be a right-clicking threat in his own right on the Dawnbreaker.
BetBoom are a pretty hard team to play like this very standard 5-man combo against, like arena eggs, you know, like these normal big circle ultis, because they play their lanes very well and they play fast after the lanes. So it's hard to combine everything properly against them, and they're so mechanically on point. And another issue, whenever you have these combos like Mars Arena with Yeg, they're easy to execute, but they're also very easy to anticipate. So the team that plays against you usually tries to spread their line thin so that no two heroes are caught at the same time in the arena. And so far, that's been the case. It's just like one hero, and that's a Wind Ranger that gets caught.
Yeah.
She just used Wind Run and...
Looks like they are going to aggress towards bottom on the side of BetBoom. Nice little hex onto GPK before he can find the Rolling Thunder, but probably going to end up dead regardless to GPK and Kataomi. On the other side, Save was shadowing WS, hoping to catch him with the shackle. But he blinked throughout the spear, and he will be safe.
Amira is really not having a great game. He's trying to get to his blink dagger. I mean, it's pre-20 minutes. It's acceptable, but he has 5 deaths already. Not the first time that I'm seeing him kind of struggle on the line, honestly. I've seen a couple of the games recently.
Nightfall was being looked at by Kiritic. They're not going to jump him just yet. By the way, Nightfall, he's been really good at dodging these ganks. He dodged another one top where they scanned on the triangle. Just before they went for that MOUZ, they were looking for him, but he's playing safely. Do you think it's just like his experience having played against BetBoom so many times in the past?
I think overall, they had decent vision, and he has, of course, a lot of experience against them. And he has no BKB to TP out with, so he has to be playing very carefully.
BetBoom. Back into farming. GPK has this amplified damage, would love to be able to use it, and Kiritic has shown up, so looks like they are going to try go for a play here.
Mira has to be careful.
Mira, it's an invis rune that gets snagged up by GPK, and Mira, yeah, maybe having regretted that decision. It's like, oh god, the entirety of BetBoom is already here. And WS, once again, has to flee.
Mira is just poking the bear, you know? He's the only hero there. He goes in and uses like a spell on the line. Like, I don't know how else that scenario ends, ever. It's like, there are players in Dota, by the way, Tormentor is falling. There are players in Dota that will on purpose do things that look absolutely insane. Like, they'll walk alone into the enemy triangle, charging at you. And the bluff itself sometimes works. Like, you're like, okay, this guy can't be alone. And maybe that was the idea. Like, he's going to Hex Impale and they will try to disengage.
But mid lane, they have pressure out onto Nightfall here. They bring in the Solar Guardian. They catch him with a shackle shot. They burst him down. And that was also the shot that they just got from the Tormentor, immediately proving to be value with the Gale Force.
Yeah, the shard probably better on the Wind Ranger. The other one on the support, the Rain of Destiny. I mean, Oracle just isn't played. So I don't value the shard too highly, but it might just be all right. Any heal amp is okay. He's got a blink, by the way. So the Oracle has a blink before a Lion. The position 5 has an earlier blink timer than the Lion. And it just becomes increasingly harder to find him.
As we saw, it's 90 seconds faster than the previous fastest on Kataomi. But Lion finally does have the blink available. So they have what they need to fight. They have blink on Lion, they have Supernova available, level 2 on Kaori on this Phoenix. All that's... Do you need to wait for the BKB on WS, or are you strong enough to try and go now?
I think they're strong enough. I don't think that you can wait all too much longer. They're losing full map control, 5k difference in net worth as well.
There is that smoke. Who are they gonna go on? Kataomi might be the one that gets found here, but he has a blink, gets away from WS. That must have been very surprising for Amaz. Like, what the hell? The Oracle has blink?
Look, that's the perfect target, right? Like, the only reason maybe why he is even showing is because he has blink. But he's just had a good game. Died 2 times, but has 8 assists on the Oracle. The blink is already there. Is able to even break smokes now. It's not over, of course, for Aurora. They are getting towards a couple of big items, like you mentioned, the BKB on Mars, BKB on Tiny will be done shortly as well. So I think it's the Nightfall on the Tiny that can be the surprise factor. Like, he can be the X factor that perhaps catches one of the supports off guard with a Shadow Blade play.
Speaking of BKBs, the first one of the game will come out from Miro. So he's ready to get involved in the next fight. Yet again, Radiant scan. That's like the 3rd scan this game that has landed clutch onto these BetBoom heroes. So whoever's making the call to get the scans, probably Nightfall, the map pinger himself.
Or Rolling Thunder even committed. For Mikoto, by the way. Won't catch him. Oh, they saw full Aghanims in the courier, but no one could reach to kill it. That would be massive, because it's a full Agonist for Queen of Pain that was flying out to her.
She might need to use it. BetBoom immediately into the Roshan pit. They will smoke up on Aurora.
They want to get there, but they will be way too slow. There's a BKB on Tiny. This could be a good timing for them.
It's too late. The Desolator doing its work from the Monkey King.
Maybe you can still fight this?
I don't know, gang. I don't know. Okay, maybe it's because Miro does have very low mana at the moment, so doesn't have too many resources on the Dawnbreaker.
Look at Oracle. Just breaking the smoke on the high ground.
Oh, gosh. He gets out. And Aurora will not be able to connect with this smoke right now. Aegis in tow for Kiritich. She'll go to the other side of the map, start building into his Eye of Skadi. This must be really frustrating to play, right? You picked a draft specifically to be able to teamfight and to win these teamfights, but then BetBoom's like, okay, cool, we'll just never fight you in a fair situation.
Yeah, it's just because they're a little too slow. That's it. When a team like BetBoom gets any sort of an advantage, they run with it. And it's hard to find the right approach, to find the right play when they're dodging you 24/7. You're always, like, you're getting the items, but you're getting them 10 seconds too late.
Ah, this is something else we didn't talk about. The Dispel on the Queen of Pain Shadow Strike. Okay.
It's pretty big. Like, the first thing when I see a draft that's playing into a co-op, the first thing that I think of is how many heroes do they have with built-in Dispels. I feel in the yesterday we had a game with 4 built-in Dispels in the game. Actually 5 because Alchemist had 2.
Oh, yeah.
So versus a co-op, it's massive.
Also means you don't have to buy that Lotus Orb to help you out. Just get it for free. Nightfall. Still moving around the map, unable to find anybody. Does have his BKB though. Doing a really good job of dodging ganks. Just trying to maintain pace in the farm, but I'm really worried about this MOUZ, man. Like, we've all seen these horror games of MOUZ where 30 minutes go by, he's only participated in like 5 kills, and then the hero just doesn't have impact going forward. Do you think it's still the same way in this patch right now?
It's still pretty much the same. It's the Blink BKB syndrome MARS, where the whole game, that's the only 2 items that you have, like, until the end. He does have a BKB now, and the Blink, so... And the Tiny, by the way, with the Blink of his own. So, okay, he recognized that they cannot start things off properly. Gets the Blink instead of the Harpoon. The damage output, of course, with this kind of a build on Tiny is a bit lower. A lot lower than it usually is from position 1 Tiny. Like, he has BKB and he has a Blink. He didn't complete Silver Edge and he didn't complete Harpoon, so just missing a lot of items.
That's when you rely on your Queen of Pain, you're like, brother, I need you to dish in the hurt for me.
Do you think that's like the correct approach? I guess they do have the damage, right? Even without him?
I think the thing that you were mentioning about not being able to find the fights. Earlier, you know, when you saw WS only getting 1 hero with the arena, this is a way to at least make sure that we can take the fight in 2 different locations. The concern I have, though, is this is predicated on, you know, Lion also landing his spells. If Lion dies early in the fight, then you just don't have any damage then.
He's been dying quite a bit. He did just buy himself a Ghost Scepter online, by the way, just to help out a little bit with all the physical damage that's coming from the other side. Like, when you look at BetBoom's draft, actually, it's majority of the damage is physical. Like, they don't really have a lot of magical damage at all.
So should WS be looking towards like some AC Shivas? Yes, Shiva's queued up, but would you prefer that or AC?
I think Shiva's is good, but maybe an AC on Mars because Shiva's is being queued up by Phoenix already, and he's got plate mail. There isn't anything else on the Phoenix that you want to buy. I mean, you can buy a Lotus as well, but I think Shiva's on Phoenix and AC on Mars would be perfect for this game.
Katsuomi just getting some vision bottom. Kiritich is farming mid. Most of BetBoom are inside the Radiant jungle. Nightfall will show just to get Fortunes ended. This must be so annoying. The range of these 2 spells, man. Power Shot and the focus on the Fortunes end makes it so difficult to play on the edges of the map.
They want to fight this, they just can't find the angle. And I'm not even sure if this is a good fight before Aegis is gone, which it will be in about 20 seconds now, so... maybe a smoke opportunity, but they need Mikoto. Like, he is the majority of their damage.
Well, Mikoto himself is being hunted down. Safe. Will he find the shackle? No.
Down
TP out
bot?
will be fine. Down bottom, WS and them jumped forward, but everybody has mobility. There's a Blink Dagger on Oracle. He's out. Save already TP'd out.
Actually, while you were watching top, they forced out the BKB from Monkey.
Ooh.
So, yeah, sure, he did get away, but he lost the Aegis, and, I mean, the Aegis was reclaimed, and he was forced into a BKB. So, this now opens up the map for Aurora. I would be surprised if they didn't go and try to force a fight.
You have now Mira around the Shrine of Wisdom. They force out the Wukong's command, and Tiny's gonna jump in, blinks to the backline, he finds Kataomi. That's what they need right now. WS getting the arena out, Finger of Death is there, Spear towards the wall, Sonic Wave as well. Mikoto able to bring down Kiritich, exploiting that lack of BKB, like you said.
Even with the buyback, like, from the Oracle, by the way, they still don't save the Monkey. This was... Aurora are pretty damn good at exploiting a single little thing that's missing from your puzzle, right? Like, just one BKB charge is all that was needed for them to force, and they instantly went on them, so... And Lion, the hero that has been dying this whole time, is the one that set things up. Like, look at me, I'm just a lion here, you know, like, please kill me, I want the Wisdom Shrine. But instead, he was actually setting up on the Monkey, buying time.
That's why you go for those intimidation plays, and then later you make it work, and then you say, yeah.
That's why he died 6 times. So he thinks that, so that the Monkey thinks he can kill him easily.
I'm just food, bro. Come get some snacks. It's kind of crazy that they were spending so much of their map playing, so much of their time playing on their side of the map. One BKB charge goes down, all of a sudden they've taken a tier 2 tower.
One BKB charge, and a pretty good play by the Tiny, of course, as well, to find the Oracle, to anticipate where he is going to be relatively to the Monkey King. The thing is, they were completely on the right side of the map, so he didn't really have a lot of places to hide in as an Oracle. He had to be on the ramp.
That's one of those plays that immediately justifies the Blink Dagger. He's going to be getting to his next items anyway. Silver Edge is in the offing, just needs to finish off the Demon Edge. Has the Harpoon, still carrying a 9-second BKB charge.
Honestly, a pretty crucial fight. Exactly something that they needed after the Aegis that they gave away.
So, if we're not going to have BetBoom breaking the game open here in the mid-game, what does the scaling look like as this game goes later and later? I mean, one side, is Quap Tiny better than Monkey and the Pango?
I was just thinking about it. I feel like scaling is pretty good on both sides, but the X factor for me might be the Dawnbreaker. I feel like this hero is... Eventually, like, it becomes scary in a lot of our games. Like, when you look at the damage output and the farm that Dawnbreaker finds, it can tip the scales. If you look at this game as well, look at the top net worth.
Yeah, he just finished the Basher as well, going for the Abyssal Blade.
He is actually pretty damn rich on the Dawnbreaker.
I really like this Abyssal, because looking at their draft, they do have control, but it's like sort of high skill control, right? Yep. Rolling Thunder has to go through, you need to land the shackle shot. They don't have this simple, I just click this button and this person stands still for a second.
I'd like them to maybe think about a nullifier on someone as well. Like, when it comes to heroes that they have, no one really wants to buy it, but everyone can. Like, you can buy it on Pango, you can buy it on the Monkey King. You are already playing into one Ghost Scepter.
It's now only a 3k gold lead for the side of BetBoom. Nightfall neck and neck with the Dawnbreaker. It's only WS in the core department that's really struggling for Aurora, but they still are able to involve him here and there.
They're trying to force a fight. They bait out the Roar. They have a full Skadi, of course, on the Monkey King now. So Skadi, Desolator, this Monkey already hurts.
You said the smoke on smoke action. Monkey King will break their smokes. They go directly onto WS. He doesn't get off his BKB in time. Shackle Shot will be there. Spirit Vessel on top. He goes down. Mira ends up following him into the grave. Kiritich. Well, yesterday we saw he was playing Cares primarily because people were banning the Monkey against him. Today he gets the Monkey, and I think this might create some problems in drafting against them going forward.
Look at the dire wards on the map. I feel like, honestly, this is illegal. Like, the vision that they have is just ridiculous. Considering there's a Roshan about to spawn, how the hell do they have a cliff ward next to the triangle?
Gale Force to push back Mikoto. He does have BKB, will be forced into using it. Maybe hoping to try and bring down Save. Let's blink in a second. We can get out of here. Although Kataomi blinking forward, Fortune's End, but nobody's there to follow
Nightfall
up.
mid, he scouted out. His BKB will be forced as well if he's not careful.
Yeah, Save couldn't go in time.
They're still chasing though.
Kiritic, Boundless Strike, gets the grab. There's gonna come down Miro with the Solar Guardian. They really want to catch up to Nightfall. Gale Force will be there. That will indeed force out the BKB, like you said.
I don't think... of course, they were hoping to get a kill here, but just forcing the BKB is the most realistic outcome. These wards need to be dewarded, like... I'm not really sure. I can't remember the last time I saw wards as impactful as the Dyers.
Kiritic, right next to WS. WS does also still have BKB if necessary. Shackle shot, beautifully placed, coming out of Save. There's going to be a jump back by GPK. They're looking towards the Kaori Phoenix, but he does get off the Supernova. Mikoto pushes them all back with the Sonic Wave. False Promise put out onto GPK, so he's going to stay alive. Kiritic will rely on his Aegis. We'll see if they want to keep this fight going. Fortune's End on Kaori. Miro thinking about jumping deeper in, and he's gonna go in all the way towards Mira, but at the same time, Nightfall goes back, catches out Kiritic. He tosses the monkey on the Oracle, kills them both. It's only one life away from Kiritic.
Oh, the Rolling Thunder though.
Boundless Strike with the Rolling Thunder enables them to kill Kaori and WS. So offlaner plus support. Mira blinked onto the high ground, gets a Hex off, but he knows that he might be in danger here. Oh no, it's a setup! Nightfall and Mikoto follow up directly onto the Monkey King.
Because Pangolier, he TP'd out. Like, he used the Rolling Thunder to somewhat assist the Monkey King after the Aegis, but then he just started TPing away, and Monkey King got caught by Lion. This is, once again, a very favorable fight, of course, for Aurora, even though they were under vision, even though, like, they had all the info and the Aegis on BetBoom, they still couldn't win versus the Arena Egg combo. That Arena Egg combo right there just won the fight. The Egg was perfect. And the worst part that you can do in a team fight is commit hard on the Egg, on the Phoenix actually, not on the Egg. Commit hard on the Phoenix, and then he still manages to use the Egg. It's like the worst thing, because now you don't have anything for the Egg as well, and you've lost too much of the tempo.
Watch, guys. Watch, they're fucking up,
Okay.
They definitely did.
Shout out Nightfall, he knew us up here, and it wasn't even close, right? The Supernova came well before the Phoenix was in real danger.
Yeah, the Rolling Thunder was on top of him. Maybe they tried to... I think the Shackles didn't really connect properly. The idea was probably to connect the two with the Shackles, but the control just wasn't there.
Yet again, we see Nightfall justifying this Blink Dagger. Creating beautiful conditions for this fight.
Yeah, getting closer to Daedalus now as well, by the way. Tiny is... he's basically in the one-shot city now. Level 23, he hits for a bazillion damage already. If you're a support and he sees you, you're as good as gone.
Well, BetBoom, we're in control for a majority of this game, but the balance of power is shifted. Aurora feel ascendant at the moment. And we pretty much have it. The Daedalus will be finished after this Ancient Camp. And there we go, Nightfall. Now a behemoth in the damage dealing department, just needs the recipe delivered. Has a Flayer's Boda as well. Dude, this neutral item, every time I see it, I'm just like, I don't know about this. This active feels a bit busted.
Especially on Tiny. Right? Because, I mean, he already has so much base damage. So getting extra 15% is pretty damn good. But also the 30 attack speed, of course. And he usually kills heroes, right? Like, if he's hitting someone with Flayer's Boda, the hero is probably dying. So it can reset the Bloodthirst as well. It's...
Nightfall, though. Nice blink away. Not sure if he realized how much danger he was in, but gets out safely. They still want to chase down here. WS might be the one that gets caught. Save, he blinked back, but he still got caught with the spear. WS goes forward with the arena. It's only Save that's within this at the moment. Rolling Thunder coming from GPK, but he gets pushed back. Can't catch up to Mikoto. Kiritic even activated Wukongs, but nobody's dying just yet. Save is going to be the one that goes down. Now BetBoom Team are going to be forced to retreat. Will Kataomi die? False Promise. Took a bunch of damage. He's healing a lot, and he's going to be fine.
Yeah, he managed to heal up in the end. But they did lose Save.
GPK.
Has Gem. So he knows what's up. He kind of saw it, saw the Tiny coming. There's a shard that in most games goes unpurchased that is making a pretty big difference as well, and that's the one of Queen of Pain. Like, he's just jumping the supports, jumping the Oracle and silencing him. So Kataomi, he doesn't really have a chance to even use False Promise on anyone else but himself. He's silenced, he's constantly damaged. Even with the A on disc, it's not enough.
Aurora, a very good spot right now. This Queen of Pain, you know, the morning shift calls this build the Exodia. All that's missing is the Bloodstone. Then you have all the cards available.
It's a pretty good name, yeah. The moment you have it, the game crashes, it's over.
Is there a window perhaps that they've missed on the side of BetBoom Team here, with how the fights have been unfolding?
Definitely, the first fight after the Aegis, right? The first Aegis when they got, I feel like that maybe they could have played a bit better post Aegis, but overall, it was on Aurora to execute properly, and they have.
Save. He's trying to get some scouting done for his team. Instead, he gets caught out by these Lion spells. Beautiful Gale Force is going to be able to save him. Aeon Disc just comes back in time, but he's still going to die. The Supernova and the Sunray ensuring that save goes down. GPK forced to roll and TP out to safety. And Nightfall, he's on the other side right now, playing aggressively. Kiritich will find himself in some danger here, forced to pop the BKB. Nice Sonic Wave from Mikoto, pushing back Miro, can't finish off the Starbreaker. Kiritich activates the Wukong's command, they got the Abyssal Blade out, but Mikoto's still going in this fight. GPK though, on the far side, trying to find Nightfall. He's inside the arena. Can he get out of here? He's being protected by WS. GPK can't chase him. Eventually though, Kataomi brings him down with the Purifying Flames, full Shinzen combo. But can everybody else escape though? GPK hexed up in the middle of all of these Radiant heroes. Kiritich comes back to help him by bringing down Mira, but there's a double spear from WS, putting these heroes directly on the trees, enabling Makoto to burst them down.
They melted.
At the end of the day, it's basically a team wipe. Aurora still fight strong without their carry Tiny.
They were dodging everything so well. There's just so much mobility on their side. A 4-staff here, a 4-staff there. I don't want to look at the Queen of Pain damage. I know the Queen. Come on. Goddamn Queen of Pain every single game has 10k plus in teamfights. That's a disgusting hero.
Oh my god.
But they dodged everything. The Solar Guardian, the Rolling Thunder, the Arena. They just completely disengaged with Harpoon, with 4-staffs, with all of these small little things that they had. Like double 4-staff, by the way. Goated item on supports that isn't bought enough. Usually people go for Glimmers, for Solars. But they played an instrumental part in this team fight. Just look how they disengaged from Solar and from Wukongs and everything. That, like Rolling Thunder as well.
This was pitch-perfect execution from them.
Just circles are trying to get to them. They're just baiting them deeper and deeper into the arena.
Oh boy. Lane of Barracks have been claimed back in real life. This is, you know, I feel really bad for Kiritich, right? Because this is not like the worst play ever, right? To try and just quickly kill the Lion and get out, but WS, oh, perfect double spear.
Look at them burn from the Sunray as well.
Oof. Oh,
that must have felt satisfying. Like double spear is definitely one of those, you know, one of those spells that.
I think that's one of those plays that immediately shows off why MOUZ Phoenix for such a long time was the go-to duo if you're gonna play it in the offlane. Yep.
There's just some classic hero combos that are being played in this tournament, and we're happy to see them, like MOUZ Phoenix here as well. We've seen a lot of Grim Doom come back. I wonder if we're gonna see some Grim Lich Doom, by the way. The good pub stomping. I mean, it was a competitive stomping draft as well for quite some time.
BetBoom, recognizing that this game has really gotten away from them. They're gonna smoke up. They wanna get a quick pick, secure the third Roshan. But Aurora, as usual, just their formation has also been so good. Like earlier in the game when they were still being picked off one by one before they were together, yes, it was easy to get on top of them, but since they've started playing together.
The thing is, like, BetBoom right now, I feel like the biggest issue for them is no real area control. Like, you have Rolling Thunder, right? You have Gale Force, but it isn't enough to keep them in a spot. and they desperately need to play around the Wukong's command. Like if you're Monkey King in this game and you're not playing in the Wukong's command, Tiny is just blowing you up. You basically look like a support next to him.
It's one of the reasons they did buy that Abyssal Blade, but shout out to Mikoto as well. He's been reserving the Sonic Wave almost specifically to just push back Miro.
He was zoning them. The zoning Sonic Wave is doing a lot of work this game. The true damage dealing spell, of course, for you is the Shadow Strike with the Aghanims, so Sonic Wave can be used defensively.
Nightfall goes forward, gets a jump onto Save. It's going to be the Sonic Wave coming out. WS gets a beautiful arena with the spear towards Save. Save is gone. Supernova on the high ground. Mira gets the Hex combination out onto the Dawnbreaker. She's going to die. Kataomi gets nullified, so that Aeon Disc is not going to help you, my friend. 3 heroes dead in the blink of an eye. Aurora feels like they can do whatever the hell they want on the map right now.
Yeah. A lot of vision from them this time. I was commending BetBoom for their vision and their ability to set things up. Same thing here.
Oh,
refreshed.
Okay. Refreshes, gets the second Rolling Thunder. There's a Gale Force as well from Save, but Nightfall immediately in onto Save. Wants to try and bring down this Wind Ranger. Being stalled out by GPK for a while, but they'll eventually be able to get him. And GPK, as his role finishes, I don't know if he wants to still stay in this fight. BKB activated by Mikoto as Kiritich and Miro track down Kaori, kill off the Phoenix. Nightfall is on the back edge here. They have a Hex, they have an Earth Spike onto Miro. Miro caught in the combo. Phoenix, oh, not the Phoenix, the Finger of Death. It comes out, but there is a BKB to dodge it out in the end.
They're winning this fight though
will
for now.
actually lose his life eventually. But Mikoto is the one that's dealing the damage the most on the back lines of the fight. They got the Hex out onto this Monkey King. Mikoto trying to keep the pressure up, but GPK is jumping on the other side to kill off Mira. WS respawns, re-engages the fight. They managed to bring down Kiritich in the end. And GPK, although he's killing off these supports, the real carry here is Mikoto. Tries to roll up, tries to protect himself, but now WS has Arena. The fight's lasted that long, Liz. Mikoto definitely will have the damage to find these kills. They nullify Kataomi, they kill him again. At the very least, GPK with his second Rolling Thunder will be able to escape.
How silly of me to suggest that they are winning this fight. I was thinking of BetBoom. I'm not gonna hide from that. Queen of Pain. Like, this is just a Queen of Pain show. What's the fight recap damage now? Casual 13.5k. There are games where your carry deals 14k damage. Like the whole game.
Yep.
She's dealing that amount in a single fight, time after time. This is, and it was, the start kind of started even alright-ish for BetBoom because they managed to kill Phoenix. I don't know if you noticed, Kaori presses refresh, instantly dies, like the same millisecond. So he couldn't even use that secondary egg. If he managed to double egg, the fight is over immediately. But they managed to take him down. Unfortunately, how do you take down a Queen of Pain with 4.5k HP, with Bloodstone, with all of these items, with Dandelion Amulet as well, by the way, to block out some magic damage? It's not like they even have a lot of magic damage on the other side, but it's something, it's nice.
Nightfall, he had a game yesterday where he dealt like what? Was it yesterday or the day before where he was playing Faceless Void? He only dealt like 4,000 damage?
Yeah, it was, I believe, even below 4k.
Okay. Roshan being taken right now. And Mira. You know this Mira, this level 20 talent, they did not expect this as well in that fight. Because he got it just before that fight.
The cone?
Yeah, the cone stun. Really good from him. So now you're dealing with an Aegis on Nightfall. I mean, there's no point giving Mikoto the Aegis. He's not dying anytime soon.
I love that the Mars went for the damage. 25 talent, by the way, as well. Just full on. No one is dying on his team. He's fine. He doesn't need the HP region. Why not crit them a bit harder? He does have a nullifier after all.
Mikoto. Hex available now on the Queen of Pain. So now she has control to add to her arsenal.
They have double arena and they have double egg.
Nightfall just goes forward. There's a Wukong's Rolling Thunder.
Okay.
They get out this Aegis. They do in extremely fast fashion. But there's the Supernova coming in on top of the WS Arena. The Sonic Wave pushes Kiritich away from the egg. But Miro able to go in with the BKB and destroy the egg. Nightfall comes back for life number 2, but he's still in trouble. Shackletrot will be there. Spirit Vessel is ticking him low. GPK, can he find the Tiny? Not just yet. He's healing up Forced off away from Mira. The Gale Force will come from save, but he's still not dying.
Shackles.
Shackle will be there. GPK, can he finish him off? At long last, it does happen. But now there's the secondary arena. There's going to be the Earth Spike into the Finger of Death, killing off Miro. Or killing off Save, rather. Miro's going to be dying to Mikoto. So 2 of the cores, though, on Aurora are going to die here.
Miro isn't dead yet. He's still fine.
Still alive? Oh my goodness.
Good false promise.
Shout out to the false promise.
The buyback from the Phoenix as well, and the neck usage again. Honestly, a very good defense by BetBoom, but I have to say this was a little bit too overzealous by Aurora. They felt way too strong, and I can't blame them. Like all these items, the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, the Refresher Orbs. I get it. They overcommitted. But what happened? The egg was too soon. I think that's a major defeating factor for them. The egg was used in tandem with all the BKBs on BetBoom, so they could just commit on it. They killed the Tiny and still had enough BKB charges to deal with the egg.
And Tiny died really fast, especially on life number 1.
He died way too quickly, yeah.
Well,
maybe an AC could have helped him, and actually Mars is queuing it up now. I think that's the next item. They did double down on Shivas. A small little... In chess, you would call it maybe inaccuracy. It's not really a mistake, but...
So how do you feel about this? How much of the momentum has shifted back to BetBoom? Because they still are a lane and a half of racks down.
It's still not a great position to be in. They're 9k behind. The net worth at this point doesn't really feel too relevant. It's more about the way that these teamfights have been going. When you look at the items, they have everything that they need. Monkey King is very close to, a butterfly as well. He has it now. They're basically maxing out on all cores on both sides. It's the teamfight capability of Aurora that looks a little bit scarier, though. And it's the Queen of Pain Impact, who now has a Hex as well.
Smoke up from Aurora. No Roshan to fight over, but if they can find some picks, there are buildings to destroy. But they're playing very conservatively on the side of BetBoom, sticking inside the base, holding hands.
The level 25 talent on Phoenix, by the way, he went for the 2 extra hits. Sometimes you can even buy an Aghanims, not for the active, but for the extra hits, in tandem with level 25. It might make a difference if they want to play the same way. Just head first, go in, arena, egg.
I wouldn't mind seeing that. That would be kind of cool.
It would be, but versus the BKB on Monkey, I feel like it doesn't work. I still think he can deal with the egg almost alone. Especially now, our dear observers have noticed the butterfly. Like, it gives a lot of base attack speed.
Kiritich is hitting really fast right now. Does have a lot of Deso charges to his name. Also carrying a Flayer's Boda. So this Monkey demonstrated in that fight with a couple of those Boundlesses that he can still be a massive, massive threat. And of course does have the 25 talent on the command ring. Aurora will have to sate themselves with just a Tormentor. They're making sure they're not being shadowed by BetBoom Team. But once they've gotten the confirmation, they will go back, take the Tormi, and get a shot from Mira, who nearly died in this attempt.
It's a lot of damage still by the Tormentor. It's a good shard. It used to be one of those core build-ups for Lion. No longer is, of course.
Okay, hear me out, right? Hear me out. You blink forward, right? You wait for GPK to start rolling. And then you use the mana drain so that you become spell immune and you don't have to worry about getting hit with roll. And then once he gets past you, you blink past him and then you stun somebody else.
You're cooking. Unfortunately, if a Lion does that at this point in the game, he's dead. A Monkey King just looks at you and you're probably already in the fountain.
He'll be fine, bro. He'll be fine. He's got an essence ring, dog. He just pops the essence ring and he lives. No problem.
Yeah, he does. He does have it. Actually, you see the greater healing Lotus that he's carrying as well. He's been pretty diligent when it comes to carrying the flowers for his carry. Like, he's been healing quite a lot in a couple of these fights. They heal the Tiny, save his life just by having a healing Lotus here and there.
Kataomi and the boys.
Tiny is so big.
Finally feeling freedom to come out the base and he technically just got bigger. Not directly, but indirectly. MOUZ does now have that AC, so more armor, more attack speed for the whole team.
AC on him, Satanic on the Tiny. Swift Blink, Satanic, basically 6-slotted.
Queen of Pain is actually 6-slotted. Can she replace these boots for something else?
Yes, she can, if she wants to. Like, there is an option for her to get another item here. She is keeping the cheese in the slot for now.
WS, oh, they break the tree of Kiritich, but he does find the BKB. GPK will be there to lend assistance as well, and there's the Supernova. Hero will try to drop down with the Solar Guardian. BKB's popped, and they managed to get rid of the egg. They've also shackled WS. He cannot escape this fight either. And all of a sudden, things have changed, Liz.
The fight is done. They need to back out. They're trying to. Oracle is actually the one chasing them.
Throws out a long range Fortune's End. Will connect onto Mira. GPK not willing to let this one go. Save finds the Gale Force as well. The turn will be there. There's a shackle. There's the damage coming in. And the Ghost Scepter protected you for a little moment. But eventually that'll end. I must say Miro played that fight to absolute perfection on the Stormbreaker.
Keep in mind that they do not have the buyback on Phoenix. It was used when they were trying to push the bottom lane high ground. And this is something that BetBoom probably is aware of. The buyback is still down for a minute and a half, and maybe an opportunity for them to pressure the map, open up these tier 2s at least. I think they need to change the general idea on how they play team fights. This whole head first, use the arena, use the egg in tandem isn't working. I think the egg actually needs to be at least outside of the arena, because the heroes have way too much attack speed on the other side. It doesn't matter. Level 25 talent is great, but it's not good enough.
Mid. Looks like BetBoom want to be able to claim their first set of barracks. Tier 3 being beaten up on by Kiritich. They still have False Promise. They still have Rolling Thunder, and Solar Guardian just came back off cooldown.
He's being griefed a little bit by Fate's Edict, but it's fine.
What's a BKB out of Makoto? That could end up being a big deal here. Still no Phoenix for 30. And when he returns, there will not be a mid lane of barracks. Kiritich just hits way too damn hard.
If it's only the mid lane, I think this is something that you can live with if you're Aurora. You still have 2 more sides to work with. This team fight, if Kaori just acts here, maybe outside of the arena, I think it could have been won, because the team fight of Aurora is not necessarily all about the arena. It's about the egg, because he has Refresher as well, and the real power of the egg here comes into because of the BKB piercing stun. Like, you have a BKB piercing stun and you have percentage-based damage. One of the main reasons why this hero is played so much currently is he's one of those rare supports that actually hurts quite hard, even in the late game scenario.
One thing we also saw in that fight is this Harpoon from Miro. Really good for ensuring heroes can't escape the Wukongs. You saw WS doing his best to run once his BKB ended, but couldn't get away from him.
They're still waiting for Rosh. It will respawn, by the way, in a second, so they're already in the pit. Lion is not close to his teammates, though.
Been scanned out, but BetBoom want to keep this going. As you see, 100% win rate on Miro so far at the tournament. I mean, to be fair, they've only lost 2 games, right? So there's a lot of 100% win rate here. MOUZ jumps in, Shivas, they actually spear back Kiritich. The Rosh is still alive. Kiritich will grab it.
Egg is good, though.
Supernova is in a decent position. Can they get away from it? No, they cannot. It does get the stun out, but a nice dodge from Kiritich. Mira will take away the Aegis, though, with the Finger of Death, as Mikoto's on the backside of the fight, looking towards Kataomi. He kills him, but they found a shackle onto Mikoto. The Queen of Pain is dead. In the meantime, inside the Roshan pit, Kiritich almost lost his own life, but the False Promise keeps him alive. Nightfall unable to kill him off. Instead, it's the Starbreaker that puts both him and the MOUZ in jeopardy. They both die. BetBoom Team keep winning these team fights.
They keep winning them, and this one was a really hard team fight to win because Aurora played it almost to perfection. Queen of Pain might have been a little bit too relentless there on the right side of the pit, because in the pit they caught the Monkey King, they used the egg, are outside of the pit, and he couldn't react to it. The spear was perfect after he respawns as well. I think they stole the cheese and the banner as well. But Oracle was, for the first time in this game in a really long time, free to use his ulti whenever he wanted to. So saves the Monkey King.
Now they're in danger of losing another lane of barracks. GPK will just zone them with the Rolling Thunder, keeping them far back. Kiritic, him and Miro take down the bottom set of barracks. Only one lane remaining for Aurora. They're not done just yet. They want to force some buybacks here.
They truly do. The cheese is there on the line, but...
Okay, there they come. Buybacks are out. Mikoto jumping forward, but False Promise immediately out onto the Monkey King. They want to get out of here. Save might be left behind, but of course he has a BKB now. So he should be fine. Windrun just comes back off cooldown. Blink will be there soon. So he'll be fine, even though he's carrying damage to his team. That's not nice. Kiritic on the high ground. There gets off the full Wukongs. Still has BKB at the ready. So I don't really want to fight into him.
He was pretending to be a tree, by the way. He's just chilling next to the two trees.
Also, it was so cool to see him dodge the, back in that Roshan fight, when he dodged the burst of the Supernova with the Stone Soldier swap.
Yep.
That was quite nice. It's now 14k gold lead. We're got to get to the hour mark, so let's start talking tier 5s. What you want to see in this game?
Maybe a couple of fallen skies here and there. They always look nice. Besides that, I mean, whatever they get on both sides, it's going to be super impactful, but they have to farm those items, of course, first. We are getting an increasing amount of minute 60 plus games, by the way. At the beginning of the tournament, everything was like 20, 30 minutes, 40 at max. We're getting tier 5s almost every single day now. And multiple series too.
I think we've only had one series together that didn't at least have 1 hour-long game.
Oh, look at them going just full on high ground. These are megas, by the way, if it falls.
We are back onto safe. Nullifier is out. False Promise will be there. They do have the Sunray out from Kaori. Nightfall unable to do the damage he wants. Their Supernova is there. Makoto pushing back Miro into the wall. And he dies inside the arena. Save will also eventually lose his life. And Kiritic, how much space can he create with this Wukongs? There will be a Supernova right in front of him. Can he bring it down in time? Yeah, no, he cannot. He gets stunned in the end. Nightfall there to ensure he gets the kill with the Avalanche and the right clicks. GPK forced to flee, TPing out extremely quickly. So he's going to be fine, and the two supports able to leave as well. But Save did buy back for this, so if he dies again, could be a huge problem for BetBoom.
For Aurora right now, after this kind of a fight, the goal is probably to force a couple of buybacks on the side of BetBoom. Save buyback is not enough. Why? Because previously they wasted a buyback on the Tiny, they used the buyback on the Mars as well, so they need to get some compensation for it. This teamfight was good. It's a very different teamfight in which the arena covers half of the high ground and half of the low ground. So they can't really get away from it, and the Phoenix is able to use the egg on the high ground, so it cannot be hit. But overall, the push itself was maybe a little bit premature by BetBoom. I feel that they tried to catch them off guard a little bit. While everyone is farming tier 5s, they tried to go for a full set of megas.
That's all me. Might lose his courier here. What's on it? Nothing available. He's trying to build a refresher, so have to wait a little bit.
At this point, Oracle is one of those heroes that truly, once you get the Blink and the Neon Disc, you can buy whatever you want to. Refresher is pretty good, just to have the double false promise, of course.
Equalize the Rax advantage. Literally an even game, bro. Nothing in it in terms of gold. The map looks very equivalent. It's all about execution at this point.
These two teams recently have been the two biggest rivals in the Eastern Europe. There isn't anyone else. I mean, there's Spirit, always, but their form has been kinda iffy. Not always really on point.
To that point, take a guess at how many games they've played, or wins and losses against each other. What do you think it is?
What the score is?
Yeah.
28-30 or something.
Aurora has 21 wins.
Okay.
BetBoom has 20.
So close.
Basically 50-50. If BetBoom win this, it'll literally be 50-50.
They have a good shot. I feel like in this game, it's really hard to see the outcome at this point. Tier 5s might play an instrumental part as well. Stygian Desolator, by the way, tier 5 on the Mars. Tiny has a Divine Regalia. How many Divines do we have?
3. Tiny, Queen of Pain, and GPK on the Pango. And a Fallen Sky was picked up by Mira.
There's a couple of other that aren't really picked up at all, right? Oracle, how many Enchantress baubles do we have? That's the interesting part, because Oracle is rocking one, so he's going to have a very good enchantment from a tier 5 item.
He's the only one that has it though.
And still, if you could, is there a tier 5 with range or something?
Wait, you're a Phoenix player, right? How do you feel about this Harmonizer?
Dude, this is the first time in my life I see Harmonizer.
Oh.
I mean, it's pretty good, right? Like 6% spell amp for every spell on cooldown. The 5% spell mana cost literally is meaningless to Phoenix. Like, there is nothing you need. Like, you always have enough mana for your spells because of the refresh that you get from Supernova. But yeah, the 6% spell amp sounds pretty damn good. You use all your spells all the time. So Sunray is going to burn quite a bit as well.
Looks like BetBoom want to push the envelope because there are 90 seconds, 2 minutes, and 2 minutes. Those are the buyback cooldowns for the Aurora cores. So we can force them to die here. This could be huge. Wukong's massive damage from Kiritich. Immediately they lose the Lion. But what the hell? That's Supernova. It's gonna pop, and the laser almost killed Kiritich. WS, beautiful arena from him. Nightfall trying to get in on top of this Monkey King, but the false promise will keep him alive. Miro and Kiritich will then combine together to kill off WS. 90 seconds in the grave for him without buyback for the MOUZ.
Yeah, they committed some big spells, but there's no buyback on him, and he's dead for 2 minutes. So they literally can chill, wait the BKBs, wait their big ultis, and still go again before he's up. This is a big win for BetBoom.
They're gonna go straight towards the Roshan pit, perhaps.
Another problem that you have at this point if you're Aurora is you're playing versus this Wukong's command that is so massive that you can't really disengage. If he just uses it around your racks or eventually around your throne, you're forced to fight into it. There is nothing else that you can do because he hits too hard. He will be taking the objectives. By the way, Maid Slayer is the next that he wants to sell. And what's that? Feverish? 15% cooldown reduction. I mean, it's good, but he had Keen-Eyed. It's really good, but he had Keen-Eyed as well. What's the cooldown now on his ulti? What is that? 34 seconds. Okay, it's really good.
That's pretty crazy.
It's really damn good. Actually going for Octarine as well, instead of the Refresher, which he had queued up, by the way.
Oh, man. He just picked up by Kiritich.
The only unfortunate thing, you know, for Oracle is he's got a lot of spells with very low cooldowns. So the percentage
reduction is not that great. Yeah. Okay, high ground. Here we go again. Kiritich, BKB with Miro. They go straight towards the Supernova. They bring it down. Kaori does have buyback though. And Miro will just stand behind Kiritich, who will wait, chilling inside his Wukong. Does get jumped on by Makoto. False promise from outside the Wukong, so he still remains alive. Nightfall trying to toss him to the far side of the fight, but Miro's already there, taking down your backlines. It's a triple kill for Kiritich. And he's just throwing out these right clicks. Kaori died back. Nightfall is gone. Megas have been achieved. BetBoom Team moments away from securing game 1, but they're not going to force the issue. They have learned from their mistakes. They know that he probably still has buyback.
Are you sure they won't?
Comes through. EKB active. Buyback coming in from Nightfall. The Hex is out onto Kiritich. Sonic Wave will be there. They push Kiritich back and they kill him. He goes down, does have buyback. Miro joins him in the grave as Nightfall dishes in that damage from the fountain. They try to cancel out the spells and the heal of the Oracle. Not able to do so, so he gets out. Oh, he actually doesn't. He dies in the fountain. So that's 3 heroes gone.
The false promise was used on himself, right? Like he used it on himself, but it wasn't good enough. There's just way too much damage from Aurora in the end that does take them down. Purifying Flames, yeah, pretty low cooldown, 1.6 seconds, by the way, on it. You can perma spam it at this point. Save will be forced to BKB TP, but you need to find something more now if you're Aurora. You just used all of your buybacks, and the dieback on Phoenix might prevent you from actually getting the mega creeps on the other side.
We'll see. They're trying to bring this creep wave in through the mid lane. He does have Desolator on WS, so that could help.
They have a Divine on Tiny as well,
Let's go. GPK. He's gonna start the roll. Fallen Sky from Mira. He'll blink back.
Right back on the monkey.
They get the Abyssal Blade out onto Nightfall. They're trying to keep controlling him up. He'll be forced to pop a BKB himself. Makoto though, Sonic Wave out onto Kiritich. He prevents him from entering the fight. So they might have time to escape. WS might be the one that gets left behind, however. He dies, however, this time he does have buyback available.
Yeah, probably the best target that they could have lost in this scenario. They forced buybacks on pretty important targets, right? The Oracle, okay, but they forced the Monkey King buyback, and also they only lose the hero that already has a buyback. So strategically, this was pretty well done by Aurora. They didn't overcommit to even out the scales with the mega creeps on both sides. The moment the buybacks came, they backed out. Divine Regalia, of course, unfortunately for Tiny, is deactivated. Most of them are, right? Pango has his.
Yeah, Pango still has it, and
Pop as well.
Pop as well. Honestly, Aurora, right? So you have a Tiny that has Divine Rapier. You have a Stygian Desolator Mars. You've got, you know, Exodia, Queen of Pain. Do you even care about Megas that much?
You don't. The thing is, it's not about you caring about Megas or not. You can deal with the Megas, you can hit them. But someone needs to be in the base to do that. Whose BKB is that?
But they're just chilling here. Whose BKB is that, actually? What? Okay, cool. Did somebody double buy BKB?
I mean, maybe one of the supports bought the BKB and dropped it because all the cores are still carrying theirs.
Maybe it's like enemy BKB? I don't know.
What, stolen BKB?
I have no
I
idea.
mean, it could be. Someone could have dropped it to take something. I wouldn't be like... There's a BKB on Nero, there's a BKB on Monkey King. Pango never had one, right? Wind Ranger had it, and Oracle never bought one, so... Is it? I'm not sure.
Many confusing things have been happening in this game. Kataomi will get some Reign of Destiny. Not too bad, but it's more important to just make sure you keep taking objectives on the map. Wait for the next Roshan. Not even wait for the next Roshan. I think you have to wait for your buybacks to come back off cooldown. Without Aegis, imagine pushing high ground and Kiritich dies. The game could just end immediately.
We might be here for a while. Like, they could possibly just wait for the buybacks on the Monkey King. Like, it's 5 minutes away, and you have mega creeps, so you aren't really forced into making any plays right now if you're BetBoom. Like, you can actually wait. On the other side, it is difficult. Like, we started the mega creep discussion. It's like, they can kill the mega creeps, but someone needs to do it, right? And while you're doing that, you're showing yourselves. One of these heroes has to stay back. At this point, Travels too might be an option on one of them, just so that they can re-engage and reconnect with the teammates.
Yeah,
and it has to be one of the cores as well, right?
I could see WS doing it. Yeah. I mean, Tiny doesn't have boots anymore, nor does the Queen of Pain. It kind of has to be the MOUZ.
Tiny, I mean, he's... At this point, I don't know how he's moving. He has too many items. That's a 9-second BKB, by the way, that's in the base. That's dropped. So possibly one of the supports.
Multiple level 30 heroes. Nightfall is 30, Makoto is 30, Kiritich is 30, GPK is 30, Miro is 30. WS is not too far away himself. Game for the ages. Hey, it's about to be the longest game.
It's about to be. It probably will break the longest game record because they will wait the buybacks. I'm pretty sure. Like the Rapier, by the way, being queued up by the Monkey King as well. And we're entering the stage of Dota where no one is experienced, right? Like you're just entering a part of the game that you see once in a month, like when you're practicing. The worst part is like when you're scrimming. Whenever I was scrimming playing versus teams, if a game goes badly, most of the teams will GG out. They don't want to waste too much time testing out strategies that they won't necessarily see almost ever. This just isn't a part of the game that you get to practice all too much. At this point, Dota becomes very hectic, and it's all about the initiations, like and buyback status. Two things, like who gets jumped on first, and whose buyback status is on point.
The two neutrals we didn't talk about were these Minotaur Horns to just help bridge the gap with these lower duration BKBs.
Yep.
This is just anti-Phoenix tech, basically.
Yeah, it's pretty good because they understand they have to waste the BKBs to deal with Yeg. Like you said, anti-Phoenix tech. You have something else to work with after the first initial BKB charge has been used. Unfortunately for them, the refresher doesn't refresh items anymore, so they gotta deal with it a different way.
Please click on save. There we go. Look at my boy save. Deciding, you know what?
He's deciding to end the game. That's what he's deciding. Didn't he do it once already? Who was it? It was him and Tofu, right? That just went for the throne. Tofu, I think he did it with Muerta or something and save with the Wind Ranger.
That's right. He's got Daedalus now. Daedalus, Stygian, Desolator, and a Vlad's as well. And Roshan just getting tired, guys. He's like, bruh, let me rest. I keep having to come back into this goddamn game. 6th Rosh. Don't get to see that every day.
A 75 minutes game, you don't get to see it for sure. For Dire, of course, for BetBoom, if they manage to take it, which they most likely will, they always have the advantage. Let's see, Tiny is already insta-connecting. He used Swift Blink. They don't want to let this one go.
Spider legs now picked up by Mira, so a better positioning available for this Lion.
The thing is, like, they don't have to do it here, right? Like, they can just wait for Rosh to move down bottom, because that's where they have the advantage with the outpost. They most likely will wait. Hence the smoke from Mars and the boys of Aurora. They're on a back foot now. Like, this is one part of the game which is hard to play when you mega creeps are pushing in, but at the same time you need to contest Rosh. You have to outpush the waves so far out that it buys you enough time to actually fight in the pit.
Big man is making his way over. He has finished his daytime shift. It's time to go take a nap on the bottom side.
Yeah, the vision is already set up by Dire. Good wards. One in the river, one on the ramp in the Radiant Forest.
This is so hard. Queen of Pain does buy the bots too, so...
They needed it.
What does she backpack though? She's already backpacked the Kaya Sanj. What else does she get rid of? The Shivas maybe? Could already have, what, 2 Shivas in the game?
It doesn't matter. She just needs to use the travels, right? Like, you can move the item back in. Nullifier will be the item that she backpacks for now. They have... At some point, I suppose they had triple Shivas on their side. Wop, Mars, and the Phoenix. Mars did sell his and go for the AC, by the way.
Can we get a damage check? 76 minutes in. I want to see what these numbers look like.
Did it change a lot, though? Yeah, 77k.
60,000 on Pango, 70,000 on the Monkey, 77 on Queen of Pain. I love how the Phoenix actually has done more damage than this Tiny that has Daedalus and all these items.
As the game goes further and further, and heroes become bigger and bigger, Sunray hurts more. 2% max heal and 7.5% max damage on the Sunray. Plus you have 4 Sunrays in a fight, right? Because you have one, and then you have another one in the egg, and then you have
refresh,
two, and then you refresh, and you do it all over again.
Tiny, because Regalia was disabled, has gone back now to get some
Rolling Thunder,
Rolling
Phoenix.
Thunder. They connect onto the Phoenix. There is no Aeon disc to be popped here, so the Phoenix does get off the Supernova though. Kinetic and Miro will immediately turn on top of it. They take it down. There is a buyback available. WS also held in position by the Abyssal Blade. He'll die as well within the Wukongs. That's a double kill for Kinetic. They have to buy back.
Yeah, that's a forced buyback on the Phoenix, but Mars, if they want to contest Roshan, Phoenix is not enough. I think this is a huge opportunity once again for BetBoom. They have buyback on Monkey King. They could possibly just go all in here. Force the buyback on the Mars. Okay, he has 3k surplus though. So he can buy back, sell phases, and also get travels to maybe get a bit closer. But they need a wave mid. He can't get travels too on the Mars. He has queued it up.
He found phase. Save is gone. Oh no, false promise. We'll try to bail him out. The nullifier from Makoto didn't come out in time. So Save's actually going to be able to get back. He's safe.
And they're messing up. This is not good from Aurora. I feel like they're overextending and they're not finding the kills that they went for. They are buying time though. They are buying time for Mars to respawn. He wasn't forced to use his buyback. Full on smoke though.
Oh, yeah.
This could catch them off guard because there is a chance that they think Rosh is happening even though it didn't roar.
It was slightly split. Oh no, they might find Kaori. Kiritic.
Kaori is a massive kill. He doesn't have buyback.
Is he gonna find the Phoenix? He sees him. Kaori. At the same time, Makoto is getting jumped upon. There's gonna be the Solar Guardian directly on the Queen of Pain, and Quap is gone. The damage. Save showing off a little bit with this Daedalus and the Desolator.
At this point, he's an additional core in the game. This is not a support Wind Ranger anymore. 27, Daedalus, Stygian Desolator, tier 5, of course, like you mentioned, Quap just disintegrated. By the way, I feel like if they kill the Phoenix, it's just as much value because he has no buyback. At least the Quap has buyback, but she'll have to use it. This is now a full-on push coming from BetBoom to your throne, wherever you are on the Radiant. Because they have the buybacks. I believe the buyback status is available on almost every single hero on their side. Yep.
Oof. Check out Kiritic. Aegis and the Divine Rapier is now picked up.
Okay, so he has no buyback though. He bought out. Was this super necessary? I feel like they weren't really lacking damage, but I guess use the Rapier, use Wukong's command on the throne, and that's it, right? Like you don't have to be too cute about it.
Bro? You think Kiritic is gonna lose a game like a bitch? No. Gonna go out, chest out, 10 toes down.
All right. You're right.
This is Kiritic.
I was wrong. Who am I to question?
The great Kiritic himself.
He could have had 3 lives, by the way, all I'm saying.
He only needs 1. Let's see what he's gonna be able to achieve here. As Mira just throwing out some token spells. Now this is going to be the hold of the century. WS, what a spear back, but unfortunately there's an immediate false promise and the Solar Guardian coming in, and they're trying to zone back the Supernova. Miro ensures that the Supernova's on the high ground, away from the monkey. So it goes off pretty much harmlessly. Everybody else stays alive. Miro, beautiful Starbreaker with the Abyssal onto Mira. Lion, dead. 2 minutes in the grave, but does have buyback.
Can they commit without false promise? Actually, they do have false promise again. The cooldown is 22 seconds at this point. So, I mean, he's got the Enchantress Bauble, right? Current bonus is 90%. That's what they're playing. They're playing for the long con. The first time I'm seeing this item, by the way, in a competitive scene go this late.
You know, people only talk about infinite scaling, you know, your lions, your pudges or whatever. This is the real scaling. Nightfall, he gets jumped on. There's the Abyssal Blade on top of him. They want to kill this Tiny. They're going to try and bail him out, though, with the Sonic Wave, pushing these heroes back. But the Wukong's command is too good. Supernova comes in the middle of them, and they did kill Miro. Kiritic, can he beat this down by himself? No. He will actually be able to get the kill in the end. How the hell did that happen? Just died in Wukong's after it popped?
Yeah, he didn't kill the egg. He killed the Phoenix post-egg.
Did he die that fast? WS, spear back onto Kiritic. Fourth promise will be there with the Solar Guardian. But the Starbreaker from Miro in the middle of the fight makes sure that WS and the Quap are both dead. They jump onto Nightfall. They kill him off. GG, well played is called. Aurora could not do it. They held for as long as they could. But BetBoom Team win the game with the Kiritic Monkey King.
Just another record-breaking game from BetBoom and Aurora. Just a very long game and a very entertaining one as well. Man, Aurora will have to feel bad after losing the longest game of the tournament and having it like it was in their hands.
It was in their hands, but what Gaben giveth, Gaben taketh away. Shiva, tell me, how are y'all feeling? Because we're losing our minds in here.
That was a fantastic game one of our upper bracket finals. The back and forth, this is what I was hoping for, and we got it delivered. BetBoom on the happy end, of course, they take the victory here for game one. Aurora, they are left searching for an answer. We'll find out what that answer is in game number 2, but we're going to attempt to break this game down where the highlights start in minute 40. Tigov, you know it was a good one.
Yeah, I mean, it was an amazing game, and I feel like actually it's a really important highlight to start with, right? Because Aurora had built up a bit of a comeback after a really slow start to the game, but BB, as the game progressed, under the pressure of Aurora, they were able to find really critical kills on Nightfall so that when Aurora was able to utilize Makoto, there wasn't that kind of progression after. So BB will kind of just survive, you know, just go toe for toe. Like, we lose 2 guys, you lose 2 guys. We lose 4, you lose 4. Like, they did a pretty good job at just making sure that Nightfall was dying in the late game so that Aurora couldn't just close out this game.
Yeah, I mean, the way this game started, they pick up 3 bounty runes, and this is what sealed the deal in this 80 minutes. I'm just kidding.
It's always the same with you. There we go.
No, they played an extremely good game of Dota, managing to like get a pickoffs in the team fights. There's a lot of healing on one side as well. You have Oracle, Dawnbreaker. Even this Spirit Vessel allows them to reset the fight multiple times. I think they were struggling. There was a period of time where BetBoom Team were struggling against this overwhelming team fight on side of Aurora, but they managed to pull their stuff together because every single time they were getting initiated on. And I'm looking at GPK mostly. He's the one who's controlling the whole fight. He died 1 time, Shiver, in 80+ minute game. Just killed him once.
So impressive.
I mean, 12, 1 and 30 on the Pangolin, like exceptional performance. And again, you utilized the Oracle in the early game. He got the 6-minute rune, the 8-minute rune, the 10-minute rune. That allowed them to move bottom, take the tier 1 tower, open up the early game for BB. Of course, it's a really long game, but the reason why it gets there is because of how efficient BB was in the early game. But yeah, it's so scary. Like with their lineup, we already mentioned the draft. Like it's a skill-based lineup. Positioning, execution. It will really be clear in this game. And I mean, they had the lead. They lost it. Then they got back into the game. They showed all styles of this draft in this game.
The high ground defenses that came out from both teams, super cool to see because both teams had a very different way of dealing with it. Of course, a rapier on one side. A lot of patience on the other side as well.
BetBoom, they were really patient. I'm looking at the healing numbers especially. Almost 50,000 healing coming out from the 3 heroes total. 30,000 coming out just from Kataomi in this one. He was the one keeping the distance. Really loved the itemization coming out from him. Both the supports, they did go for Aeon discs and also wanted to keep the distance. Even the Octarine core at the later stages of the game with the enchantment. So his abilities on a relatively short cooldown allows him to get in and get some clutch saves. But GPK Pango, man, it just stands out so much, and I'm really glad that we are seeing this first shift in terms of Queen of Pain priority, because the hero has this Exodia build. Once you get to the 5th, 6th item, it gets pretty ridiculous the amount of damage that you're dishing out. In most of these late game or mid game fights, you saw Queen of Pain just popping off in every single one of them, and then I'm kind of glad that we are seeing that Queen of Pain can also lose the game.
in those late games.
It needs to keep winning to then get eventually nerfed, right?
Yeah, exactly. So, because this is one of my favorite heroes, gotta say it, gotta lower the chances of hero getting actually nerfed.
The amount of amazing shackles, though, once again, this man is not to be stopped on the Twin Ranger.
I mean, this is the type of game from BB that you pretty much can make a case for, I think, all 5 players at some point to be an MVP. Right now, saved on the screen, but if you flick over to Miro, it's his ability to always make sure he's jumping in the correct time. Of course, his itemization was perfect. Same thing for Kotomi, getting the Enchantment's Bauble at tier 4, RNGing his way to cooldown reduction to then be an absolute menace in the late game. It's...
You didn't even mention Kiritish on this Monkey King.
I was hoping someone else would take
circles.
that.
Yeah, because I think in a lot of people would choose him to be the MVP as well, because he had an outstanding game. He was super aggressive at the early stages, did put that pressure early on, and then at one point it felt like, maybe we can't really take those fights. He was the one getting focused down heavily, and I think he figured it out. I think there's something to his itemization, because every single time I see him play, it is Mage Slayer into Deso, into BKB, understanding to reduce the spell damage against him, and also pump out as much physical as possible.
Yeah, so let's relive a couple of moments as to why this game lasted as long as it did. We're going to go into the game at minute 34, and this is a fight where we are starting off with having a great wombo combo from Aurora.
Yeah, for the pretty much first time in the game, we are seeing what their lineup can actually do, even though you see this very good shackle shot coming out to start off the fight, Egg and the Arena, the old school combo, and then Sonic Wave on top of that, keeping them inside, allows Aurora to actually get the comeback fight in this game, because prior to this, they had one smaller fight where they killed a couple of heroes, but shows the power of the lineup. When Tiny gets involved, when Queen of Pain is able to dish out the damage, blink in freely. This is a bit of a longer fight. They're still going to be able to get a couple of more kills out of it when Tiny decides to join again. But overall, this is what Aurora's draft was supposed to do throughout the game. It just took them a little bit longer maybe than they expected.
Yeah, and then they have 2 cores that are doing pretty well, and as Lacoste already mentioned, especially for Queen of Pain, but also for the Tiny Tigov, the damage was really ramping up.
Yeah, I mean, in the early game, it was a really, really quiet start for Aurora, right? Both the Tiny and Queen of Pain, you can look at the damage that they have, right? 4,000 to the Tiny, 5,000 to the Queen of Pain. And it's just one of those ones where they clearly was like, guys, we're going to play for this minute mark of the game. And once we get there, we can take the fight. Because, of course, when you fast forward from 20 minutes to 45, they were a lot more explosive. Like, look how...
This is a crazy difference.
It's a major glow up. And I think Nightfall, he kind of... Even though he's the carry in this game, he sacrificed his playstyle in the hope for Makoto to shine. He was the one going in first. He was dying a couple times. Maybe if he doesn't have that type of initiation, Makoto won't get these big kills. But also this playstyle eventually hurt them. Because I think Nightfall, he got a bit carried away.
Yeah.
And I'm going to call him out. I think he may have lost this game for Aurora.
Yeah, because we were going to go look at a little moment that happened with this Tiny here.
Yeah, because the...
He has an Aegis. Sure, he's going great.
Yeah, he has an Aegis, and it's just like he's just jumping in rogue into the high ground after Aegis.
Tools.
Yeah, and it's like the BKB's now from backpack going into inventory, and to me, when you look at this like moment, you need a bit more discipline, you need a bit more like readiness, because like the Tiny just going in solo, BB perfectly used like every single tool they have to get the Tiny kill.
Yeah,
there was no combo break from Aurora.
It's GPK again. Like, he has his number throughout the whole game, knowing that they really don't have BKB piercing ability that Pango's going to be afraid of. So he can freely jump into the fight, allows him to get to roll. Like, the only thing that can stop you is pretty much the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, and also I think in this clip, you can see that Nightfall, he's already had the feeling like, no, we've won this game, I'm going in, I'm the carry. Yeah. He dies. WS on the offlane MOUZ, he was going for like an AC in the late game. We never got to see a refresher. In a team fight where you're playing against the circle of the Monkey King, the Oracle's positioning, I feel like refresher may have been a better pick.
He had it like at the super late.
Super late,
I
yeah.
think we saw like one, maybe like the second time, the second arena in a fight. But yeah, he was all about minus armor, buff up himself with the Shiva's Guard that he did sell in the end. But yeah, I still feel like even in this game, we are showing the weaknesses of a MOUZ when it comes down to the scaling from the offlane that you see on a different side. You see Dawnbreaker, 5,000 plus HP with the Abyssal Blade. He did have it as well in MOUZ, but the amount of control, the amount of sustain that you have is a completely different.
And this was just game one. It was a very fun one, and I really hope that game 2 can live up to that first game, but we're going to have to wait and see. We'll take a quick break. We'll be right back.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hero changes, map changes, a lot happened in 7.41, so we decided to catch up with the pros and see what they thought were the biggest changes to their gameplay.
I would say I get to farm more Ancients as a mid player, because the side laners don't have their Ancients anymore. That's probably the biggest change.
I think it gives me more opportunities to pick different heroes every game, instead of just playing like one or two heroes like Jakira Warlock, and overall game become more tense, like it's faster, you know?
Oh, it's faster?
I mean, we can see in this tournament games are ending like 30 minutes, 35 minutes. It's not anymore. We are playing at 11 p.m. So yeah.
For sure, it's the heroes, but like the lane is almost the same. It's where I'm gonna play after the lanes in the macro game of the mid game. It's there.
My gameplay. What was I playing last patch? I feel like TA was really dumb last patch, and now she's more of like a normal hero. So I feel like that affected me because I love TA. I'm like super TA spammer. And then what else affected me? I mean, I feel like last patch kind of buffed me because I mean, I'm like an aggro player, and I don't like the fact that they were ancients. I just have to farm. I feel like definitely Tundra was happy with the ancients, and they were sad when they got removed. So I like the new safe lane. I feel like this patch is nice for me.
To be honest, it's just some new addition heroes like Veno and maybe Ange. But the biggest change is probably, I think, Warlock and Jakiro has been picked less. But I don't know, it feels the same when you see like Kairi is still playing that 2 hero always. So you just kind of feel like there isn't much changes in this patch.
I know, completely changed everything. Now,
Really?
Yeah, now mid is not 1v1. Now you like stay 5v5. So I know everything changed. I don't know how to end anymore.
We had an 80-minute plus game in a first game of our best of 3 upper bracket finals. And for your viewer, that's really good. For us, we're loving it, like more of that. But I think both teams, even though BetBoom was on the winning side at the end of it all, both teams probably have a lot of takeaways from a game like that, because if a game goes that late, nobody has won.
Yeah, I also don't think you want to be diving in too deep in this game, like between the matches, because it is kind of pointless. Like you might point out something, but it's an 80-plus minute game. Late game Dota just becomes so chaotic. It's like not something that you are drafting for as well. So it's not a draft issue if the game goes for like 80 minutes. Both of the teams, they got the draft that they wanted. So they should focus on what's happening next. And want to see how they're going to be approaching some of the issues that they did have in the previous one. I don't know. I'm a big fan of this healing stacking because it does feel like we saw Aurora in like mid-game fights, playing the longer fights with Queen of Pain. This hero is just insane because of the chase potential you have, the insane amount of damage on top of that. But then again, at the later portions, BetBoom Team, they could have out-sustained it with Satanics, with multiple Oracle ultis in a fight. It did allow them to play the longer fights as well.
I mean, it's really just a debate on, I think, the maturity of teams to decide what minute mark you want to really talk about. Right? I feel like as BB, you can talk about giving away your lead. For Aurora, it's the high ground. I think that a simple discussion needs to be said so that you do improve for the next game. One thing I like for BB is like every game I see from them, their 5-player is becoming more and more of a teamfight menace compared to other supports. Like when he's on his Winter Wyverns, his Silencers, his Oracle, it's like he is just a major game changer in any fight he enters. Whilst, other supports, they can fade away, but he's always just scaling into the intensity of the game.
Yeah, and at the moment, with the opening bans out of the way and the first pick already there, the hero that is not banned, and that was previously banned, is the Puck. The Rubik was the other one, of course, because now we have Monkey King and Pango, 2 heroes we did see in Game 1, both banned. Rubik and Puck make it through. The question is, will BetBoom prioritize this, or will they go back to something else? They will go for their own position for the Hoodwink.
Yeah, it's just, I think we came, like the way meta developed is we figured out relatively early on that these 2 heroes are the strongest position 4s right now, and the trade-off, we usually didn't see the immediate trade in the first phase, but the teams are like, there are other heroes as well. We just want to be having that strong laning position 4 in our lanes. Probably the call comes out from the offlaners as well, knowing that these are very easy heroes to lane with.
Yeah, it just simplifies the draft. I mean, I feel like all series left in this tournament will just be a discussion of, Hoodwink's available, you take it, Rubik's available. And it's nice when it happens in the first phase, because it then means you get to see through the bands of the teams, like the kind of the ideas that they're trying to present. Like, they're not rushing into this, we're having to play a Monkey King game, or we're having to play this. That is the value of when supports rise to the top of a drafting kind of meta. Your cores are a lot happier.
Yeah, it also puts a little bit more pressure on the second phase bans instead of just banning out Rubik and Hoodwink if they're still in the pool, which makes for easy bans. We get to see a little bit more flair added to these bans. Tidehunter and Dawnbreaker. I guess Dawnbreaker is the flair in this case. Tidehunter probably quite straightforward. The Ursa respected as well. Making sure that Nightfall does not get his strongest hero. BetBoom still manages to get their hands on the puck, and I don't think they should be too surprised if Mikoto still gets his hands on the Queen of Pain.
Yeah, it's one of those ones where neither team bans puck, both teams will want to pick it in this phase, right? Like we already spoke about how easy it is to draft the supports. Same logic for puck in the next phase, but Aurora, they've really wanted Miro to be a little bit uncomfortable in his hero pool, and like the Void Spirit, we expect to see it into the puck. It's always the counter matchup. There's no surprise there.
Straight away, they pick up the Void Spirit as a response to puck.
Yep.
It's a good Lycan game. I see the two
sure.
supports, so this is something that Miro utilized very well so far throughout the tournament. And it does feel like it could punish it, having two supports with no escape mechanism whatsoever. But this time around, they will pick up something that is super tanky. It is something that builds into Lotus Orb. Their damage is limited. Like Void Spirit plus the two supports, they have very slow amount of damage that they can pump in, and this is going to be the damage.
Yeah, you take the Tiny. Even though it is the damage, we kind of saw Tiny fade away in his damage in the previous game, but also as a discussion about 50, 60, 70-minute Tiny, where you aren't as explosive. Of course, the comeback was through Nightfall's Tiny, his ability to, burst heroes with the Queen of Pain. I think BB are going to still be pretty happy here, right? Like, Bristleback in the lane, you should be able to farm. You're going to itemize to deal with it. You buy BKB for the Silver Edge.
Quick question. With you guys mentioning how good of a game it might have been for the Lycan, is there a chance that BetBoom picks the Bristle because it's still semi-flex and they still go for overall last pick Lycan, or are we just gonna keep for, because both teams don't really, like normally you would not see either team flex the four heroes that they have right now.
I'd like to see Kiritich just on another carry.
Yes, just a carry that scales really well, especially after you just played an 80-minute game, knowing that the game could potentially go super late. You want to be having that extra bit of a scaling. I mean, Faceless Void looks good. I just thinking that having the late game carry hero, a lot of damage over time, not too much saves for the Chrono. They don't have like the most explosive damage in the Chrono, but this hero doesn't really need that setup anymore. It's just an extra buff that you get.
There's also just so many fun options, right? There's still the Muerta that kind of can casually play this game. If you don't initially die to the burst, you'll turn around quite a lot of fights. And Kiritich has a lot of freedom, I feel, with this pick.
If Troll was a better hero, this is one of Kiritich's classic. It could come out. Like, we are seeing longer games. We are seeing everybody being super tanky. Like, in terms of carry-to-carry matchup, if he wasn't such a meme hero, and them having like super low amount of damage, like the only hero that does have damage burst is Tiny right now. So it will always allow you to get your ulti off, but maybe we spent too much time talking about Troll because it's probably not going to come out.
No, there's because the second phase, after the second phase bans, the second phase picks were pretty fast. And because it was so fast, there's a lot of bonus time left for the teams to think about what to do in their last phase of bans. We got the Templar Assassin removed from the pool here. Does this tell us anything about what type of offlaner WS might want to go for here, or is it too random?
This is very much Nightfall saying, ban these two carries, I want to be the carry.
Okay.
Like, for Tiny to survive this game, Lifestealer is the better matchup, and TA can outpace you.
Yeah, I could see maybe something like a Centaur. It's a Lotus Orb buyer against Global Silence, a lot of things that you can dispel, and it gives Nightfall another life once he picks up the Aghanim Scepter. So it might be his call as well, saying it, I want to have something that's going to give me a second life, as we've seen in the previous games where he didn't have that. He had pretty much Sunray behind him, but on the other side, there was a lot of things that could help them out with the Oracle ulti, with other kinds of heals. So it felt much easier for BetBoom Team to play the game, especially the carry-to-carry matchup.
Yeah. And also in regards to WS, if he doesn't pick the Centaur, the only other hero he's played in the tournament so far is the Timbersaw, and then it's like you are going to new heroes, right?
Yeah.
And when you kind of gone this far down the tournament, you are expecting to go back for the kind of the comforts.
Yeah, it will be the Mars.
Okay.
Speaking of comforts.
Yeah, I think he had an okay game. It's not like anything crazy. It turns the bristleback around. It's very good against both of the supports once you get the initial jump. And you have the two jumpers. So you have a Tiny that goes for like Silver Edge, so he's going to be in the fight, but he goes for a Blink Dagger as well later down the line, Void Spirit. So if you're the one getting the initial jump, if you're like cashing two supports, not giving Global Silence maybe a chance to get off in a fight, it could be good. But I'm not sold on the hero because I spam this hero and I don't feel good about him.
It's also 0-3.
Sure, it's 0-3, but also I just want Kiritich now pick a carry. It's like, I am going to be the carry of the game. Like, you can pick Medusa, you don't care about the damage. You can pick a Terrorblade, and eventually you'll stand your ground and brush off everything. The problem is, these big heroes, even the Muerta, they are all ranged heroes that MOUZ can outplay if
with the wall.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, in early phases of the game.
We can go back to Faceless Void. It's very good against the arena. It does allow you to jump in and out of the fights as well.
Yeah. I mean, he's smart. He's got a smirk to him. He's like,
he knows something.
I'm going to be the carry.
That is quite a big smirch, I will say. He's having a good time discussing what damage he can do to Aurora.
I hope it reflects in the pick then. Like, if you got
if it goes like better. Yeah. It is the Faceless Void that we talked about.
Yeah.
I thought Kiritich is going to be like slightly crazier. Yeah. No, it makes a lot of sense to pick it, especially after seeing Mars. If it was a different offlaner, like if the hero was still on the table, now I do feel like they have the damage. Again, damage is a bit slower on Aurora. I think we were talking in the green room, and T had a good point about Aurora's gaming draft in game number 1, where like 5 minutes in, it feels good. Between 5 and 10, their damage is like, it's not like really doing much. Warlock is not the same type of a hero anymore. You don't have that Grimoire. You can't be level 6, 7 minutes into the game, drop the golem, kill a tower, get a kill, and then snowball from there. Totally different hero.
Yeah, I feel like BB is going to have just freedom in the lanes to draft, right? To farm, my apologies. The Bristle will farm into the Tiny. The Void will farm into the Mars. And then we get the Puck versus Void Spirit matchup, which, at the start of the tournament, I'd say Void Spirit was always having CS advantage, but as the tournament has progressed, I feel like the Puck players are finding ways to not get out CS'd. Support rotations are coming into play. I am slightly afraid for Aurora's damage in this game. Like, Nightfall needs to play a very clean game. I can't see Nightfall, trade his life for his team to get kills. Like, he needs to be like the true carry in this game, always having like an item advantage, constantly hunting them up and getting kills. I feel like it's just easier for BB to get online.
So much easier. You have like get out of the jail free card with Kataomi Silencer, who if he keeps the distance, he can be the one resetting the fight. And again, they need to commit pretty heavily on Aurora. These are very long cooldowns we're talking about. Golem, Mars going in. They need these abilities to be able to win the fight. And if they don't, if the global silence hits, or if they manage to get a kill, it feels like the fight is going to be much more difficult for them to take.
But they had a fairly similar style in game 1, right? Because where they had to have the wombo combo and then, basically win the fight. Yeah. And it almost worked.
It almost worked, and it was difficult in the early game, right? GPK got 6-minute rune, 8-minute rune, 10-minute rune. Oracle was kind of, cheating with his innate. This time they don't have it. So if Makoto can get some of those early runes, make a statement in the game, maybe he can connect the dots. But I need Makoto to be louder in the early game, not just like this clutch mid-game Queen of Pain. I need to see the Void Spirit like lead his team.
Is there a clear favorite for minute 70?
Oh, minute 70.
Minute 70. Oh, I go with Faceless Void every single time.
Every time.
He's the ultimate carry.
Well, we're going to find out if this game reaches minute 70 or if a team will have found a GG before then. Let's head over to Snare and Lizard for game 2.
What are you talking about, Shiva? It's us on the mic. Of course this is going to go 70 games. I have absolutely 100% confidence that this is going to be a long one. The question is, though, Liz, if the game goes ultra late, right?
Yep.
How much of a lead do Aurora need to be in a comfortable position against the late game Faceless Void?
They need quite a significant lead for sure. They have some things versus the Faceless Void, of course, but eventually this hero feels like the ultimate carry in the late game. Like 50 minutes plus, this Faceless Void is almost always uncontested. And usually most teams do go for these longer scenarios with the Faceless Void. I've already clicked on him, he already has a Battle Fury queued up.
Let's go.
So that usually means that it will be going late. Like Battle Fury build on Faceless Void is sometimes bought in tandem with an Aghanim Scepter as well. It's a little bit of a newer build, but it does work. We'll see what he goes for.
Well, this game is going to start off Standard rune trade, it seems. No real big surprises. Oh no, actually they're gonna get the 3-1. He failed on the puck to get the pickup, so Aurora will start with a slight advantage for themselves.
A pretty good start for them. Like, I mean, 1 bounty rune extra. It is nice, you know, when you're playing offlane, getting a bracer faster, getting the tangos a little bit earlier as well. It does help out.
So T was mentioning this matchup, the Void Spirit versus Puck. What do you think changed? What's been the difference in the approach of the Puck players that's allowed them to play a lot better in this mid lane matchup?
I think a lot of things changed, and I wouldn't say it was necessarily only about the mid lane. I think it's about the way that Void Spirits were playing and about the supports that were being paired with the mid laners. Like, this game the draft in this game was actually very fun to watch because there were so many little things when it comes to the mid laner that activated the support picks as well. Like, on one side, Puck is picked, but you have a Rubik into the Puck, right? And it's considered like a pretty strong hero into the Puck because you have insta-lift, insta-disable, and you can steal anything from Puck. It's good. And it's good versus the Puck. But on the other side, what do they get in response? They get this guy. They get a Silencer, who is also good versus the Void Spirit, but he's also good into the Rubik, because it prevents the Rubik from spamming his spells in the lane. It prevents the Rubik from spamming spells in general, and there is nothing great to steal from him. So, it's like this mid lane is about 4 heroes, not only the 2 on mid.
So far, it's relatively even in this matchup. Not too much going down here. For Aurora, of course, they're going to be trying to get into that Spirit Vessel for this hero.
That's one thing that I'm wondering. Will he complete the Vessel?
I mean, the enemy team has a Bristle.
I hope so. I hope that he completes it. I feel like Void Spirits for me currently, when they... Oh, bot lane, Kataomi. Oh, so close.
Fine.
But yeah, I like the Vessel build, all I'm saying. I like when they complete it, when they don't go earn into an instant Aghanim Scepter or something.
Down bottom, we do see this Faceless Void, as you said, farming in to get his Battle Fury. Should be a lane where there's no way to just stop. Like, Rubik MOUZ is not going to stop the Faceless Void from farming, right?
Well, on paper they shouldn't, but they do have a couple of nice spells, right? Like, you can spam him with Fate Bolt once you get level 2 on it. You have Lift into Spear or Spear into a Lift afterwards. There's some kill potential. Like, this is a volatile lane. And one hero that I truly didn't expect to see all too much in Dota after the patch was Silencer. But a couple of position 5s are really adamant at playing this guy. He's a strong, decent laner with glaives. Global is good, of course, as well. Kiritich.
A little bit of a skirmish here around this Lotus pool. They spear Kiritich away, but he just time walks right back in. The lift will be there, but WS, is he going to have the damage? Beautiful God's Rebuke. Kataomi, though, is going to be the one that draws the first blood and probably going to get himself a double kill here.
Yeah, double kill. He had 14 extra int, by the way, from the glaives, so he was hitting really hard as well on the Silencer. They failed twice. Like, the first time they didn't manage to spear the Faceless Void to the tree, which would have given them a free Lotus, Miro top, and then they didn't lift him out of the pool as well.
It was bad. Miro almost died in the top lane. The Fatal Bonds on the wave will end, and the Bristleback will live. Does have a salve to play with as well, so not too bad what happened in the top lane.
Yeah, we'll see what kind of a build Miro goes for. I feel like there's 2 options that, to me, look pretty good. Lotus feels alright, and BKB. Like, early Lotus or early BKB. He can go for one or the other, and I feel like both will have a lot of impact. Doesn't feel like a super easy Bristled game, though. They have Mars with the Spear to turn him around, and they also have Void Spirit, right? So you have 2 ways of dealing with the back of the Bristle.
You also have Rubik and the Tiny, just lots of displacement for this Bristleback. Will end up annoying him throughout the game. Kiritich, they're just chilling. What do you want to see from Kataomi here? Is this a Glimmer Cape game? Well, he might die first. He'll have time to consider his itemization. Thrown towards the corner, Blood Grenade will be there as well, but Mira also falling very low. Kiritich might be able to kill him off. One more right click is all he needs, but the body blocks of WS prevent him from closing the gap. Still, Kataomi gets the kill.
Yeah, the Blood Grenade all bashes. They're connecting to be a good Faceless Void player, of course, you have to bash well. Like, it's one of the prerequisites. You have to be very good with your time lock spell.
It's a juicy wave here for Kiritic. It will come underneath the tower. GPK.
Top lane as well. Warlock dropping really low.
Probably gonna die here. Miro turns his back and gets off the final cold spray. Not sure if Miro will live through this. That was actually really close. They had to cliff the wave, yeah.
Silencer is stopped, by the way. They're thinking about getting an extra kill, but Bristleback is way too low for this play, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And the scan.
He had a sentry that he might have wanted to use, but
mid lane
just gets back to safety as mid.
And Mikoto got 6 before Puck. Like, he used the first Astral Step on him. They're trying, but...
Will GPK be able to get on top of this rune here? Mikoto gets silenced up. Oh, nice little Aether Remnant. They'll still be able to get the Acorn shot out.
Well, the Acorn shot was there, but the stun from the lift prevented the bushwhack. So they couldn't really catch.
Nice little play there from Mira.
Still though, Kataomi denied the rune. Of course, it's -6. I was just waiting to see like how many heroes will converge on the mid lane. Almost all the supports, only Warlock was left remaining on the top lane.
Like that Kataomi is building these drums. I mean, you were mentioning that they want to be able to scale with Kiritic, but I do think that they will need some like sort of mid-game items so they can actually fight against Aurora.
The drums are fine. It's a silencer, you can buy anything.
GPK makes his first rotation to the bottom lane. Dreamcoil thrown out onto WS. Needs a couple of more right clicks to find this kill. He'll eventually die to the illusory orb. GPK did decide to jaunt to it though, immediately into the Aether Remnants of Mikoto, who punishes him with the Astral Step. And even gets tipped for his efforts.
I mean, I understand that tip because it wasn't really necessary for him. It was a pretty free kill. It should have been a free kill, not a free trade for Aurora, a trade that they won. Like, you traded a kill on the Mars for the Puck, who TP'd bottom as well to make that happen. A very nice counterplay.
That'll buy Mikoto some boots, so he can start going towards the phase boots. Already has his Urn of Shadows and 2 charges. At the same time, save makes sure that the Shrine of Wisdom is not stolen away. There will be a spear back onto Kataomi. They didn't leave with Kaori. They kept the Warlock around. So they have the 3 heroes around. Easy kill on the Silencer.
When it comes to control, Aurora have an insane amount of it, right? Like, every single hero more or less brings something to that department, so they'll be able to catch heroes, and just sitting next to a tower as a silencer trying to delay the push is not going to work.
See a lot of those stacks being made in the jungle by Save. Just save things. It's gonna soften up one of these creep waves. As bottom, Kiritic getting the salve up for himself. We'll see if they decide after clearing out their triangle to bring Save down bottom to try and make a play. He does almost have the level 6 actually, so we have Sharpshooter available. Massive increase in damage.
Massive increase in damage, but at the same time kind of sad, right? Because their damage is a bit lacking right now. You have Faceless Void with Chronosphere, but it's gonna take a while before he's online. And the support, Silencer and Hoodwink. Hoodwink brings a lot, but Silencer does not. These mid-game fights might be a bit difficult for Radiant.
Aurora's will TP out with Mira, goes to the top lane. They see Miro here, Nightfall. Hits him with the Avalanche. They bring him back with the Aether Remnant. And Mira from the TP on the tier 2, able to get the kill. But they're going to try and turn this into a death on Kaori, as they use the first Sharpshooter of the game, justifying the rotation of the Hoodwink.
Puck is still around and about, but probably won't connect completely. Waiting for perhaps the minute 10 rune. I don't think that they can play too much around the Faceless Void. It just doesn't contribute a lot. Chronosphere at this point, it's a spell, but not particularly useful one offensively. I think these 3 heroes need to play around the Bristle more than anything else.
Gonna try going to Mira here. GPK does yet again leap onto the high ground. Mira's being healed up though by Kaori. Also had access to a pretty decent stick, so he's A-okay. It's just a Dream Coil that gets wasted. They even bring WS around just to make sure they can secure the rune.
Oh, let's see, 10 seconds. They have full control of the bot rune, but the top one should be free for Puck.
Now Arcane Curse and Lost Word. Throw it out onto Makoto. Will be an illusion rune. WS will actually throw out the arena. Catches both of the supports of BetBoom within it. Neither of whom are able to escape. Beautiful spell casting. Aurora get the 2 kills immediately. Get the level 6 on Kaori, drop the golem down, and start pushing the tier 1 tower.
I'd like to see the stats of Kaori and all other warlocks when it comes to the downtime of golem. Like the moment he got it, bam, on the tower instantly. And he always does it. Like he gets the ult, he tosses it on the tower, secures the tier 1, and then starts farming with the golem.
They haven't been able to finish the tier 1 though, as they return from their deaths. Kataomi threw a blood grenade on Makoto already. GPK is here, but doesn't have Dream Coil just yet.
Yeah, they did force the Bristle back, right? From the top lane down to mid. Still, the tower is gone.
So talk to me about this combination of the MOUZ plus the Warlock relative to the MOUZ plus the Phoenix.
It's all right. I don't think it's as impactful like the Mars plus the Warlock as Mars Phoenix is. Like Mars Phoenix is one of those, like, I think it's possibly the strongest combo that you can have with the Mars. At some point it was Dark Willow as well, but Mars Warlock honestly is still pretty solid. Like you have Fatal Bonds to work with, you have Chaotic Offering in the arena, and eventually even Upheaval. It's very strong, it's very good. The difference of course is Warlock is a bit more exposed. If he gets gone on, usually there is no real counterplay for the Warlock player himself.
See if he decides to buy like some Blink, Glimmer, Aeon Dusk, I don't know.
A Refresher, Glimmer, like Warlock is on both sides. The position 5s are very free with the itemization mid lane.
First chrono of the game. Oh, that's not Kiriti, that's Kataomi. Just getting a free kill with the help of GPK in them. They didn't even have to commit that much really. It was a Sharpshooter, a Dream Coil. The cooldowns on these spells not very long.
No global committed basically is what I'm hearing here, right? Like that's the big one. It's like 2 minutes, I believe. Yeah, exactly 2 minutes cooldown on the global silence.
They did bring the supports down bottom. They were maybe thinking about using the global once the Sharpshooter came back online. Unfortunately for them, some very nice wards in their jungle. Make sure that WS knows that this approach is coming.
Rubik, Mira.
Might be in trouble. There's the Chronosphere. It lands onto 2. Haven't used global just yet. Bushwhack goes out onto the Mars. Sharpshooter will connect onto him as well. But not enough follow-up damage.
Void is coming.
Yeah.
The Void Spirit, that is.
There's going to be the arena thrown out. Global Silence will be there though. So the spells from Makoto will not be emerging just yet. Spear of Mars will miss, but Nightfall comes out of nowhere. Shows up with the Avalanche. Stalls out Kiritich, and they drop the Golem on his head. Kaori with another kill for himself. Save. Not going to be allowed to escape here as Makoto cleans him up as well.
This is, once again, Kaori 101. The Golem, the moment it was off cooldown, was used the same, like literally the same second. He's finding a lot of use out of it. The global was fine, but I think they pushed their luck a little bit too much under a tier 1 tower of Aurora. Like, not really the best play after Chronosphere has been used already. They wanted it. They wanted this trade. They wanted to force out the arena. It's just that Faceless Void, like you said, also got caught out a little bit by the tiny rotation too. Nightfall, a bit different than in the last game. I feel like in the last game, on the tiny, he was very silent for the first 15 minutes. He never moved. Already one pretty solid rotation by him.
I like to see Aurora trying to play as fast as humanly possible, given, like you said, it's going to take some time for the damage to start ramping up from BetBoom. So in this moment, play aggressively. And WS picks up a Yule Scepter. Doesn't want to play with the Blink, knowing the danger of playing into Global Silence.
The Yule Scepter actually will be bought on the Void Spirit as well, top lane, Void Spirit.
Gonna go towards Miro. Aether Remnant. Not gonna be used just yet because the response is quickly streaming in from BetBoom Team. They get out the Dream Coil. Makoto, though, does have a Haste Rune. Will not be able to catch up to this Void Spirit.
Because of the Haste Rune, this is fine. But in any other scenario, like this is the best case for BetBoom. Bristleback gets gone on, he baits them a little bit out of position, and then you strike back. He's got Consecrated Wraps, he's insanely tanky. They're still going on him.
Yeah, they are indeed. There's going to be a Bushwhack to try and save him. Makoto looking towards save as Mira only able to steal the Scurry. At the same time, though, they are smoked up from Aurora. They're coming in with Kaori and WS. They don't have the chaotic offering, but they do have Arena. It's gonna come out, catching both supports. The global silence will be there, but they got the fatal bonds first. So this damage output will ensure both supports end up dying. Nightfall found an avalanche, throwing Kiritic back towards his team. They did get a kill on Mira at the very least, but Mikoto jumps in, huge resonant pulse with the Aether Remnant onto Kiritic. They kill the Void. He is gone. But they did lose Nightfall in the trade for this one. Can they escape? Miro throwing in a ton of damage here. Almost bringing down WS. GPK with the right clicks looking for them, but Mikoto, Resonant Pulse back online, goes back onto GPK, kills him off. He does at the very least manage to bring down WS. But at the end of the day, Mikoto cleans up Miro, makes it a team wipe, and sets Aurora up for massive success.
Right, like this was a full team fight in the end. Even though Hoodwink and Silencer have respawned, it was a pretty long fight this early on in the game. The Fatal Bonds were perfect. Not only did they clip on the heroes, they clipped on the Ancient stack nearby. So the Ancients were also taking damage and spreading it as well. Bristleback, you could see how long he was able to stick around, but Shadow Word trumping all the damage from Radiant. Actually maxed out Shadow Word, just healing a little bit too much this early on for Aurora. It's a pretty big heal.
This is great. And they also kept Kiritic away from the fight for so long.
He had no chrono. Like, you're joining this fight as a Faceless Void. I feel like your biggest contribution to the fight is actually time dilation. Everything else more or less is not super relevant, and they have, like every single hero we mentioned, has some sort of a disable. So it's not easy for Faceless Void to play here.
This was Mikoto really ramping up the damage with this Void Spirit. He did actually skip the Spirit Vessel.
Yep.
Went Yules, going for the Aghanim shot now.
I guess one of the main reasons why he can still buy the Vessel, by the way, eventually, but he does need a Yules. Like, he is playing into Global Silence, so you always need a Yules, a BKB, or a Lotus. So far, they already have 2 ways of dispelling, right? Like one Yules on the Mars and one on the Void Spirit as well.
They're coming forward, smoked up. They have the Global Silence ready again. GPK has the Dream Coil. Kaori might be the only one that they find here, as they got the Astral Step out with the Void Spirit. GPK still wanting to chase, though.
He wants more.
Aether Remnant to just pull the puck away from the Void Spirit. So he gets out, but they do manage to get a quick kill on Kaori.
He wanted more. Like, you could see that Puck was chasing some stragglers behind, but not going to happen this time around. Bristle just leading the charge. This is the playstyle that you need to have as a Bristleback.
Just charging forward, consecrated wraps. He just picked up the Aghanim Shard, going straight for the BKB. He did do a lot of damage in that last fight, so...
He did.
The longer he just keeps surviving. Could be game-changing later on.
It's already playing, I think, according to the strategy for BetBoom, because you need someone that can single-handedly more or less pressure the maps. That opens up space for Faceless Void to find his farm. We've seen a couple of games where Faceless Void just literally never comes online. And that has always been the problem of this hero. Buybacks, Aegis, and just being crushed in the early stages.
Oh, beautiful avalanche coming in from Nightfall. Unfortunately, didn't have the follow-up damage. WS wasn't there in time with the Arena, but he finally gets it out. It's going to be the 2 supports who end up losing their lives. And Mira does steal an Arcane Curse on the way out. That's not so bad.
Okay. I want to see Hoodwink and Silencer as far away from one another as possible top lane.
Miro will have the ability to take the tier 1 tower. The question is, will he have the ability to escape? They're on top of him with these Aurora heroes. Upheaval is there as well, making sure he cannot run away. Chronosphere not going to come out. The Yule Scepter was good from Mikoto, but eventually the Chrono will drop. Do they have the damage? Yes, they do with GPK's help. Dream Coil dropped onto 2, but they get what they came for, the Void Spirit kill. And it looks like they'll be able to get out safely.
A very good play by Kiritic, as long as he doesn't fall here.
Okay.
There's a Tiny.
He doesn't know that Nightfall is here. There's going to be the Avalanche. The toss is going to be up as well. Kiritic jumping forward, negating all of that damage, but Mira stole the Time Walk, so he does the same thing to Kiritic.
Having the Time Walk on Rubik feels so damn good. Like, this is also one of those things when you get the Shard or the Aghanims on Rubik, like everything pumps up your Time Walk even more. It feels really nice to be able to jump in, Fade Bolt everyone, stun everyone, and then get out, but like lift the target or not. Good play by Kiritic in general. I think he actually did see the Tiny. He had the Sentry and a Ward, so he was just waiting for that initial burst to happen so he can negate it with the Time Walk and with Time Dilation. Usually, whenever you have Chrono, you should be using it. This early on, even if you get one kill, it's worth it.
Heals out onto Kataomi. WS also has the Blink Dagger now as well, so easy setup on the Silencer. Will open up space for Nightfall to keep pushing. He took the tier 1 tower top. We'll see if they can get more here, but I think he just wants to finish his Silver Edge at this point.
He can finish the Silver Edge, but he can also play the map. He can continue hunting the supports. Distiller.
Hunt down onto this Hoodwink. Distiller, Yules. Nightfall gets the kill.
The supports are just not having fun on BetBoom. Combined, they have died 11 times already. 20 minutes in, it's not looking great. They're just finding them so easily. A couple of 4-staffs maybe could come in handy, maybe a Glimmer Cape as well.
Curry will steal the Shrine of Wisdom as well. On the other side, Mira gets the other one. It's not the earlier one, so not as important, but still pretty good. So I was about to ask you about the Silver Edge earlier, right? That given that they're playing into Bristleback, do you actually ever go back for the Blink Dagger on Tiny, or do you just persist in getting as much out-and-out damage as possible to kill him during the break?
The argument, I guess, for getting a Blink Dagger here would be the Silencer. Like, if you can jump the Silencer with the Blink and blow him up immediately, the Blink would pay itself off. But I feel like in the last game you had Oracle, who's maybe a little bit of a different breed of support. He's also a backline support, but he needs to be in position in the backline. Silencer can be sitting in the fountain. So there's a chance you buy the Blink Dagger and it basically does nothing. I think this itemization of Silver Edge into BKB into Harpoon might be a little bit better for the Tiny this time.
First Tommy of the game being taken. It will go towards Kaori. Yeah, that's unfortunate.
Pretty much, because Rubik, in the previous patches, this shard of his was okay, but the hero was so bad that no one was even buying it. Like, you had to get so much mobility, so many items to make him work. Shard and Rubik now is good.
Mikoto could be in some danger here. Nice spear from WS, pushing back these heroes of BetBoom, allowing Mikoto to just get out of that Dream Coil. 4k gold lead right now for Aurora. Mikoto just wants to be able to finish that Aghanim Scepter, and then I imagine they're going to start really forcing fights around the map.
He's buying the Time Dilation Shard on Faceless Void, by the way. That's going to be his item after the Manta. That's what he has queued up at least.
You like it? We'll talk about it in a second, because Miro's getting tossed towards Aurora here. They should be able to bring him down. It's just going to take a while here. Everybody's too healthy for him to realistically kill any of them off. Spear back towards a wall. Quick kill for Mira.
He did manage to complete the BKB, by the way, just before he died. So he's literally losing very little with his death right there. And the BKB, of course, is on time. I feel like they're going to have this pretty big power spike. BKB Puck, BKB Bristle, Manta on the Faceless Void.
Mikoto yields up onto GPK.
Oh, okay.
Early BKB from him. But he does not want to have any of the smoke.
Yeah, but Rubik was so far away. Like, they didn't really have any follow-up. He possibly could have just gotten away, but he didn't want to risk it. This first stage it seems like it will not be contested, even though they do have the Chronosphere available. Back to the shard, I like it, by the way. I think it's pretty good on Faceless Void, especially when you have a Silencer as well on your side.
Keep hunting then, guys. We are not farming creeps anymore. Keep hunting.
That's what I want to hear from my offlaner. After picking up a couple items, it's like, yeah, keep hunting. And it feels good to be able to do so. You do not want to take the chance of getting super late in an even game with a Faceless Void, so right now, when you are strong, keep doing this. And they almost have the Aghanim Scepter now for Mikoto.
The silence as well on the other side, right? Like, we've talked about the global silence on one side. This is a mini version. It's a pretty good AoE silence from the Void Spirit that you kind of always want to buy into a puck, but also into a Faceless Void. Silences truly hurt this hero quite a lot.
There it is. Ags is online.
Rubik.
Mira will find himself in an awkward position on
Has
the
phase
high
shift
ground here. Oh, he actually has the stolen phase shift. He's going to try and buy some time here. Aether Remnant pulls back Miro, but GPK comes in just to guarantee the kill on Mira.
He is really not having a game on Rubik when it comes to stealing spells. Like, up to this point, he had Quill Spray. Now he stole Phase Shift. Phase Shift can come in handy if he had Lift Shard, but...
He did steal Time Walk that one time.
He did. Time Walk is good.
Well, used now on Makoto. Will be able to try and get himself away. Has a shield rune active though, so very hard to kill him. Down on the other side of the fight though, Nightfall. Having to box with Miro, who has a BKB and is just charging down the tiny Bristleback. Showing dominance. Miro just really strong right now. That's going to be the first life taken from Nightfall. Puck extremely low for GPK. He's on 80 HP. Will he be able to get out of here? No. Makoto brings him down with the Resonant Pulse. Now they want to chase for more. Mira with another stolen Time Walk. Hoping to find somebody near the river. But they've all managed to get away from the side of BetBoom.
Damn, he's super committed on the puck. Like, he went so damn deep, and he was already sitting on almost no HP. That was a bit mad. I guess the idea was they had the Chronosphere, so he was trying to cook something up for a better Chrono, for the Faceless Void to go in. But these heroes are way too tanky for him to just drop the Chrono. Golem, by the way, is back off cooldown.
Tier 2 towers being siege middle. Kataomi's far away from the rest of his crew, just waiting for the global to come back online. Makoto doesn't know that he's right in front of him, so it's going to be safe on Kataomi. And this tier 2 tower is falling really low middle. I imagine if they take another fight in the area, which they want to do, then Kaori will be happy to just like throw the golems back towards pushing mid.
He's breaking some records, by the way, with the golem being unused. His own records, at least. In some other games, he would drop it on a neutral camp at this point. It's just like he can't. I think there is something in him that is forcing him to just use the golem.
It's a part of his contract. Every second that the golem is off cooldown, it's like, I don't know, we take $1 out of your prize pool.
I mean, he definitely... you don't get to see this often in Dota, but he has redefined the way a certain hero is being played, right? Like, you saw it with some different heroes, different mid players back in the day, but he definitely redefined how most players approach Warlock mid lane.
And they're going directly onto this GPK puck. They have Nightfall there, but the BKB will emerge from this puck, so he is A-OK. Yule Scepter on to save. They'll try to bring him back. They stole the Bushwhack too. With the Aether Remnants, Makoto will have the damage.
They're just hunting them. Just like WS said, this is their go time. They don't have an Aegis any longer, but they can take one tower, one objective after another. The downside of having a very strong late game hero, which is the Faceless Void, is the fact that his mid game is pretty weak.
Another tier 2 tower is being assaulted down on bottom. The wave was being pushed in by WS. It's Miro. Not sure if Nightfall scouted him, but he's not going to go after him anyway. Wants to be able to finish off his own farm, get closer towards having the Harpoon, make sure that he's capable of scaling as well. Do we have the Blink Dagger almost complete for Mira? Feels like that's been one of the things that's been lacking. If he can get this Blink Dagger, find the Silencer potentially at the early portion of the fight, make it so much easier for WS to catch up and kill him.
Oh, Mikoto might kill him. Top lane, Silencer is caught. So is Hoodwink.
Hoodwink is caught first. Hoodwink is going to end up being brought down. And Kataomi, he's going to be joining his compatriot in the fountain. I mean, you said you want them to play far apart from each other. Unfortunately, it doesn't seem to guarantee their safety.
Yeah, at this point, when I said it, it was because of the arena. The arena was always catching both of them. And at this point, I feel like the supports have died so many times that they're so poor that they don't have any defensive abilities of their own. Like, Hoodwink usually, even just with just Scurry, is very difficult to take down, very difficult to catch. It's an elusive hero. But 7 deaths already on the Hoodwink in this game.
How much does a game change when Puck is actually able to pick up the Blink Dagger?
It changes a little bit. Like, because then BKB? Okay. He was scanned, by the way, so maybe this BKB was even necessary. Void Spirit was getting really close. When you get a blink on Puck, which they do now, there's a different way of playing, right? Like you can actually jump the backlines. One of the problems that they've got on their draft is offlane Bristle. He's a full-on, just head-on tank. He's a bait. He's a hero that just tanks up, but he doesn't initiate very well.
Now they're going to try to do that initiation, like you said, with Blink Dagger up. Kaori and Mira right in front of him. One has Glimmer, one has Blink, so they are able to play this. WS is waiting with the Yule Scepter if needed. And Nightfall is also showing up. They're going in. GPK does still have the BKB ready to go if needed.
This time around, he was a little bit more careful with it. The next fight might be difficult for them unless they find a Warlock. Because if you use Chrono on anyone, he will just use the Golem on top of you. So the Faceless Void, even with the BKB, will not be able to hit the targets inside.
Time Walk stolen again by Mira. Just messing with Kiritich a bit. This Faceless Void has been avoiding dying. Gotten quite a bit of farm here.
I think the big power spike as well for him is the level 20 talent. Like he gets to hit real hard in the Chronosphere. And you can see that they're kind of going all in for it. The drums on the Silencer, plus the Solar Crest next on the Silencer as well. They'll have a lot of attack speed for the Faceless Void.
Smoke up right now by Aurora as well as by BetBoom. We are going to have a pause. It's a 10k net worth lead. I mean, this is a game that has Faceless Void in it. They still don't have like the most absurd damage inside the bubble. They'll have to focus like a specific target, right? Not like you can just kill everybody at once. They don't have the Warlock, for example.
No, that was one issue that they had with the Faceless Void pick in the end. I think this is one of those games where Faceless Void is actually the damage in the Chrono. There isn't really a lot of it. Like, you can argue that Sharpshooter helps. It does, but it's not massive.
Nightfall comes through. There's going to be a global silence, but they've already lost out on their Hoodwink for save. Kiritich watching as he sees the MOUZ in front of him inside a Yule Scepter. BKB will be popped by the MOUZ right now. Kiritich getting jumped upon. Chaotic Offering on top of his face. Not enough damage to kill him off just yet. This BKB of WS is about to finish, but at the same time, Nightfall jumps onto Kataomi. They kill the Silencer. Miro able to clean up on the MOUZ and try to TP out, but his BKB ends just in time. He gets caught, and it's a triple kill for this tiny Chronosphere on the backlines. It's not enough. Kiritich was trying to bring down Mikoto, just did not have the burst damage.
They don't have any sort of a damage. They don't have burst damage, they don't have overtime damage. There's just no damage at this point on the lineup of BetBoom. Puck in the back is trying to actually deal with the Rubik. He doesn't even manage to solo out the Rubik. And sure, you managed to kill the Mars, but his job was done. Like, he used all of his spells. He prevented you from hitting anyone else for such a long time. Meanwhile, Nightfall, like, we haven't really talked too much about the tiny Puck.
Mikoto. What can you do here? Puck gonna try to get out, goes to the right-hand side.
Racks are gone. The first set is gone already.
GPK doesn't have a TP either.
He was thinking about going for Throne, by the way, on the Tiny. He moved towards the tier 4s.
Dude, Mikoto's just making sure GPK can't come home. He might actually be able to kill him. The Astral Step did quite a bit of damage. He has 180 HP left on the Puck. GPK, can he get out of here? The urn was ticking him lower and lower.
Mars is
does survive. MOUZ comes through. Aether Remnant doesn't connect, but the spear does. WS finds him in the trees, while the Tiny was just demolishing your base.
Dude, the Remnant was so close but didn't connect. The Rebuke was also so close but didn't connect. They still got him. Yep. Their take on this game, Wee's take on this game, WS's that is, was pretty correct. Just hunt them, just go one kill after another. AC on Tiny. He just bulked up and that's it.
Also have a Bloodstone on Mikoto, so he's also much harder to kill. Bushwhack out onto Nightfall with the Sharpshooter hit. Not enough to threaten him just yet, and there's no chrono for 25. They're going to be able to quickly burst through save. Kiritic jumping in, trying to get the bashes out on the Tiny, but WS got a beautiful spear, throwing Kiritic towards the trees. He cannot keep up the right clicks, even during the global silence. And they still have the blink, BKB, and the ultimate from the MOUZ. This could be very scary. They will decide, though, to not push the envelope too much. They know that the puck is about to come back. He does have Dream Coil. Faceless Void has Chrono again.
Yep. They want to reset. BKBs were used, of course, as well. They will have the Chaotic Offering very soon, too. And that's the first fight where Faceless Void, I believe, had Shard. In the previous one, he did not. It's a cool concept, like just buying the Shard this early on to get some extra damage as well. But it didn't feel like a whole lot.
Yet again, WS actually really played that well. Just waiting for the time walk before the spear. So now we're 18k in for Aurora, 35 minutes. They are gonna smoke. Kiritic does not know that this is coming his way. Mikoto's the one leading the charge. We'll see the puck now. They ping him in the lane, and he walks right into them. He's forced into popping the BKB. Already at half HP right now. My goodness.
Arena
WS on the back lines with a huge arena. They're looking towards trying to bring down GPK, but the Dream Coil holding back these heroes from Aurora. There's Kiritic with the Chronosphere looking towards Mikoto. Kaori, though, drops the Chaotic Offering, buying time for Mikoto. Now they get the lift out onto Kiritic. Nightfall is here as well. WS found the spear. Kiritic is gone. Miro does at least get the trade onto Mikoto.
Okay, load the sphere.
But nothing else happens. Chrono was stolen by Mira, missed completely. At the same time, save. He's going to get found out on the far side next to Kataomi. So it's a 3-for-1 exchange. Aurora, despite missing the Chrono, despite not finding their priority target in GPK, actually get a much more favorable trade than they anticipated.
They're still chasing, by the way. Mars TP'd top. They could have went into the pit, but why? They take objectives so damn quickly. Mars is already out pushing top. He needs to... Okay, they have a creep wave mid, so they don't actually have to outpush top. This is another set of racks. Maybe... Okay, there's a tier 2 bottom, so it's not game. But there's no Chrono. And by the way, that Chrono usage was pretty spot on by Faceless Void. He caught the Void Spirit on the edge and separated with the Chrono his whole team. Like, you couldn't ask for a better Chrono, and it still didn't work.
GPK. He had to use BKB in that last fight to escape, which means it's not available any longer. Nightfall now, godlike on this Tiny. Okay, what do you do? What's the plan now?
The plan is buy damage. You need more damage. It is not good enough, you know? Maybe some Parasma on Puck. That's why he was there, by the way. He died next to the shop. He was about to complete it. He was not saving. I don't think you can save for buyback or anything like such. You just need damage. And like, you could argue that the build itself from Faceless Void kind of brought them to this situation. If he had like Jakiro or Invoker from mid lane. Oh, Faceless Void, Kiritic.
Okay, Makoto's on him, but he does have BKB. He's chilling. He's fine. Do you think it would have been easier if he had gone for Mjolnir?
It's hard to say, but on his own, he would be able to deal more damage for sure.
Makoto, oh my goodness. He sets up for a play onto save underneath the outpost. WS TP's on top of it. And he tried to get himself to the low ground with the sharpshooter, but save will nonetheless end up dead. Makoto's playing out of his mind. This is an incredible Void Spirit game.
Everyone is on Aurora. There's a satanic level 25 Tiny hitting your high ground, by the way, down bot. Even with the buybacks, defending this might be a bit rough. Parasma is up on Puck at least, so they have some extra damage, and that level 20 talent on Faceless Void that we talked about.
20 talent, the Chrono, and the Aghanim Shard. He has the full Manta, so let's see what he can do. WS, nice spear toss back onto Miro, but Miro's still very tanky. There's going to be a Chronosphere looking towards Kaori. Can he kill him inside the bubble? No, he cannot. Kaori's still alive. Eventually, though, will be bashed down into death. But that was the entire BKB of the Faceless Void. Bristleback caught inside the arena as Mikoto goes outside of the fight. He wants to try and bring in Kiritic, forces back the Faceless Void. He jumps away. Nightfall just holding back Miro. This Bristleback is extremely tanky. He will not die. WS does get the kill outside of the fight onto the Puck. Mira, though, finally runs down Mira.
Okay.
Nightfall might be left behind here, surrounded by all of these heroes. They are right-clicking into him. Makoto not going to be able to enter the fight because Kiritich is right-clicking him. Dropping the time dilation, he at least goes to bring down Kataomi.
Got the Aegis.
But the entire time, they do manage to get the Aegis. WS, can he save his Tiny? Oh, beautifully done. 2 heroes caught inside the Spear of Mars. Kiritich just dies to the damage of Nightfall. Miro, no more BKB available. How tanky are you really? Well, you might be tanky, but they're ignoring him for a moment, looking towards getting Kataomi, the easier grab for themselves. And eventually they succeed in that endeavor. Miro, now he's the one that's left alone. He's the one that's broken. He's the one that's killed. GG is called. Half the duration of game 1, but we are going to a decider. Aurora secure the game 2 victory.
I gotta say, this last fight from BetBoom did surprise me. Like, considering they used the full chrono and the BKB from Faceless Void just on Warlock. That's literally the only thing he got from the Chronosphere. They still managed to take down a couple of targets. I think this last fight, if Puck was off-screen fighting with the Mars, if he managed to solo get that kill, this fight could have maybe even been won by BetBoom. But alas, game 3.
A game of margins, but the margin favorable for Aurora Gaming. Shiva, what do y'all make of the performance from the boys in blue?
I would call it teal, I think. Definitely not blue. But they did well. And they did well with the Mars, and we were a little doubtful of the Mars, that's for sure, but it proved to work out just fine here, T.
Yeah, no, it was a really, really good game for Aurora. We wanted to see them have that, killer conviction from the lads, and exactly what happened, right? In regards to the early, laning phase, they had good net worth across all 3 cores. They really shut down the Faceless Void in that laning phase, and then we never got to see Kiritich truly become, the carry that can escape to the jungle and put a kind of a timer on Aurora. It just felt like a Faceless Void who was watching the game progress and never really got to, make a statement. Just a very, very clean game from Aurora.
Super clean game. Like, we did have a lot of one-sided games yesterday, especially on the evening shift, but this one was one-sided, but also very entertaining to watch. We saw, Aurora completely popping off. Mikoto, this was the response for Puck. There were a couple of times where they overextended on side of a BetBoom team, going in too deep, GPK, I think he was trying to set up the chrono in the mid lane, going in his BKB is down, no BKB on Bristleback. They try to go for a fight, maybe thinking they're going to group up and land the chrono, but they held a very tight formation in terms of not grouping up, not allowing him to get multiple man chrono.
I also just loved, we had the listening, right? They spoke about it in the cast, of course, but just hearing, Aurora go, WS, we're not farming anymore, we're hunting. And that was already the playstyle from 5 minutes before we heard the listening. And it felt like the playstyle, to the end of the game, having that identity of this is what we need to do to win. Don't allow them on the map. And every fight we're seeing this highlights is just Aurora finding heroes, picking them off, making these moves. And gotta say from Koyori, I'm loving how he's making Warlock still feel like a viable hero with the loss of the facets, right?
If anyone can, it would be him.
Yeah, he reliably goes through that twin gate. He's applying that pressure. He's being just an absolute menace on a hero that, since the patch, pretty much everyone's forgotten. And he's like, no, I can still play this hero. I can still, push my team forward and make sure we take the fight to BB.
And I like that they are forcing something that they lost, Mars, especially the first 30 minutes of the first game, didn't really look that good. In this second game, it did look godly. It did allow them to, I respect Aurora for picking heroes that they still feel they're very good with, even though, in a losing game, you might want to switch things around and pick something differently, but also believing in Carry Tiny. Nightfall this time around, he was the one who was holding himself back, knowing that he has the backup from Warlock if necessary. And the Chronos, they're just not landing. We saw it, him holding Chrono for a long time, then goes for a solo kill on Void Spirit, doesn't result in a kill, doesn't even reduce his damage down to 50%.
But I do want to echo your own point with that, Lacoste, as well, because I love the way that Aurora made sure that there was just no good chrono to have, and
continuous pressure.
Yeah, it's just it was all the time.
But you can already see, right, WS, you can see from his itemization, that he has on screen, Mars, and maybe a reason why we don't see the hero is a hero that always wants others to do well, and you will look good. If your team's not performing, MOUZ won't take over the game. He won't like fix all your problems for you. He's a complementary offlaner, and I think a lot of the discussion that we've had from interviews like Ace, like offlaners scale from Miro as well. Like they want to get items, they want to become like part of like the scaling aspect. MOUZ doesn't scale. He just kind of continuously team fights, right?
Yeah, what MOUZ does in a fight, like especially in the mid and late game fights, he's not pumping in the damage. He goes in with the arena as most likely a follow-up spell to someone providing vision, tries to land his abilities, then he goes back, tries to reset, find another angle. But he was very active. Like 10 minutes in, he decides to go for the mid lane, catches both of the supports. So this is why we said that it's a very good MOUZ game. If they're the ones getting the jump, immediately they get level 6 on Warlock, drop the Golem, take the tower, very clean execution, and this fight starts 4v5, but another good arena catches both of the supports inside, and this is something these two supports have nothing to defend themselves against. If they're the ones who are getting initiated on, if this global silence isn't dropped like on a hero who's inside of the arena when you can break the combo so the spear doesn't go out, or if you're the one who's initiating onto them, so no arena nor spear. But this time around it just wasn't the case. Every single time it was Aurora getting that first initial jump, which makes the silencer kind of feel miserable. It does feel really bad to play silencer in this type of a game. It does feel like you're a one-button hero.
Yeah, we spoke about it before, right? Against big team fight, if you can just initiate and you control when they use their spells, the team fight doesn't look that good, but you have to be so consistent. You make one mistake, they get back on top of you, you are going to probably lose the next one. So yeah, they were on the ball the entire time.
This was a rare loss.
I was about to sneeze.
I thought it was a sneeze.
It was a really big sneeze, and then for some reason it stopped. Back to you,
Okay,
Shiva.
well, this was a rare loss.
If you want to complete that, just look at the lights. It always helps you.
I think that
do it on camera. Yeah.
Whatever, take 3. This was a rare loss. GPK puck. I wanted to talk about the puck that lost. This is the first time I believe that GPK has had his hands on it and lost with it. And was that just because he got outlaned, or was that just a result of how the whole game was playing out?
I'd argue it's how the whole game plays out, right? Your Void is really low on the net worth. Bristleback, he has, decent net worth. I think the Void puck matchup went, 50-50. You just have farming side lanes and no way to reliably go coil into kill. There's no overlap until you have, cores online.
Yeah, supports got ruined as well relatively early on in the draft. So he didn't really have heroes to play with. They ended the game with 23 deaths combined, so they were just kind of out there trying to make something happen, but every single time they are getting picked off, which means that especially if Hoodwink gets picked off, GPK doesn't really have a hero that he can play with, because like with Parasma, maybe a Boomerang, you have that sharpshooter damage, maybe you're going to be able to 1-2 punch, but it never really happened because there was always a hero missing. There was always no global silence they maybe need because Kataomi did die earlier.
I mean, you can also just see, right, the way that Makoto was just playing and itemizing, he was somewhat sacrificial, getting the Yules, having Octarine Ags, he's just jumping into the middle of the fights, basically being as loud as you can, and then through that, then either WS Nightfall, it's always the overlap. And then if, let's say, Makoto isn't initiating, WS is hitting a multi-hero arena. You get it. You just can't really fault this game from Aurora. It was just one of those games was fair play, lads. This is why you are top 3, potentially get into another grand finals, maybe getting your first win of the year, but still, very good game.
Very good game, but the score is 1-1. Both teams have had a very good game. Actually, game 1 was quite good from both teams as well. But we're going to find out who takes the series in game 3 after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
Hello, Wallachia fans. We went and asked all of the pros who they thought got the most buffed and the most nerfed from the last patch. So, pay attention if you guys want to get some MMR.
Most buffed? I mean, definitely this laundry, it seems like.
Yeah.
I don't know, Valve, how were you doing there, but it's rarely laundry meta, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
You gotta enjoy it while it lasts.
Biggest buff, I think. Laundry or Tiny.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay.
just broken stats and it's just crazy.
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know, dude? Alchemist is banned every game. You know, we are seeing Lone Druid every single game. Aren't these guys?
Laundry. The most buffed heroes, I would say, on my position, it's Mirana and
Ooh.
Enchantress, so it's like Snaking coming back in
Okay.
prime.
Yeah.
These two.
Yeah, are you excited about those heroes?
Yeah, of course. I'm small Snaking.
Okay.
You know? Yeah.
I think most nerf, definitely Tinker.
Tinker?
Yeah, this hero was insane last patch, and now it's like, I don't know what that turrets do. Like, I read it, I demo it, and I still don't get it.
Yeah.
The biggest nerf, it's Tiny. Still.
Tiny?
Yeah.
People are still playing this hero.
They realize it's carry now.
Okay. So now it's a carry, so it did get a... All right, I'll accept this.
Nerfed heroes, it's Warlock Jakiro. I'm saying this in every interview. Praising Kaori.
I wanna say Lago.
Largo, yeah, that guy got absolutely dumpstered, huh?
Yeah. Even if 3-3 doesn't work it well, then yeah, it's a biggest number.
We're heading into a game number 3 here in the upper bracket finals. Aurora versus BetBoom. The score is tied, and winner of this third game will get their spot in the grand finals. And we just heard some players talking about broken heroes, and I feel like we're at a point where it's time to discover a new one. I feel like there's probably still some untapped potential in the draft. It's already very different from what it was last week. What do you guys?
I just found it funny because you said like untapped potential, and me and
yeah,
are tapping away like loading up. We're like, oh, what are we doing?
I know we got hooked on it.
Yeah, we did.
Is there
Back to you,
some
Shiver.
untapped potential there? Are there some heroes that we see that still make I mean, the Hoodwink is a perfect example, and potentially the Rubik as well. We see it banned here and there. Is that just because there's no other alternatives that are as decent, or is the hero itself broken?
So specifically for POS 4, I think those two heroes just are so good.
Yeah.
I'm surprised. I think Shadow Demon has been kind of disrespected a bit. I think
Yeah,
it could
it's
have been
still
played
good.
More. It's still good. Still
Like they
very much
buffed
playable.
his W.
Yep.
His menace, his innate ability has been nerfed pretty heavily. Like now you would need what you had before in the previous patch to be level 6 to be as effective as it is now, and before you got it at level 1, which is a great harassment tool. But again, he's still a super strong laner, and I think this hero is also criminally underrated as a position 4. Maybe with the rise of Ringmaster as well, because he has slightly more team fight, even though the hero hasn't been as popular. I think this could be a good replacement for potentially both of these heroes if they get nerfed, or if you want to be trying something else, if you feel like you need a saving tool rather than... Because Rubik also has a built-in saving tool, you just need to have Shard, so it's a bit more on the expensive side, but yeah, I feel like these two could be good replacements.
Now, well, we're going to find out what's happening in game 3 here, and if any of the heroes are popping off, if there's any changes, because so far there's no changes. We have Aurora once again with first pick on Dire side, BetBoom once again with second pick and therefore overall last pick on Radiant side, and the bans are exactly the same so far as what it was in game 2.
Yeah, the main adjustment I think at least BB will have coming into this game is make sure that Kiritich doesn't get completely shut down in the laning phase. Right, when you're last pick in your Faceless Void, you're seeing the Mars. I think they envision the lane to go better And of course, the joy of Dota, matchups might look like they should be fine, but then it just takes a little outplay here, a certain pull or rotation, and it can go a different way. And yeah, MOUZ just ran away with the game. So for them, it's maybe just considering Kiritic, just insurance of the laning phase.
Yeah. I was also advocating that they should pick, instead of Bristle on 16, go for Lycan maybe, because I think this hero would have much more map pressure, because you can easily kill the tower. You can also send the wolves, send your creep to the mid lane, play on a different side as well if necessary, because the supports are very weak against Lycan, very weak against Zoo heroes in general. So maybe that was something that they toyed with the idea, decided to go with the Bristleback because he is a bit more tanky guy. He builds into Lotus. Just didn't work out for them. But
he had the net worth.
He had an okay game.
Else, yeah.
Well, we have a bit of a change up. We have the Tidehunter banned instead of the Monkey King, and the Rubik is banned instead of the Pangolier. Slardar still removed from the pool, but Monkey King in and Pango in should be taken into consideration.
Yeah, especially with the Tidehunter ban. Of course, BB have shown an incredible strength of having Tidehunter plus Wyvern. Like, how do you team fight into that? Like, if you're not as decisive as you are in game 2 from Aurora, you probably will just eventually falter to that combination of heroes. And they then take the first pick Puck. Again, BB Aurora, very, very prominent Puck teams. If they are to both get to the grand finals tomorrow, we probably will be talking about Puck in every single game. But that's how much it means to the team. As you see the stats, 5-0 for Makoto.
They also shift priority every single time. Like, they see it could be a good game for Puck, they decide to go with it, even though GPK, like, he had an okay game as well. It's just, I think the problem was between the supports and everything, a lot of issues that they had to face in the previous game, so the game does fall apart relatively quickly. But they do tend to pick Puck. Like, this is something that they did when they were playing against PARIVISION as well. Picked Puck in the second phase, then in the third game, they straight up picked it on 8. And they are doing the same thing. So Monkey King, as a response, you have Boundless Strike, but we are not seeing the matchup anymore. We're not seeing the matchup in the mid lane. This was considered to be one of the best counters, if not like the best counter, maybe 6 months, a year ago, back when Monkey was still played from the mid lane. You get Diffu, you start running around the map. But I think the changes to Jingu,
over time,
like small nerfs over the time would kind of kill the matchup for him. So probably we're going to be seeing Monkey King played from the carry role.
Yeah, I mean, it's always possible that they try to play around with it. Maybe this is a game where they go, you know what? Monkey can go back to the mid lane. I would prefer, like you're mentioning, just Monkey goes to carry. Have that 24th pick, the last pick in the draft. Let it be Miro, I want to see the statement acts, the Lycan, the big ticket off lane where it's like, oh, he's going to win the lane because of this. I want that type of identity, especially because how much Kayori, opens up the game. His Phoenixes, the Warlocks, the Venomots, like, he is a killer in the lane. If Miro can find a counter matchup to that, you can put Nightfall on the back foot, and that's what you have to do against a player like Nightfall.
Yeah, Kayori's hero pool is very interesting. He plays a lot of these heroes that don't mind going in. Phoenix, Veno, you mentioned them.
He's just annoying.
Yeah, he's just like super annoying to lane against, and it's also securing Nightfall's farm. Not afraid to die. He comes back to lane. He's even more annoying because he's bringing another blood grenade, maybe a healing salve if he survives, and he's playing these healers as well. Yep. Enchantress, Warlock, undefeated on both of them.
But the Enchantress, he's even greedy. He doesn't even go for heal sometimes. He goes
4-4-0 build and then rush Ags. People are trying to theory craft that. I've seen it from 9 class as well. This is because you want happy 3 friends or whatever the ability is called. When you start to scale, the undispellable root and having 2 creeps is such a strong Aghanim Scepter upgrade, and a lot of the times you just get that. The games have been going long. We had the longest game in the history of Wallachia as well, so definitely could happen.
Wing coming out again on the side of BetBoom.
We could just preemptively, whoever's drafting from second pick, that 13, you can just preemptively load up the Hoodwinks, the Rubiks, especially for the Falcons series. They just have it pre-saved there. You don't even need to have the animation.
10 seconds remaining.
Well, and that win record right now for Save, unfortunately, the previous game no longer has him be flawless. It's 1-1. We got the MOUZ Third game in a row. You seem happy about it, Lacoste. Big smile on your face.
Yeah, I mean, they did great. It's very good against type of a heroes that Save has been playing, and it's also something that does ruin position 5, what Kataomi wants to do. It's very good against his Silencer, Wyvern, whatever decides to come out. MOUZ is that type of a hero that if you get the first initiation, he is going to be struggling.
It also flips the... I mean, go back to game 1 a bit in regards to the team fight breakdown that we had for Aurora's lineup. They are doing the same thing again, right? You got Gotham and Arena and Puck. Maybe BB need to look towards what Aurora have and try and copy what them. Have that pacing, try and lead from the laning phase. Like if you take the fight to them, make them use the spells defensively, you can pick them apart, and that's one way to take the fight to your opponent is picking the. Monkey used to be the counter to Puck in the mid lane. Huskar still is the counter to Puck in the mid lane just for the CS. But for Aurora, they have yet to pick their position 4. And if they can find a 4 that can maybe dual lane mid, like we saw Save do, maybe they just take the Wind Ranger themselves. It could be a good option to thwart BB's aggression.
Is this a good game for Danish Separation still? Chimera played +4, or is that just dead? Oracle! Is Oracle good against it?
I mean, it's good against saving people.
Oh wait, it's the wrong side.
Yeah, it's
Oracle Huskar.
It's Oracle Huskar. That's a classic Oracle Monkey, as we've seen in game number 1. But it does feel like they don't have much team fight other than Wukong's command.
The team fight is win lanes and go fight.
And for the first game this series, Nightfall gets his hand on the Ursa. It was banned previous 2 games.
Very good Ursa pick on 18. It's very good against both cores. It's good against Oracle as well, make him feel uncomfortable. But the stacking damage, these heroes, they like to reset the fight. Monkey King playing a longer fight. Same goes for Huskar. And it's also another classic lane. It's Ursa with Warlock, so it does give you a lane. So I want to see what BetBoom is going to be able to pick on 24 to be able to try to ruin this Ursa.
Give me like the Enigmas, the Zoo, just something to make sure Ursa can't chase down the lane. Because if you have that, there are major damage problems for Aurora. Like their damage will come through levels on like the Puck, the MOUZ, the Warlock, and then items on the Ursa. That's a really good window to utilize a Monkey King that wants to go for a Mage Slayer into Deso, a Huskar that should in theory be winning his lane, backed up by an Oracle in the early game. Like there's a really clear window for BB to break this game. It now is on Mira. Like, does he want to be the offlaner that puts Ursa to the jungle as early as possible, or do you want to cushion the fact you have no team fight? And he goes, you know what, I'll pick up a Blink Stun and just get to ensure that if the game does get dicey, I can at least be, our backup plan.
He is a player that likes the Zoo heroes, right? So that is 100% an option.
Yep, totally. It really is just dependent on, does BB think they are going to win 3 lanes, win the game, or do they have to look at a different route? And they do ban
one of the Zoo heroes is out. Enigma gets banned. Respect is there. Shadow Demon that you guys touched upon earlier as a potential position 4 to still be one of the popular ones gets banned out there, as well as for the last 2 picks. On one side, we are looking for a hero for Miero, the offlaner we just talked about. And of course, Aurora, they are looking for position 4, most likely for Miero.
I'd be okay with some Ringmaster that could come out for Aurora. Maybe even that Wind Ranger that you did mention, if they want to be having a hero in the mid lane, just because of the matchup. They could start 2v1, but then again, leaving MOUZ alone, this is not a self-sustainable offlaner by any means. This is not like Primal Beast or Bristleback who can try to creep skip. It's going to be MOUZ, so it's going to be slightly awkward if they decide to do so. So we'll see if they're going to be having some kind of a new tech. I think maybe something like a Marcy could also be on the table, because it does allow you to have extra bit of a save, and it does allow you to have a flying courier, and then you can manipulate the creep waves as well in this matchup, because you do get the flying courier from Marcy, and then you can drag it, play behind the tower as Puck. This is something that has been used before to counter Huskar in the lane.
No, that's a really cool idea for sure. I think Nisha did it as well, right?
Yeah.
In previous tournaments.
Techies!
Okay, so their way of dealing with it is just hoping that the disarm is enough, right? Throw a taser onto a guy getting dove, put Huskar and Monkey into awkward positions. Aurora's entire lineup is just putting out the early game fires, right? The pressure will come to them. If they can survive, they will have a really good looking lineup. They have multiple ways to open up the backline, initiate for Nightfall. They have damage, they have scaling. And then for BB, it is really just a good old-fashioned, let's try and break the lanes. They go for a Batrider. Sure, in the late game, Ursa is fine against Batrider, but in the laning phase, with the sticky napalm, with the Firefly, there's a lot of kill threat available for Miro. So, yeah, BB, game 3. You gotta win 3 lanes, you gotta crush the game. It's like go, go, go. It's just disgusting laning draft, pretty much.
But in a good way.
Yeah, sure, yeah. If they lose, though, in a bad way.
Sure. But, okay, which draft do you prefer?
If I was at a pub, probably BB's, because I think Aurora would probably GG out. There'd be like some, tilted Ursa player by like minute 7.
Okay, because he's going to have a tough time on lane.
Yep, but competitively, Aurora's draft just feels more fun to play. And it just has the eventual, like, gotcha.
Yeah, both of these teams, I think it's going to come down to first Roshan as well, because both Ursa and Huskar, they like to have Aegis, so we're going to be looking into 1 giga fight, making sure that your either Huskar or your Ursa is getting it, and then whoever gets that is going to have the advantage for the next 5 or 10 minutes. Ursa, good game overall for it. Want to see how much he's going to be able to get out of the laning stage, considering that he has a strong support, extra bit of a healing, but then again, you are playing into super aggressive lane. You're playing into Batrider, not something you like to play into early on.
And we have the overall puck pick. Is that something that... Are we going to see the rotations? Because Huskar is going to be normally winning that matchup.
It feels like the puck might be more towards keeping the game alive, right?
Okay.
Like skipping the waves. Like when you see Huskar walk down the lane with Oracle behind, you need the puck to be behind them, killing the next creep wave, so you glyph, eat up an extra minute of time, and just kind of keep the game alive as long as possible.
So no 3v3 mid.
Against Huskar, having numbers advantage is always a good way to kill him. He doesn't have Cauterize anymore, so he's not silly broken in laning phase. There will be opportunities to kill him, but you need to have 3 heroes instantly, and they need to slowly react, and then you get the kill.
Yeah, we saw, I can't remember which team it was, but it was a tri-lane instantly. They got a kill, and then they played it from there, because it was a bad matchup against the Queen of Pain, I believe. So, want to see if they have some, new tech, because it seems like we figured it out, pro players did as well, what needs to be done. So, I want to see how they're going to be approaching, because if you're straight up playing 1v1, you're not having a good time.
Okay, we're going to see how Game 3 will play out. Before we do, though, we are going to check in who Slack's found.
That's right, my friends. We are here with KP, notoriously hard man to get any information out of this event. Now, I'm not going to ask you a question about you. I'd like to ask about the enemy coach Mr. Bulk. As soon as you were done with your draft, you pick in that techies, he insta-locks Batrider. What do you think he was thinking?
Nothing, to be honest.
Nothing? Why would you say that?
Nah, I'm just kidding. Maybe I guess they just had a plan against Ursa, which is fine. We'll play it,
Okay, fantastic. Now, one of your most loved heroes, obviously a hero that you really, really value, put a lot of effort in, is the puck. We did see the puck in all 3 games this series. Pretty interesting stuff there.
So what's the question? Sorry.
You didn't play puck every game this series. You were supposed to correct me.
Oh, yeah, my bad, guys.
Shh, you played MOUZ every game, so that means that you really, really value the MOUZ. Why?
Oh. MOUZ has big muscles.
God damn it. I really thought I'd get you on that. All right. Anyway, this might be the last game that we see you guys. I do hope not. Can you give us any insight at all about your team? Just literally anything.
Just BKB, TP, and tip Nightfall. It gets him every time.
Okay.
When you just buy BKB, just do it. In Vision, just do it.
You don't even know. You guys are in the uppers. You don't even get eliminated if you lose this,
I was supposed to correct you there.
God damn it. All right, just go to the game. Thank you so much. I'll have to just go. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Slacks. Enigma might have been bad, but KP still is the real Enigma. And here we go, Big Liz. It's Game 3. Aurora Gaming looking for their first Grand Finals. BetBoom trying to get back into the Grand Final that they've won in the past. Who do you back here? Do you back Aurora with the best carry player in the world? Or do you back BetBoom with the best carry player at this tournament?
Looking at the lanes, I see some really good lanes for BetBoom. And like through the tournament, through many tournaments, we have discussed the laning prowess of this team. They're just way too good in the laning stage and converting that advantage into just suffocating you in the mid game, right? Like there is no space there. You can't take any objectives when they get good lanes for them. And it's a Huskar into a Puck. It's a pretty damn difficult matchup for the Puck. Top lane, you have a Bat into a Nursa and a Warlock, and a Hoodwink as well is top. So there's just so much kill potential. The only kind of X factor for me is this bot lane. We'll see how much Techies plus Mars will be able to do, because Techies is actually really good into the monkey for multiple reasons. Like, not only the damage that you get from Blast Off, Taser works really nicely. Like, you get the Dispel and the Disarm.
Yeah. Taser is kind of a ridiculous spell, honestly. Very much looking forward to seeing how Mira is going to be able to play with this. Unfortunately, you know, we heard the panel talking about it. The fact that these heroes and the way that the lanes are set up don't really allow for people to move mid and help the Puck if things start going wrong.
Yep. Like, out of all of the teams, I feel like it's actually BetBoom that do that the most. Like, when a Huskar is played against them, they're the ones. Panel talked about Windranger. They did that last game. Also, I remember the game in which they used Ringmaster plus Dragonite versus a Huskar as well. Killed him multiple times in the mid lane. So they don't shy away from it, but no one is really copying their tech right now. Maybe they patented it.
We'll see how it all pans out for them. This mid lane, we already see GPK able to tick Mikoto down extremely low. Only one tango remaining on this Puck, and GPK. We've all been here. This Huskar lane, you just like, team, help?
I have one hero in my ban list. Only one.
Huskar?
Yeah. And it still goes through every fucking game.
But you've been a day one Huskar hater for like a long time.
I have been, but to be honest, I don't hate the hero as much as I used to. I do believe that the Huskar in the current state is a way more of a fair hero to face against. It's still a lane bully, like he still dominates most matchups, but at least there's no built-in Dispel from the get-go. Like, built-in Dispel on Huskar from level 1 was just ridiculously stupid.
3 wins for the Huskar at this tournament. Of course, the one loss was when BetBoom played against the Huskar. So they know how to win with it, they know how to beat it. And bottom, Kiritic, obviously seeing how good he can be on this Monkey King. That's maybe the one thing you can say, that they don't have the greatest amount of tools to keep multiple heroes within the Wukong's command in this game.
They don't, but they don't have to. I feel like the way that they can play is around the lasso. They can play around the Huskar. Eventually, Huskar can buy himself an Aghanims as well. So individual control is there. The area control definitely isn't for Radiant. So their team fight is basically where I'm getting to, is not that incredible. But this isn't a draft that's made to team fight. That's not what they drafted for. They drafted for lane domination into skirmish domination.
So what you're saying is that Batrider should rush Aghanim Scepter, I hear.
I hope not. And I'm interested in seeing what his item build will be. It has switched up a little bit. Like, most players aren't going for the basic Boots of Bearing that they did in the last patch almost every game. I feel like Collapse was the one that kind of started the trend, playing this Bat again on the offlane from position 5 with Boots of Bearing. And then people just followed.
Kiritic already having queued up his normal round of items. Mage Slayer, Desolator. Every single game he's going to be playing this. Unless he's playing Lifestealer, then he might build a little bit differently.
5 last hits, by the way. Oof. That's it. That's what we have for Puck. And he has like a big job to do this game, right? Like, he needs to find the Blink Dagger eventually. Has to find his way to the Oracle. Like, we talked about the Monkey King and Kiritic. Like, this is a pretty good game for him once again, because he does have Oracle with him. One of those heroes just absolutely enables the Monkey King.
Oh yeah. Man, look middle. Mikoto ticking super low. He was silenced for a moment. Almost burned out. He should... Or is he going to actually just straight up die? No, he'll be fine. Has the phase shift. But he's expended all of his resources just to survive. Down bottom. Jingu triggered up by Kiritic. Looking towards WS, but WS will be able to get some damage back. Beautiful blast off from Mira in tandem with the spear. Nicely done by Aurora.
I was thinking if there's like something to be said about Oracle going 1-1-1 in this game. It does hurt you quite a lot, and you don't have a lot of mana on Oracle to utilize Fate's Edict, but you can say that Fate's Edict is really easy to use versus Blast Off. Like, you can use it while he's in the air, negate most of the magical damage. So maybe that was an option, but then you don't have any killer potential with the Purifying Flames, level 2.
He does have the level 2 flames right now, but he might go through the Twin Gate. Now he's just warding to make sure that the Twin Gate rotation doesn't come towards them. He shouldn't really be concerned about this Batrider lane. There's not really much Warlock and Ursa can do to threaten a Bat, is there? In fact, they might be able to threaten him. Damage coming out with the Acorn shot. They have the Firefly out. Nightfall ticking low. Nightfall is gonna die. Mira does get the Blast Off counter kill. But so far, well worth it for the side of BetBoom Team if they can get out with the Hoodwink, and they do.
They almost get him too. The one thing that Taser at least does not do is stun. It does everything else. It gives you movement speed, it disarms, it dispels, it does damage. It doesn't stun yet though, so Hoodwink at least manages to get away. And so far so good for Aurora on top. Like, this is much better than I expected. Nightfall, of course, like when it comes to Ursa, I don't think there's a better carry player objectively on the Ursa. And he knows how to play versus all the counters.
Sometimes though the counter is
Miro,
hard
top
enough.
lane actually. Miro?
Miro? Actually gets ran down by the... How did that happen?
Ooh. He went into the lane without Firefly. It was still on cooldown, so he didn't really have any defense, no mobility.
Oh well.
He just got ran down.
Nightfall's like, thanks buddy. Gave back some of the gold you took away from me earlier. This is also while the Hoodwink is away from lane, so you'll have a lot of time for this Ursa to keep farming top lane.
This top lane, I think, went way better for Aurora than maybe even they expected. This was a pretty good kill now as well.
Save's gonna obviously be doing his stacking shenanigans. For Aurora, what build are we gonna be getting from WS here? Do you think he's gonna go for the Yules again with the Blink? Or is he just gonna go straight Blink BKB?
I think straight Blink is also fine this game. I think Yule Scepter has a lot of value on Radiant actually. Not really sure who can buy it. I don't think anyone does. Mikoto.
DPK coming in with the dive here. Bushwhack will be there. Mikoto is absolutely dead. And so it begins, Lizard. Level 6 on Huskar.
7 at this point, by the way, 7.5 actually after the kill. Puck did get something out of the lane. He's sitting on 28 last hits. Honestly, some stacks have been taken by him as well.
That's a homie. Might get punished down bottom. They have a lot of kill potential here. Boundless Strike does come out. Fate's Edict to buy some time, and GPK making his first big rotation. They TP out on this MOUZ. Mira doesn't seem like he'll be so lucky. We'll just tick out to the burn damage of the Huskar.
Top
the
lane.
other side of the map, save. Try to TP out, but Nightfall should have the damage to rip through the squirrel.
He absolutely does. Okay, so they trade position 4s, right? Huskar rotating bottom, getting 1 kill, but not a lot of control, of course, from Radiant. That's something that we mentioned earlier, so just TPing out after you see one of these spells being used is your best option. Versus Huskar, most of the time, that's your only option.
Huskar. Okay, yesterday when we saw Nisha play this hero, we didn't really get to see a fair showing of what the hero is supposed to be about, given the nature of the game. Talk to me build-wise. Yesterday, what did Nisha go? He went Omelette, BKB, he got fed an Aghanim Scepter. Does he need Ags in this game for a little bit more control?
I think he went SNY as well at some point. Aghanims is good. Like, Aghanims is good on Huskar. It just depends on, like, what kind of style you want to be playing. Like, he's playing into a puck. I mean, it's not too bad if you can manage to land your ulti on him at least. So I like it, but I feel like it's a very late item in this particular game for him. Armlet, BKB, maybe even a blink eventually, just being able to jump the backlines and start things off. It's more about the first rush and the first Aegis for the Huskar and how easily, if at all, he'll be able to get there.
WS doing a fantastic job on this Mars down bottom. As you mentioned earlier, Techies can be very good in the lane against this monkey. WS has taken advantage of this. Getting closer and closer towards that blink. Would be really nice if on the first blink dagger they could get the Ursa involved. Mid lane. Speaking of involvement of multiple heroes, Kaori drops the first golem. And as you said in the previous game, if this spell is available, Kaori will use it at the first opportunity. GPK, though, was down bottom, looking towards Mira. WS unable to spear him towards a tree, so GPK collects another kill.
He gets the kill, but he isn't really getting a lot out of the map with this move. He needs to go back mid, defend the tower as that golem is pressuring it. And by the way, it will be the blink straight up after the armlet on the Huskar. Something that we didn't mention, like one of those classic build on the Huskar, allows you to play the game very, very actively.
Kaori tips GPK because he had to life break onto the golem. Free gold for this Huskar.
It's a decent chunk of change. You get like what, 150-ish for the golem? It's not bad.
They have a siege wagon here. Aurora gonna have to decide how much effort they want to put into defending this tier 1 tower.
They're smoking up. They want to go. No level 6 on techies and no golem.
And they do have arena though. We'll see if Kataomi can break the smoke. He doesn't have level 6 either, so there's no false promise to bail out GPK if he does get caught. GPK is backed off, not playing in the dangerous area anymore.
And speaking of Kataomi, he had a fantastic Oracle game previously. He did a lot. He's getting gone on, and there you go, Fate's Edict. Like, completely negated the blast off.
WS will still find the spear onto him though, pushing him towards Mikoto and the gang. Sharpshooter. Mira. Oh!
Gets him!
Dude.
He was like 70% HP or some shit. Like, what the hell?
Are we sure Save isn't a CS player, dog? This is the second game in a row where he does something crazy like this. Shout out Save.
That was max damage right there, almost. It's ridiculous. Okay, Techies, he is kind of a squishy hero. He's sitting on 780 total, but it still looks nice to get sniped that way.
There's a silver lining for Aurora though, because all of this movement from the Hoodwink has given a lot of space to Nightfall. He's been actually able to keep pace basically with this Huskar on top. Dream Coil from Mikoto onto Save. Miro's here as well. Does have the lasso. They throw it out onto GPK. There's going to be this Huskar coming through to throw in the damage on Mikoto. Mikoto burning lower and lower. They need to run. They find him eventually. So much fire damage between Bat and the Huskar.
Sharpshooter again, by the way.
Nice.
Is that the thing that finished him? I believe so. Puck did die. Arena.
Okay, GPK. Spear.
Armlet though.
Get the armlet toggle during the traversal time, so he is completely fine. The arena will come out, but oh no, the ultimate from GPK puts him inside the arena. WS needs to run. Nightfall
does
come closer, trying to zone him back on the Huskar. Miro, though, is on the far side of this Ursa. All of a sudden, Nightfall regretting having gotten involved in this fight. He'll end up losing his life.
Puck
Miro even tips him. Puck is back. Kaori did drop the ultimate, but WS might be dying first before any of that happens. He's falling so low, the Purifying Flames almost killed him. Does stay alive in the end.
Yeah, Sharpshooter this time around doesn't really connect. Look, I respect Aurora for what they're doing, but is this really the kind of a game that you want to play versus a Huskar? This is the kind of a game, the way it looks. Oh, mid lane Puck.
Nice little dodge onto the life break. Still gonna eat quite a lot of damage though. Oh my god, that's so much. 5 burning spear stacks. Does have phase shift, so he'll be okay.
He'll be fine, but he's fine because Purge missed. Like the Fortune's End was used on the Huskar, but Huskar didn't get close enough. Like if there was that route, he was absolutely gone. Be a goner. They have a blink now on Huskar.
They do indeed. Puck, oh, he joins it. He's on the high ground here. They might not have the vision of where the puck is at, but they have easy grab onto this Warlock. Fortune's End to interrupt the TP. He ends up dead. Bushwhack from Save! Yo, this guy, dog. This guy's the future.
Straight up tips. Like, the Bushwhack was good, but enabled by a high ground ward that he plants, right? Like he plants the high ground ward, instantly gets the Bushwhack. Bushwhack got buffed, by the way. It's a little bit of a better spell, even without using Scurry. Oh, yeah, it's pretty nice, especially now with the new build. The new build on Hoodwink is most of the time Aetherlance and Chasm, right? Like you get that AoE increase, and it's really good on Hoodwink because it's a huge increase for a spell that usually doesn't have a lot of AoE.
It's Hoodwink hero, been certainly one of the supports of the tournament alongside the Rubik.
And speaking of him, he's going for Yules. I really like this because you are playing, it's not for Puck and the Silences, it's for the Ursa. Every Enrage will be followed by the Yule Scepter by the Hoodwink. Rosh, by the way.
Yep. Not really too much they can do about this. They scan it out on Dire side, so they know this is happening. Hoodwink is standing nearby to make sure that the entry point is blocked off. Still no Blink Dagger on the MOUZ. We'll still see the Hoodwink. Nice bushwhack. Sharpshooter to push the Hoodwink away. Yeah, and this is over. They have to back.
They don't have techies. I don't think they will contest this. No techies, no Ursa. They're too far. Okay, these lines that they just drew on the map are the best lines that they have had. Like, so far. I feel that they started falling apart a little bit, just trying to fight the Huskar when he's the strongest. Like, whenever Huskar dominates the laning stage, you don't want to poke the bear. Like, you don't want to fight the beast. Just run, split the map, farm as much as possible.
Alright. We'll get found. Oh, hey! Kiritic, what's up, OG? Forgot you were in the game. This always what happens with Huskar games, right? You focus so much attention on the Huskar that one of your side laners is pretty much going to have a free time catching back up. This time around it's Kiritic.
It's both of them, right? Like 8k net worth on the Huskar, 7.3 on the bat. Kiritic is catching up as well. Mira is scouted.
He is indeed. Kiritic will be able to follow him, and oh, well, you know, it's one thing trying to run away from a Monkey King, but if GPK shows up, yeah, you're dead.
Almost with the disarm, by the way, but not quite.
That was funny to see a Fortune's End follow him across the entire map.
It's kind of a cool play that you can use very often with an Oracle. Like sometimes when you're playing with any hero that initiates, you can pre-cast it. Sometimes if you're playing with a Spirit Breaker, you can cast it on him while he's charging in. It's nice to have. An extra route, of course.
This kill will lead to a tier 1 tower being claimed on bottom.
How tilted do you get when you play versus Huskar? What's your tilt meter from 1 to 10?
1 to 10?
Do you play mid?
It's not so
you
much.
Don't play mid,
I don't play mid. No, I don't play mid. So my tilt meter is maybe like a 7 because I see my mid is feeding. Then I'm like, dude, what do you want me to do, bro? I'm trying to farm as much as I can. Kaori will get the TP out. Should be fine inside the fountain.
Yeah, it was forced to use the Shadow Word as well. I'm 10. I'm 10 out of 10 every.
Yeah, but you play mid
every time.
Boundless up on top. WS. He picked up this Blink Dagger. He was hoping that his team would be the ones to use it, playing aggressively. Unfortunately, the gank comes towards him. He'll end up losing his life. Mid lane, GPK is not done just yet. Looking towards Makoto. Found the silence. They have the bushwhack follow-up too. This is all falling apart now, Liz. What do you do? What's the plan to get out of this this vortex of the Huskar?
Is there a blink flying out? Yeah, there is. There's a blink flying out to Ursa. They have Arena plus techies plus Ursa with a blink. Huskar, it's not a free Huskar game. Even though it looks that way, as he's diving the tier 3s, maybe it is a free Huskar game. Never mind. It's a Huskar after all. They have what it takes. Like sometimes when you're playing versus Huskar, at no point in the game can you threaten him. In this game, like they can. Like Ursa isn't a bad core into the Huskar. It's just that the net worth discrepancy might be a bit too high.
You know which hero does tilt me at 10? Techies, bro. Because I have to lane against the techies. Then I tilt. Then it's an 11 actually. I lose the lane, I try to go farm, and there's mines everywhere. As bottom first arena of the game comes out onto Kiritic. Nightfall.
Okay, can they get away?
That's the question, because GPK has now shown up, still has access to the Aegis. Save is nearby as well. Kaori forced to drop the Golem. GPK still fighting, gets the false promise, and their burn damage able to tick down WS. Nightfall doing his best to try and run away right now. The jump forward with the Fortunes in, they get the silence, they get the root, they get the kill.
Yeah, one of the best things that you have in your skill set versus an Ursa, of course, on Huskar is the silence, preventing the enrage. Yeah, Nightfall in this situation got a bit greedy. Like they got the Monkey King kill, he wanted a bit extra, wanted to go for the Hoodwink, and yeah, didn't work out in the end.
And again, while all these heroes are playing together, Miro was chilling middle, finishing off his bongo boots and BKB.
I love the Forager Oracle, by the way. He's just carrying mushrooms, ironwood nuts as well. Like he just gave the mushroom, I believe, to probably okay on Hoodwink. It got used. Do you forage?
No, I forage at the shops.
Okay, fair enough.
MOUZ. He is looking like he's in trouble. Nice little blink away from him. They do have an observer ward that scouts GPK, or scouts Makoto up on top, and they found him. Silence is out, Bushwhack is there, Makoto He probably thought that, well, they missed the WS kill, so maybe they'll go back. But this observer ward, and guess who planted the ward? Obviously, it's save.
And the ward is actually running out, by the way. It's 10 seconds remaining. Just enough time to get them that extra kill. Hoodwink is one of those heroes that can play behind enemy lines. Like, you can run through the trees, of course, and it makes warding a lot easier. Bat is hunting.
Doesn't have the Blink Dagger just yet. Doesn't seem like he'll need it. Flame Breakout. Spear will miss. Catches the lasso onto Kaori. It's 19-7 right now. It's a 9k gold lead at 20 minutes in against the Huskar draft.
Huskar Gaming.
It's got BKB now as well.
I think they're ready to pressure the tier 2 objectives. Like tier 2 towers, Tormentor, it's all available for them. Rosh, of course, still is dead. When you're playing this kind of a draft on Huskar, you need the secondary Aegis.
WS in danger here. Kiritich able to jump on top of him. They prop out the Wukong's command. And they're just doing whatever the hell they want, man. Like, Aurora just has to run scared every time one of these BetBoom heroes show.
Kiritich just wanted to play the game as well. He joined. He felt probably a little bit neglected at this point.
Like, I'm on the team too, guys. I've noticed that when BetBoom have their best games, there's games where you can sort of forget that Kiritich is in it, right, for a little bit of time.
Is that a good or a bad thing?
It's a good thing, because when he shows up, all of a sudden he's over-farmed. And you're like, what the hell?
The best game for BetBoom are the ones where you don't see Kiritich at all. Seems right. Feels bad, man, though. Mira, blast off. He's trying to joke, but there's just way too much speed on Pat. Maybe he can get away. TP in 5.
Drops a taser behind him, some bombs along the way. We still don't have the Blink Dagger from Miro.
It's actually out.
It's actually gone.
Nice jukes.
Tommy being taken right now. Who will gain the luck? I feel like it's really bad for Aurora. If they get the Hunter's Boomerang, additional spell damage with a Huskar in the game, and that's exactly what they get.
There's a huge difference between the shards, between the Oracle and the Hoodwink. They lucked out. They absolutely lucked out. They're TPing mid immediately after. Like, Kaori, he can't cross the river. Like, you cross the river, let's see. He's trying to hide behind the trees.
Bushwhack will connect. You know why he died, bro? There's a ward in the triangle that saw him going into the river.
And who
planted the ward?
Another 4 seconds, by the way, and the ward is gone. So second time someone dies on an expiring ward.
Oh my god.
They're just kind of unlucky, I gotta say, when it comes to the vision.
And then, of course, Save will go right on ahead and de-ward the wards that Kaori placed. So literally just ended up dying for nothing.
I don't know if this lead is insurmountable or not, but they are getting to the point on Aurora where they can fight. That's the BKB on Nightfall. It's not perfect. I feel like you need a basher as well for your lineup to be completely there. But at least with the BKB, you can ensure the enrage usage.
Well, they know where he's heading to because they spotted him underneath an observer ward. Kataomi's one this time, though. So they have a pretty good idea of where this Huskar or this Ursa is playing. Kaori's going to get jumped on first.
Mira.
Very easy kill onto this Warlock. Kaori has to also watch his homie and the techies getting brought down as well. No escape available for him. Mira is going to provide a double kill for GPK.
Ursa instantly just TP'd out. He TP'd out bottom without the BKB. He cannot fight. He understands it. Hopefully, once he gets the BKB, all memes aside, they will be used offensively and not defensively. Because they have to start playing Dota very soon. This lead is just growing and growing.
Also, they have an Oracle, so thanks to the Prognosticate, they knew exactly when the Roshan was going to be available. Already inside the pit. Roshan will roar, but it's a suicidal area to wander into for Aurora. Can they at least defend high ground?
So now it shows the Roshan's respawn timer. Oh, didn't know that, okay. My bad. Missed that one of the patch notes.
So how's the high ground defense on the side of Aurora?
It's alright, but it's alright. It's not great though. The thing is, it's not really about their high ground defense, it's about the high ground offense on the other side. You're playing into a Batrider. This guy is just incredibly strong at going to high ground and defending the high ground. If you go high ground, you can lasso targets off of the cliffs. And if you're defending, of course, you can lasso them onto the tier 4s. So it's kind of on Miro to play the high ground fight properly.
They're gonna smoke out right now. They have the blink on MOUZ. They also have the BKB available for Ursa. They come across Save. Beautiful Yules onto the Ursa, but this should still be a death for the Hoodwink. I see that bushwhack into the sharpshooter in the river. He's staying alive, creating the space for GPK to jump in behind. Eventually they do kill Save, but here comes Kiritich. Boundless strike onto Mikoto and Mira. Both of them forced to jump themselves away. GPK still wants to chase with this Husker. But Aurora barely escaped from that engagement.
Yeah, just not a lot of control, right? Like that's something that you mentioned early, in the early stages of the game. They do have Anagonims now on the Huskar. So that's some extra control. You are forced to fight him, can't get away. And the Blink BKB, of course, on the bat has been completed a long time ago. Now he has a Veil on top, just waiting for the delivery.
Mars. Don't show, don't show, don't show, don't show!
He showed.
He showed.
He showed.
Game is hard.
I mean, the difference in net worth between him and what jumped him is 4 times, almost, so...
Well, 13k now. Kiritich also has access to a BKB, building immediately into the nullifier. So they're playing hyper aggressively on the side of BetBoom Team. Does Mikoto does he need a defensive item?
Don't talk about Mikoto. Let the boy let the boy farm. Give him some time. We don't talk about Buck here. He laned into a Huskar. You know, he's got something. 10k net worth.
Kaori.
It's all right.
Jumped, quick kill onto the Warlock. Does have buyback. Mikoto will be able to get some damage out onto these heroes. Blast off.
Okay.
Manages to take away the Aegis. It was a very good fortune Zen which stunned Ursa as well as the Techies. But the priority is getting the Huskar. The spear back didn't connect onto the building, so the BKB comes out from GPK. Kaori will drop the ultimate,
Oracle is
but they're
silenced.
fighting inside the Wukong's command. Oracle is silenced, but it's not gonna matter. They've already lost the Huskar. Ursa is being zoned back into the fountain. Puck did his best.
Coil.
Dropping a Dream Coil now. It will connect on the Huskar, but False Promise will be there. Save still not dead on the back edge. Mikoto trying every trick in the book to break the backlines, but the formation of BetBoom is just way too strong.
It's way too strong, sure, but they only committed 1 buyback, and that's the Warlock. Like, this was a very good hold, I have to say. They don't lose the tier 4 just yet, the tier 3 that is. They have to deal with the banner though. Is this Carti gonna solo it in the end?
The Carti and the random melee.
It's scary, they have no vision. It's scary to go and kill the banner. As long as no one is showing, I think the Carti's got it. Like 40 more seconds, Carti just MVP.
When they watch this replay, this is gonna feel so bad for them.
One more.
There we
He
go.
got it.
Oh my god. That's tough, guys. That's tough. But like you said, they hold. They're not going to lose barracks just yet. They're still scared to go on it.
No one hitting the bat. But I mean, you're playing into a bat and no one is showing on the map. They were playing very carefully not to show in the lanes at all. So I get the discipline from Aurora. They can't afford to make any mistakes anymore. The hold was actually pretty damn good. Like, they managed to dodge out a lot of spells. I think maybe there was something to be said about the False Promise being used way too late. Maybe it could have been used on the first life, on the Aegis. And then just you commit too hard, and then after the Aegis there's a BKB from Huskar.
Aurora, time has been bought. Yes, it's an 18k deficit. Yes, you've lost the tier 3 tower, but it's not Rax just yet, which is usually what happens on Roche 2 when you're playing against Huskar. They have the Basher on the Ursa.
Mira?
No, Mira.
That's a solo. GPK got Kaori as well. Couple of very easy kills.
Still have buildings though.
There's the techie hero has a lot of use, right? Like in the laning stage he's strong. Like there's a lot of active abilities that you benefit from. Reactive Taser feels broken. But Techies actually is a hero that likes to play from being in front, like from having an advantage. Why? Because then you can set up the mines everywhere on the map. If you have an advantage, you just move on the map, you set up some perimeters, and whatever smoke happens, a mine explodes, you know where they're at. But when you're losing a game this hard, like, you can't even go out to start spamming the mines.
Looks like the answer for Makoto's game will be Aeon Disc as a way to defend himself.
Something. It's a pretty good item right now, and I do like it. He's playing into Ags. The game is very difficult. He's been on point when it comes to dodging the life break with all of his spells, but one wrong move and you're just gone.
Speaking of move, WS coming in towards him, but he does vacate the unsafe part of the lane.
Nope.
Just trying to get to that BKB.
He's trying. Oracle, no blink on him.
How much of a difference does the BKB on the MOUZ make for the future fights?
I mean, it's pretty big. Like, last fight, he didn't really manage to use a lot. Like, he just instantly got blown up.
Oh, might get blown up again. He's getting jumped upon. He showed in the wave. Almost carbon copy of the death he suffered in the top lane. GPK beyond godlike. 14-0-5 on the Huskar.
They're just so good at recognizing which lane will be... At least there will be an attempt to creep wave skip, right? And every time they recognize which wave will get attacked, they're there.
One bright spot, though, is I doubt they're going to try another big move onto the high ground until they have that Aegis, so you at least have a minute. What can be accomplished within that minute? Ursa looking to buy a shard. We do have the Aeon Disc complete, though, or at least it looks like it's complete if it comes from the courier, and indeed it is.
Yeah, so they're finishing a lot of items in that 1 minute at least. Basher, Ursa. You know, ain't much, but it's honest work. Aeon Disc puck.
What does Gaben have to say? Gaben says 90-10 or 89-11. Do you agree with that?
I think that's a fair assessment.
I don't know, man. I was going to say 95 or something, but...
Huskar is a weird hero. Like, it's one of those that can fall off a cliff very quickly if you find a couple of right fights. The thing is, I don't think this game is necessarily about the Huskar anymore. It's about this guy. He is, like, he's also farming. He's also getting there. Like, we have neglected him, but he almost has a butterfly.
He's going to smoke with his squad. At the same time, the Aurora, they finally feel ready. They have a BKB on the MOUZ, so this is going to be their go time. Huskar is going to be the first one. Out the gate through middle. They know for a fact that Kataomi is just waiting behind him with the false promise, so they'll spear him back, but there's the lasso immediately onto WS. There is not going to be a follow-up arena. He goes down in the blink of an eye. GPK able to get off the BKB, looking towards Nightfall, but Nightfall pulls a Nightfall, gets out safely. Nobody else has that luxury, though. Sharpshooter to kill Kaori. 3 heroes dead. Roshan, they know it's up in 90 seconds, but they may be hunting after Makoto. This is a big deal if they can catch him. Beautiful bushwhack. Aeon Disc still will be triggered. And he drops a Dream Coil behind him to ensure his escape.
Huskar is pushing high ground. He doesn't care. He's got Satanic. They even fortified the wave, by the way, to get here so that Puck couldn't creep skip, so that the creeps do not die immediately, at least. And that fight, for them to go their way, they needed to find Oracle and to instantly eliminate or silence him. And they just didn't do it on time. Puck was on him, but just a second too late.
First lane of barracks will fall on the top side of the map. They know that the Roche is up in a minute, so no need to force the issue. Everybody has respawned on Aurora. Man, the speed at which Miro just targeted the WS mods. He's like, just deal with that guy. And it makes sense, right? If he gets off a good arena, maybe there's enough separation that they can try to do something. You know, Oracle will be too far away, but if WS is completely chain disabled.
Maybe if this was the old patch where you had no vision in the arena, but in the current state, Nullifier.
Boundless into the Nullifier, into the lasso. He doesn't have buyback. Do they even need the Aegis if the Puck doesn't have buyback?
They still can go. I would argue they don't need the Aegis even if he has the buyback, but it's still safer to go into the pit first. They know when it will respawn. They know where the runes are as well, of course. Monkey is still hunting, by the way. They don't really need all heroes in the pit. This game is absolutely free for BetBoom. I think if you brought all 5 heroes from Aurora here in the pit and just fought these 3, you probably wouldn't be able to kill them. Yeah. Everyone is just disappearing.
Literally just one-shot Boundless Strike. My god. Techies down for the count.
MOUZ, he's trying to do the collapse.
Unfortunately, he gets found out here. Miro doesn't have lasso anymore. Did use it earlier to kill off the puck. But he's getting it in 3 seconds. Nah, it's too long. The TP will come first.
He was planning to do the collapse, but he did the Nightfall in the end.
Aegis, Cheese, Refresher Shard. Who do you give the shot to? Do you just keep it on the Huskar?
I mean, you don't really need it on the Huskar. I think the Shard is better even on Monkey for the double arena. You can give it to Oracle for the double ult. You can give it to Bat even for the double last. I think anyone uses it better than the Huskar. The only question is like which one? Which one ulti do you like the most?
Sitting on the hands of Kiritich at the moment. So for now, it's going to be the double Wukong's command.
For the push, right?
Yeah.
Makes sense.
All right, this... You know, sometimes you see these games where you know that if a team fails in a certain fight, that the game just ends. This is it from Aurora.
This is the smoke, yeah. This is that Hail Mary smoke. And they're gonna need all hopes and prayers.
This is part of the problem of being this far behind. You never get the positive vision you need to find these heroes in the backline.
Yeah, there's the banner.
Okay. How will they hold this? Makoto buys some time. Nightfall gonna try jump immediately onto Oracle. Does manage to burst through Kataomi, who buys back instantly. Now GPK with his BKB going back in towards Nightfall. Kaori trying to create some space with the chaotic offering, but it's not enough.
No buyback.
Ursa's gonna die without buyback. Kataomi already back into the fray, so even if they kill this GPK Huskar once, they'll never be able to do it twice. Second lane of Rax being taken. Mira found again within the trees. Does manage to get away for a moment, dodging the Boundless Strike from Kiritich. Bushwhack will be there. Boomerang's out as well. He might actually burn out. Barely gets back into the fountain. Makoto trying to do what he can to slow down BetBoom Team, but they do not care about anything. As long as Nightfall is dead, there's nothing to really threaten GPK or Kiritich. Mira jumps in and gets sent out in a blink of an eye. GG, well played, is called. BetBoom, off the back of the GPK Huskar, burn through everything Aurora have to offer.
Yeah. These last 2 games lasted as much as our first game of the series. Unfortunately for Aurora, they didn't find the right recipe to deal with the Huskar. This was one of those Huskar games that we were seeing in the last patch, where it just completely catches you off guard, and it's like from 0 to 100, like from minute 0 to the last minute, Huskar is just dominating the map.
Huskar doing it for BetBoom Team, and they have earned a spot in the grand finals. Shiva, break down how they got into the end of the last tournament.
BetBoom, they needed to set a fast pace. And they did so, and they never let go, Tigoff.
Yeah, from the draft, it's right. You know the lanes are meant to go well. The Baron lane didn't go as well maybe they expected, but the Huskar, the Monkey King, they had the farm, they had the fight, they had the aggression. You know, GPK ended the game 15-0-9. You know, Save popping off on his hoodwink. They just crushed game 3.
Yeah, he was ready. He was ready with that little bullet, sniping them left and right. Robin Hoodwink right there. He was ready to get the kills, and this is also one of his better heroes. I gotta say, I wasn't really feeling the Techies pick at all. I felt like he had no purpose whatsoever in the game. He was just on kind of his own island trying to make something happen, but it did feel like they didn't have enough damage in a lot of these engagements as well, and also didn't help Puck in any way in the mid lane. We had like a couple of suggestions, maybe like a dual lane, maybe Marcy to use the courier to try to manipulate the creep wave. Makoto was on his own against Huskar. Wave number 1, he did fine, killed all 4 CS, and then it was just a disaster, as it should be.
I mean, it's one of those games where it's like, Aurora in the past have been able to pick Puck like this, and teams just haven't really found the way to like, how do we shut it down? And here, BB, like being a Puck team, they have the side lane aggression, they have the sustainability to deal with the Puck timings, and also then the Huskar to obliterate the lane. Like, if you play the side lanes, Puck will be on the back foot against Huskar. Like, you need to go into the lane. So I think just the draft and early laning setup just pretty much put Aurora in like an insane comeback from like minute 5. It felt like they really had to play like the best game of their lives to feel like they could take this one.
Yeah, and something we talked about like after seeing the draft is whoever gets the hands on first Roshan is going to be pretty much dictating the tempo of the game. They kill it at 14 minutes. For the next 10 minutes, they get like 10 to 15k gold lead. They kill second Roshan, and with the second one, they're ready to go for the high ground and close it out. This game wasn't close in any way. They just couldn't really play Dota. It is one of those, you got Huskard, which is something that they need to start thinking about coming into their series tomorrow, because they love to open up with Puck. They also love to open up with Puck in the second phase as well. But yeah, this is still a very good hero, or they need to find a way how to deal with this Huskard if it comes out as a response to it.
Yeah, maybe getting their hands on the Hoodwink themselves earlier on, you'd think so, but this was just very dominating on the side of BetBoom. So I think it is safe to say that the stronger team made it to the grand finals tomorrow. Standout player, of course, is going to be GPK, not dying on the Huskar. Got himself handed a great game for the hero, and he did not drop the ball.
No, yeah, exactly. And I think even in 7.41 versions of Huskar, they are getting like 1 or 2 deaths in the early game because of the lack of cauterize.
Yep.
But because of how the game went, like, he never died. Like, I feel like in this iteration, like, you have to kill him. Even if it's like one cheap support TP, get a kill, delay his armlet by like 1 minute, you have to do something. But you can't have a game like this where it's just complete freedom.
Well, GPK can.
Yeah, I mean,
The man who can. I want to talk also about the Monkey King. That was the first pick on the side of BetBoom, second pick overall. And Kirtish, I think there was an argument for who's the best carry? Is it Nightfall? Is it Kirtish's event? I think the argument is set.
We might need to wait until tomorrow, like BO5 to decide who is the best one. But yeah, because, I mean, Nightfall had a very good game in this second game. Game 1, he flopped a little bit, but Kirtich is a beast of a player. Like, really surprised that this guy wasn't picked up even earlier in his career by like a big name team.
Yeah, he found his spot now, and he seems to be fitting right in. And we're going to hear from him because he is the one who's getting ready for his winner's interview with Slacks.
Absolutely, my friend. We have Kirtich right here, my friend. Welcome. Congratulations on making it to the grand finals. Yeah! Ow, shit, ow. Feel pretty good after that series, although we have to discuss this as men, as gentlemen. You gotta admit you didn't really do anything that series. I mean, the Faceless Void, what could he do? The Monkey King last game, it was mostly a save GPK. Isn't that what a carry wants, is, you know, everyone else to just give them a free game? Is that how you felt after that?
Like, people banning my heroes, like yes, in first bans, it's very important. So I can't win solo this game. So GPK have carte blanche. Yeah. And we have Oracle on lane, so we have very weak lane. It's a bit sad, but in game, Oracle is perfect here. Yeah, just perfect hit, but lane is a bit, not a bit, just very suck. Suck a bit dick, but it's okay. It's life. It's life.
Who hasn't been there? That's life, baby. Well, you can't let me get away with that. You did a lot. I was joking. I mean, obviously, it was a team effort, although we saw some flashy plays. Quite a crazy series for you, after all. Was there a highlight for you in between all 3 of the games?
I think first game, 19 minutes. It's very fun to play this because we very improved after Liquid game in for final also. Yeah. Like free game, we play around 4 hours or how much, I don't know, I don't remember. Yeah. But it's very fun. We got very good conclusions, and we know how we want to play in super late game. Yeah. That's why we were strong in this stage.
Absolutely. And I did want to talk to you about the Faceless Void game, even though it was the sus one. When you got that picked, you were laughing, you were smiling. What was going on in that booth? Why were you so excited for that one, even though it didn't work out?
I just say, guys, maybe we just pick Spectre. I'm best Spectre in the world. My unique heroes. Just for jokes, say this. The people, Spectre? What? Spectre? What? What? Just wait. And I pick Void. We're very confident in this hero, but I think I have Unreal Trash game. I mean, it's not about game, it's about my build also. I think Battle Fury is very strong as this hero. You can buy Battle Fury, Manta, Shard, Axe, and you can poke and fight. You cannot die, you just poke, poke, poke. You can fight every time without cooldowns, without Chrono. But this game, I have bad lane. Enemy have Unreal Burst damage with Tiny and Void Spirit Axe. So if I buy, I think, Domi, Milnir, like Nightfall, I think we're gonna win this game because we have very good game on Bristleback, and we can easily win in late game.
Absolutely. It was a team effort, so congratulations. Now, you are in the grand finals. In my big list of interview questions that I have to ask before grand finals, there's typically one. Who do you think you're going to face off against? I got a twist on that for you. Who shouldn't show up? Which one of these remaining teams, if they're smart, will just lose now before you have to have this guy kick your ass? Who do you not want to see there?
Falcons.
Falcons? Lay down now, baby. I got some news right. You know what? Come in here. Respond to that. Respond to that, my friend. There we go. Any response here? Will we be seeing him in the grand finals?
We'll see after this one.
Okay. Well, yeah,
Waiting this guy.
that is how tournaments work. Thank you guys so much. All right, we will see after this one who's going to meet these guys in the grand finals. Let's find out now.
That was very wholesome. I can't say it any other way, but great interview with Kiritic, of course. Very happy making it to the grand finals. And humble from Relreen that he's like, we'll see. We will see very soon. Any final thoughts on the series we just watched, T?
Just very scary, I think, for BB. They are the early game team. If you give them a little bit of an advantage, they're going to run away with it. So any team who makes it to the grand finals, is it Falcons or the other two available, respect the early game. They are very, very good.
Yeah.
Got to figure it out. They looked like the best team after the group stage, and they haven't changed. So whoever's going to be facing them, they need to bring their A game because this is a very difficult team to beat, even like take the game off of them.
Yep. And Aurora, of course, they dropped to the lower bracket. They'll play again tomorrow, and they will have an opponent, but their opponent is not yet known. For that, one more series needs to be played, and that is coming your way after a break. It's Liquid versus Falcons.
The human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you. Gamers, hybrid workers, artists. Backing your every move.
PGL Wallachia Season 8 continues with our final series of the day, Falcons versus Liquid. Both teams have already played today. They made it through the upper or lower bracket rather, and they're now here, and one of them will move on and the other one will not. And that's right, leaves behind fourth place. That's good. It's math. You just have to think about how many teams are still left in the tournament. 4 for now. We want to dive right into it. This is a rematch already as well. And as said, Tigov, these two teams, they have played each other already. Yep. And I want to know why this is going to be different.
It's going to be different because as soon as Falcons got dropped to the lower bracket, I feel like Amar stepped up. He kind of found himself, you know what I can do. He had the tide and the bristle going into the Liquid series. That kind of fell apart. And then since then, he's like, I'm going to play Dooms, I'm going to play Vipers, I'm going to find new heroes. And against Spirit and P-Vision, I think Falcons have just looked pretty clean.
They did. They also have to figure it out in this year because they haven't managed to beat Team Liquid yet. They managed to take 2 games off of them during the Blast Slam 5 in that 5-game series, which wasn't grand finals, but it was the format. So it seems like Team Liquid are just playing a bit of a, I would say, faster Dota. There was a statistic prior to this event that did say that Amar, he is pretty much the only guy who's the more farmed than his own carry at 10 minutes. Yep. And yeah, he's the one who's like kind of the driving force, Skeeter. He's playing a bit of a different heroes as well. He's banging out Lone Druid. He didn't try to play Kez in this one. On the other side, you have Mickey, who loves to play Kez as well. So we'll see maybe if he wants to add that to his build or just a hero pool in general, or if he's going to be sticking with more of a standard stuff.
Well, you did mention Amar in that.
Yes.
And we did do a little bit of a deep dive, I'd say, in a series that he played earlier.
Yeah, we're just, when I woke up this morning, I'm watching the game and I'm like, damn, Amar's got some moves on the high ground, you know? Like, sure, there's a 14,000 goal lead in Aegis, but I just felt like the confidence that Falcons had is what you want to see in any future series in this tournament from him. Like, he's by himself stepping into high ground. Look at his team positioning behind him, throwing some spells for not overcommitting. He's manta dodging some spells, kiting back. Like everything he's doing is just like toying with P-Vision. It's like, look at me, I'm a motherfucker, you can't deal with me. And when he has that energy, you know they're a very scary team. And he did it once. When you fast forward again in the clip, like he'll do it again. Like, it is the fact that, you know, on the Doom and the Viper in this lower bracket run, he's able to just replicate such an aura around him. And I'm looking at Liquid to shut him down as early as possible. Like, don't allow him to manta dodge and do all the shenanigans that he was doing in this game.
He made Viper look flashy.
Yeah.
It's really hard to do.
Yeah, exactly.
Look like a hero who can actually like make some moves. Usually this hero is just sitting there, dying, winning the lane, and then losing the game. This is how it went through Dota history. But very nice moves. And he also got Ags for free, which does help him farm, does help him have that maneuverability.
A little bit of an advantage.
Yeah, extra bit of a
some
help
might say.
from Skeeter.
But Falcons, they don't always win when they have an Alchemist. I believe Lacoste, if you were looking at the previous drafts that they played against Liquid, that shows that.
Yeah, it definitely does. In that game with Lone Druid, which was a bit of a longer game as well, they got sniped. They were winning that game in terms of like net worth, 10, 15-ish K up, but it seems like the Team Liquid, they were always ahead in terms of how they want to execute. That game was very long. It did allow them to like get the pickoffs, play with the Lone Druid on the side with the Aghanim Scepter and Shadowblade, so they could get the kills no matter what. The Storm Spirit, Fiend's Gate coming up from Underlord, so having a bit of a global presence as well. And then in that second game, they just got, I would say, completely dismantled. We saw like Mickey popping off as well, the comms, everything was on point.
Yeah,
I think a lot of people will remember those.
Yeah.
I mean, it's also in the second game as well, like Skidder randomly playing a Monkey King. Like, I believe he hadn't played it before since like 2024 or something. It was easily like a couple years. Like everything just felt wrong. Compared to game one, where it was like they're trying to put the monkey to the Lone Druid and like they got this draft idea. Game two was just a loss from them. I think they just did not have an identity.
Yeah, that's why I mentioned the heroes that he has been playing. Like, he started to play Lone Druid. He doesn't really play Kez, has a couple of games, I believe, but it wasn't it. Like, so he needs to find his groove as well.
Yeah, you know what the groove is of the man on your screen? He has a very clear groove. Groove with Rubik and Hoodwink.
Yeah, the stats are just insane on how Falcons are playing. Like, Hoodwink always was their hero, probably always will be, but they're adding Rubik on top of that because Hoodwink or Rubik have been picked in 14 out of 16 games. So only 2 games they didn't have that. And in those 16 games, they pick one of those 2 heroes straight out of the phase in the second one immediately, locking it in and knowing that they can actually have a good laning stage. I think just in general, the offlaners love to play with them because it simplifies the game and makes the game very easy. They're very good at stacking. They're very good at fighting, damage, scaling. Pretty much you have everything.
That is the question for, of course, you know, Liquid and the draft, right? When they look at it and they see Crit, of course, going towards a couple heroes. I mean, like, when Falcons are in form, Crit has like 2 to 3 heroes who'll always play, and then Amar has that kind of aura around him. That's exactly what's happening right now in this lower bracket run. So for Liquid, like, are they going to take away the Rubik? Are they banning the Hoodwink? Are they forcing Crit to go for an old school Ringmaster, something that we haven't seen? The Shaman, the Clock that hasn't been so, you know, important to the other 2 heroes. I think there's a clear drafting choice Liquid can make against Falcons.
If we have the offlane duo of Falcons being so dominant and strong and basically being Falcon's secret sauce right now. I mean, not so secret, but Falcon's sauce. What's the sauce of Team Liquid? Where would you put that? Same kind of vibe.
I feel like it's less about a single lane and more about the freedom of all players. I think a lot of the moves earlier today, even when they were, you know, under pressure of South American rejects, it's the fact that like they would try to get back into the game through just like a team move, a big fight, like a 7-minute rotation where you bring 4 heroes. Like, they're not afraid just to go make things happen on the map. There are a couple team comms consistently where it's like, it's GG guys, it's over. Like,
it's not.
But it's not. And then, yeah. So maybe got to work on the comms a little bit, but no, I feel like they just have that tenacity compared to other teams where even when things are bad, they will just throw bodies into the fight and.
The comms are such a good addition because we heard them like, oh, I messed up. Like, guys, I misused the wind run earlier today. Yesterday, I accidentally clicked the BKB and there's like a deep sigh, and then everybody else trying to like pick it up. Eki, like he does talk a lot. He's very, very vocal about things. He's like pinging a lot as well. But in gameplay, you really don't feel it. Like you feel it's been pretty crisp from side of Team Liquid. The drafts have been good, and yeah, want to see what kind of opening they're going to be having. They did remove Wind Ranger on Liquid, which does leave. It should leave one of the other suspects in the pool.
Yeah,
usually this hero doesn't
normally
get
like Rubik.
Yeah, Pango. Yeah, that's the
Pango
one.
or Quap. But Pango is the call here for Team Liquid. So where are you going with this? If you're Falcons, do you just go for the Hoodwink here, like we've seen so many people do at this point in the draft?
I feel like there's the Quap, the Rubik, the Hoodwink. Like any hero that you just mentioned probably will look fine.
Or the Tiny.
It's the second phase. Like 12 out of 16 times.
That 13 slot, there it is.
Yeah, looks very good. It also, again...
Oh, come on, then Liquid just bans Rubik and Hoodwink here then.
They could. Was it GG then? I mean, Crit, he played literally 4 different heroes. 14 out of 16 total were Hoodwink or Rubik. And then he played 1 game of Shaman and 1 game of Clockwork.
One thing we have to note as well with Falcons is when they were in their prime for drafting and play, it's when like DK and heroes that Skidder could just casually pick in a draft, and then it would be like DK plus Hoodwink, right? The DK Ringmaster, and it's like, oh god, we're playing against this like map play skirmish again. Meanwhile, Amar gets a later pick in the draft where he can take over with a farm, buy the Radiance on the Doom, do whatever. So if Tiny is that replacement hero, it worked out, right? Against PVision earlier today, they first picked the Tiny, and then suddenly later on in the draft, you get this really important hero. So it's not like a shock that Falcons are doing this. They've clearly promoted Tiny. They don't want to put Skidder on like a random Weaver Monkey King later on. Like they just want that simplicity of draft. But Liquid, they don't care about the inevitable 13 pick, as they are still respecting Amar with the Titan to ban.
Yeah, they could also maybe leave both in the pool and ban something that is, because they have only 1 ban on 12, they could maybe remove something that is good against Tiny. I also want to see if they maybe, like, we've seen a couple of these mid-Tinies, but I don't want to see this hero being flexed. I just feel like that's not it. It's not the sauce.
Would you say, at least for Falcons on 13, that between the Rubik and the Hoodwink, right, Rubik has higher priority?
I would say so.
Because of stealing Avalanche and just making the fights a bit more annoying?
For Liquid, yeah. I mean...
for Falcons to take it themselves?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they could also ban one of them and then remove one.
No,
or do
they
you
could.
think there's a more important ban to protect the Tiny?
I feel like the way that Falcons draft, they aren't as reactionary to the Tiny as other teams. Oh, okay, they take the bat. You just don't really know.
Yeah, because there's no way Liquid's gonna pick both Hoodwink and...
No, but Liquid could take Rubik plus Underlord as well for themselves, which is percentage-based damage. It's cheap lockdown. We saw Tinies having 5,000 HPs in the later portions of the game. Having percentage-based damage could be really good, but this also shows immediately that your Pango is going to go to the mid lane, which they have done before. It's not like they're showing that they are using it as a flex, but Amar so far didn't play it. And if we go back to like previous Dream League, we had an interview with Amar when he said that at the time, like he didn't really like the hero. The hero got buffed in the meantime, but he said, you know, it's pretty much a dead hero. Now it's a very good hero, but I feel like he might be wanting to play it exclusively from the mid lane.
And even with like the Queen of Pain ban, right? It's like, surely Bat could just become the mid laner for Falcons. If you respect Liquid and the type of aggression that we see from them, holding the support picks is important, because to stop an aggressive team, you want to have the better support duo to make the earlier moves, to set the pace of the game, to kind of unlock the farm for your cause. So, you know, I could see Maureen just wanting to, you know, give me the bat mid, I'll play into the Pango. We ban
He's level 30 on bat, I believe, as well.
He is,
yeah, exactly. And then Tiny's just your carry. Happy days. I mean, Liquid, they're still going to be happy. We already spoke about, you know, Rubik to great lengths. It can steal Tiny spells, Pangolier, what it's done in the meta. Ace, Nisha, of course, both very good on the hero.
Yeah, they're taking their time thinking about what to pair up together with the Rubik. The Underlord is a solid pick. There are already quite a few off-laners removed from the pool, so... Oh, they do want both!
They just yoink
That's
both.
really funny, actually.
You're not having either Falcons.
That's a good move. You gotta
It
respect
is.
it.
I mean, they respected the stats.
Also, we'd sound crazy if we keep talking about it and then both teams ignored it fully. We'd also go kind of, you know.
Yeah, and they both can play both as well, so...
Yep. Eki has played both of these heroes, of course, and Tofu. I feel like Rubik probably will just be the 5 in this scenario. Hoodwink, you want to be running around the map, setting up kills.
It's the old Liquid vibes. Insania, he was playing Rubik when nobody else wanted to touch the hero. Now that hero has been buffed, it does feel like a much better overall laner because like it's just throughout the game, reducing both spell and physical damage feels nice.
I mean, for snaking now, it's like you've got Enchantress for strong laning, you've got like Morana for the map play. When Liquid is looking for pickoffs and this aggression, you throw a little bit of invisibility into the mix. You can kind of dodge a couple of these ganks, plenty of lockdown to set up for spells. I think this is why Falcons have kind of held their supports longer in the draft, because now they can read the Liquid game plan and decide at what time they want to try and fight into it.
We see a lot of people picking Grimstroke against the Pango. Is that a hero that Falcons
Could be good.
also goes
Yeah,
to?
you have two heroes that love to run in, utilize that Inkswell, double lasso feels nice. Just keep them in place, and also... No, it's just Silencer. Silencer...
You don't sound too excited about that.
No, I mean, we've seen it. We've seen it too many
God.
times. Maybe at the start of the tournament, like day 3, day 4 was like very hype, and then people figured out like the build and everything. You just go for refresher, having GPM enchantment. It does feel easily doable, having double global silence, and there's no refresh on BKBs anymore, so that cripples pretty much every single core on the other team. So they still have to figure out. Give one more pick. It's going to be Clockwork.
So it's going to be the core Batrider, at least in that regards, and it is going to be just 2 anti-fun supports, right? Like when the fight is appearing, there's going to be a cogs to maybe block a rolling thunder or just to get onto the backline. Global as well. Lacoste loves it, clearly as a core player, just being told to shut up.
No, it's the Silencer that says shut up. He's the one saying no spells allowed.
At least Clockwork is also one that can go in, so it's not just anti-fun, he can create fun as well.
He can. I mean...
Puck on 18 was anti-fun, though.
It is. They have some good answers, like even the Cogs pushback, which was like not a thing in the previous patches with the facets for a long time. It is doable again once you initiate with the hook shot, follow it up by a Cogs pushback, global silence. Even like any spell from Tiny is gonna feel nice against Puck. Same goes for Pango. He really likes to play into these cheaper spells that doesn't really give you like. Constant interrupt on his spells, not something that he likes to play. And this is also a hero that doesn't really build into the spell. Like, it's not like he's going for Yules, which is an outdated build. It's not like he's... like, his shard needs to come out quickly in this one. He's also, like, not the biggest fan of Lotus. We'll see. So, in the end, it is an off-lane Pango. So, a bit of a different one. But, again, not an easy lane for him by any means, I would say.
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting conclusion to the draft, more towards like what Amar can play, right? It's the other heroes still left in the pool don't really provide the lockdown for a Puck. If he wants to get really creative, then maybe he can find some niche picks, but already the Night Stalker is getting banned out.
That's a good ban.
A hero that he's not played yet in the tournament, but I think other players have showcased, you know, Night Stalker is still viable, can counter the Puck heavily. And at least in the draft that you see right now, it's like if Nisha has a quiet game, Falcons have the tools to get online and kind of out-damage Liquid. You know, Puck really is kind of the glue to a lot of this fight. So that's where Amar needs to just find his hero. Of course, he will see the lane as well. Yeah. There's nothing hidden with Liquid's lineup. It's like whatever they pick on 23, it is the carry for Mickey, and Amar just can take the fight to it.
What type of carry does Liquid need?
I think that they just want like Lifestealer, probably. Yeah. It does feel good against Tiny matchup. You are building into Mantis style. Most likely going to be like laning against this Batrider. They have some flexibility, so they have overall last pick, but I think picking him blindly is going to be okay-ish. Like, you can build BKB Mantis style. You have multiple ways of dispelling things, so I think this might be the hero that they're looking out for.
I mean, it's also the classic you don't see your lane just pick Luna type of scenario for Liquid, right? Equally as tanky as some of the heroes that Lacoste is mentioning, you can still buy the same items.
Yeah, 3 items pretty much that
Yeah.
are good in this game. Manta, BKB, plus you get Pike against Batrider, against Clockwork. It does feel nice.
But yeah, Liquid very much respecting the nuisance of the lane with the Viper ban, and then the Puck with the Night Stalker ban. Like, at the moment, I'm not seeing the clear hero for Omar. It could just become like the casual Mars pick. Maybe he's inspired after watching the previous series. At least in the one game it won.
The Monkey King was still in the pool. Wow. Now not anymore, of course.
That's one thing Liquid could have done with a 23 pick, is you pick a very specific type of carry that goes, you cannot play these like 5 offlaners, right? Like a Monkey plus Rubik, Hoodwink going through Twin Gate. That would have threatened Amar and made him think more defensively. Like he always wants to have the CS advantage. So Kez and Monkey, pretty good bans that just enabling the creativity of Amar.
Liquid does not have any time left. They will go for the classic, the Mickey Nature's Prophet. How does this fit into the archetype that you guys wanted to have?
It just applies pressure across the map, right? Like you naturally will itemize quite quickly to get into middle of the fights. Into Bat, it can be a bit spooky if the Bat runs away with the game.
Bat and Clockwork.
Yeah, but Mickey does farm very quickly, so he at least will itemize to deal with it.
And Bat and Clockwork first have to find him.
You'd also assume that the Puck and Pango are doing enough for him to join the correct fights. But you see your lane. And Amar, he doesn't have his Viper, the Doom, the Bristle, the Tide, 4 of his best heroes in the tournament so far.
You got a Nature's Prophet Rubik lane you have to lane into.
I want to see something silly. I want to see like some like rogue pick, like a Legion or something. I just want something like what are you playing type.
The one that Weehaw kept saying every single time we saw Falcons, is that an option? I'm talking about the Slark, of course. He said, no, does not.
Maybe.
It does not yield any reaction on my panel.
At least
not
hits
impressed.
the hype of the wow, something different.
Is this hype?
It's good. It's good because they really don't have much lockdown for the hero, and it's also has been used as a very good counter response to Puck using Dream Coil. So they have multiple ways of counter initiating. This is something that BetBoom did run twice, I believe, Silencer plus Dawnbreaker, but they do pick it like in the same phase, mostly in the second phase. But it does feel nice. I'm a big fan of Falcons draft in this one. It does allow like Clockwork to go in, play with the Dawnbreaker. Then you have Batrider who can pull you in. You have Amar that can follow it up, and the Global Silence. You have 2. Like Silencer probably loves to play with Clockwork the most, I would say, because this is the hero that just runs in. He's not afraid to die, and you want to make action happen. So getting levels, that maybe dying after, feels really nice for them, where they can get to the level 6s and then play super aggressive on top of that.
Surprising, you'd think that this hero would be good for Amar, right? Like you can just AFK farm, join the fights that your team requires you, but he's only played it 12 games competitively, 41% win rate. He hasn't won on the hero for like nearly a year. Like, again, on paper, the hero is meant you think about it being a perfect combination, but statistically, it isn't. You'd like to think, though, with the draft that he has, the mindset he's currently got, he can start fixing that win rate.
Look at all the first-time disadventures we have going here with the Dawn and the Bat, and the Nature's Prophet Puck and Rubik. Yep. Obviously, we know all the players are very well-versed on the heroes they got their hands on.
Liquid, you look at their lineup, and it's like a TI winning looking lineup for Liquid, right? Like they know exactly how to use these heroes. So any of the advantages that we may have given towards Falcons, Liquid already know what they are. They're going to try to play around it.
Not too much team fight on their side, and a bit on the squishier side as well. Not too much percentage-based damage or anything alike, playing into Tiny. It's also Liquid. Like, don't ever underestimate the Nature's Prophet whenever they play with it, because they can make magic happen. But yeah, looking forward if Falcons can get the dub on the board in 2026 against them.
Now, all of the heroes that I saw, a lot of them are very good at counter-initiating. But there's not a lot that actually initiate. So is there a chance that they will both fall flat because both teams are literally waiting for the other guys?
Oh, they have Clockwork, Batrider, Tiny. These heroes
and
want to go
Eki.
in.
Don't forget Eki.
Eki,
like, if the game's bored, boom, he's in. Yep.
Okay. Well, before we get to game 1 of this best of 3 series, which is just around the corner, we're first gonna get a coach interview.
This is a bit, isn't it? I can see him right behind me waiting.
Oh, my shoe's untied. Hold up. Sorry. Can you hold this?
Okay. I knew it was a bit.
Hello, I'm Blitz here with AUI, coach of Falcons. AUI, obviously a long day for you guys. You know, how did you feel like the draft went?
I think we're pretty happy with it. All right, so this is AUI with Coach Blitz of Team Liquid. Obviously a long day for you guys as well. How do you feel like the draft went?
Honestly, pretty good. I like our chances. I feel like Falcons is like a fraud team. You know, I made a deal with one of your players. Did you hear about this?
No.
At an online tournament, we have to give you guys Huskar, but it can only go mid, and you guys only get one ban in the first phase. And you must take Huskar. And Maureen and your team agreed to this. Do you agree to this?
I'm not part of this tournament. Don't play it without me. It's all good.
Last question. One more. Last question.
So last question. Your team's down 2-0 to start the game. Tofu got both the kills though. Normally when that happens, like what's going through your head right now when it's just like you see the 2-0 down?
That's not very good. What even happened?
You guys ran into us and then they just died.
That's not very good.
Okay, throw to Snare and Lizard.
And we're gonna throw to Snare and Lizard, guys.
Goodbye.
Bye.
Thank you very much, Blitz. Thank you very much, AUI 2000. Two of the coaching GOATs, TI winners in their own right. And this game, Lizard, I'm extremely excited about it. Team Liquid in 2026 have not failed to make it to the final day of a LAN. Meantime, Falcons, this is the furthest they've been in any tournament in that time period. Whose run do you believe in? Which draft gives you the most confidence in these lineups?
I think I have some confidence in Falcons and the way they're playing overall recently. Like you said, they haven't really reached the final day in quite some time, but they're looking much stronger than they have in previous tournaments.
That is for sure. Well, we have to go back to what happened early on while our coaches were memeing around. Did get 2 kills for Tofu. This is a hero you used to play quite a bit when you were still playing the position 4 role, so very well versed in this, as well as the fact that Liquid, when they had Insania, would often play the Rubik S5, so it's not atypical for them to go with this kind of direction.
Spirit of Insania lives on. Yeah, overall, the start for Liquid was perfect, and I think they needed the start to stop dodging your question. You did ask about the drafts. I feel like they last picked the Prophet. The global presence is there. Usually they have it from Ace. Now they will have it from Ike. I just want to wait and see just how much he'll be able to do and accomplish with the early TPs. Because this lane on top doesn't strike me like the easiest lane for him. When it comes to the mid lane though, this used to be a pretty good lane for Puck. Like you used to pick Puck or Quap into the Batrider and feel very happy about the lane.
We'll see if that still holds, that wisdom. Right now, it's still relatively even in the CS department. Nisha just dodging Malrine a little bit, getting what he needs, chilling.
I think Bat right now isn't really played a lot on mid. It is just the fact the hero is almost always played either on offlane or support. One of the reasons is he has to hard commit, right? If he goes mid, every time he's going for any sort of a move, he has to hard commit with the Firefly, with the Flaming Lasso. Maybe there is some sort of a build that Malrine can experiment with and showcase that is a bit different.
How many times when was the last time I saw Malrine play Batrider? I think that's a good question.
Not recently. I don't think that they have played the Bat mid this year, most likely. It's one of those heroes that is strictly, in the last few patches at least, on off and position 5, sometimes position 4 as well.
Top lane, Tofu contesting with crit over this Lotus. Amar throws forward the Selly Hammer just to zone them away. We'll pick up the Lotus on Clockwork.
It's a strong lane for Falcons, right? Like you have multiple ways of getting on top of Prophet, and I think that's one of the things that this hero struggles and hates playing against. Like you have the Celestial Hammer, you have Clockwork as well with Boots early on, of course, to get him if he's out of position. But Tofu with a good start, you know, like level 2 Boots, he should be there for some lift saves.
Would also be very scary for Tofu if he didn't get the early Boots. Then you just have like a level 2 Selly Hammer, Starbreaker plus Clockwork, he just ends up dead.
Snaking is top, and he's showing actually. They have to make a move.
Okay, they're gonna try to do something here onto Mickey. Crit able to get the cogs pushed back onto Mickey. Mickey fighting right now next to Amar. Starbreaker will come out.
Tofu gave up long time ago. Like the moment they initiated on the Prophet, he was already moving back. Like he didn't want anything to do there any longer.
Hey man, he's got 2 kills. He's trying to get a streak for himself. It's down bottom. Skeeter forced to just throw out the Avalanche. In this time period where Snaking was away, was a bit of space being made for Ace.
Yeah, you know that, like, overall, I value Pango a lot more on the mid lane, but I think in this game, it's actually a very strong offlaner as well. You're playing versus a 0 armor Tiny. Swashbuckle definitely hurts, and like, usually offlaners struggle to take down the Tiny, like, from 100 to 0, because he's so bulky early on, has too much base HP. Pangolier, with just a casual Blightstone, is one of those that can hurt him.
It's also one of those games, right, where because he's building Mage Slayer into a Bat Rider, that feels way better than the Diffusal play for this game. Still right now, after these couple of kills early on, we are back into a bit of a farm war. I mean, this is Liquid versus Falcons, right? We had an incredibly long game between them on day 1 of the playoffs, so I'm not expecting this one to be, you know, a rapid affair between them.
Snaking, rotating top again.
But there's an Observer. They see him. In fact, they're going to bring in support themselves. Here they come for Snaking. They were ready for the second move. This time around, they will be the ones to punish him. Eki going to get his first kill of the game.
Yeah, it's a very good punish. He did use a TP, by the way, on Hoodwink, so he has to be a bit careful when it comes to the minute 6 rune. Like, this current state of the game from the mid lane is advantageous for Malrine. He's got level 6, a little bit more to work with when it comes to the resources, a raindrop as well, and the Silencer now TPs. The move on Silencer might make a problem to the puck, actually, in the end. Okay.
They're actually going to throw out the lasso. Top lane, they're going for Mickey. He TPs out. He gets away to safety. Mid lane, though, they are diving onto Nisha. Blood Grenade was dropped as well. But there's a Dream Coil onto the Bat Rider, so Malrine might not be able to escape this. Bushwhack Throne doesn't connect. Malrine able to get to the river thanks to the Firefly. Picks up a regen rune too. And Crow Snaking dies, but who cares?
It's crazy how that one move from Eki where he TP'd top, he was too late for mid lane after. Transformed into a dying puck. Snaking, just very well read. He baited them top, and then he TP'd mid to go in for a kill on the puck.
It's going to set up this Bat Rider for success. Get him to level 7 before the puck does. So after he builds the Blink Dagger, what do you go here? As top, hold on, crit. Trying to aggress onto Mickey. The Cog's secondary pushback will not connect. And Amar can't close the gap just yet for the Starbreaker. He will finally get there. Oh no, meantime, mid lane, Eki is able to show up and ensure that they get Malrine punished.
Mickey though?
Crit. Can they get the Blood Grenade out? They do. Mickey will die next to Amar. So 2 cores dead across the map.
I gotta say, I am worried for this Prophet. Like, this was their overall last pick, but he's 0-2-3 already. This is a hero that can farm very quickly, but this is not an easy Prophet game. Like, I'm looking on the other side. It's the Clockwork eventually with the hookshot. Panel mentioned it. Solar Guardian follow-up, by the way. So Clockwork, even on his own, can through the game just hunt down the Prophet. In this kind of a game, you can just pretty much more or less just search for the Prophet, hookshot in, wait for the Solar Guardian. It's almost a guaranteed kill. And besides that, you have Bat with innate high mobility from Firefly. He's going for a blink. Maybe he'll get Boots of Bearing after. Maybe a Bloodstone as well. Something to consider from a mid lane Bat. And then you have a Tiny that is buying into Harpoon, maybe a Shadow Blade, Blink Dagger. So just a lot of things that aren't going to make this game easy for Mickey.
Risha, Dream Coil on it too. Aegon shot from Eki, bouncing between the 2 supports, but no full damage just yet. Heal from the Fairy Fire. We'll make sure that Snaking doesn't die to the Illusory Orb. Eki, though, might not be so lucky. Malrine just needs one more right click. He will find it.
He got the DD as well, by the way. It wasn't denied. It's in the bottle. It's the projectile arrived at the same time.
He'll activate the DD now.
Gets stunned.
Oh, gets stunned by the Centaur Conqueror. There's no Dream Coil though. Tofu does have lift. Might lift him towards the tower, lift him back towards Nisha, as well as Mickey. Unfortunately, because he's done so, the lasso comes in immediately into the Solar Guardian. Great heads-up play right there from Amar. And a lot of wasted time from Mickey. He came over to help out, but couldn't really accomplish anything.
And he walked, by the way. Bot lane.
They'll be able to get the kill onto this Pango. Lost word, silences him. Can't escape. No opportunity for the Rolling Thunder.
Is Amar actually hunting Mickey right now? Or just going for the vision? He's just going for the vision. Like you said, Mickey, 45 CS, lowest CS when it comes to all of the cores. He's not level 6 yet, and he walked to that last fight. He didn't use the TP.
Quite unfortunate. Amar will use all of the gains that he's gotten from a more free lane to finish off his phase boots.
It's a very different game style and gameplay from the Prophet than it used to be, like in previous patches, when you basically played without the treants and you just constantly use teleportation to just choke out the other lanes, make a difference, numerical advantage for your team. But when you're pressured as hard as he was, like, you just don't have the resources to do that.
You know, we've been talking about busted stuff for the last couple of days. Okay, Mage Slayer has to be busted if even Dawnbreakers are buying this item, dude. This feels a little bit ridiculous.
Pango roll.
Ace coming bottom with the roll. Akon shot on snaking. Do they have the damage? They probably do with one more hit.
They have a blink
Will
on
he
that.
connect on top of it? He won't. Avalanche will be there. They interrupt him before the swashbuckle. Throw out the global silence. Snaking. Looked like he was fooled, but instead he's the one that gains the bonus intelligence.
Just absolutely nothing is working out for Liquid. Any sort of an attempt that they make on a kill backfires.
This is after the start that they had, where they got the 2 early kills for Tofu.
Yeah, on the positive side, of course, positive note, Global has been used and Lasso, so maybe this gives them an opportunity to once again make a move, maybe around the mid lane, maybe around the bot lane. Yeah, the smoke is coming.
Smoke up, Rubik and the puck, trying to make something happen together. Who will they come across? Nisha ideally would like to be able to find this Tiny. Unfortunately, there is still a Solar Guardian.
They scanned him.
You know where he's at. Puck, Nisha, we'll see him, gets the vision. Do they have the jump? Hoodwink is also nearby with the sharpshooter. They're not going to be able to catch up to the Tiny, so might have to just settle for the quick kill on snaking. Eki doing a nice save impression by getting the sharpshooter snipe.
In the previous series, we saw a very similar move, right? Like they moved onto the Tiny under the tier 1 tower, but Nightfall just TP'd out.
Yeah.
This time around, a little bit of a different approach. They sacrificed the silencer. I mean, the reason why he TP'd and why he positioned himself the way he did is to delay the push and break any smokes coming Tiny's way. So his job, even though he died, yeah, it's done.
I was asking about the Mage Slayer, but looks like Amar's changed his mind. Just gonna go for the Echo Saber. Beef up the right-click damage.
That's been the build on Dawn, right? Like Harpoon, sometimes Armlet into the BKB. Just like you said, beef up the damage, make sure that you can get Luminosity off a little bit quicker as well. Just overall, Dawnbreaker is, like, with the skill set alone, you bring enough utility to your teammates that you can just ball out into the right click, eventually get the Basher as well.
Now, Basher feels super good here. Good against the Nature's Prophet, against both supports. So far, things are going perfectly for Falcons. Might go even better now as they smoke up. Malrine and snaking. Global Silence is online, and so is Lasso, and they're looking for Mickey, and they are going to find him. Lasso onto him, the Firefly burn damage is there. There's going to be the Global, but they feel like they need to get out. Too many heroes from Liquid porting in. Thankfully, Malrine's burn is enough to kill Nature's Prophet, but the question is, can he get out? The answer is no. Dream Coil from Nisha ensures that he's held in place and killed off by Liquid.
1-for-1 in the end. They did force basically every TP from Liquid to help out the Prophet. He still does burn out in the end. He still did tick out. Overall, I mean, Global was used. Something that maybe Liquid can play around. It's a very long cooldown, and Dream Coil will be up again in 40-ish seconds.
Could they not have saved the Batrider if they Solar Guardian?
Maybe they could, but it would be a save your friend syndrome, right? Like you use Solar Guardian, maybe both of you are dying now. Because they did commit a lot into the Prophet. You had no Global, Firefly was running out as well.
Amar's like, I'm the real carry gang, so do what you need to do.
Yeah, on the other side, I feel like at this point, Nisha might be the real carry. Like he has 1k more or less than the Prophet. He's been given a lot of stacks. He has a Witchblade completed, flying out to him.
He's gonna also participate in another kill. Goes the way of Ace this time around, who does have his Mage Slayer and starting to stack up into the Aghanim Scepter for the Pango. So this early game looked like things were not starting to work out for Team Liquid, but they found a couple of pokes here and there.
They found a couple of pokes, but when I said that Puck has 1,000 gold more than the Prophet, I didn't mean that in a really good way, because Prophet is really, really poor.
He just needs to be ignored for now. Just trying to farm the jungle. At least he has his Maelstrom, so we're going to have faster farming. Unfortunately, he's being hunted again. Malrine is in the area. Nature's Prophet, though, does manage to leave.
Yeah, he read the move well. Even with the Invis Batrider, he manages to get away. Kind of unconventional, though, that we haven't seen a single aggressive move for Prophet mid lane.
Clockwork, try to go in for the hook shot, looking towards the puck. Lasso out onto Nisha. Malrine gets another kill. Ace, can he find a counter here? There's a bushwhack out onto Crit. Crit is being saved by the Solar Guardian. Amar now making his presence known in the fight. Crit will still die in the end to the swashbuckle.
Solar has been stolen, by the way, by the Rubik.
Ooh.
It's one of those spells that it's harder not to steal than to steal it. The moment that the Dawnbreaker goes down, there isn't a single spell that she can use fast enough, so nicely done by Tofu anyway, of course.
Do you just reserve that to try and save Mickey if he gets gone on again?
You can. They can use it maybe aggressively with the puck. Like Dreamcoil Solar Guardian is also a pretty nice combination.
For now, though, Falcons have managed to claim their second Tier 1 tower. Opening up the map a little bit, forcing Tofu and Eki onto a massive dewarding duty.
How's our Tiny doing, by the way? We haven't really talked about him at all. Tiny is chilling. He's got the Echo Saber, getting the Shadow Amulet for the Shadow Blade, of course, as well. So far, they haven't really utilized the Tiny all too much.
They might utilize the Solar Guardian top. Snaking, managed to get off some very good wards. Finding vision. There's the Dream Coil out onto the Silencer. But again, Silencer happy to be the only one that dies after all this effort from Liquid.
You know, speaking of Tiny, just one thing. When you look at Liquid, and when you look at the combined HP of these heroes, like, Tiny is going to hurt. Like, whoever he goes on, that's almost 100 to 0, right? Every single hero on Liquid is just so damn squishy.
And they also have so much catch, right? We've seen a lot of these Tiny games where he might struggle to get to the priority target, but that's not going to be a problem in this game.
Yeah, they have a ton of catch, and he can build into catch as well. Maybe a Blink Dagger on him is also possible. I think Harpoon is good enough in this game. I don't think he desperately needs the Blink. Maybe a BKB Harpoon and you're good to go.
16 minutes in, 9 to 10. Relatively even. Mickey just a fireman. Okay, if it is going to be the case that this guy is going to go into this big damage build, how many Aeon Discs do we need on Liquid?
Quite a few. But the thing is, you cannot go for Aeon Discs. I think these supports cannot be all too self-centered.
Bottom lane. Ace getting caught right now by Malrine. Amar shows up. Solar Guardian, Starbreaker, killing spree for Amar.
No roll-up, of course. It's quite early, 17 minutes, so no real play out of that one for Ace. I think what they need is the spells, right? They caught the Clockwork.
Okay, can they kill him though? Wrath of Nature, bouncing around the map. There's a Blood Grenade thrown out as well as a Fade Bolt. Nice free kill.
He could have used Hook, by the way. It was off cooldown. Amar was close enough, but okay, opts not to. I think they need a lot of dispels on Liquid. You are playing into a global silence, so you need Lotuses, you need Yule Scepters. Right now I see a couple of Force Staffs being built on the side of Liquid. It's also good, like you're playing into Solar Guardian, into Clockwork. Force Staffs, of course, are amazing.
Mid lane, Malrine was trying to hunt down Nisha, but he gets out. We have seen some really good stuff out of... It used to be the traditional thing, right? You see Clockwork in the enemy team, you buy as many Force Staffs as possible on your supports.
It's good again. Force Staff versus Clockwork was kind of trash item in the last patch because of the expanded armature. But now that the expanded armature is actually added to your Aghanim Scepter, Force Staff became a pretty good thing again.
They're gonna have 3 of them, right?
And you see the build, by the way. This is something I'm seeing from most top-tier Clockworks right now, and that's the Blink build. And it kind of works. I mean, you have a hookshot and you have a Blink Dagger, so you can just blink behind an important target and use the power cogs, and then push them back, maybe hit the cogs a couple of times.
We saw this yesterday, but the interaction is better here because there's no Night Stalker. So they're not gonna, you know, negatively interact with each other. It'll be very straightforward from Crit. But the game has slowed down a little bit. Who benefits from this more, you know, quiet and protracted farming period?
I feel like Liquid does because they were completely aggressed on and the map was looking pretty scary. There's so much catch on Falcons. But so far they have managed to stabilize and get at least some farm on the Prophet. But overall, there's a 12k net worth Dawnbreaker running around the map. I feel like he benefits the most than anyone else.
Maureen finding Ace. Global Silence also expended. The Dawnbreaker that you just mentioned shows up for yet another kill, and he's going for more. Starbreaker out onto Tofu. Tofu almost certain to die here. It's a double for the Dawn.
They had 2 Force Staffs there, but I believe one of them got hit by the Flame Break, and the Force Staff didn't really work. It was one of those mini interactions that broke it. But from Liquid, whenever you're playing into these long-ass cooldown team fighting abilities, the way you play against it is you don't. You die the first time when they go on you, and then you fight after when everything is on cooldown. But so far, they've never made a move. They made like one move early on when Global was down. That is it.
Amar is alone away from his team. If they knew this, they might have tried something here with the sharpshooter, but...
Has a BKB though.
Yeah. Dude, he's level 17?
Yep.
The hell?
He's 501, level 17. He was given a couple of stacks as well to work with. Buying a nullifier next. It's Amar. He wants to carry the game.
Smoke up still available from the Puck and the Hoodwink. They got scanned out bottom, unfortunately, so I don't think anybody will get caught. They just get a tower for themselves from Mickey. At least able to get some map pressure out. It's not looking good right now.
Crit managed to snatch the Wisdom Shrine, by the way, on the right side as well.
And this was a lot of time that was spent by Eki and Puck. So if you're not able to find any of these kills, right, you just have to rely on scaling and hope that Nature's Prophet can super hard carry you later. As mid lane, they're going directly out onto this Puck. They try to get him out with the Force Staff. It'll buy a little bit of time. Phase Shift allows him to blink away. That will probably doom Tofu, however, as Amar chases him down with the BKB. He's still alive. They Yules up onto Eki as well. So both of these supports, their lives will be forfeit in the end.
Yeah, both of the supports just bought Force Staffs. They used them on the Puck to keep him alive. They did keep him alive. The main reason, of course, why he does survive is there was no global in this fight. Like, they initiated a little bit too soon. The cooldown was still there on the silencer, so he couldn't follow through. Still a good fight for Falcons. Like, this game feels... I mean, the advantage is 5k 22 minutes in. Not too high, but it feels very free. The only X factor, of course, is the Nature's Prophet, and how much will this hero actually be able to do once he starts joining the fights. But so far, like, he hasn't really been doing that.
Have you been seeing him in your pubs?
Not really, no. Like, the only advantage that they're getting, why he has 6 assists, by the way, is his ulti. He's been using the ulti whenever they were trying to make any kills, which is something, of course, but not a lot.
He does have the Hurricane Pike now, so those moves that we were talking about earlier with Clockwork being able to jump in with the hookshot does become a little bit more difficult to pull off.
Trouble. Okay. We need to go when the shit is on cooldown. They just keep farming us every 2 minutes.
Yep.
Tofu agreeing with your assessment.
Something we discussed a little bit earlier, right? Amar has a BKB though.
Does indeed. They still jump him. They're on top of him. Lift back. Bushwhack is there, but they just don't have enough damage just yet. He still was holding on to the BKB during the global, and now Malrine jumps back in. Lasso out. Hookshot also to follow up from Crit, but Mickey has made his way into the fight at long last with the full Mjolnir, able to right-click down onto Amar, now looking to Malrine, able to get him too. Skeeter is here as well. He cleaned up Tofu on the back lines, but he can do nothing to help out Snaking, who's being shadowed by Nisha, demolished by the Puck. And Team Liquid finally able to mount a successful move.
Okay, that was a massive successful move, by the way. That 5k lead just absolutely disappeared. I was wondering if this Prophet will be actually able to join the fight successfully, but there you go, 2.6k damage from him, 2.9k from the Puck. Pangolier as well, surviving, managing to juke. Like a pretty good fight. I feel like Falcons, after everything that has happened, they felt very confident. Because look, Dawnbreaker gets gone on. Some would say just BKB and run away with Celestial Hammer. He BKBs and turns on them because he knows that there's follow-up. But Bat just gets way too much damage, like just as a secondary target. It was collateral damage that went on him. And Skitter wasn't able to find like a big target. He finds the Rubik, but you are not killing the Prophet. I think this Tiny's job is actually to do as much damage as possible to the cores, Puck or the Prophet, because he can blow them up.
I don't think they expected Mickey's positioning in that area. He was like really far forward, and it's like, well...
He was literally in the middle. Yeah, usually as a Prophet, you're trying to kind of be on the outskirts, right? Because you're a glass cannon. This hero was more or less always a glass cannon, so yeah, he was definitely deep.
Going BKB next. Like this a lot. A lot of the damage output that they have at the moment from Falcons is going to be the magical damage until we scale more for Skeeter. So for Liquid, they still have a minute about while the global silence is down. Do they just wait for their respawns and go again?
I think so. I think they can. Like 30 seconds on the Dream Coil, it's a pretty low cooldown at this point. Like they can make a move. Prophet is always pretty much ready. Of course, they could wait out the BKB. They have a couple of crucial items coming. The BKB on Prophet is pretty big, and Hoodwink, of course, queuing up the Lotus. So 2 Dispels, Yule Scepter, Lotus, 3 if you count the BKB on Prophet, of course.
The odds have shifted now. 60-40 game. Do you agree with that? Feels, I don't know, maybe 55-45?
No, to me it still feels 60-40. I know people don't agree with the assessment usually. It can be deceiving. I think it's kind of correct, considering what the team fight looks like from Falcons if they get to go on their targets properly. The last time, this last fight, we saw what happens when Liquid can find the right targets and when Falcons aren't really ready to fight.
It probably helps that Amar was the one that they went on, right? So no solo Guardians who come and just disrupt everything.
It's probably always. Whenever you're playing versus Dawn, my one tip is always try to go on the Dawn. Like wherever she is on the map, always try to find her first.
Well, the Gs are going to be coming out. Play will resume. Nisha farming triangle on Radiant side. Mickey farming Dire triangle. So we're going to get closer towards this Parasma for this Puck. And afterwards, also going for the Lincoln Sphere. So doesn't want to get lassoed, wants to be able to just bail himself out of pretty much all sticky situations.
Yep, this is one of those games where Liquid have to be very careful at how they set up the perimeter and what area they fight around. They need good wards, they need front line to be correct to prevent the Tiny from reaching the Prophet, to prevent the Batrider from just lassoing anyone he wants to. It's not an easy game to play at all for Liquid.
Crit. Looking for the hook shot. Gonna throw it out onto Eki, and we get to see what this combination looks like. Mickey is probably saying, yeah, I know it's not fun, bro. Don't worry. I understand the pain.
Whoever shows himself, as long as they have this combo, they can go on him. It's just the nature of the beast. Not a lot that Liquid can do about that, but as long as the supports are the ones dying, that's kind of fine. As long as you can reset and go with the cooldowns.
Do not have that BKB for Mickey. We could see them try to make something happen once they get the shot for Ace. Very, very close to picking it up. But they could still play aggressively now. Nisha also coming through as well to connect.
They have
an observer ward, yeah.
They saw the Dawn, but he's already out of there. He's got a nullifier, by the way. So Harpoon, nullifier. I didn't go for something that we see more often recently, like the AC build or some extra little bit of utility for the team. Nullifier, of course, also not too shabby.
Our boy Skeeter has just been chilling. Has BKB almost complete. Is there anything they need to wait for after he picks up his BKB?
I don't think so. The cooldowns, that's all. Solar Guardian is up in 9 seconds, so more or less they are ready to roll. The BKB on the Tiny, by the way, will come at the same time as the BKB on Prophet.
Mid lane, though, they're going on the Tiny. The BKB is not here just yet. The Solar Guardian is available, however. It's coming through at the same time as the Global. And with the chain disable they have, they're able to bring down Nisha even through the Yule Scepter. Ace unable to escape either. Brought back in place by the Harpoon of the Dawnbreaker. That's another kill going the way of Falcons, and Malrine looks like he's not done just yet. Looking towards Eki, chasing this Hoodwink to the other side of the map. But with this Haste Rune, there's no escape for Eki. Skeeter ensures this, drops the Avalanche. And this goes back to what you were saying. If you don't go on the Dawnbreaker, she will come onto you and interrupt everything you're trying to do.
Yeah, Eki was a bro. He used the Force Staff on the Rubik, who was TPing out, but because of that, he does die. Haste Rune as well. Lucky for the bat, helping out, of course. Puck is definitely not a hero that can allow himself to get gone on, right? Like, if you get lassoed, if you get gone on, most certainly you are just dead. Hence the Lincoln's build up by Nisha. Of course, he's not really there yet. It's going to be a free Aegis for Falcons.
All right, I've got some trivia for you again. In all timing. Oh, hold on. Malrine.
Okay.
Okay. That's nice. Ace gets the kill for that one. That's gonna complete his Aghanim shot.
Tofu stole Avalanche. By the way, Eki, when he force staffed him and saves him, I think it's actually worth it. Trading the life of Hoodwink for Rubik if he has Avalanche.
Has Dream Coil. If any of these heroes show it, gets onto 2. He's still alive, but he almost bursted down by Skeeter. Manages to barely survive, but now Mickey coming in behind Skeeter. Very far from his team. He's gonna try and pull a Nightfall here. Swashbuckle, shield crash, they get him. Life number 1 is gone. Now there's no BKB nor a TP available. As a result, no way out for Skeeter. Mickey, carry-to-carry matchup, shows up and punishes the Tiny.
They didn't have a couple of their cores as well, by the way. They were on the other side of the map. Bat, of course, still dead from the mid lane fight. A very, very good pick-off by Liquid. And a pick-off, I mean a full team fight in the end. I think Mickey also surrounded him by not only with the Sprout, but with the Trends as well. If you look at the Skitter Tiny, like, he can't get away. He has a Quelling Blade. He's not using it. He's just like standing there. He tried TPing actually. Never mind, I take that back. They managed to kill him through the BKB TP.
Pretty big deal, especially how much gold he was worth. A killing spree ended, and it's Mickey that gets it. So Mickey is now the top net worth in this game. All right, here's the question, right? Trivia. How fast do you think this nullifier was for Dawnbreaker all time? Like, what rank is he?
I think he's top 3. Considering how fast he bought it, it has to be top 3. Very rarely do Dawnbreakers buy it this early on.
I didn't see the exact time, but you're right, it's 3rd. If we're correct, it should be 3rd.
Close enough.
Behind only Lima and Crystallis.
I have ChatGPT opened on the other screen, so...
There we go. 25-13. It's 3rd fastest all time. Shout out to him. Fastest on this patch, of course, by quite some margin. As Falcons, we'll see if they can leverage the strength of this super farm Dawnbreaker. They're going to smoke up behind him. They have all their spells available.
There's a DD on Puck, though. This could be dangerous if they don't find the right target. Another thing that I would really like to see from Tofu is a shard. By the way, he's not buying it. He's got Blink, he's got Force. It's a pretty good shard game versus Clockwork as well.
There's also a great opportunity for the lasso. Double lasso coming in from Malrine. He just picked up the Aghanim Scepter immediately into the Solar Guardian. They lose the Pango and the Rubik. Harpoon going forward onto Eki. Starbreaker is there as well. And man, what a reveal of the Aghanim Scepter. Malrine with this build completely catches Liquid off guard.
Grandmaster Bat. I wonder just why they don't play it more often. This is looking pretty damn good from him. It's crazy that the net worth lead is still negligible, right? Like a 2k lead for Falcons, even with all the pickoffs that they're getting, isn't really growing all too much. Most importantly because of Mickey, right? Like, this Nature's Prophet has completely bounced back into the game. And even though, yeah, they just lost 3 heroes, he's still farming. He's farming across the map. He farms a little bit on your side and he goes back to his. He's level 22 with the Silver Edge now as well.
Got Silver Edge. He wants to go into the Butterfly next. a bit of a problem given that, you know, it's quite rare to expect a Tiny to be buying the MKB.
Is it a Butterfly or Satanic? What do you think? Which one does he go for first? He has both queued up, that's all.
If he dies in the next fight, he goes Butterfly first. But if everything is just going well, he'll pick up the Satanic.
Really? Like, I would think it's the other way around, no? Like, Satanic gives you a little bit more sustain in fights.
I'm just thinking of how he's going to die, right? If he dies, he's going to die, like, extremely quickly.
Okay.
It's not going to be an extended fight. But then if he's living, he'd be like, bro, let me just farm. You know?
Yeah, we'll see. We'll
Stay
see.
off map.
In any case, he has big dreams, right? Like, this is still a very expensive quick buy that he's got. Snaking with a minute 32 Midas.
Let's go. Let's go, Hannah Midas. So we're going late, I guess.
He's been around. He knows what his teammates are like. They like hitting creeps. They don't like finishing games.
Might be able to at least find some kills right now, though. Malrine. Lasso available again, so they're smoking once more. With the Global also being online. But this time around, Liquid are playing extremely far back. Look at the map. Look where all these heroes are. They are nowhere near where Falcons are playing.
The only one showing is actually the Puck, and he's probably the hardest one to take down. Doesn't have Lincolns just yet, so if they find him, he's pretty dead as well.
Nobody will show bottom. Team Liquid, they TP out with Nikke. Position him at the tier 2 tower behind his supports. So everything's fine.
They know he's hunted, right? Like, that's Tofu. He was saying it, right? Like, they're just hunting them every time they have all their spells.
Okay, they might come bottom though still with the Silver Edge. Malrine blinks away as soon as he sees Eki. Just trying to run away, pops the bongo boots, so he should be fine. It's a 4K gold lead for the side of Falcons, but a lot of it is sitting on this Dawnbreaker as well. Tiny still needs a couple of more items to become the real menace for his squad.
Is this Midas really worth it on Silencer, by the way? Don't you just slow down your refresher anyway? Like, every support right now gets plus 100 GPM, right? Like, you have the Greedy. Do you also need the Midas on top? I mean, I respect it. He wants to scale. The thing is, though, on Silencer as a support, after you get the refresher, there isn't really a whole lot more to go for. Every other item is like a small utility item that you buy for your team.
It's fine. He'll get the refresher, get Hex, then we'll have double Hex in the fights. Tormentor being taken right now by Falcons. Crit got the last one, so whose luck is going to be favorable today?
By the way, you got caught with the refresher patch as well now.
What happened?
I was searching for who else has the Hex.
Oh.
Yeah. Still fresh. Abyssal, by the way, on the Dawnbreaker. Speaking of hexes and other ways of catching heroes, they have a Nullifier and Abyssal on Dawn. They're basically making sure that whoever gets caught gets immediately destroyed, evaporated. 80% Celestial Hammer, cast range and speed, of course, level 25, Dawn.
The nearest hero to him is Skeeter, who's level 22. How did he get 25? Okay, Nisha's 23 as well.
It's crazy.
Wow.
He had a really good lane, but I'm checking his farming patterns. He's always stacking the Ancients, like whenever he's nearby, and he's also 8-1-8. It helps.
Certainly helps as well that somebody like Malrine is always hunting for you. And they're hunting in the exact same area they were at last time with the smoke. Unfortunately, Mikke is also hiding in the same place he was last time. Aeon Disc now available for Ace. He struggled somewhat to get out of these engagements whenever he's the first one that gets caught, but still at least guarantee that he has some way of playing the team fights.
He's super important for them. Top lane, they TP in, Dream Coil.
Okay, Amar. He is just gonna TP out.
Sadly for Liquid, they are still without their first 25. If Puck had that one, maybe there was a kill on the Dawnbreaker. But there's a different thing here though. BKB got used, right? Like, and without the BKB, maybe they can still force a fight.
He still does have the shard, so he has some kind of a debuff immunity once he enters the fray, but definitely a lot easier with the full BKB.
These pings. these pings from the Batrider. They're just reading them like a book. They know exactly where they are.
Yep. Puck jumps forward, not going to be able to catch up to the Batrider. Does find snaking on the backside though. Crit immediately gets caught and killed by Ace. Nisha finds the Yule Scepter out onto Malrine. He does have a BKB once he comes down, making his presence known. They don't have a basher on Ace, so no way to cancel the TP.
Still though, considering Falcons knew they were where they were at, like this was still a pretty good fight for Liquid.
Oh, Mickey did go for the Satanic first.
Yeah. Satanic on him. Not too bad, like you get the Dispel from it as well, right? So it's another bonus thing that you get versus Falcons. When it comes to the spells, they also have Greaves now on Rubik.
Marine doesn't have a BKB. There's a Dream Coil thrown out on top of him. We do have a Sharpshooter thrown, misses. Was going to be max range. At the same time, Puck is the one that gets jumped upon, and Nisha, he dies during this global silence. Tofu won't be able to bail him out. In fact, Tofu gets caught by Malrine, brought back towards Falcons, killed off. A double kill for snaking. Crit still looking for another target. Would love to find the secondary hookshot, but he went the wrong direction. The rest of Liquid will escape.
Maybe the right direction is just a pit. No Puck for 75. Rosh has respawned. I feel like this is most likely a free Rosh for Falcons. I don't think Team Liquid can actually contest this. At best, maybe they can get the lanes in order, outpush top, outpush bottom, make the game a little bit easier after the Rosh has been claimed.
See what kind of delay tactics they have. Well, turns out nothing. They're not even going to bother putting any spells in this direction. So first Aegis went the way of Falcons, and so will the second. This time around, Skeeter is in a much better position than he was the first time. Still has his BKB, but has a giant small and the full Daedalus available. Do you like him going for Satanic as the next item?
On Tiny? Yeah, I think it's really good. If he's caught in something like Sprout and he doesn't have the Quelling Blade or the Harpoon to get out, it's funny, by the way, that he's still keeping the Quelling Blade in the inventory. But he has to because of the Sprout. But yeah, if he's caught, just activating the Satanic and hitting them twice should heal him up completely. So it's more or less a common build on the Tiny.
Can you grab sprouted trees if you're stuck inside them? With tree grab?
I think you can.
I think you can, right?
Yep.
So eventually he'll maybe feel confident enough to give up this Quelling Blade, but not right now. He'll just calmly take the tier 2 tower.
The Quelling Blade, the Harpoon. He really doesn't want to be sprouted.
It's an 8k gold lead for the side of Falcons. And Liquid still just dodging and dodging and dodging. When do they feel confident enough to be the ones that are making most of the aggressive moves?
Probably not for long. There is an Aegis on Falcons. So while that item is on him, I don't think you want to fight as Liquid. Maybe you can defend the high ground. Maybe if you force out a BKB with a high ground push, you can fight after. But currently, in the current state, it's Falcons' game to do whatever they want to on the map.
Radiant's top tower is under
How's Mickey looking? Like he's got the both items. He has Butterfly and the Satanic. Like he's still top net worth, by the way. All things considered.
These net worth numbers are actually ridiculous. 2 different heroes on 30,000 plus.
He's been dodging a lot of rotations from Falcons. Like every time they make a move on one side of the map, he's already on the other.
Crit able to connect onto Tofu. They will pop the global silence as well, but the Yules prevents the follow-up from the clockwork.
Tiny.
And Mickey showing up to throw out the right-click damage. They burst through this hoodwink, but Tiny is suffering at the moment. He does get into the heal, but it's not enough. He still ends up dead before Amar arrives, but Amar gets off a huge Starbreaker. Mickey activates the Satanic, heals right back up as Ace was running interference with this Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle gets the bash out onto Skeeter. They double harpoon him. Bring him closer to all these heroes. Abyssal Blade is out. Starbreaker is there. Mickey is in danger. Mickey is gone. 100 seconds in the grave without buyback. Nisha trying to do his best to create some separation, force back the rest of Falcons. But they are running out of damage. Nisha, no more control available for him. They still would like more from this from the side of Falcons, but they'll content themselves with getting the huge kill on the Nature's Prophet.
They try to not quarter him, they try to half him with the double harpoon on two sides. Some medieval tactics right here coming from Dawn and Tiny. Like, Liquid, they wanted to take this fight because Global got used very early on and it wasn't super impactful, right? And there's a little bit of item diff between the carries. On one side, Tiny has an Aegis, but no Satanic. So I think that was the idea. Fight around the Satanic, fight around the fact that Prophet realistically also has 2 lives with it. Unfortunately, he got pulled out of position way too easily.
That Abyssal Blade also clearly making a huge difference. That must be so annoying, right? Your team basically has 3 4-stars, 2 4-stars and a Hurricane Pike, and still they have so many ways to just drag you back.
And a Shard on Rubik, by the way. There's another thing. That's another thing that you can use on the Prophet to save him. But it's not good enough. At this point, they need some Lincoln Sphere. They have it on Puck. Maybe a Lincoln's or a Lotus on someone else just to cast it on the Prophet.
Smoke up by Liquid now. They want to fight back.
Skadi.
What? We need to get a Skadi.
He has Skadi and 4.3k gold. So he's had Skadi for quite some time, by the way. And he's already reaching the 6th slot area. At this point, he can opt to drop the phase boots and buy something else. Maybe a Blink Dagger or any mobility.
Nisha searching for one of these supports. Little does he know, though, that Skeeter and the boys are coming through as well. Look at the damage from Skeeter. During the global silence, they burst through Tofu. They get the catch onto Ace as well, not allowing him to leave during the Rolling Thunder. So Amar able to get the right clicks and kill him off. Second global silence will emerge from Snaking. He does have the refresher now. Harpoon is up. They jump forward. Mickey, though, Silver Edge break onto Amar, but he's fighting 1 versus 2, and it's a fight he cannot win. Mickey is gone. Another 100 seconds in the grave. At the very least, Nisha is able to TP out, if only barely. But Team Liquid, they simply cannot deal with the double global.
Yeah, the double global and the double carry at this point, right? Like you're not dealing only with the Tiny that hits hard. It's the Dawnbreaker as well. And you can see the damage split, 5k for the Tiny, 3.5k for the Dawn. They're literally doing things in tandem, just ripping this Prophet apart. There's not a lot that you can do as Mickey. They need to find some sort of a way where Prophet is maybe on the high ground or out of reach so that he can hit freely. But at this point, they just have way too much mobility on Falcons.
Yeah. Mobility and pure tunnel vision for this Nature's Prophet.
Like this combo of heroes, this exact draft with the Global Silence and Lasso has been a part of Dota for 15 years at least. It's always been a strong combo.
It's about to get stronger. Refresher all picked up by the Batrider. So now we have the double Lasso. Also, man, they really are struggling to get Ace involved at all. Team Liquid are generally at their best when Ace is having a very good game and having big impact in their fights, but here he's very often either the first one dead or just unable to have any meaningful impact. And Eki, his lane partner, will also be dead here. Ace will come out of the base with the Rolling Thunder, but with the BKB, Malrine will be able to protect himself. He's rolling in on the Dawn. But Amar's in no real danger of dying here. Just goes back, Nullifier out onto Tofu, hits him with the Starbreaker. Ace trying to help him out, but it's not going to work. Amar kills them, does the Nightfall. Crack trying to help him, but the Basher cancels out the TP, and now Mickey able to jump back in, looking towards the Dawn. He kills him off and ends a massive streak. Crit trying to at least buy some time, hold these heroes in the space with the Wind Waker, but they chase him back up the hill, kill him off. Team Liquid, they lose a lane of barracks, but it doesn't come free for Falcons.
It's just a casual Wind Waker, by the way, on a hero that also did buyback earlier, and it's a support position 4, so he's rich too. Dreamcoil got used on Bat, by the way, but he did manage, during all this hassle in the high ground of Dire, he managed to TP out. In the end, Liquid, they lose only one side, so it's not the end of the world, but it's looking rough. There's no buyback on Dawnbreaker. Maybe they can make some sort of a play while she's out.
Okay, Mickey is actually going to TP forward.
I think they have to. This is one of those situations where you just have to force the little advantage that you have, because you will not be given any better opportunity.
It's still scary though, because you know for a fact that they have the double lasso, right?
Yep.
Double lasso, Skeeter is doing an unbelievable amount of damage.
Double lasso and the double global as well. In 20 seconds, the first global will be up.
They're scared on the side of Liquid. They'll send Mickey top to just push things out. Now it's a 17k gold lead. Damn.
Yeah, the thing is, I don't really see Prophet becoming any bigger than he is at the moment. Like, he's 6-slotted, he's fully slotted out. He's queuing up an Aghanim's Blessing, which is something, but it doesn't really change the damage output from the Prophet himself.
Can you play like 7 slots, get a Daedalus, and then backpack the PKB before you enter the fight?
You can, but probably will not work.
We'll still have some time to figure out if that is the case. Also, with how long this game's been going, Snaking smiling all the way to the bank. It's like, hand of Midas, baby. I made the right choice. I knew what this game was going to become.
Doubting Snaking and his Midas choices is never too smart. So, yeah, definitely paid off. Ghost, 4 staff. He's going for Aghanims next as well, by the way. And not too bad. And keep in mind that he has Pike queued up after. This hero's shard has been not reworked, like this was his old shard, like the double bounce, or the bounce that is.
I feel like they should change the Aghanims on silence and make it, you know the reverberating silence, that facet? Make that the Aghanims.
It's an idea. It was a very strong global silence though. Silencer was literally played every single game because of that.
The smoke was there from Liquid, but couldn't find a decent entry point. Meantime, Amar, he's under vision, but they know that he can appear in the blink of an eye. It would be nicer for them if they were on the other side of the map and they could gank him while he's alone from his team. They're actually going to try that. They're going to go through the Twin Gate.
They had vision on him. Are they going for him or the Tormentor? Let's see. It seems like they're going for him. Exactly. They have vision still.
He's getting out though. Let's see. Will he go back to base or will he try to farm in these camps?
There's a smoke though. Malrine hasted.
Yeah, but he's going the complete wrong side of them. I think Amar might get caught here. This is a very long wrap from Team Liquid, but unfortunately they don't have the whole team with them. He just BKBs immediately. The moment he sees Nisha, Mickey TPs in as well. Global Silence will be there though. Hook shot and the lasso thrown out onto this Nature's Prophet. He was too far forward and he's killed off again. 99 seconds, but he does have buyback. Malrine refreshes once the secondary lassos. Who's he going to be able to find? He'll settle for Tofu, just get the easy kill as Ace trying to roll through this fight, trying to do something. They buy back with Mickey. Mickey is going to re-enter the engagement, looking towards Amar, getting the right clicks out. Yule Scepter with the Windbreaker is going to buy time for Amar to get back right in. Mickey forced to pop the Satanic and try to right-click through, but the Solar Guardian stuns him from the heavens. The Starbreaker kills him off. 2 minutes, no Nature's Prophet. TP out from Ace. He's going to be able to leave. Eki with the Bushwhack holding back crit, at the very least allowing Nisha to escape to the north side. But that was a huge risk, a huge gamble that Team Liquid took, and that gamble did not pay off.
It didn't at all, but you have to respect it, right? Like, I absolutely respect Mickey for buying back, because this status quo was not going their way at all. Like, after the first initial couple of spells, big spells were used by Falcons, I feel like that was their only play. Buy back and try, because Tiny did get dropped very low. They almost got him. But the Satanic and the buyback from the Dawnbreaker, of course, saves the day.
Dawnbreaker now on the front lines with that Tiny. There's going to be a Dream Quill, but immediately the 2-hero lasso emerges from Malrine. They haven't killed any of them just yet, though. Ace was able to run interference with the Rolling Thunder. Stolen Lasso only results in a stolen life from Tofu. Amar just diving deep to the backlines. This Harpoon and Starbreaker combo eviscerates the 2 supports. Eki forced to buy back. And Amar, if he dies here, it is a dieback, but he still has 3k HP left.
Half HP and still 3k, by the way. Sitting on a bit over 5k.
It's crazy that Skeeter can leave the fight and they still have this much damage available on the front lines. Global will be utilized. Hookshot nicely done by Crit, trying to trap in Ace here. Starbreaker again, forcing a dieback out onto Eki. Avalanche will be there from Skeeter. A couple of right clicks to bring down Ace. Nisha, the lone survivor. Even that could change if he doesn't manage to escape here. Amar trying to chase him down. Starbreaker again with the Abyssal Blade. He makes it a team wipe. and surely makes it a 1 game for Team Falcons. They have attained the megas. They are demolishing the tier 4 towers.
Buyback on Puck. They're still not giving up. Profit is up in a second. They actually want to take one more fight versus Falcons because it is Falcons. They know that these guys are going to go back. Maybe wait for Rosh or something.
Now, Rosh is up right now, so they can head immediately into the pit.
They could have also just started hitting the throne, of course. They had 5 heroes up with all their spells, more or less. But of course, it won't be Falcons. It won't be the Falcon way.
Does Mickey have enough gold for a rapier? He does not. So there will be no rapier, no Hail Mary item for him. And they will be dealing with 2 lives. I guess you give the Aegis to Amar, right? Since he's the one that brought back.
Yeah, I think so. They do. They gave him the Aegis. The cheese goes to the bat. He also has a refresher orb, of course, so he doesn't really need the shard.
Skeeter, he's gonna find Nisha. It's a dieback on Puck. 2 minutes without your greatest disruptor.
Yeah, they can wrap it up. Profit on his own. He does have Rubik and Hoodwink, of course, but only if they dived in the fountain. I think that this game is maybe doable. Pango is up.
It's global number 1. Remember, they're going to deal with 3 globals because they gave Snaking the refresher shot. There's global number 2. Starbreaker out onto this Nature's Prophet to kill him off. And there's global number 3. They silence all the heroes. They silence all the doubters. Team Falcons secure game 1 here in the lower bracket.
This was clean. This was literally clean. Like, everything was so precise from Falcons from start to finish. They had that one death with the BKB TP from Tiny. That was pretty much the only silver lining that I could see in Liquid. But the pick-off potential from Falcons was through the roof.
Perfect game from Team Falcons. Let's send it back to the panel to break down this incredible performance.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. That was a silver tier Dawnbreaker, and normally that would not pass the Amar test. But when he chooses it for himself, then it does, and we can clearly see why. Oh my gosh, that man was everywhere.
Yeah, there was a potential fear in the Falcons lineup of who can be, like, Amar's always the guy who goes in first. On a Dawnbreaker, statistically not the best hero for him, but with how Maureen and even Crit and Skidder were playing, throwing their bodies into the mix, finding constant pickoffs, it felt like every time Bat or Tiny Clock found a hero, Dawn's there, get a kill, reset, and they just built up such a great net worth lead. Like, the laning phase was really good for the Dawnbreaker as well.
Yeah, I think Dawnbreaker is very good at not needing to, like, panic ulti. I think these are the best type of lineups where Dawn wants to play, where you don't necessarily, like, put yourself in a bad spot because you're trying to save one guy. Instead, you have the lockdown, you have this drag back, you have Clockwork going in, all these big bodies that you mentioned allows Dawnbreaker to play slightly longer fight. And in this one, they're going to be able to clean up as well. Like in one of the last fights, he's going to be using the buyback, still having ulti available, knowing that this is going to be the play, having that extra bit of a global presence. Mickey tried to do the same with the global presence on Nature's Prophet, but they were just so far behind.
Yeah, there were some moments where Liquid got the odd pickoff, but that was kind of it. Like, even taking the Aegis on the Tiny, you talk about, you know, Dawnbreaker not having to ult all the time. Amar just looked at Skidder and went, "All right, brother, you fucked up. I'm not joining you. I'm not going there. That's on you, boss." And it's like, that's the type of mindset Falcons have, right? It's like, even if you have a random death, they just go again. Like, and the heroes that you have, it's the globals, it's the lassos, the hook shots. They've got so many tools to hold Liquid down that a Nature's Prophet carry, if any other team drafted this lineup, I think, would you say, like, Falcons lineup, it's amazing against Nature's Prophet, it will break the hero easy, but because it is Liquid, you always have to give them the benefit of the doubt. They know how to make this hero work. And even with them playing the hero, they just couldn't muscle up at all into Falcons.
It's a very squishy draft. Like, they can't really match against them in a real team fight because you're playing into Global Silence, and we're seeing the old snaking, the old greedy snaking, picking up the greedy enchantment twice, picking up Hand of Midas, knowing that he can outscale them, getting Aghanim Scepter plus Refresher Orb on his position 5 silencer, on top of like 2 support items, getting a Ghost Scepter, getting the Force Staff for himself, and in the end he pops a couple of those Global Silences just to seal the deal for that game.
There was a high amount of respect given, I feel like, by Falcons on Team Liquid and their draft, and I think that is what made this game feel so... It was a little slower, but it was still very dominant, if that makes sense.
Yeah, I feel like Falcons had a grip on the game pretty much the entire time, at least for like the big picture of who's meant to be winning. The respect against Liquid is just historically, they know how to get these heroes to do things that no one else can do. So again, I think it's just it is just discipline, and I have no issue with it, right? Because they were so aggressive in the early to mid game, they're allowed to slow it down a little bit to ensure they don't throw anything away.
Yeah. And in the late game, like standout player Amar, like he just owned completely throughout the whole game. I was looking at Tiny and Dawnbreaker. They have over 10,000 HP together. This is like the amount of damage. Like when we do like the breakdown of the team fights, and then you see somebody dealing like 12, 13,000 damage, you're like, oh my god, he's doing so much work. You need to deal that much damage just to kill 2 heroes before they are going to be able to heal up with their Satanics, with the passive abilities. It's just something that is right now in meta. It does feel slightly too strong because everybody is so tanky.
Yeah, you can see all the little vertical lines in the green bar.
Like, oh no.
I'm not sure if that's real balanced over there.
No, it's not at all. I mean, Falcons, when they have heroes that can do this, but still continuously fight, that's when it's really scary. When they do it in only a farm mode, I think that's when people have more critique. But the way that they can scale and fight in this game, it's why I think this lower bracket run is so impressive by them. They get knocked down by Liquid in the upper bracket, but every single lower bracket so far, it's like, whoa, that's how they're doing it now. Like, it's same like method, but the heroes are slightly different.
Yeah, and we already praised Tiny Dawnbreaker. We should praise Batrider as well, because Malrine had a great game, especially in the early games, Tigo.
Yes. I believe Malrine had a exceptional game on this Batrider. I love the fact that, you know, here he's like trying to kill off Eki, he goes for the kill, and here it's like, I think other players would go, you know what, let's just sit back and chill for a little bit. But he goes, nope, I'm going straight behind the tower, I'm running into the enemy jungle, I'm gonna go take some camps, just apply pressure. And after all of this, he's actually even gonna bait Nisha, I believe, into a little play here, in which they get the kill on him. So just the mentality of this Batrider was just play forward. When Amar isn't doing it because he's not playing Bristol Tide or something, you need someone else to take his, you know, fill his shoes. And Malrine was like, thank you so much, I will get to do this in spades. And I think the combination of Bat Dawnbreaker was insane.
Yeah, incredibly strong. And then there was the overall first pick Pango. So we're like, where that, you know, it's been a hero that people really like to get, and that's why he's so high priority. And then you get overall last pick, Dawnbreaker, and we're like, you know, he doesn't play it very often. There's so many offlaners banned. This is the only one still left, Lacoste.
Yeah, but there is a massive difference what these heroes can do, because as Pango, you need to be close. This is the power of Dawnbreaker, where you can like go for extra wave. You can keep farming in the outer ring, because it does allow you to join the fights every single time whenever you want to. And big difference in the items as well. Like you see, he has Echo Saber, he has BKB available. Well, there's only one item on Pango, and that's Mage Star. He's trying to go slightly more greedy, go for Aghanim Scepter straight away to be like even more annoying in the fights, try to reduce that damage. But the offline's difference definitely did matter in this one, especially in some of these fights where, again, you can see the combo. They are going in with the triple ulti pretty much to be able to kill off Ace, trying to reduce that damage that he's trying to put onto them, and just an easy pick off. Another 1-2 combo that they did pull off, putting Amar like on the board as well, where his net worth just skyrockets.
Yeah, makes you think that the Dawnbreaker priority maybe also should be up. But
I think it's draft dependent, but just the way that they played through Dawn just felt so good compared to Pango. It's like all the clips we're seeing, it's like they're enabling him, or it's like Liquid never went to him because they had to react to the Dawn.
That's how you have to play against Dawn.
Yeah.
Well, we're going to find out. Team Liquid, what did they learn from that first game, and how will they adjust? Find out after a break.
The new breakthrough and innovative phone with 1xBet app. With 1xBet app, you can register and start betting in just one click. Intuitive interface and thousands of sports events every day. User-friendly app. Big wins, fast payouts.
The human body was built to move, Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hey everybody, we are doing Ask the Experts today. We have expert caster Suns fan who's going to tell us the top 5 most entertaining players to watch Dota history. Who's number 5?
That's a great question, Sir Action Slack.
Thank you.
Let me think.
They said that you wouldn't touch me.
Does it need to be in any order?
Yes, number 5 is the lowest.
Number 5 is the lowest.
They said you would not.
All right, I'll pick one current player.
Okay, go ahead. Stop. Go.
Each player I choose, I go higher up on your body.
Go lower.
Amar is a current player.
Okay? Amar, top 5.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
He plays the off lane, but he actually plays carry. He doesn't give a shit about his team. He's like, I'm playing carry regardless of what lane I'm in.
Yeah.
And they actually cater their lineup to him, their team to him, which is very special. Amar is awesome.
He does pop off too. Very fun to see.
Yeah.
Yep. I want to look into the camera instead of.
No, I want to look at you.
Okay, that's very good. Thank you so much. All right, how about number 4? Number 4.
Let's see.
Yeah, we're not going to edit this.
Kiyotaka.
Kiyotaka?
Yes.
Why?
He is, I'm not going to name the other player because it's my number 1.
Okay.
But you never know what's going to happen. It's either the best thing you've ever seen or completely atrocious. It's almost like watching a Sir Action Slack's pub. You just never know if he's going to grief or win the game for you. Actually, doesn't really sound like you.
No, that doesn't.
You're just the grief.
That's more of a someone else, but I think he might be on the list. How's number 3?
Number 3 would probably be Thompson.
Thompson?
Always has very crazy builds. I mean,
Okay.
I remember the defusal on Gyrocopter against the Bristleback on Wii and TI that literally won them the game.
That was huge.
That was insane. And number 2, sorry, am I taking your job? Would you like to say number 2?
And number 2?
At number 2, I definitely have Miracle.
Miracle?
I mean, he might be the greatest player of all time, at least for that span of period that he was actually playing. He just pops off all the time.
Okay.
Insanely entertaining to watch. And this is your job.
All right. Great job so far, Suns fan, but who would you put as number 1?
It's not close, Sir Action Slack.
Yes, thank you so
guess
much.
Who my number 1 is?
Suns fan TV, I think I do know who your number 1 is.
My number 1 is Eternal Envy.
Of course.
The most hilarious personality in the history of Dota. He puts energy drinks on people's heads.
Yep.
You never know if his games always went 60+ minutes.
Fell out of chairs.
Absolutely, just hilarious on all fronts. Do not follow him on Twitter. It is actually horrific to see what he's been posting.
Okay.
But apparently he's very rich now.
Well, rich in mind and spirit as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Hey.
Sir Action Slack. Thank you.
Thank you for coming.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, dear viewer, for making it through this piece. That asks goodbye.
Team Falcons and Team Liquid, they are playing right now. It's a best of 3, 1 game up for Falcons, and for Liquid that means if they drop the ball in the next game, they are eliminated and will remain at 4th place here at PGL Wallachia Season 8. And well, looking at Falcons, they seem very focused. You'd almost not notice that they won Game 1. They did. They were very clean about it, and curious to see where Game 2 will take us. And I'm hoping to hear from Lacoste and Tigov what they feel should be the highlights coming into the next game.
I want to see, Shiver, if we're going to be seeing the same support duo from Liquid.
Oh, yeah.
Because they snatched both of them. We did the show earlier prior to the series that Falcons, they love to run one of them, never 2 of them. So they played a bit of a mini game, and seems like they lost it because even though Rubik looked good, I think Tofu at one point of the game, he was 3-0 and 5. He was the most farmed support out of all of them, had Essence Distiller relatively early. He was doing a lot of work. It's just that Silencio does ruin this hero as well in most of the fights.
Yeah, and for me, I'm looking towards Tiny. All right, I feel like Falcons have utilized it really nice on Skidder multiple games in a row now. It kind of makes the draft feel good. Falcons are going to be the second pick again, getting the last pick in the entire draft, most likely going to be Amar. So if you're Liquid, it's like, okay, what are the cores that enable that, right? Of course, Huskar is always banned against Falcons, Alchemist as well. So they do have one ban left. Last game, it was the Bristleback from Liquid. Again, maybe even promoting the Tiny could be a better option.
Yeah, Tiny just feels super strong. Like, even in the games when he loses, even that one game when Aurora was playing, when they overextended, it still looked godly throughout the whole game, pretty much up until that point. But then again, the hero just does everything. It has insane amount of control, strong in the lane, super good scaling. So I just need to see like percentage-based damage. I think maybe they could have picked something else. Maybe they could have put the Pango on the mid lane still, play percentage-based damage. Underlord was still available for them. There was also Lifestealer available for Team Liquid. A lot of things that maybe they could have swapped things around, but yeah, they got to focus on this new draft.
Yeah, and they banned out the Pango. That was the hero that previous game they actually prioritized in picking. So they were not too happy with that type of offlaner, it tells me.
Yeah, I guess they felt too forced with the Pango and what it did to their draft. Let's say Liquid really respects Tiny. There is a world where they first pick it themselves. Of course, Nisha and Mickey likes to play it. We can create that entire narrative of the hero there, but I just think, yeah, the Pango ban.
Yeah. For Falcons, it was the Wind Ranger. It will be once again the Wind Ranger they'll remove. So for them, the bans didn't change. So the only change is the Bristleback is not banned, and the Pango is, and it's the Bat Rider that Team Liquid will pick up for themselves.
Yeah, it's Eki's most played hero. I mean, we had an interview with him where he talked about that this is supposed to be an offlaner in this patch, or just core in general, because it scaled so well with items, but he also said that he can't play it if it's like, he can still do stuff, like he can still stack and get a Blink Dagger, always a scary hero throughout the whole game.
It also just helps in regards to where Falcons are going to go. They still pick the Tiny, but you know, last time, Pango vs Tiny in a 1v1, Tiny's going to be fine. You brush off whatever Pango does to you. But if it's a Bat and a Tiny in a 1v1, whilst all this mid lane pressure is applying, Ace can even kill Skidder in this matchup. So it's something to keep note of.
So they have only one ban on side of Falcons. Kez is still available. Like, we saw Kez matching up kind of toe-to-toe when it comes down to damage when he's playing against Tiny, where he can actually stack the damage, especially if Tiny gets isolated. Like, you're in a very difficult situation. Kez as a hero just pops in so much damage, reduces your damage, reduces your armor with itemization. So it feels like a very good hero overall.
Yeah. Oh, and this is already so different. We have got, in the previous game, Liquid removed 2 of Amar's hero. They still removed the Tide, but the respect is there for the Silencer as well.
Yeah, when you're picking the Bat Rider, you know the type of game that you're going to play. So I think they're giving away some of the greedier heroes, like the Doom. They don't need to ban out this time. It's like, okay, if you want to go Radiance offlane Doom, the expectation is Liquid will try and match that and beat you before you get online, right? They're not going to allow this, like, you know, tri-scaling to occur.
Do you think that Falcons is going to put a higher priority on either Hoodwink or Rubik purely because of the play that Liquid pulled previous draft?
No, I just feel like they're going to be protecting their Tiny and then pick one of those two on 13. Yeah. Silencer was a good ban. Like, it doesn't matter where Batrider, like, because Batrider is most likely going to be played from the offlane, whether position 4 or in that position 3 role, but you are still playing into Silencer, and it does feel bad for you to use your spell as long as you have Arcane Curse on you, the slow. It does proc, so you don't want to be using the slow. So it kind of feels bad, but also the way they had to play out the fights was much more difficult for them, playing into Global Silence and later on double Global Silence.
Taking their time. Queen of Pain was the previous ban for them. Do they still want to remove a mid laner? They removed the Monkey King earlier this time around. And picked the Phoenix. Stable support.
Yeah, it's very stable, and it also kind of puts pressure on the Batrider's game. When you're jumping in, if you grab the Phoenix, then you're probably going to get an egg if you don't get the kill. It just makes sure that the lane's a little awkward. And when you chase down, you want to be utilizing Firefly, right? Getting on top of heroes, Fire Spirit slow, dive to get away, Avalanche. There's a lot of just nuisance now in this safe lane combination of the Phoenix Tiny that maybe an offlane Batrider can't, break the lane. It might just go even.
We started the tournament with Tiny and Phoenix have an atrocious win rate. I believe it was like 0-5, but overall it did improve over the tournament. I think it was just an error when it comes down to which teams did play it. And it's going to be IO, so...
We finally get to see it.
It was banned a couple times.
Yeah, I mean, I think Liquid just hasn't played it for when we're covering their series at least. And I'm just intrigued to know how it's going to work for them because, like, conceptually, it's very high pacing. It makes Liquid play just way more aggressive. Like a Batrider IO lane, the chase down, the kill threat. I go through Twin Gate. You pair with a Mickey carry that also likes to utilize it. Maybe from the mid lane you have like Leshes and Storms that don't mind the reset potential. I mean, IO can really make teams play on another level. That's why like PVision always had it banned against them.
Also, it's a global presence. You saw in the previous game where you can try to outnumber the opponents. So Batrider, he gets the Blink Dagger or just gets initiation with Bongo Boots, into Lasso, into Relocate. It does allow you to play a bit of a different game. It simplifies your execution of the ganks as well. So I want to see what kind of a carry they're going to be getting, someone that does benefit from IO later down the line. This is going to be like a laning partner. Ooh.
They do go for the Kez.
They do go for, I mean, it's too good of a game. Like, if you also want to run IO in the lane with Kez, this is also an option that they have available. It's a really scary lane to play into.
Just to get the numbers out for the Phoenix and Tiny combo, they've been played 15 times together, and they only won 4 of those times when they were together. Is there some kind of counter synergy there, or is that just coincidence for bad teams are playing it?
I think everybody was playing these heroes because coming into the tournament, I think teams realized Phoenix is one of the best, if not the best, position 5. It was the most contested hero for a long time. And then Tiny, everybody realized it's a good laner. So they were paired up together, not because it's like a super synergy in the lane. It was more kind of force picking really good heroes and then losing the game off of it.
At least one thing to note when Eki plays the IO, a lot of his highlights from this tournament have been the Hoodwinks, the Lions, playing down the river, finding the hero, calling for the TP, look at me, let's get the kill. When you play IO, someone else has to fill that role. So I am looking towards maybe Tofu being able to pick up a hero that can just start some random fights. Surprisingly, the last 2 games of IO that we saw, the 2-0 Liquid has, the other support was techies.
Ah.
So it wasn't as if it was like a Tusk or a hero that can kind of, play the safe lane, run through the map. It was a different style, but Queen of Pain and the Batrider, both, Bat buying Blink, Queen having Blink, they are ready to go look for a fight.
The aggression is there for sure.
Yeah.
Not too much lockdown either. You have Hoodwink and you have Tiny Spells, which is usually not enough to be able to kill Queen of Pain, especially at the later portions of the game.
Would you say that on the other side as well? Because
you
can't
stuns are lacking.
Abuse that.
I mean, both teams have the same type of potential problem. Of course, if you win the lanes and get a bit of tempo, lockdown is not really a problem because you can just run through the map, play for objectives. It can be very spooky, but something to consider for both teams potentially with their final pick. Again, we are assuming the last pick for Liquid will be the offlane or the 5, because Batrider right now can be both of those roles. And then for Falcons, probably just a carry.
Yeah, we need a... No, for Falcons, we are looking for the mid laner. We need something that's going to be laning against the Queen of Pain. So I'm okay with Ember, something like just Searing Chains, builds into Mage Slayer, something that Queen of Pain doesn't like to play into. You will have ability to block them down. Just feels like something that can't stop them from this early aggression as well, because IO plus Kez and Queen of Pain, they can take control of the map so early, especially the bottom lane. I think that's one of the reasons why they picked Bristleback as a response, because you can still have damage, like he's hitting you from behind, it procs, you get that 1 extra quill, and then you quill again. It's an insane amount of damage that can get you a kill, but it's also a Lotus Orb buyer, which is probably the best item you can buy against Liquid's lineup.
I mean, Falcons, again, you said they respected Liquid in game 1, how they drawn out a little bit longer. Here as well, like with the Bristleback, they go for low cooldown heroes, knowing that Liquid wants to take skirmishing fights. Like if you some people might have been saying, why didn't you pick the Doom into an IO? He can relocate the Doom target away. Also, if you waste Doom and you have it on cooldown, it gives Liquid a really big window to fight. So I think Falcons are heavily respecting some of the strongest Liquid combinations we've seen in the tournament by just matching their timings and their lack of care for big cooldowns.
Yeah, banning out both the support and the offlaner, respecting the flex there as well.
If they're looking for 4, I could see some like Tusk. It does feel nice. If they want to run core Batrider in the lane, I feel like this gives them ability to kill both Bristleback and Tiny at any time. It's also a bit of a save for Queen of Pain, like having 2 saving supports feels nice, but it's just a tag team. Tag team owns both of these heroes.
The same argument can be made for like a Marcy, right? Where you can just like jump onto the egg, kill the egg, you grab a hero, and you just take the fight, go crazy. Like it's... I think we both kind of agree. We want that support, if it is to be picked, to be in. And we just follow the script of what they've done before, right?
Yeah.
We did mention that the last time they played it, it was, IO plus techies is their, support combination.
Run it back.
Run it back for the 3rd time.
All right, so what do we like to see in the mid? The Void Spirit's out, Storm and Ember are still in. It's going to be just one of those two?
Unless he can cook something differently, I feel like...
What's the cooking option?
He's played like Death Prophet, again, to varying success, but another hero like that could exist. You shove the mid lane, you get tanky, it gives you that, Tab taking potential, Roshan potential, you have Goo plus Death Prophet, it's...
Primal, if he, but it's a bad match against Quap. Like, but I also seen him pick like Sanking. Yeah, he does like Sanking. He does Primal even in losing matchups, and then he makes them work. But I would still say Ember would be my first choice.
Yeah, pretty much all the heroes are mentioning, if they get jumped by like a relocate, can brush it off and go, you know what, I survived the jump. Now let's take the fight. Right? They all have like that type of tool, and that's what I'm hoping to see. I think from Maureen, be able to just put kind of a bit of a wrench in Liquid's plan.
Well, he's running out of time to decide what he wants to play. It will just be the Ember. They keep it straight.
Yep. Don't want to overcomplicate it.
Yeah.
Keep it simple.
So what does that do to our lanes now that they're all fleshed out? Do we have any, like, okay, that lane is going to suffer regardless? Or are they all kind of...
I want to see which lane Eki is going to be playing in.
Yeah,
Whether this is going to be Kez plus IO lane, which I think could be better overall because of the healing aspect as well. It does allow you to play much more aggressive, knowing that your stick is always going to be full playing against Bristleback. So having like 2 sticks full with Tether does feel nice. The turnaround potential is definitely there because Batrider and Techies is also a strong lane.
Yeah, I'm just looking, whatever is the lane into Bristle, it is like you're mentioning, there's so much fight in it that it can go either way. You can utilize the stick, you can also utilize the fact that if you overplay your hand and then Hoodwink plus Bristleback, they have so much chase down and pressure, with Goo and Acorn Shot, it's just annoying. So I'm just have full focus on the whatever versus a Mar lane it is. Yeah, of course it'll be Mickey Amar and then some supports.
Yeah, Amar popped off in the first game. Do you think there is any way to put extra pressure on making his lane a little bit more miserable this time around, or is the lane itself...
I think if they want to, it needs to be IO plus Kez, otherwise he doesn't get as pressured.
Or just at least bring supports to mid, allow Nisha to have a good lane there, just keep pressuring Ember, and then he can just TP down at any point or even walk down and kill Amar a couple of times. Like Queen of Pain in the early game, Bristleback can be food for that hero, so that's kind of one way to stop Amar from just, entering the game with a lot of confidence.
Now, I know techies can rotate fairly easily. IO maybe not as much, correct?
No, he wants to stay in the lane.
Yeah.
Like we've seen position 4's farm good amount, but this is like post-laning stage. We saw 9 class who does tend to get a lot of farm, just moved to the jungle. Ekid did the same thing, Holy Locket like into Aghanim Scepter one game, just to become like another core if the game allows him to do so.
How much freedom do the supports on the side of Falcons have to move around, to maybe help if there's a gank coming in the mid lane?
Quite a decent amount of freedom. I mean, Hoodwink, you're going to fight in your lane, give Bristle potentially a good start, and then you can just leave and do whatever you want. Phoenix, you TP, you dive, you're going to be in the middle of any fight you want, right? So supports, I think, have an easier time to rotate, and that's where Liquid need to kind of counter-rotate.
Yeah, is there anything in particular still that we have missed about this draft that we feel the need to point out?
I'm just happy it's just 2 brawly lineups that have like an honest approach to the game where it's like, we want to fight, we want to kill you. If we kill you enough times, we win the game. Like there's no like complexity of we must scale. It's just go.
Fight it out.
Yeah.
Well, that's the way we like to see it as well. Before we see that game, though, we're going to see AUI 2000 and Slacks.
Thank you so much. Yes, we are here with Aui 2000. Aui, we got to hear you in the booth before you went out. We heard your entire conversation with your team. We actually aired that. Why did you say those things, and can you repeat them for us?
Yeah, it's just to bully my players a bit. Their egos are too high, so I just have to insult them for the minute and a half strategy time.
That's what you did the whole time?
Yeah, every game.
Wow, that's cool. I'm sure that actually does motivate a lot of people. So you're against the behavior score system. You think the comm score system should be abolished, is what you're saying, in-game?
No, you should definitely be muted.
Okay, fantastic. That's not necessary to talk about. Let's talk a little bit about this IO support. Now, we heard a lot of stuff coming out from this, especially from PARIVISION. 9 Class was on an 18-game win streak with this IO support, and it has been a little rare. We're seeing it here today. Is this something that you guys considered? Because they have yet to be defeated with this.
And we considered it, but like we banned it our first series with them, and they 2-0'd us, so it was a big problem. But I think they like it versus Phoenix. Like you get some attack speed, I think the lane's decent. This is a good pick.
If you could have an ideal world where they were unable to ban ATF's Doom or Bristle, which one would you choose?
I think Bristol's more versatile for us.
Fantastic. Speaking of versatile, are you guys going to put them to bed here today? Are they going to swiggle their way out of this and go to a game 3? Or do you think that this will be the end of this story? What's the possibility they could win this one?
I don't know, but we're not 0-2 at the start, so that's good for us.
That is very good. Absolutely. All right. Well, my friend, thank you for such incredible answers. It's rare to have a coach care this much, and I just want to thank you on behalf of the community. Thank you so much, Aui.
Thank you, Slacks.
Thank you, guys. Let's go ahead and get into the game.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Slacks. This is it. The story needs to continue for Team Liquid. This game is do or die. In game 1, they summoned the Ghost of Insania. In game 2, Lizard, the Ghost of GH, man. We bring back the IO for Team Liquid. What are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling good about the IO. I think this hero is actually, I mean, he's banned here and there, but overall IO is in a pretty good state. He got reworked a little bit. He got Equilibrium as the innate ability. The build, more or less, on IO for most players is the same with a very early Soul Ring build. The lane itself is actually really good with Bat. Like, I know Panel was talking about the lane, there we go, the kill on the Phoenix. They were talking about the lane with Kaz, but the lane with Bat is actually very scary because of movement speed. Like, you have movement speed, you tether together with the Firefly, you get Bat's moves, and you can go for Spirits early on. Long gone are the days where IOs just played without Spirits. Right now, you're just maxing them out as soon as possible. So you, basically, by level 5, you have 1-3-1 kind of a build.
No, top lane, they're going to go directly back onto Ace here. Punish this Batrider. Very good kill.
Yeah, he got 12 stacks on the Tiny, but a big fat wand, of course, coming into play.
One of the ways you counterplay the lane, right, into the Batrider. Just buy as many wands and sticks as possible. We did see the first blood down bottom from Crit, and I feel like this is quite important. Not only to level up Crit, because, you know, we've seen how much work a Hoodwink can do if he gets off to a good start. But man, you have to inhibit this Kez hero. If you just let this Kez roll out of control, we've seen what can happen time and time again, regardless of what the enemy draft is looking like.
He's like an answer to every single hero on their side. He has an answer for everything. Like, he has a silence for Emperor, he can make the Bristleback knock, like, for a little short while at least, but you cannot turn if you're hit by the Kazurai Katana. Like, you have Falcons Rush versus the Egg, so at any single point in the game you can pretty much solo the Egg as well. Overall, the scaling is good. You go for a Mage Slayer or a Dezo, or maybe both. Yeah, good thing that they started off kind of well down bottom.
We'll zone back Amara a little bit, but should be fine. See what if Mickey is gonna follow the template that's been set by Kiritic. Just go Mage Slayer, Deso. I mean, that feels fine for this game, right?
Yeah, it's good.
They might actually punish him a little bit here. Mickey does have the grappling claw to try to get away, so even though he'll take a reactive taser, eat some curl sprays, in the end he'll be okay. Another thing that the panel did mention is we're going to get eventually that attack speed on the overcharge from Eki. Snaky's going to have a really difficult time like laying out the eggs in the right place in these fights.
Yeah, absolutely. The thing is, it's not only the overcharge, right? Like whenever you're playing as Phoenix, you want to position your egg, and you want to have a good notion on where every single hero is in the team fight, so you can position yourself well. But the relocate itself can be a problem too, because suddenly your egg is not only getting hit by one hero, but there's an additional 2 heroes hitting it. So another problem that can happen. By the way, it's not only the attack speed as well. With the equilibrium, you're getting some max damage amp from IO. So spell amp as well.
Oh, yeah, that'll be fun on Kez.
Yeah, not too shabby at all.
Now a lot of heroes were falling low, but everybody is able to heal back up. And let's take a gander at the mid lane. Queen of Pain. Despite the fact that we saw Queen of Pain lost earlier today, well, it's not because of the Queen of Pain. This hero is still absolutely disgusting in the damage output.
Yeah, she's in a good spot. When it comes to all of the spirits, Ember is considered, I wouldn't say a better one. I feel like Void Spirit and Ember more or less are in the same spot. The worst one is the Storm Spirit. He's the only one that we aren't really seeing in this meta at all. Top lane, Phoenix.
Next Icarus dive away will be there. 16 HP. Blood Grenade will tick him down to 12.
Ekis though.
Does eventually survive. Tofu did make a rotation through the Twin Gates. Coming forward. Blast off onto Skeeter. They've isolated this Tiny. They should be able to kill him off.
I'm just looking at these health bars on Dire, and like Phoenix is 1% HP, Tiny dropping lower, Ember as well. Lanes so far going really well for Team Liquid.
All places of the game, this feels very good for them.
We have a couple of undefeated heroes, right, on both sides. On one side the IO, on the other side, of course, the Bristleback as well. I think Techies too undefeated when Tofu is playing him.
Malrine. Oh, Sonic Wave missed. That's so unfortunate. Nisha. We've all been there, gang. We've all been there, gang.
Not too happy about that one. IO will be zoned out from the Lotus on top lane. I mean, he smiles in the end. That's all that matters. It happens. You can feel better with all your Sonic Waves that you're missing usually. DD mid.
Yeah, they have him. Bushwhack will also connect onto him. Will he be able to blink away? He does. Malrine does have Remnants, but he's run out of mana now. Still, we'll be able to find Nisha in the trees. Okay, now it's not a smile. Now it's really bad. Now it feels bad.
Now it definitely does, because if you did get that kill, probably a move like this one would not happen in the end. And Ember with the DD takes your bounty rune as well, refreshes some of those resources. It's a pretty good Vessel game, I would say, by the way, for Ember. Like, you're playing into a Queen of Pain with an eventual Bloodstone, you're playing into an IO as well. No heroes with, like, massive health bars, but it's still okay.
Even into the kills, right, to try and inhibit some of his lifesteal.
But most likely it will be the Mage Slayer, right? That's what we're seeing from most of these mid laners.
Also from a lot of these carries. Nikkei is getting zoned a little bit here. Amar is at that stage of the Bristleback lane where he feels very confident just charging in behind the tower. Do they bring any heroes to try and respond to this? Indeed they do. Queen of Pain is already on the way here. They have 3 heroes, but Malrine also thinking about an entrance. He remnanted down. They find Nisha. He already expended the Searing Chains.
There's no remnant.
Towards the corner. There's no safety remnant. Nisha doesn't know this, so he doesn't want to pop the Sonic Wave and then just have Malrine remnant away, so...
I wonder if he didn't miss the first Sonic Wave, would he actually have used this one, you know? Because you don't want to be the guy that misses 2 Sonic Waves in a row. Minute 8, let's see, maybe a rune at least lucks out for Nisha. They are securing the top rune at least with IO.
Crit in the meantime doing hoodwink things, going around getting some stacking going, ensuring that there is some massive farm for the Bristleback to come and collect later. What build do you want to see from Amar in this one?
A double bracer, I think a BKB is okay. Like, you're playing into a Lotus. Sorry, not into a Lotus, into a lasso. It's been a long day. But yeah, maybe Wraps as well. It's another option that he can go for. Wraps are pretty good. Like, as Bristleback, all you want to do is just juice yourself up, as much as possible, as early as possible, and he's one of those heroes, like it's like Tidehunter and Bristle, that really values the wraps a lot. We'll see. For now, double bracer, power threats, he's already sitting on like 1700 HP.
Unfortunate that they went for the move exactly when they did, because Nisha was coming bottom with the IO. Sadly, they will not catch up. So Bristleback will just go back and farm all of the stacks that save. Well, why am I saying save? That Crit dutifully created for him. Save is just on my mind, man. He impressed me so much today.
Well, Crit should be impressing as well. In game number 1, had a pretty good game. Game number 2 already. The lane itself wasn't really anything crazy, but he's made a lot of stacks already. Like, look at the triangle. Bristleback will be a happy boy if this is all given to him.
Couple of missed moves from Nisha, but he'll just go back to farming. Spirits thrown out top. They were thinking about going on Phoenix, but he dives away. And they'll give some of the triangle stacks to Malrine, making sure that some of the punishments he experienced in lane.
Yeah, it's good recovery, right? Like, he played versus the Queen of Pain, so some of the stacks go to him. They're basically on the same network now, Nisha and Malrine. And there's just a lot of potential from Team Liquid once they have Relocate. For now, Wisp is playing around the bat, right? But the moment you have Relo, I feel like there's just so many options on who to play with. Like, you can play maybe with a Quap, and if Lasso happens, you can Relocate easily. Same can be said for Kez.
Quick pause here. Speaking of Crit, I noticed something in the previous series that we had where the mid laner Void Spirit decided not to buy the Spirit Vessel, but instead one of the supports was the one to buy the Vessel instead. So perhaps that's going to be the similar thing here with Crit starting with the Urn of Shadows. He gets the Vessel, giving space for the Ember to just go Mage Slayer straight into BKB.
Yeah, the Ember, I think Mage Slayer is a much better option for him, and it was not really a surprise that he's going for it. Techies?
Ace is here as well. Techies got the disarm out onto the Ember Spirit. On the far side, first lasso of the game though goes towards Snaking. Malrine does have a safety remnant. He knows he's safe since the lasso was already down.
Yeah, they just have a lot of sustain on the other side right now, and the Dispel from Techies is actually very annoying. The Taser versus Ember. He maxed out Flame Guard.
Oh, Nisha doesn't miss that Sonic Wave. Gets it directly onto Crit. Can he steal some of these Ancients?
With an Arcane Rune, by the way, as well. They can try. Kez is connecting. He's nearby as well. But it is dangerous. Amar
comes forward here. Echo Slash out from Mickey.
It's pretty damn big.
Immediately porting in Malrine though, and yeah, Amar barely suffering any damage. Tofu will get Searing Chained on the high ground, does blast off into the river. Chased through by Snaking. Reactive Taser will be there in behind. Snay will nonetheless give the vision to grant the kill. He might tick out right now to the Kez damage, and indeed he does. Kez going back in onto Malrine, trying to parry as much as he can. Malrine, does he have a remnant? He does. He'll throw it out, going back towards the Kez. Mickey might decide to try and chase him down.
He will.
He's actually very vulnerable right now. The Spirits will reveal him in the trees, and he ends up dead. But Bushwhack into the Avalanche, but no!
Reload.
The kill cannot happen. Relocate comes through from Eki.
Yeah, the Relocate was just on point. They got it. Oh.
Amar now going forward. He might lose his life here. Very low, 90 HP. They just need one more tick of spell damage. He barely manages to retreat.
Yeah, they had Blast Off, but he didn't really want to commit. Like, he wasn't really sure if they could get that kill or not. So in the end, it's still a very good trade for Liquid. They did use the Relocate, but what that means is that Batrider was at the same time farming top. Top lane is pushed out. The tier 1 tower is gone. The power of IO, right? Like, you can farm your lanes, get all the farm that's necessary, and at the same time join fights. And it's really important and good for Liquid that Bat is having a good game. And he's having a fantastic game. 6k net worth 12 minutes in, not too shabby at all. Because when you look at their heroes, he's the only catch, he's more or less the only control as well. So like, they have to rely on Ace to do a lot of work in teamfights.
He's also just seen the template from Malrine of how good Aghanims can be, so eventually he'll get that.
Yeah, it can help, for sure. I am worried a little bit when it comes to the overall, like, normal teamfight, the fair teamfight that panel was discussing. For Liquid, that is, if they don't have the control, the TP's out, the blink's out, the move, just moving away from them could be a problem.
To that end, do you maybe change some of your build on the kids and like try to figure an Abyssal Blade into your build?
down the line, perhaps, but not this early on. Amar, by the way, with the Blade Mail. When's the last time you saw Blade Mail? Like, in general, maybe on an Axe, Miro, when he was playing it, sure, but besides Axe, like, I just don't see this item at all.
Definitely has been a while. I mean, in this game, there is a lot of uncontrollable damage, right? That's going to be floating around. The Firefly from the Bat Rider. He can try to use it on the Sonic Wave. Raptor Dance as well. You just pop it as soon as the Kez activates his ultimate.
Yep.
Definitely has been a long, long time since I've seen this item. Damar is still very, very tanky. Hasn't died just yet. Okay, gonna be right next to him. They're just saying hello. In the same way in the river, Nisha's saying hello to Malrine.
They're still chasing though, Crit.
Crit will eat another Sonic Wave. He's definitely gonna die for this one. Ace is here as well, picking up some experience, and they're definitely gonna try and take that stack.
And I know you mentioned the Vessel, by the way, but Essence Distiller also has a pretty huge value and a good case why it should be built. So Crit is going for the Distiller instead. Pretty good versus Kez, right? Like versus everyone, but versus Kez just having some extra vision after he uses the ulti, which for some reason dispels him, by the way, as well, so.
What a hero, man. Mid lane, Tofu. Making some space with the bombs. They just really want to be able to take this tower. Falcons trying to keep it up for as long as they humanly can. But eventually this will go down unless they bring another hero to help defend, and that's what they do. Snaking also makes a rotation over.
I really don't want to sound like an absolute boomer, but man, Kez feels still so out of place to me. It's like you have your normal carries with like a couple of spells and a passive, and then you have Kez with like 9 spells, Aghanim Scepter as well, to use all of them in tandem. It's a cool hero.
Fair and balanced.
Absolutely fair and balanced.
The kids want to see action. Kez brings lots of action.
And then you have Wraith King, you know, and you ask yourself why Wraith King isn't played more.
You queue a game, you pick Wraith King, other guy picks Kez, or worse yet, you pick like Troll, they pick Kez, and you're just like, well.
Actually, Troll is a good comparison because he does have 2 sets of spells as well. It's just that they are worthless in comparison to what Kez is bringing.
Mid lane, Blink's about to be revealed on Malrine. He gets lassoed. Do they have the damage to finish him off? They do not, so he manages to get himself away. They're seeing the problems with their lack of control. Snaking doesn't have mana for the Supernova. We'll get it now, trying to TP out, but we'll end up dead here.
Yeah. That Sunray TP out can't really work versus a Bat Rider. Versus most heroes it does, but Bat can actually stop it. Flame Break, if you're moving with the Sunray, just cancels it anyway.
Nisha showing us yet another variation on the Quap build. Going back to the days before the Kaya. Just going straight for the Aghanim Scepter.
Aghanim's with the Veil, right? Aghanim's Veil into the Bloodstone, which is something that we have seen quite a lot. We'll see what he goes for afterwards, but this is the build, and it's pretty good.
Malrine finds Io. Sharpshooter from Crit will ensure that the Io does go down. You know, as much as I was gassing up saves Hoodwink, Crit is the original Hoodwink player. He's the person that pretty much put this hero on the map.
Yeah, he had a... I mean, okay, it depends how far back you want to go. Because I remember a couple of other players as well that had No-Tail era as well when it comes to the IO, the Alliance era as well when it comes to IO. They had some pretty good heroes, players that played it, of course. But IO is a bit different now, of course. Usually you don't really buy a mech very early on. You don't buy boots very early on. You just go for Soul Ring and Holy Locket. And it's kind of good for the mid-game.
Saw a move by Team Falcons attempted, but we saw the break potential of the Tofu techies. Had mines around the Twin Gate. Nisha,
egg,
jumping forward. The egg will come out. Will not be able to destroy it. So at least draws out the Supernova, but fails to get a Sonic Wave kill.
Top lane though.
Skeeter, oh, what an avalanche coming in from the Tiny into the Bushwhack. Damn. Crit there with the Sharpshooter. That was some great action time.
They had a plan. It wasn't a good one, but they had a plan. Because Kez was also TPing in, and he was ready to perhaps go in after the lasso, but man, did he just instantly react on the Tiny.
Very nicely done by Skeeter there. Will allow him to continue farming. He was under pressure, obviously, from the early lane with the Batrider, but now we'll have a bit more space to try and catch up.
Had a very good game 1. Game 2 as well is okay. So far 5k behind, not really that great 18 minutes in. But their draft isn't really online just yet. And I know the panel talked about the Phoenix and Tiny tandem. I think like this combo has a very low win rate, but there is no reason for this exact combo to have a low win rate because they synergize very well. Like Avalanche protecting the egg, the duo in the lane is not that weak as well.
And even as the game scales, as Tiny gets tankier and tankier, the value of Sunray.
The Sunray exactly becomes better and better.
He's gonna try find a kill here. They'll break the smoke, go directly onto Eki. The IO is the first one to fall. Crit Hoodwink, the classics. There's going to be a connection coming through from Nisha, though. They know that there's no Supernova coming in from Snake King, and they saw him Icarus dive forward earlier. So free kill for Ace. Quick revenge picked up for losing their support.
I feel like the biggest winner of all of these fights on top lane is actually the Bristleback. Like Amar has kind of been forgotten. Like a long time ago, he bought the Blade Mail. Now he's actually getting closer to the Lotus as well. He is playing into the lasso, of course, so Lotus isn't that bad at all. And the Dispel versus Queen of Pain. I would say maybe it's even more important to get the spells versus Quap. This hero just shouldn't be allowed to spam Shadow Strike and just destroy your whole team with it.
You like the SNY as well, coming from the PB?
Eventually, yes. Yeah, it's like a casual build-up on the Bristleback, just tanks you up.
Gonna be a Veil now picked up for Malrine. He has finished it. And they've got their Supernova back online. So we could see a play coming in through Malrine, and they will find Nisha. Bushwhack will be there. Sharpshooter comes out. However, he is chilling. Still very, very healthy, so he just jumps himself away.
The shield rune, right? Like by the time they got through the shield rune, he was already able to blink away. And he has a DD, by the way, so maybe there's a play coming from Liquid with it, maybe after the Tormy. Can they duo this?
I was about to ask you that same question. It seems like the
with
answer
techies,
is no.
maybe, yeah. With techies and bad, but just the two heroes definitely not.
Goes the way of Tofu. It's okay. Gets himself some mutually assured destruction.
May accidentally detonate.
Just an accident, you know, it happens from time to time. Playing with bombs is dangerous work. We already do see, though, Tofu, as much as possible, whenever they're moving around the map with his team, just planting down these bombs, coming so annoying, breaking these engagements before they start, scouting where Falcons are moving.
Well, they're moving from the mid lane right now. Maybe they'll run into some mines, but I don't see any around mid.
They'll come across Eki, perhaps.
He's a good kill. I think if they can find the IO kill anyway.
They do get him.
It's a quick kill, that's why. Bat might counterplay this, though.
He might. He just picked up a BKB as well, so this could be a turnaround, but they need Kez to be much closer. He threw out the charge. As soon as he did that, Ace put out the lasso onto Crit, but at the same time, on the back edge of the fight, look at this, Nisha dying to Skeeter, who showed up out of nowhere to reveal the Silver Edge. Now Malrine feeling very confident about diving forward with the help of Amar. It's going to be Ace forced to pop his BKB just to run back into the base. Falcons, although there is a lot of pressure seemingly that could be applied by Team Liquid, it's all coming from Falcons at the moment.
Yeah, even with the 5k lead, it didn't really matter at all. If they could find the right targets, and they did, Quap, without the shield rune, of course, falls very quickly to the Tiny. Couple of good plays, and right now from Liquid, I'm not really seeing the global potential that this IO usually brings. They haven't really utilized it. There were no moves where you're playing on one side of the map with your carry and then relocating on the other, which they did start doing now, to be fair.
I think they have to wait for the last to come up. 15 seconds for Ace.
And maybe the BKB as well, right? Like he doesn't have the BKB on Bat, so...
45 seconds that he has to wait. They're really going to go into the Roshan pit right now. Looks that way. Falcons do not know that this is happening. They had all their vision removed from this area.
They have overcharge, they have amp damage as well from Equilibrium. Kaz with the Dezo as well hits real hard, and it looks like they will get Rosh for free.
Falcons probably think they're being ganked right now, but that is not the case.
They're moving towards it, but look at the mines, just absolute zoning.
Okay, first Aegis for Team Liquid. Falcons just have to watch Nisha. I'm glad that they gave it to Nisha, so that he can just play more gung-ho, since he's the one with the Ags and the Bloodstone right now.
Yeah, I mean, he has Bloodstone too. It's a tanky QoP, 3k HP, but okay.
Skeeter. Gonna get... Oh, what a Silver Edge. No reveal available for this base, this Bat Rider from Ace. So, man, Skeeter's reaction time in this game has been pretty good. That's the second time he's just completely ducked out when he's being gone on.
Real low bottom.
Okay, can they find anybody? Lasso, it'll be doubled up because of this Lotus Orb, but with the Raptidon, perhaps they have the damage. Not just yet. Amar is still alive, activates the Blade Mail, but eventually he will be burning down. On the other side, in the river, Nisha gets found by Snaking and Skeeter. Can they bring him down before he blinks away? Yes. Maureen makes sure with the Searing Chains. No BKB available on the Nisha QoP. Maybe Snaking might die for this, though.
It seems like he will. He has no mana for the egg, and it's probably a bad egg usage here if he had it anyway. So they trade 2 for an Aegis. Not too great for Falcons. And you could see Bristleback. This hero is usually, or at least it usually feels very tanky. But when you were playing versus the IO amped up Kaz, he just absolutely melted.
He's going to change his mind, though, from the SNY, just go straight into the BKB.
He's changing his mind a lot, by the way. Whenever I click Bristleback, he has a different build, and that basically tells me that Omar isn't really confident in what he needs for this game. Because this is a sort of a player that will literally always go for the same build if he thinks that it's broken. We've seen his Doom Radiance one game after another. He even had Raps just a moment ago, by the way, queued up.
We'll see what he decides to eventually commit to. The second Bloodstone of the game will come out from Ember. Why don't we see more Bloodstone on Ember, actually?
We see it every now and then, right? It's not like every single game, but it's not super uncommon. It's still a good item on him. The spell weakness Aura, of course, is not too bad at all. He's also constantly in the range of heroes, so applying the Aura is nice. There's something to be said about the active not being removed, being like maybe a nerf to the item as well, when you think about it.
Sneaking. Gets lassoed. Straightforward kill. A lot of vision was granted, of course, by Tofu's mines, or the information, rather. This must be so annoying for a hero like Phoenix.
He's going for pipe, yeah, just to alleviate some of this pain from magic damage that's coming from the other side.